Greetings, brother. May we beg for a sip of water? In the courtyard of a humble earthen house in Luoyin Bay, Chun Faping wore an expression of bewilderment. How did I end up here, brought forth by that dump truck? He recalled steering his self-driving vehicle along the highway while engrossed in a downloaded episode of The Wrangler, when suddenly a dump truck loomed in front of him. The autonomous driving system did not slow down, rather, it accelerated toward the impending collision. By the time he realized the danger, it was far too late to hit the brakes. Curse that so-called intelligent driving system. After venting his frustration, a torrent of information flooded his mind, and in an instant, Chun Faping grasped the entirety of the situation. With the enthusiastic assistance of the International Crossing Ambassador, he had successfully traversed into the body of a namesake from a parallel world in the 1980s. This individual, aged 20, was an orphan from Luoyin Bay, having lost both parents. A classic beginning for a reincarnated soul. Before him stood two young girls clad in coarse cloth garments. They appeared to be around 18 or 19, their features strikingly similar, making it difficult to distinguish between them. They were likely twins. Their patched clothing could not conceal their inherent grace and beauty. In later years, such naturally exquisite beauties would be rarer than national treasures like the giant panda, as most would rely on makeup to achieve such allure. Before his rebirth, Chun Faping had once gone on a blind date with a girl whose face was painted so thickly that it resembled putty, adorned in a garish manner. She claimed to have had only 3 boyfriends, but Chun Faping felt that even multiplying that number by 5 would be a conservative estimate as for the exorbitant dowry of $588,000, along with the demand for a house, a car, and a monthly income exceeding $30,000. He promptly bid her farewell. Let alone whether he met her criteria. Was he truly deserving? Was she adorned with gold or diamonds? And $588,000. For that amount, he could indulge in 1,000 lavish experiences. At that meal, he only paid for himself, leaving her so infuriated that her artificially sculpted nose was bent askew. Brother, may we beg for a sip of water? Seeing Chun Faping silent, the girl in front mustered her courage and timidly inquired. The 2 girls appeared unfamiliar to him, and according to the memories he inherited from his former self, they were likely not locals. Since it was so, he resolved to accept it. Having been reborn, what else could he do? Chun Faping steadied himself, cleared his throat, and replied, "Of course, come inside." The sisters followed Chun Faping into the kitchen, where they drank 2 cups of warm water. Suddenly, they caught a whiff of something, their eyes landing on a plate of freshly sautéed raccoon meat, steaming and irresistible, instantly captivated. The previous occupant had been fortunate that day, having caught a raccoon while hunting, and had just prepared lunch when fate intervened. In this era, obtaining meat was no small feat, and the sisters had not eaten anything that day, their stomachs empty and weak, thirsting for sustenance, and the mere sight of the food intensified their hunger. Noticing their longing gazes, Chun Faping casually asked, "Have you not had lunch?" The sisters instinctively nodded. Not only had they skipped lunch, but they had not even had breakfast. "Then let us share a meal," Chun Faping generously offered. After all, in modern society, sharing a meal with others was not considered a significant matter. Moreover, the original owner possessed commendable hunting skills, leading a relatively comfortable life. The sisters blushed, saying, "Brother, we feel so embarrassed. We have taken your water, and now you offer us food." Upon hearing this, Chun Faping felt an even greater fondness for them. This was 100 times better than that insipid demand for $588,000. "It's nothing, it's merely a meal. Come on. Thank you so much, brother." The sisters beamed with delight, no longer holding back, for they were truly famished. Chun Faping retrieved 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls, but soon found himself in an awkward situation. The original owner had only prepared food for himself, but fortunately, he had a good appetite, and the meal was ample enough to fill 2 large bowls. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Faping divided the food into 2 bowls and served them to the sisters. The younger sister curiously asked, "Brother, why aren't you eating?" Chun Faping replied nonchalantly, "You eat, I will just boil some noodles." The original owner had no shortage of sustenance. He didn't require 2 bowls of rice. The elder sister pushed 1 bowl toward him, saying, "Brother, you take this bowl. My sister and I don't eat much. 1 bowl is enough for us." Suddenly appearing at their door, it was unreasonable to expect the host to prepare extra food for them. I had a hearty breakfast, so I'm not very hungry now. Once again, Chun Faping insisted on giving them the food. Seeing his determination, the sisters hesitated momentarily before bowing their heads to eat. Initially, they ate with restraint, but soon could no longer contain themselves, devouring the food ravenously. Why are you only eating rice and not taking any vegetables? Chun Faping frowned. The plate of raccoon meat remained untouched by them. Brother, we are fine with just the rice. What kind of meal is it without vegetables? Chun Faping shook his head, realizing that the two girls were merely too timid to take the meat. Their desperate hunger was evident in the way they devoured their food. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and served several pieces of raccoon meat into each sister's bowl. Their cheeks flushed instantly. Aside from their father, it was common for men to serve food to women only in romantic relationships. However, with the meat now in their bowls, they had no choice but to eat it, acknowledging the kind gesture. At the same time, they felt a small sense of gratitude. This brother, whom they had just met, possessed a heart far kinder than any of their relatives. Chun Faping also boiled some cornmeal and began to eat together with the sisters. As they neared the end of their meal, he spoke up again. From your accents, it seems you're not locals. What brings you to our village? At the mention of this topic, the sisters' eyes instantly glistened with tears. The elder sister's voice quavered slightly. We came to find relatives. Through her words, Chun Faping quickly learned the entire story. The sisters were indeed from another province, a pair of twin siblings. The elder sister was named Zhou Fengting, while the younger sister was Zhou Fengjiao. Their parents had passed away years ago, and their cruel uncle and aunt had forcibly seized their home and land, planning to marry the sisters off to a cripple and a deaf man from the village at a high price in their hometown. The preference for sons over daughters meant that without a male figure, the uncle held all the power, leaving the weak females with no avenue for resistance. When their uncle and aunt discussed the matter in their home, the younger sister happened to overhear and informed her sister. Terrified, the sisters fled under the cover of night, not daring to stay in their hometown, intending to seek refuge with a distant aunt. However, their aunt, lacking in familial affection, not only refused to take them in, but also shooed them away without even offering a meal. The meager savings they had brought from home had long been exhausted on the road, leaving them utterly destitute and lost, wandering aimlessly like blind flies, starving and thirsty. They happened to pass through Luoyin Bay and could endure no longer, hence their decision to knock on Chun Faping's door for a mere cup of water. At this point, the elder sister suddenly gritted her teeth and implored, "Brother, I have a favor to ask. My sister and I truly have nowhere else to go. Could you possibly take us in?" Having shared food and kindness, Zhou Fengting subconsciously felt that Chun Faping was a good person. They were truly at their wits' end and could only gamble on fortune. "Brother, if you would be willing to take us in, we can wash your clothes, cook your meals, and tidy your home, and we can even help you farm." Zhou Fengjiao added, "Yes, yes, brother. You can have my sister, and me do anything. We are quite capable." Chun Faping was greatly exhilarated. The perks of being a time traveler are truly delightful right from the start. He had stumbled upon a pair of industrious wandering sisters, and they were twins, doubling the JOYAS for the previous owner of this life. My apologies. It seems you were unfortunate and could not enjoy such fortune. I shall graciously accept it on your behalf. While his heart danced with glee, Chun Faping feigned reluctance, employing a tactic of restraint. Are you truly without a place to go? He primarily sought to avoid appearing overly joyous, lest the sisters misconstrue his intentions and flee in fright. Hence, he needed to act the part. Zhou Fengting smiled wryly. "We don't have even a penny to our names. We have just one relative here, and we do not know anyone else." Zhou Fengjiao misunderstood Chun Faping's concerns, saying, "Brother, please rest assured, we are honest people and would never steal from you." Chun Faping silently thought to himself, "What on earth would I worry about? What could possibly be stolen in this ramshackle abode?" Once the performance had reached its conclusion, he nodded and, with a hint of reluctance, declared, "Very well. If that is the case, you may stay at my home for now, and we will figure things out gradually." Yet his mind harbored different thoughts. Once inside my humble abode, there would be no chance for them to escape. These unfortunate sisters, as innocent as a blank canvas, could easily be swayed with a little coaxing. They would soon become my wives. And the best part? No bride price required. For Chun Faping, who hailed from a province notorious for exorbitant bride prices in his past life. This was nothing short of delightful, akin to discovering a hidden treasure. The two sisters exchanged glances, each reflecting the surprise on the other's face. "Brother, thank you. You truly are a good person. Oh dear, please do not present me with a good person card. I have no desire to be seen as a good person. You have successfully crossed over." A sudden, melodious electronic notification echoed in his mind, illuminating Chun Feiping's thoughts. "Ah, Tong, you have finally arrived." The system is a standard feature for time travelers. In his previous life, Chun Feiping often perused web novels and was familiar with such things. However, before he could revel in his good fortune, a series of system notifications followed. The era in which the host resides is the 73rd year of the Great Qian dynasty, and your identity is that of a hunter from a remote mountain village. At this time, the royal family is on the brink of collapse. Court factions are in turmoil, and various officials are vying for power. The edicts of the emperor do not leave the palace gates, and the seals of the 6 ministries have become personal possessions. Political chaos reigns, with bandits rising in numbers. The banners of the Green Forest are planted throughout provinces, and the yellow, turban rebels gather in the mountains, taking advantage of the chaos to pillage villages and seize towns. Man-made disasters are rampant, and natural calamities are frequent. Locusts blot out the sky. The land is parched, corpses line the roads, and bones scatter the fields. Seeing this verbose series of system prompts, Chun Feiping was left bewildered. What on earth is happening? The 73rd year of the Great Qian dynasty. This timeline doesn't add up. It is currently the 1980s, and much like my previous life in Huagua, we have only just begun to open up. The economy is on the verge of taking off, and you're telling me it is about to collapse? And what is this about bandits rising and corpses lining the roads? This era is merely characterized by hunger and cold. It cannot be that exaggerated, can it? Could it be that the system intended to transport me to the so-called Great Qian dynasty, but failed? Damn it. Then this system is utterly useless. Chun Feiping attempted to communicate with the system. "System, you are mistaken. I am not in the Great Qian dynasty. This place is called the Xia Kingdom." However, the electronic voice disregarded his words and coldly stated, "To assist the host in surviving this chaotic world, a random reward is now being drawn. Ding! You have received 50 times the luck for fishing, the skill of a fisherman." Yet Chun Feiping found himself laughing in frustration that he was not a fisherman. Then it struck him. The system had just stated that it would transport him to the Great Qian dynasty, a place rife with political upheaval, bandits, and famine, where the land is parched. That last term is crucial. Doesn't that imply a drought? If the rivers have dried up, what fish could possibly be caught? System, you reward me with fishing luck? Is this simply a gift of solitude? Something feels off, very off. It seems I have bound myself to a dim-witted system. Its intelligence is severely lacking. The electronic notification chimed again. The 50 times fishing luck lasts for 12 hours. The host should make effective use of this time and not waste it. What the hell? Chun Feiping felt a surge of indignation. In a time of drought, receiving a useless buff is one thing, but it is not even permanent. Only 12 hours. I cannot endure this. I cannot endure it at all. System, what do you mean? Where's the reward for time travelers that isn't permanent? Moreover, what use is this reward? Swap it for something else? Or, I shall file a complaint with the Time Traveler Management Committee. Chun Feiping decided to take a stand, even though he was unsure if such an organization existed in the vast universe. The 50 times fishing luck lasts for 12 hours. The host should make effective use of this time and not waste it. The electronic voice seemed impervious to his pleas, continuing its monotone delivery. Chun Feiping felt numb. Fortunately, I have merely failed in my time travel. The place I currently inhabit is called Luoyan Bay. Luoyan Bay must have a river, and this year there is no severe drought, so there should be fish in the waters. A stroke of luck amidst misfortune. I just do not know if this 50 times fishing luck will be effective here. First, I shall settle the sisters, and later I will try my luck by the river. Chun Feiping returned to reality. The two sisters were delighted to have found a place to stay, yet they appeared somewhat awkward, fidgeting with the hems of their clothes. Chun Feiping suddenly remembered something. "By the way, my name is Chun Feiping." "Brother Chun," the sisters echoed in unison. "How old are you this year?" Chun Feiping inquired, testing them with casual intent. "I am 18 years and 3 months. I was born a few minutes before Fengjiao. the elder sister replied. Chun Faping immediately felt reassured. They were adults, which was excellent. There was no need to start from a 3-year basis. However, it seemed that in the old days, no one paid attention to such matters. Many young girls in rural areas became mothers at merely 14 or 15. After chatting for a while and learning more about their situation, Chun Faping said, I have something to attend to. I may return late. So, you two make yourselves comfortable. That erratic system had bestowed upon him a 50 times fishing luck buff, yet it was time-limited, and given the botched time travel, he was unsure of its efficacy. Chun Faping was eager to test it out. All right, Brother Chun Faping first went to the storeroom of his home to retrieve a handmade fishing rod. The original owner was skilled in hunting and fishing, and naturally, such a homemade fishing rod would not be lacking. He also took a large wooden barrel and a small hoe before heading out. This village was known as Luoyan Bay, and, as the name suggests, it must have a river. The river was quite sizable. Gathering into a bay beside the village, it was once common to see wild geese, hence the name. However, in recent years, many geese had been hunted by villagers, and those remaining had mostly fled. Chun Faping arrived at a certain spot along the riverbank, where the water was relatively calm and not too turbulent. The original owner often fished here, as it was a prime location for catching fish out on the road. Chun Faping had already dug up some earthworms from the soil to serve as bait. Dressed with the worms, he cast his fishing rod with a vigorous flick, sending it soaring far into the distance. His swift actions mirrored those of a seasoned expert, showcasing an undeniable mastery of the craft. In truth, in his past life, Chun Faping was not an angler. He had never even fished before. Fortunately, the memories of his predecessor endowed him with this skill, allowing him to grasp it intuitively. The buff must surely take effect. Please, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Tathagata Buddha, and the Supreme Lao Jun, I beseech you with urgency. Come, fish. Gazing at the bobber on the river's surface, Chun Faping murmured to himself. Chapter 3. A Bountiful Return, Dining on a Lavish River Feast. Were it a typical journey through time, one would naturally be unconcerned about the intricacies of system rewards. However, my peculiar circumstance seems to suggest that I have traversed successfully, yet at the same time, not entirely. The system has erroneously marked both the time and coordinates of my transition, pinpointing me to the so-called Daqian dynasty, which is rather vexing. Thus, it is imperative to validate this situation. Chun Faping concentrated intently on the water's surface, observing for the telltale signs of fish, bubbles released by their gills. A technique passed down from the previous host. After a quarter of an hour passed with no signs of life, Chun Faping began to feel a sense of impatience. It seemed the system was incapable of functioning properly. Just as despair began to creep in, the fishing rod suddenly quivered slightly. Chun Faping felt a surge of excitement. When fish tentatively nibble at the bait, the tip of the rod may tremble or bend. Such nuances often require keen observation to discern. He refrained from yanking the rod immediately, opting instead to exercise patience, for the fish beneath the surface were equally cautious. A hasty pull would only frighten them away. After a brief wait, the float bobbed lightly before plunging abruptly beneath the surface, and the fishing line tightened instantly. Without hesitation, Chun Faping instinctively yanked the rod. With a sharp crack, a large fish was flung onto the bank, thrashing vigorously. Chun Faping was overjoyed as he approached to retrieve it, discovering it was a carp weighing approximately 7 to 8 pounds. This size is indeed considerable for the current river bend, especially since villagers frequently come to fish and trap. Depleting the aquatic resources significantly, many smaller carp barely reach the size of a palm before being caught. To grow to 7 or 8 pounds is no small feat. In my past life, many netizens remarked that Southerners do not consume carp, while Northerners revere it as a delicacy. How utterly absurd. This reflects the ignorance of those who have never known hunger. The northern waters are sparse, and the variety of fish is not as abundant as in the south. Carp, being highly adaptable, is the most prevalent species. Conversely, the southern regions boast a wealth of aquatic life, allowing for greater selection, thus rendering carp less esteemed. Nonetheless, as far as Chun Faping was aware, Southerners do also relish carp. In some locales, it is even prepared as sashimi. In this era, having food to eat is a privilege. There is little room for picky preferences. He deftly unhooked the fish and, using a wooden bucket, scooped some river water in which to place the carp. With this catch, Chun Faping felt invigorated and resumed casting his line with worms. After a span of 10 minutes, his rod stirred once more. This time, He reeled in a sizable catfish, approximately 30 centimeters long and weighing around 5 to 6 pounds, also quite substantial. Many presume that catfish typically grow large. Indeed, some giant catfish can even swim alongside children in the river. However, that pertains to different species. The local varieties cannot attain such gigantic proportions. Moreover, given the current environment, even the European and South Asian giant catfish would struggle to thrive in these waters, soon becoming mere dishes on people's tables. The largemouth catfish, with its minimal spines and abundant flesh, boasts a delectable flavor, far surpassing that of carp, which Chun Feiping graciously accepted. He spent the better part of the afternoon fishing at the river bend, where he experienced remarkable success. At times, he caught fish in less than 10 minutes, and at others, he merely waited a little over 15. He managed to reel in carp, catfish, grass carp, old head fish, and yellow catfish. Chun Feiping realized that he possessed an extraordinary fishing aptitude, amplified 50-fold. Though the previous owner was quite skilled, the fish resources in this river bend were scarce, yielding only a few larger catches in a day or, at worst, a complete drought. Yet, his rate of catching fish was astoundingly high. Even the most seasoned fishermen would envy his success. Moreover, the fish he caught were notably larger than average for their species in this era, clearly indicative of the influence of his 50-fold fishing skill. It was a comprehensive boon, allowing him not only to fish swiftly but also to land sizable catches. How splendid it was that the system was operational. Chun Feiping felt a surge of excitement. Despite its existence, many programmers had created variations, yet this one functioned flawlessly. As evening approached and the sun dipped below the horizon, his large barrel brimmed with fish, overflowing to the point of impossibility. Only then did Chun Feiping pack away his fishing rod and, buoyed with joy, carry the barrel home. Upon opening his front door, Chun Feiping was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. The once cluttered courtyard had undergone a remarkable transformation, now meticulously organized, with the ground spotless and devoid of dust. Not only the courtyard but the main room, too, exhibited this newfound order. Doors, windows, and all furnishings appeared as if they had been diligently wiped clean, with hardly a speck of dust in sight. Could it be that this was indeed his abode? The original owner was industrious in hunting and fishing, yet notoriously negligent in tidying up. As he stood at the threshold of the main room, lost in thought, Zhou Fengting emerged from the adjacent kitchen. The weather was slightly warm, causing a sheen of sweat to grace the girl's rosy cheeks, her hair somewhat disheveled, strands clinging to her smooth forehead and ears. "Brother Chun, you've returned." Zhou Fengting's words jolted Chun Feiping back to reality, prompting his astonished inquiry. "Did you tidy this up for me?" He immediately regretted his question, realizing its absurdity. Who else could it be but the two sisters? Zhou Fengting nodded. "Yes. We had some free time, so we decided to tidy up a bit. I hope you don't mind that we did so without your permission." Chun Feiping waved his hands in protest. "Not at all. I'm grateful for your help." With their industriousness, he felt nothing but joy. How could he possibly be upset? "Please, don't say that. We cannot simply eat and live here without contributing something." The two sisters approached him, and upon noticing the large barrel in his hands, they exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, so many fish. Did you catch all of these?" Chun Feiping smiled and nodded. "Yes, I caught them at the river bend." "Brother Chun, you are quite capable." The sisters gazed at him in admiration, though there was a hint of flattery in their words. Chun Feiping couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. Well, it is undeniable that he possesses remarkable abilities. With a sense of pride swelling within him, Chun Fei feigned humility, waving his hand dismissively. "I suppose it's just a stroke of luck." In truth, he too wished to boast. Yet the system's reward of 50-fold fishing was limited to a mere 12 hours, after which his true self would inevitably be revealed. Thus, it was prudent to exercise restraint, lest he overreach and burst his bubble of bravado. "Tonight, we shall feast on fish. If there are leftovers, we can preserve them as dried fish." "All right, Brother Chun. You must be weary after such a long time fishing. Please, take a seat while we assist you with the fish." Without waiting for a reply, Zhou Fengting eagerly seized the wooden bucket. The sizable container, heavy in its own right, along with the fish weighing dozens of pounds in the water, was indeed quite burdensome. However, the two sisters worked in unison, effortlessly transporting it inside, where they retrieved 2 kitchen knives and began to prepare the fish. Their efficiency was impressive, with firm strikes. They swiftly incapacitated the fish before gutting them. It appeared they had not been strangers to such chores in their past. With assistance at hand, Chen Fei felt a sense of relief as he observed them. The sight of these beautiful women skillfully preparing fish was indeed a delightful spectacle, reminiscent of the fishmonger he had encountered in a previous life, though that vendor had merely sought fame on social media. Chapter 4. Children make choices, while adults desire it all. Having briefly indulged in the spectacle of fish preparation, Chen Fei retreated to the kitchen to ignite the fire. Time was of the essence. He needed to wash the rice and prepare the meal. He measured out over a pound of rice, for in this era, people often labored hard and had hearty appetites, and women could eat just as well. Chen Fei discerned that the sisters had not fully satisfied their hunger at lunch, thus he resolved to prepare a larger dinner. The fish were soon prepared. Following Chen Fei's instructions, they selected the old head fish, the blunt snout catfish, the yellow-spotted catfish, and the river catfish for tonight's feast. Each of these fish boasted exquisite flesh, a true delicacy from the river, best enjoyed fresh to avoid waste. In truth, a single river catfish would suffice. But having an abundance was no matter. They would seize the opportunity to indulge. The remaining fish would be preserved for later. It was then that Chen Fei discovered that Zhou Fengting not only excelled at fish preparation, but was also a skilled cook. The yellow-spotted catfish was prepared as a soup. The old head fish was braised, the blunt snout catfish was steamed, and the river catfish was braised in red sauce. Each dish was crafted with care, showcasing her culinary prowess. Furthermore, with the leftover raccoon meat from lunch and a stir-fried vegetable dish, the small dining table was soon brimming with delightful offerings. The sisters also served generous bowls of rice, while they themselves took only half a bowl. Observing this, Chen Fei furrowed his brow. Why are you serving such a meager portion? I've cooked plenty of rice tonight. You must finish it all, no leftovers allowed. As he spoke, he filled their bowls to the brim, pressing the rice down firmly, which nearly brought tears of gratitude to Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao's eyes. Having endured the trauma of nearly being sold by their uncle and the cold indifference of their aunt, any kindness shown to them was etched deeply in their hearts. Come, eat to your heart's content. Enjoy whatever you desire. Chen Feiping pointed at the dishes on the table, extending a cordial invitation as the host. However, the two sisters remained seated with utmost decorum, refraining from taking the initiative until Chen Feiping picked up his chopsticks. Despite their humble rural origins, both sisters exhibited considerable refinement. As Chen Feiping placed a piece of braised catfish into his mouth, his eyes sparkled with delight. You truly excel at preparing this dish, Zhou Fengting. The flavor is exquisite. Brother Chen, you flatter me. Zhou Fengting replied with a sweet smile. Having spent an afternoon together, the sisters still felt a hint of shyness and hesitated to indulge in the meal. With so much fish, why aren't you two eating? Please, have more. Chen Feiping urged, serving each of them a piece of fish. This fish is tender and highly nutritious. The sisters blushed again. It was only the second time in their lives that a young man had served them food, the first being just that afternoon with Chen Feiping. Observing their bashful demeanor filled Chen Feiping with joy. Truly, women of this era possess an admirable grace. Which one to choose? Choosing just one would be a child's play. An adult, of course, desires them all. Yet, how to approach such a notion requires a delicate touch. It would be unwise to scare them away with greed. This matter requires careful contemplation. Haste could lead to missteps. Once dinner concluded, the sisters eagerly vied to clear the dishes for washing, although there was no running water. The previous owner had installed a hand pump in the courtyard, making water retrieval quite convenient, far better than trekking to the village well. After washing the dishes, Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao each filled a large wooden bucket with water to bring to the bathroom. Just as Chen Feiping assumed she intended to bathe, the elder sister turned to him and said, Brother Chen, you must be tired from fishing this afternoon. Why not take a bath? It will surely be refreshing. Chen Feiping was momentarily taken aback. Did you fetch that water for me? Indeed. Chen Feiping thought to himself, these two women are exceedingly generous. It feels almost humbling. Embarrassed, he replied, you may go first. Brother Chen, we are not tired. Please, you go ahead, the sisters insisted, unwilling to let him wash first. With no other recourse, Chen Feiping made his way to the bathroom, only to find Zhou Fengting following closely behind. He was perplexed, unsure of her intentions. Could it be that she wished to assist him in bathing? The mere thought sent a thrill through him. My dear girl, is this truly appropriate? I am a man of virtue. However, should you insist, I would find it difficult to deny a lady's wishes. As Chen Feiping indulged in such fantasies, Zhou Fengting spoke from behind. Brother Chen, please change your clothes. I shall wash them for you. So, she intended to wash my clothes. Ah, what a misunderstanding. Yet, this too is a delightful occurrence. In my previous life, the only one willing to wash my clothes besides my late mother was the washing machine. Despite the disappointment of not having a beautiful companion for a bath, Chen Feiping found himself in high spirits. For he had unexpectedly discovered a treasure in the form of a girl, a pair, in fact, bringing him joy anew. After changing clothes in the bathroom and hanging them on the door, Zhou Fengting took them away. Approaching the water well, Zhou Fengjiao also brought over 2 stools to assist with the laundry. While washing the clothes, the younger sister initiated a conversation. Sister, Chen Ge seems to be quite a nice person. The elder sister nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, he treated us to a meal and is willing to shelter us. He must have a kind heart. If we hadn't encountered Chen Ge, we would have been at a loss for where to go. We must contribute by helping out. We cannot simply accept his hospitality. Understood, sister. Once the clothes were washed and hung up, Chen Feiping emerged from the bathroom. The sisters then took turns bathing, with the elder sister being the last as darkness enveloped the sky. The village still lacked electricity, and they had to rely on kerosene lamps for light. In the dim glow, Zhou Fengting slowly shed her coarse garments. Her figure, though slightly slender, conformed beautifully to contemporary aesthetic standards. As a hardworking rural girl, she could not be very fair, yet her sun-kissed skin exuded health. With a narrow waist and strong legs, she embodied a natural beauty, devoid of any frailness. As she lifted a damp towel from the bucket and gently rubbed it against her skin, Zhou Fengting exhaled deeply. Having traveled far to a foreign land, only to be turned away by relatives, she felt utterly exhausted. Fortunately, she had found temporary shelter. The image of that man floated into her mind. Chen Ge was truly handsome. None of the young men from her hometown could compare. What am I thinking? Zhou Fengting's cheeks flushed slightly, prompting her to splash cool water on her face. After bathing, the sisters washed their clothes together and hung them on a line in the courtyard. Just as Chen Feiping reappeared, I have already prepared your room, he began, but was momentarily taken aback. The moon shone brightly, allowing him to catch a glimpse of the sisters' faces. Having shed the fatigue and dust of the day and donned clean clothing, they radiated a beauty akin to a lotus emerging from water, pure and unadorned, even more stunning than when he first saw them. Chen Feiping held his breath. Such women, he mused, are worth far more than mere money. If I had wealth, I would gladly give not just 88 million, but even 88 million for such priceless treasures. Chapter 5, Future Sister-in-Law, Greetings. Chen Ge? Zhou Fengting's words jolted Chen Feiping from his reverie. Realizing his lapse in composure, he cleared his throat to mask his surprise. Your room is ready. Please follow me. Thank you, Chen Ge. Please, don't be too formal. I'm not accustomed to it. Since you are staying with me, consider me a friend, Chen Feiping said as he led the 2 sisters to a room adjacent to the main hall. This is the residence of the original owner's late parents, with a larger bed inside, ensuring a more comfortable slumber for them. As for the departed souls, who in the countryside truly cares? Which family's old house has not witnessed death? One cannot simply abandon a room just because someone has passed away. Chen Feiping had tidied up the bedroom with simplicity, laying down a mat and placing 2 pillows. You can sleep here, he offered. All right, Brother Chen. The sisters nodded obediently. Oh wait. Chen Feiping suddenly remembered something. Fengting, come here for a moment. Okay. Zhou Fengting followed Chen Feiping, only to find herself in his room. Her heart raced with excitement. Could it be that Brother Chen? Chen Feiping opened the cabinet and retrieved a thin quilt, handing it to Zhou Fengting. Our village lies at the foot of the mountain. Although it gets hot during the day, it can be quite chilly at night. Cover yourself with this quilt to avoid catching a cold. Zhou Fengting then realized her misunderstanding and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. I was too presumptuous. How could I think of Brother Chen in such a manner? I'm so sorry. Clutching the quilt, she dashed away. Chen Feiping was left in a state of bewilderment, lying on the bed fully clothed. He found himself abruptly transported from modernity to this underdeveloped era, which could be disorienting for anyone. Nonetheless, Chen Feiping, by nature an optimist, felt elated after recently discovering the charming sisters. He quickly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned himself as a wealthy landlord from ancient times, marrying the 2 sisters, reveling in joy on their wedding night, surrounded by abundance. Upon awakening, he found the dawn breaking softly. Soon, he awkwardly realized he needed to change his undergarments. The original owner was already 20 years old, yet still a novice, even lacking basic skills. No wonder he was brimming with energy, spending his days hunting in the mountains and fishing in the rivers. As he stepped outside, the sky was just beginning to reveal its light. Yet the sisters were already awake. The people of this era were industrious, and being newcomers, they dared not indulge in sloth. Brother Chun. Upon seeing him, the sisters greeted him in unison, their gazes instinctively falling upon his hand. Chen Feiping, still holding his discarded undergarment, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He chuckled awkwardly and explained, "It was quite hot last night. I perspired a lot. Let me wash it for you." They offered. No, I can manage. You both should go and start the fire for breakfast." All right. Chen Feiping planned to go fishing in the river later, as his fishing technique promised a bountiful catch for 12 hours, lasting the entire day until noon. He needed to make the most of his time. Just after finishing breakfast, a booming voice resonated from outside the yard. "Feiping." Chen Feiping stepped outside and opened the gate, only to be greeted by a towering figure. The newcomer was extraordinarily tall and robust, with a muscular physique and fists as large as bowls. In stark contrast to his imposing stature was the gentle smile on his face, exuding an aura of harmlessness. Wang Taizhu, affectionately known as Zhuzi, was the neighbor, childhood friend, and hunting companion of the original protagonist. An honest man by nature, Zhuzi had always been somewhat simple-minded. The other children in the village perceived him as foolish and often mocked or bullied him. However, Chen Feiping never looked down upon him. Whenever Zhuzi faced bullying, Feiping would stand up for him, and over time, Zhuzi came to regard him as a brother. "Feiping, are we heading into the mountains?" Zhuzi inquired, shouldering his hunting rifle with a gruff voice. "Not today, we're going fishing instead," Feiping replied. "Fishing? Why would we do that? The river barely has any fish. You'd be lucky to catch one small one after half a day. It's far better to hunt in the mountains." Zhuzi scratched his head, still convinced that hunting was the superior choice. "You don't understand." Chen Feiping whispered conspiratorially, "Last night, the river god appeared to me in a dream and foretold that I would catch many big fish today." "Really?" Zhuzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then I'll join you for fishing." Just as he was about to head home to put away his rifle and grab his fishing rod and bucket, Zhuzi suddenly noticed something, his gaze fixating behind Chen Feiping, his eyes widening in shock. A woman? Feiping's family had a woman. It was none other than Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao, the two sisters who had just finished cleaning their dishes and were heading to the well to fetch water. "Feiping, why are there women at your house?" Zhuzi blurted out. "What do you mean by women? Show some respect." Chen Feiping coughed lightly and chided him in a hushed voice. "That's your future sister-in-law." Zhuzi couldn't fathom how he had suddenly gained two future sisters-in-law, but after a moment's thought, he decided to greet them. He called out from a distance, "Hello, future sisters-in-law." Chen Feiping couldn't help but chuckle. Zhuzi is truly Navi. Can one really say such things? And what do you mean by that? It makes it sound like I wish to take both of them. Even if he did entertain such thoughts, he knew better than to voice them. Zhuzi's thunderous voice carried far, causing both sisters to blush slightly at his words. "All right, hurry back and get your fishing rod and bucket. I'm waiting to go fishing at the river bend." "Okay, Feiping, just wait for me a moment," Zhuzi exclaimed, dashing home with such vigor that it felt as if the ground trembled beneath his feet. Chen Feiping approached the well, chuckling. "That's just my friend. My family rarely has women around," so he misunderstood. "I apologize for any confusion." "It's fine, Brother Chun," the sisters replied, their faces hidden as they continued washing the dishes. However, upon learning that Chen Feiping's household was typically devoid of women, they couldn't help but feel a sense of inexplicable delight. Zhuzi's home was quite close to the Chun residence, merely about 30 meters apart, making them neighbors. Before long, he returned with his fishing gear, and the two set off together to the river bend. After casting their lines into the water for about 10 minutes, Chen Feiping felt a tug on his line and reeled in a sizable fish, estimated to weigh around 6 or 7 pounds. "It seems my extraordinary luck in fishing hasn't yet run out," he mused, invigorated by the catch. Zhuzi, too, felt a surge of excitement. It has become increasingly difficult to catch such substantial fish in the river. It seems the river deity truly imparted a dream to Feiping. However, Zhuzi quickly realized that on Feiping's side, fish were being caught one after another, and they were all sizable. Meanwhile, he sat not far away, having not caught a single one. Zhuzi felt a twinge of frustration, simultaneously harboring a quiet admiration for Feiping's superior fishing skills, which he himself lacked. By noon, the large barrel was filled to the brim, with a few fish even placed into Zhuzi's bucket. Your 50-fold fishing luck has expired. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Feiping also lifted his fishing rod. Without that stroke of fortune, catching fish would prove arduous. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to squander time. Feiping, why have you stopped fishing? Zhuzi inquired, despite his own lack of success. He was thoroughly enjoying watching Feiping reel in one large fish after another. That's enough. When the river deity revealed this to me in a dream, he advised moderation and warned against greed. Feiping feigned a casual excuse. Zhuzi, however, believed him wholeheartedly, contemplating that he too ought to pay homage to the river deity in the future. Chapter 6. The sisters' skilled hands with Zhuzi around. Transporting these 2 barrels of fish home was indeed a simple task. This towering figure possessed the strength of an ox, capable of lifting up to 560 pounds at his maximum. The 2 barrels of fish, weighing just under 100 pounds together, were effortlessly carried by him, one in each hand. At this moment, the 2 sisters were engaged in needlework. Having found themselves idle at home while Chen Feiping was out in the morning, they stumbled upon some thread and needles and decided to mend Feiping's torn garments. Hearing some noise, the 2 women stepped outside. Future sister-in-law, Zhuzi unabashedly exclaimed. They held needles and the tattered clothes of Chen Feiping. Aside from their mother, only a wife would mend a man's clothing, leaving the 2 sisters feeling somewhat bashful and unsure of how to respond. Chen Feiping discreetly gave Zhuzi a nod of approval while maintaining a facade of propriety. Zhuzi refrained from speaking carelessly. Seeing the 2 barrels of fish in Zhuzi's hands, Zhou Fengting cheerfully remarked, "Brother Chen, you've caught so many fish again." Scratching his head, Zhuzi replied, "Future sister-in-law, these are all Feiping's catches. He is exceptional at fishing. I merely sat by and caught nothing." The sisters were taken aback, realizing that this man possessed extraordinary skills. Their admiration grew. In this era, those with survival skills held a distinctive place in the hearts of women. Not bad, just an extended performance. While being modest, Chen Feiping inwardly scolded the system. Damn system. Even fishing luck isn't permanent. How miserly. Just as Zhuzi intended to empty his bucket of fish, Chen Feiping stopped him. "All right, Zhuzi, take a few of those fish back home to eat." "Feiping, these were caught by you. How could I possibly take your fish?" "Does it matter who caught what? Aren't we brothers, Zhuzi? You don't consider me as one?" Chen Feiping pretended to be upset. The tall individual possesses a commendable character, exhibiting a pleasant temperament and a willingness to heed my counsel. He will undoubtedly prove useful in various situations in the future. And Chen Feiping has been exceedingly generous towards him. The sisters, upon hearing this, felt an increased fondness for him. A man who values loyalty and cherishes relationships is undoubtedly an asset in their eyes, especially since both have endured the harshness of societal indifference and the coldness of family members. "Feiping, there's nothing to worry about. You are my brother. Closer than a biological sibling," Zhuzi explained, his tone earnest. Even biological brothers may sometimes deem him lacking in intellect, yet Chen Feiping has never wavered in his acceptance. He holds this good friend in high regard, willing to traverse mountains and endure hardships for him. "Very well, return early and enjoy your meal." "All right, next time I venture into the mountains and procure something, I shall bring it for you." Zhuzi departed, at which point Chen Feiping noticed the sewing materials in the sisters' hands. "Brother Chen, today we discovered some needles and thread in the room, and while hanging your clothes outside to dry, we noticed some tears. So we took the liberty of mending them," Zhou Fengjiao explained. In this era, the girls truly exhibit remarkable dexterity. "Oh, thank you," Chen Feiping expressed, his heart swelling with gratitude. The sisters appeared taken aback. "Please, do not mention it. We have been enjoying your hospitality, so this is the least we could do. Brother Chen, do you have any other garments that require mending? Bring them over, and we shall fix them for you. I have some fishy odor on my hands. Feel free to rummage through my wardrobe in my room. Mend whatever you deem necessary." "Very well, we shall go at once." The afternoon sun blazed mercilessly, prompting Chen Feiping to remain in the main room, observing the sisters as they sewed. Despite the absence of mobile phones, televisions, and even electricity, and a dearth of entertainment options, he found an unexpected tranquility enveloping him, devoid of any restlessness. Unbeknownst to him, his eyelids grew heavy, and he dozed off in the chair. After a considerable time, he suddenly felt a refreshing coolness and opened his eyes to find Zhou Fengjiao diligently fanning him with a large palm leaf, while beads of perspiration gathered on his forehead. "Brother Chen, you are awake. I noticed you sweating earlier, so I thought to fan you. I hope I did not disturb your slumber," she said, her thoughtfulness touching him deeply. To have a girl fan you while being considerate of your rest is a testament to her tenderness. Chen Feiping felt his heart melt. Although they had only known each other for a little over a day, he realized he had genuinely developed feelings for them. It was not merely their beauty that captivated him, but their genuine kindness, industriousness, and impeccable character. No, I've had enough rest. You need not fan me any longer. Direct it towards yourself. You appear to be quite sweaty. Chen Feiping casually wiped the sweat from her brow, causing Zhou Fengjiao to flush. In this conservative era, where interactions between men and women are typically restrained, Chen Feiping's gesture carried an air of ambiguity. However, the sister did not take offense, merely feeling a touch of shyness. At that moment, Zhou Fengting approached with several sets of clothing in hand. Elder brother Chen, the garments are stitched. Please take a look and let me know where adjustments are needed, and I will make the necessary alterations. Chen Feiping casually accepted the clothing, glancing at them briefly before exclaiming, Fengting, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. The repairs were meticulously executed, seamless and robust. Even someone unfamiliar with needlework like Chen Feiping could discern the quality of the stitching. Elder brother Chen, you flatter me, Zhou Fengting replied, her heart swelling with joy. Yet she humbly added, some of these were stitched by my sister. Both of you possess exceptional skills. The one who marries either of you will surely enjoy a lifetime of happiness. Chen Feiping jested, keenly observing the sisters' reactions. They toyed with the edges of the garments, blushing yet clearly pleased by his compliments. Chen Feiping mused that his handsome appearance undoubtedly left a good first impression on the young women, especially since he had taken them in during their time of need. It would not be difficult to win the affection of one of them with a little effort. The challenge lay in securing the affections of both, which required a certain finesse. A misstep could lead to disaster. The following morning, a man and two women shared breakfast in the kitchen, yet again consisting of fish. This had been their daily fare lately. The raccoon meat they had caught was long gone, leaving only fish as sustenance. While having an abundance of fish was commendable, Chen Feiping, as a reborn individual, could not resign himself to such monotony. Eating fish daily would soon become tiresome, and with his previous good fortune in fishing now diminished, he could not rely on that source indefinitely. Moreover, with two additional mouths to feed, he needed to devise new ways to earn money. As Chen Feiping pondered these matters, a crisp electronic notification echoed in his mind. System task. In the shadowy depths of the mountains behind your village, a black boar has been sighted. As large as a calf, with tusks 3 feet long and eyes burning like torches. Each dusk, it descends from the mountains, preying upon livestock and humans alike. Its hooves thundering as it tramples crops, leaving destruction in its wake. Villagers have banded together to pursue it, only to suffer injuries, severed limbs scattered across the fields, blood staining the underbrush. This creature has a particular taste for infants, often breaking into huts at night to snatch children away, leaving mothers helpless, only to hear the chilling sounds of bones crunching and flesh being devoured. A truly harrowing fate. Please eliminate the black boar to rid the villagers of this menace, and you shall receive generous rewards. Chapter 7. The enormous wild boar of the deep mountains. Chen Feiping was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? The system's mention of the black boar seemed not to refer to a mere guinea pig. Based on its description, it resembled more of a wild boar. The essence of the message was clear. A wild boar was wreaking havoc in the village, trampling fields, injuring villagers, and even preying on children. Thankfully, Chen Feiping possessed a solid grasp of language and classical literature. Otherwise, he would have been utterly bewildered. The location of the black boar has been marked. Please complete the system task promptly. Concurrently, a virtual map materialized in Chen Feiping's mind, with a red dot pulsating steadily, evidently representing the wild boar. Chen Feiping couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Setting aside the rewards of the system's tasks, for a hunter, wild boars are a significant bounty. This opportunity was not to be missed. However, venturing into that area alone was unwise. As the saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. A frenzied wild boar poses a substantial threat to hunters. If a single shot fails to bring it down, one could find themselves in dire straits. Moreover, the red dot on the map was quite distant from the village, nestled deep within the mountains. While the wilderness teems with more game than the outskirts, it is fraught with peril. Aside from wild boars, one might encounter packs of wolves and other ferocious beasts, making it perilous to venture alone. This is where the importance of having a hunting partner becomes evident. In the past, the original owner of this body would always venture into the mountains accompanied by Zhuzi, providing mutual support and synergy during hunts. Additionally, if a substantial catch were made, it would be quite challenging for Chun Faping to manage it alone, considering the remoteness of the mountains and the lack of well-trodden paths. However, with Zhuzi by his side, the situation would be different. He could carry several hundred pounds from the depths of the forest. Faping. A deep, thunderous voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Ah, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Zhuzi enjoyed accompanying Chun Faping, for his good friend would never look down on him, and Chun Faping was clever and full of ideas. Swiftly finishing the last 2 bites of his meal, Chun Faping stepped outside and opened the door. Zhuzi, you're just in time. Let us head into the mountains. All right. Zhuzi grinned widely, patting the hunting rifle on his back, which he had already brought along, after a brief exchange with his 2 sisters, letting them know he might not return for lunch and instructing them to prepare their own meal. Chun Faping equipped himself with a hunting rifle and a machete for any unforeseen circumstances. Luoyan Bay is a picturesque village, nestled by the water's edge, with a river bend nearby and the vast, undulating mountains stretching behind the village. Besides Chun Faping and Zhuzi, there were numerous hunters in the village. But the larger game had become a rare sight near the vicinity, leaving only small creatures like wild chickens, hares, and raccoons to hunt. However, Chun Faping harbored greater ambitions, and, with his skills and courage, along with a hunting partner as strong as an ox, he often ventured into the deep mountains, yielding considerable rewards and thus enjoying a relatively prosperous life. As for the other hunters, they rarely entered the dense forests. The dangers were too great, and the distance was daunting. It required traversing several high mountains, and even the swiftest could take 3 hours for a round trip, leaving them unsure how to transport any substantial game they might catch. Both were seasoned visitors to the deep mountains. Chun Faping was agile, moving swiftly through the terrain, and despite Zhuzi's imposing stature, he was remarkably quick in navigating the hills. After an hour and a half of traversing several mountains, the trees grew denser and more robust, marking the entrance to the deep wilderness, where human footprints were scarce. Chun Faping did not pause, continuing onward, still some distance from the coordinates of the red dot provided by the system. Faping, are we still going deeper? Zhuzi inquired, somewhat perplexed. They were accustomed to hunting in this vicinity, having become quite familiar with the terrain. However, Chun Faping seemed intent on delving deeper. Without looking back, he exclaimed, last night, the mountain deity delivered a dream to me, revealing that there lies great treasure within that mountain. Really? Zhuzi responded, his excitement palpable. Yet, he pondered why it was always deities bestowing dreams upon Faping, first the river god, now the mountain god. Why was there no divine visitation for him? Zhuzi found himself perplexed. Did even the gods deem him too foolish? After traversing another mountain, they finally arrived at the location indicated by the red light. However, there was no sign of wild boars or any other game. Chun Faping felt a twinge of curiosity. Could the dog system be deceiving him, providing false information? Suddenly, he made a discovery, crouching down to inspect the ground. Hoofprints, oval in shape, and upon closer examination, they were indeed made by wild boars. Chun Faping had inherited not only the memories of his predecessor, but also his hunting skills, possessing an acute sense of observation. Zhuzi, on the other hand, was more carefree and often relied on Faping to spot the prey first. It turned out that the coordinates provided by the dog system merely indicated the wild boar's previous location, which explained why the red light remained motionless. Chun Faping felt a wave of frustration. This flawed system, having misled him through time and space, was further compounded by outdated information. Was it akin to a service that offered bonuses for recharging? Wild boar tracks. Zhuzi exclaimed, his enthusiasm rekindled. Chun Faping gathered his wits. At least they had some clues to follow, and pursuing these leads could potentially yield results. He was confident in his tracking abilities. The boar was substantial, likely weighing over 300 pounds. Understanding the habits of the prey was vital. Wild boars were not to be trifled with, and such large specimens posed a greater threat, capable of endangering their lives with a single misstep. Chun Faping narrowed his eyes, asking, Zhuzi, are you afraid? Zhuzi thumped his chest, declaring, not afraid. Let us go after it. As they pursued the clues, they uncovered more signs of wild boar activity, evidence of rooting in the earth, characterized by elongated furrows and loosened soil. Additionally, the boar's passage trampled vegetation, creating discernible trails, and its gnawing on tree bark left bite marks. Each indication brought them closer to the elusive beast. Suddenly, Chun Faping halted. As Zhuzi prepared to speak, he gestured for silence and pointed ahead. Following his direction, Zhu Zi's body tensed, his pupils constricting. Beneath a large tree lay a dark, massive creature, sporting two long tusks that curled upward, its bristly back standing erect. This beast likely exceeded 400 pounds. Typically, wild boars weigh between 90 and 200 pounds, but this one, surpassing 400, was a rare specimen indeed. What astonished the two individuals even more was the sight of the wild boar voraciously devouring a wild rabbit. As an omnivorous creature, the wild boar not only feasts on grass, roots, tree bark, berries, and nuts, but also consumes worms, snails, insects, and even birds, mice, and rabbits. In times of scarcity, it may resort to snakes and lizards. However, it was their first encounter witnessing a wild boar consuming a rabbit whole, bones and skin included. A display of brutality that was truly alarming. Chen Feiping inhaled deeply, realizing the formidable nature of this beast. Chapter 8. The system task has been completed, and a foundation-building elixir has been rewarded. What on earth is this? The two men grasped their shotguns and stealthily approached the massive wild boar. Its thick hide and substantial build necessitated a close-range shot, as they aimed to take it down with their first round. Armed with homemade shotguns, lacking the capability for rapid fire, the significance of their initial ammunition was paramount. Engrossed in its feast, the wild boar, accustomed to reigning supreme in these remote mountains, remained oblivious to the impending threat. It was only when Chen Feiping and Zhu Zi drew within 20 meters that the boar's ears perked up and it lifted its head. Rather than exhibiting fear at the unexpected visitors, it revealed a fierce glare, dropping the rabbit from its jaws, and charged forward with a wild roar. The expressions of the two men shifted. Previous encounters with wild boars had either resulted in flight at the sight of humans or a defensive attack when provoked. This colossal wild boar was brazen. Zhu Zi instinctively raised his homemade gun. He was accustomed to using a shotgun, which packed a powerful punch. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, and blood splattered from the boar, yet it did not collapse. Instead, it grew even more enraged. The advantage of the homemade gun lay in its wide impact at close range, but it suffered from a short effective distance and lacked precision. Though the wild boar had been struck, it was not critically wounded and continued to fight back ferociously. With a painful bellow, it charged towards Chen Feiping, who, being smaller in stature, appeared to it as an easy target. Unfortunately for the boar, it had chosen the wrong opponent. Unfazed by the aggressive advance of the wild boar, Chen Feiping remained calm and steady as a rock. His feet remained planted, eyes narrowed, as he aimed his shotgun with deliberate focus. Simultaneously, he calculated the distance: 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Feiping, Zhu Zi called out, alarmed to see the boar so close, without Chen Feiping taking action. He feared that even his robust frame might not withstand the charge of such a massive beast, its sharp tusks capable of eviscerating a person. Bang! The second gunshot echoed through the mountains. As Chen Feiping fired, he rolled aside, narrowly evading the boar's attack. In a thunderous crash, the enormous creature collapsed, convulsed a few times, and then lay still, a bloodied hole now adorning its forehead. Chen Feiping had employed a single-shot shotgun, which, while offering less coverage than the homemade gun, boasted greater range, penetrating power, and ease of control. He possessed unwavering confidence in his marksmanship, for hunting necessitated a single-barrel shotgun. Otherwise, a mere shot would leave nothing but a scattering of meat when faced with hares or pheasants. However, a wild boar, when charging, was not so easily targeted. Thus, Chen Feiping did not take aim until it was approximately 5 meters away, ultimately achieving a precise and lethal shot. Feiping, are you all right? Zhu Zi hurriedly approached, helping him to his feet. I'm fine. Chen Feiping dusted off his clothes, exhibiting a demeanor of ease and composure. For the reborn Chen Feiping, this marked his inaugural foray into the mountains for hunting, culminating in the takedown of a formidable beast. Throughout the entire ordeal, he maintained an extraordinary calm, a testament to the original owner's experience and confidence. As the two approached the wild boar, Zhu Zi beheld the bullet hole on its forehead, and he found himself in complete awe of Chen Feiping. While he himself would have panicked at the boar's charge, Feiping had the audacity to wait until such a close distance to fire. It was truly remarkable. Zhu Zi, being a man of sheer courage yet lacking in strategy, needed someone to lead him. Conversely, Chen Feiping embodied both valor and cunning. Thus Zhu Zi heeded his every command. The host has slain the black boar, eliminating a menace for the villagers. The crisp electronic voice rang out. Chen Feiping felt a surge of excitement. Rewards incoming. I wonder what I shall receive. However, Knowing the nature of the dog system, it was likely to be something with a time limit. You have received the Great Yin Heavenly Transformation Pill. Consuming it will cleanse your marrow and alter your constitution, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. Accompanied by the system prompt. A snow-white pill appeared in Chen Fei Ping's mind, the size of a longan, exquisitely crafted with a flawless surface resembling a pearl. What is this? Chen Fei Ping was taken aback. Is there really a spiritual pill as a reward? Could it be that the realm of the Great Qian dynasty is also a world of cultivation? With child-eating pig demons roaming the mountains, it might just be possible. Finally, the dog system had rewarded him with something devoid of a time limit. Yet, Chen Fei Ping found himself in a quandary. Should he consume this Great Yin Heavenly Transformation Pill? He was on Earth, not in a world of cultivation, and his physique was not as robust as theirs, surely. It wouldn't lead to his demise, would it? Contemplating this, Chen Fei Ping inquired with his thoughts, System, will consuming this pill result in death or any adverse effects? The Great Yin Heavenly Transformation Pill is crafted from the finest foundational spiritual materials and is suitable for individuals of all ages, including infants, to enhance their cultivation talent. The host need not worry. Chen Fei Ping mused that it was quite the contrary. If it were any other system, he would not be apprehensive. However, given that this was a rather inept system that even struggled with traversing coordinates, how could he possibly feel at ease? Yet, if he chose not to consume the pill, he would squander the system's reward, and who knew what other peculiar rewards might come in the future. He could not afford to abandon them all. Thus, he decided to trust the dog system this once. Gritting his teeth, he extracted the snow-white pill from the system panel and brought it to his nose for a sniff. A faint, delightful fragrance wafts through the air, reminiscent of a blend of jasmine and snow lotus, soothing to the senses. With a fervent invocation to Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Tathagata Buddha, and the Supreme Old Lord for protection, Chen Fei Ping resolutely swallowed the pill. Instantly, a refreshing aura enveloped him, delicately nourishing his entire being, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Remarkably, it felt rather pleasant. He sighed in relief. Despite the system's shortcomings, it had not deceived him. However, a thought soon crossed his mind. The earth was not a realm of cultivation, lacking spiritual energy. This elixir was meant for foundational building, which seemed rather futile. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he was alive, dismissing further concerns. At that moment, Zhuzi had also finished draining the wild boar's blood. This process, akin to that of slaughtering a domestic pig, helps reduce bacterial growth in the meat while cleansing the blood and enhancing its color and flavor. Failing to do so would result in the coagulation of blood within, quickly leading to a foul odor. With this hefty catch, the day's efforts were richly rewarded. Given the heat, they needed to descend the mountain promptly to prevent the pork from spoiling. Though they had set out early and trekked for nearly 2 hours, it was still just past 8 o'clock, and the sun was not yet overly intense. For other hunters, even capturing a 400-pound wild boar posed challenges in transporting it back to the village, especially in the heat, where time was of the essence to avoid spoilage. This apprehension was one reason village hunters typically hesitated to venture into the deep mountains during summer. However, with Zhuzi by his side, this was not a concern. Zhuzi had brought a carrying frame into the mountains, securing the boar tightly before slinging it over his back, while Chen Fei Ping assisted from behind. This was their usual method of cooperation when dealing with large game, and Zhuzi bore no complaints, recognizing Chen Fei Ping's combination of bravery and intellect, while he himself was more suited to lend physical strength. An hour later, the refreshing sensation within Chen Fei Ping began to fade, replaced by an increasing heat enveloping him, akin to plunging into a furnace, causing beads of sweat to pour down his body. Panic set in. How could this be? Was he destined to perish once more? No, not now. He had just been reborn, and there were 2 mouths at home that needed feeding. Whether by divine intervention or mere coincidence, the intense heat gradually subsided, ultimately dissipating. To his astonishment, he found himself feeling light as a feather, brimming with boundless energy, fatigue forgotten. As he passed a grand tree, he instinctively threw a punch, producing a sharp sound that sliced through the air with remarkable speed and force. The tree trembled slightly, yet Chen Fei Ping was both astonished and elated. Such a massive tree would not sway even from Zhuzi's might, let alone his own muscle mass. Could this be the effect of that wondrous elixir? Has it truly transformed me, purifying my essence and bestowing upon me internal strength? If that is indeed the case, then this peculiar system possesses some merit. Chapter 9. Entering the city with a wild boar at this moment, Zhuzi was drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. The sturdy fellow could carry nearly 600 pounds on level ground, yet traversing the mountains presented a different challenge. Moreover, this wild boar was exceptionally large, the heaviest game they had encountered since entering the mountains. As they ascended several peaks, Zhuzi's pace began to falter. Seeing this, Chen Feiping offered, "Zhuzi, allow me to take over. After consuming the Dian Tianhua pill, I am eager to test the extent of my newfound strength." Zhuzi chuckled foolishly. "No worries, Feiping. I'm not tired. Just let me rest for a moment, and I'll carry it again." Chen Feiping insisted, "Switching off will expedite our descent. Otherwise, the boar's meat will spoil. Let me try. If I can't manage, we can fashion a branch to share the load." "Very well." Zhuzi relented, yielding to Chen Feiping's determination. He unloaded the wild boar onto Chen Feiping's back, saying, "If you find it too heavy, we can carry it together. Come now, Zhuzi, don't underestimate me. A man must not admit defeat." Chen Feiping laughed as he summoned his strength and hoisted the enormous boar onto his back. In the village, many robust men could lift over 300 pounds on flat terrain, and among the younger generation, Chen Feiping was considered strong, able to carry nearly 400 pounds on level ground. However, handling more than 200 pounds on a mountain trail was quite a strain. To his astonishment, he found that carrying this 400-pound wild boar was not particularly arduous. It felt as though the boar had lightened to a mere 100 pounds. With strides as confident as if he were walking on flat ground, Chen Feiping ascended the mountain. "Ah, it seems I truly possess internal strength." Zhuzi watched, his eyes wide with disbelief. Having hunted alongside his good friend, he was well aware of Chen Feiping's capabilities. Though he acknowledged that their strengths were not comparable, he knew that Chen Feiping struggled with loads exceeding 250 pounds. Yet, this colossal wild boar appeared almost effortless for him to carry. Zhuzi was puzzled. Could it be that Feiping had been dreaming of deities recently, receiving their blessings and enhancing his strength? After a moment of contemplation, he hurried to catch up. Once Chen Feiping had shouldered the burden, he did not switch again, continuing to carry the remaining distance to the village, even moving faster than Zhuzi, all without a single breath of exhaustion. Upon hearing the commotion in the courtyard, the two sisters emerged. "Brother Chen, you're back." Before they could finish their sentence, their eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the massive creature perched on Chen Feiping's back. Anyone who laid eyes on such a colossal wild boar would be taken aback. Weighing 400 pounds, it was an awe-inspiring sight to see Chen Feiping bearing it. The scene evoked the image of an ant carrying a weight several times its size. Just days prior, he had returned with fish weighing mere dozens of pounds, and now he had procured a wild boar weighing hundreds. They could hardly fathom the remarkable prowess of this man. Chen Feiping hoisted the wild boar into the kitchen and placed it in a large wooden basin. He clapped his hands, his complexion untroubled, leaving Zhuzi in profound admiration. "Fengting, Fengjiao, please boil 2 pots of water in the kitchen. We need to prepare the pig." "Yes, Brother Chen." The sisters dutifully obeyed. "Zhuzi, return home, clean the cart, and bring it over. We won't be able to finish all this pork ourselves. Just keep some for yourselves and sell the rest." "Understood." Zhuzi headed home as well. Half an hour later, the 2 pots of water were boiling. The water was poured into the basin, and after scalding the pig, they used tools to scrape off the bristles. They then opened the abdomen to remove the entrails. Chen Feiping sliced off a front leg and some belly meat, quickly boiled some noodles for Zhuzi and himself, and then placed the processed wild boar onto the cart, covering it with a tarp. Before departing, he advised the sisters, "We will sell this wild boar. We might return a bit late, so do not wait for us. Please prepare dinner for yourselves." "Brother Chen, should we accompany you?" Fengting proactively suggested. "It's unnecessary for so many of us. Just Zhuzi and I will suffice." "All right then." After final instructions, Chen Feiping and Zhuzi set off with the cart. Luoyan Bay was over 20 miles from the town. Typically, they would sell any surplus meat in town. However, Zhuzi soon noticed that after leaving the village and reaching a fork in the road, Chen Feiping was heading in a different direction. "Feiping, aren't we going to the town?" Zhuzi inquired, surprised. "No," Chen Feiping replied, shaking his head. Recalling the previous times they sold wild boar meat in town, he realized it was not profitable. The meat was often considered gamey, and many were unaware of how to prepare it. Additionally, the lean meat was abundant while the fat was scarce, making it less desirable. Given the current economic conditions, people had little disposable income, and fatty cuts of pork were the most expensive. Customers frequently became irate if they received too little lean meat from the butcher. However, in certain special locales, wild boar meat might fetch a better price. Concluding this, Chen Feiping declared, "This time, we will sell in the city." The city? Zhu Zi echoed. "Yes. People in the city have money. We can earn more." "Oh," Zhu Zi nodded. He had unwavering faith in Chen Feiping's decisions. The city was over 40 miles from Luoyang Bay, but both were strong hunters, having carried a 400-pound wild boar from the mountains. Pushing a cart on flat ground was remarkably easy. 2.5 hours later, they entered the urban area. Instead of heading to the market, Chen Feiping directed them to a bank dormitory in the city center. In the 1980s, employees of state-owned enterprises were relatively affluent, and banking staff were even more so. Moreover, city dwellers found it easier to purchase pork than those in the town, and there were even premium pork options available. Thus, while they were not particularly interested in ordinary pork, they might be intrigued by game meat for a change in flavor. Chen Feiping pulled back the tarp from the cart, revealing the wild boar in all its glory. In this parallel world, the year is 1988, a decade after the reforms initiated in 1978. Although the planned economy has yet to fully transition to a market economy, many goods have begun to be traded freely, allowing for small transactions without the need for subterfuge. While domestically raised pork cannot be sold, under threat of arrest, the meat of wild boars hunted in the mountains poses no such risk. Otherwise, the original owner and Zhu Zi would have faced imprisonment long ago for selling wild boar in town. Freshly hunted wild boar meat. Buy 2, get 1 free, while supplies last. Don't miss out. Chen Feiping bellowed, his voice resonating like a bell, surprising even himself with its volume. When did my voice become so powerful, akin to a lion's roar? It must be my internal energy enhancing my lungs. Zhu Zi scratched his head. Feiping, 1 TA buy 2 get 1 free deal be too much of a loss. Not at all. We can simply raise the price a bit. Besides, what we're giving away isn't prime meat. It's merely some worthless scraps, perhaps some offal or bones. A smirk of a cunning merchant appeared at the corner of Chen Feiping's mouth. No tricks, no trade. First, we must attract the customers. Feiping, that is a brilliant idea. Zhu Zi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. My brother is so clever, I can't fathom how his mind works. At 3:30 in the afternoon, some family members of bank employees were on their way to buy groceries when Chen Feiping's lion-like shout drew them out of their courtyards, gathering around his cart. An elderly gentleman with a slicked-back hairstyle and hands clasped behind his back, resembling a retired official, inquired, "Is this wild boar meat fresh? I heard it's buy 2, get 1 free, right?" "Indeed, sir. This wild boar meat is absolutely fresh, just hunted and prepared for sale." Chen Feiping's use of the term sir was well received by the gentleman. This man was a former vice president of the bank, accustomed to flattery during his tenure. However, after retirement, he found himself somewhat forgotten, and it had been a long time since anyone had addressed him as sir, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Hearing this long-lost title from a young man like Chen Feiping instantly warmed him to the lad, thinking that the youth had a keen sense of discernment. Chuckling, Chen Feiping added, "The buy 2 get 1 free offer is accurate, but I regret to inform you that the free portion cannot be prime cuts, only some offal or bones. You little sly one." Quite the strategist. The former vice president, recognizing Chen Feiping's cleverness, felt no anger, for he was accustomed to being called sir by others. Furthermore, as a leader, one must maintain a level of composure and not quibble with the youth. He then inquired, "And how much per pound?" "Not expensive at all. Just 2 yuan and 60 cents. Chen Feiping replied with a smile. The gentleman frowned. 2 yuan and 60 cents is not cheap, considering regular pork is only 1 yuan and 50 cents per pound. Why is wild boar meat so pricey? City dwellers may have wealth, but they are not foolish. Those working in institutions are astute, and persuading them requires some eloquence." Chen Feiping remained calm and composed. "Leader, as you know, we do not require meat vouchers for wild boar. In the free market, that premium pork is priced at 3 yuan per gene, which is 4 times more expensive than my wild boar. Moreover, just look at the size of this wild boar. It weighs a hefty 400 gene, almost extraordinary. It is not much leaner than domestic pigs. Currently, the market lacks the technological advancements and robust methods to breed pigs. The livestock in the slaughterhouses are typically raised on pig feed, and weighing over 100 gene is quite rare, far from the plumpness of future generations." After making this comparison, Chen Feiping began to lament his plight. "Leader, capturing this wild boar is no easy feat. We had to venture deep into the mountains, and it was quite ferocious. It took several shots to bring it down, and I nearly had its tusks pierce my abdomen. narrowly escaping with my life. After killing it, we had to carry this 400-gene behemoth down from the mountain. Do you think that was easy for us? Upon hearing his tale, the audience was moved with sympathy. The arduous struggle others faced to hunt this wild boar, nearly losing their lives, made the price seem quite reasonable. In Chapter 10, a considerable profit of over 700 yuan allowed him to temporarily satiate the hunger of two mouths at home. Recognizing the opportune moment, Chen Feiping seized the chance. Channeling his inner Oscar-winning actor, he gritted his teeth and proposed, "How about this? In light of our recent opening, I shall reduce the price by a dime, making it 2 yuan and 50 cents per gene, and also include some offal or bones, but only while supplies last. Once it's gone, it's gone." No sooner had he finished speaking than the leader interjected, "Young man, give me 2 gene and include some offal." "Certainly, leader. Please hold on while I cut the finest belly meat for you." Chen Feiping retrieved a scale from beneath the counter and sliced some belly meat. "Look, leader. It weighs a full 2 gene. The scale is barely holding." As he spoke, Chen Feiping slyly added a small extra piece, leveraging the customer's desire for a bargain. A savvy business strategy that, in this instance, was purely generous. He then cut some offal and tied them together with dry straw. "Young man, you are quite generous." The leader, thoroughly satisfied, handed over 5 yuan without a hint of hesitation. Despite the low incomes of the era, many villagers earning merely 20 to 30 yuan a month, the salaries in state-owned enterprises were considerably higher. This leader, along with his spouse drawing pensions, and their son and daughter-in-law both employed at the bank, enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle, allowing them to occasionally splurge on meat. This former vice president set a positive precedent, prompting other bank employees' family members to feel tempted, although some remained hesitant. One person inquired, "How do you prepare wild boar meat? It won't be too gamey, will it?" "Not at all," Chen Feiping assured them, patting his chest for emphasis. "When you return home, cut the meat into small pieces. Blanch it in boiling water, then rinse it thoroughly. Add some white wine, sugar, salt, ginger, and green onions, and marinate for about 10 minutes. Then simmer it for half an hour. It will be delicious and utterly irresistible." If it weren't palatable, do you think that leader would have bought it? Upon hearing this, the crowd found it quite reasonable, as they were aware that the big-headed fellow was the former vice president who often frequented the state-run restaurant and had quite the discerning palate. "All right then, I shall take 2 pounds, no offal, just bones. Make sure to give me 2 pounds as well. It must be ample. Rest assured, it will be precisely measured." No deception here. Business swiftly flourished, and soon, more family members of bank employees emerged from the courtyard. In those times, it was somewhat rare for units to have such communal gatherings, and news spread rapidly among neighbors. Upon learning that someone was selling wild boar meat at the entrance, along with offal or bones, everyone rushed out. Even those who initially had no intention of buying found themselves drawn in by the commotion. And as they observed the growing crowd, their resolve to purchase weakened. Consumers often possess this mindset. When a multitude vies for something, it surely must be a bargain. If others are buying and one refrains, they might miss out. The two of them became quite busy, each wielding a butcher's knife, swiftly preparing the wild boar meat. Within half an hour, they had sold nearly half of the boar. However, the stream of customers soon dwindled, as those who wished to buy had already made their purchases. With decisive resolve, Chen Feiping declared, "Zhuzi, let us move to another location." They transitioned once more to the government dormitory and hospital quarters, employing the same sales tactics. And by 5 o'clock, the wild boar was entirely sold out. Looking at the empty cart, Zhuzi beamed with delight, "Feiping, we sold the wild boar meat so quickly this time, and at a much higher price than before. City folks are quite affluent. They don't hesitate to purchase 2 pounds at a time." Previously, when he and Chen Feiping visited the town to buy, wild boar meat cost merely 1 yuan 50 per pound without ration tickets, significantly less than now. Moreover, there was a time when they couldn't sell it all by evening and had to take it home for themselves. Chen Feiping chuckled. In his previous life, he was also a businessman. Though not in the meat trade, he was well versed in various sales tactics, especially considering that the current vendors were not particularly savvy. "Zhuzi, let us count how much we've earned." They retreated to a secluded corner, where Chen Feiping retrieved a bag filled with cash, predominantly in whole yuan. As most customers bought in pairs to qualify for promotional offers. Seeing this substantial pile of money, Zhuzi hurriedly shielded it with his body, wary of local ruffians spotting it. Chen Feiping found it amusing. He thought to himself that given Zhuzi's stature, who would dare to rob them? Such an act would be quite foolish. After all, With his own strength and skills, he could easily subdue any petty thief attempting to rob them. The money was quickly counted, twice to ensure accuracy, and the result remained consistent. Zhuzi, we have earned a total of 712 yuan and 60 cents. Over 700 yuan? Zhuzi gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. Last time, he and Chen Feiping had only sold the wild boar for a mere 130 yuan. That was merely a female wild boar, far inferior in size to this magnificent specimen, weighing only around 160 to 70 pounds. The price at the market would also be nearly half of this one. And in the end, only a modest portion of wild boar meat remained to take home, resulting in a mere sum of just over 100 yuan, which amounted to less than 1/5 of the value of the magnificent boar. It was no wonder that Zhuzi was so astonished. Chen Feiping, however, was not surprised. The sum aligned closely with his expectations. After all, he had been a businessman before his rebirth and had learned to project sales figures. The yield of wild boar meat is actually higher than that of domestic pigs, with artificially raised pigs yielding between 80 to 85%. The yield in the wild is lower, but this extraordinary wild boar had lived a rather comfortable life in the deep mountains, feasting on various small creatures to enhance its diet, resulting in a well-fattened physique. It was estimated that the yield could reach 75%. Calculating in this manner, from a 400-pound boar, one could expect 300 pounds of meat, priced at 2 yuan 50 per pound, totaling 750 yuan. However, Chen Feiping reserved a portion for his own consumption, and, since he had generously offered extra pieces to some customers, the final tally was approximately accurate. Chen Feiping divided the proceeds into 2 portions, handing one to Zhuzi. Here, this is yours, 356 yuan and 30 cents each. Zhuzi quickly waved his hands. No, Feiping, I cannot accept such a large sum. This wild boar was a gift from the mountain god, and it was your endeavor that brought in this considerable amount. I merely benefited from your good fortune. Just give me a small share. Although they were good brothers, Zhuzi felt that Chen Feiping was the one who deserved the lion's share of the reward for this successful hunt. Furthermore, Feiping had 2 women to support at home, while he had no such obligations. After much insistence, Zhuzi steadfastly refused to take more, leaving Chen Feiping with no choice but to keep 500 for himself and give Zhuzi the remaining 200, which was a rough 70-30 split. Zhuzi was still hesitant, suggesting that 100 would suffice for him. Chen Feiping, feeling exasperated, retorted, Zhuzi, while I do have to support my future wives, I cannot neglect my brother. If you only take 100, then we should no longer venture into the mountains together, nor associate with each other. In his previous life, Chen Feiping was also a man of loyalty to his brothers, and he would never betray Zhuzi, who was a good man. Logically, given his significant contribution, he should indeed claim a larger share. However, it was inconceivable that it would be an unequal division. What kind of brother would he consider Zhuzi to be? All right, then I shall take 200. Feiping, please do not be angry. Zhuzi panicked, for Chen Feiping was his only true brother, and he feared losing his friendship. As for his biological brothers at home, it was better left unsaid. During the division of inheritances, the eldest brother and sister-in-law had fought fiercely to claim more, treating their younger brother like a fool. Despite Zhuzi's simplicity, he was well aware of who treated him kindly and who did not. Once the money was divided, the 2 men joyfully set off on their journey home. With 500 yuan in hand, Chen Feiping felt a sense of security. In the 1980s, this was no trifling amount. For the workers in the state-owned enterprises in the city, it represented nearly 8 to 9 months of salary. With this, he could temporarily feed the 2 mouths at home. By the time he returned home, it was already past 7 o'clock, and darkness had enveloped the surroundings. With wild boar meat prepared at home, Chen Feiping invited Zhuzi in for dinner before he headed back, sparing him the trouble of cooking after a long day. Zhuzi, still unmarried and living alone after the division of the family, accepted the invitation. However, Chen Feiping quickly discovered something remarkable. The 2 sisters had already prepared dinner, but the stewed wild boar remained in the pot, and the rice in another pot had yet to be touched. Surprised, Chen Feiping exclaimed, "You haven't eaten yet? I mentioned I might be late. You could have dined without me. Brother Chen, we are not hungry. We will wait for you to return to eat together." Their words deeply touched Chen Feiping. Truly, they were exceptional young women. Though he refrained from overly sentimental expressions, he resolutely decided in his heart to cherish the 2 sisters, treating them well and ensuring they would lead a good life. Chapter 11. The ambiguous affection in the kitchen at midnight. as everyone felt the pangs of hunger. They promptly began to eat. Following Chun Feiping's suggestion, Zhou Fengtian had stewed the wild boar with potatoes. The elder sister's culinary skills were as impeccable as ever. She had expertly prepared the wild boar, making it tender and aromatic, with the potatoes absorbing ample broth, bursting with flavor and whetting the appetite. Chun Feiping savored the meal with great delight, while Zhuzi seemed somewhat hesitant, reluctant to indulge fully in the feast, taking only a meager portion of the wild boar. Chun Feiping, ever generous, said nothing, but he worried that his dear brother's future wife might take offense. In their village, many friendships had frayed as men married, becoming distant and cautious about dining at their brothers' homes, wary of the disapproving glances from their wives for taking too much food. Noticing Zhuzi's reticence, Chun Feiping furrowed his brow, understanding that Zhuzi had an impressive appetite, especially after a long day of labor in the mountains and the town. Zhuzi, eat more. What's the matter? There's plenty of pork here, yet you're just nibbling. Though Chun Feiping could not fathom Zhuzi's thoughts and concerns, he served him 2 generous spoonfuls of meat. Zhuzi felt a surge of gratitude, thinking to himself how supportive his brother was, unafraid of his sister-in-law's judgment, especially since she appeared to be quite accommodating. After dinner, Zhuzi returned home, taking with him some leftover wild boar, ensuring he would have a meal the following morning. Once the meal was finished, the sisters tidied up, allowing Chun Feiping to retire for a well-deserved bath. Zhou Fengtian took his soiled clothes to wash, enabling him to rest sooner. After bathing, Chun Feiping returned to his room, feeling somewhat fatigued. As he lay in bed, a sudden thought struck him. Tomorrow was the town's market day. Having earned 500 yuan, he could take the sisters to the market to purchase some items. In the dead of night, Chun Feiping awoke, having consumed too much stewed wild boar at dinner. He felt a thirst creeping in. He rolled out of bed, opened the door, and made his way to the kitchen, intending to pour himself a glass of water. Before he could reach the kitchen, he suddenly heard a faint sound of sobbing. The weeping was subtle, emanating from the kitchen, and judging by the voice, it belonged to a woman. However, ever since Chun Feiping consumed that foundational spiritual pill, his senses had sharpened considerably, allowing him to catch the sound. The dilapidated earthen house, the pitch-black courtyard, and the midnight sobs conjured images of a ghostly woman from a horror film, sending chills down his spine. Yet, rather than fear, it stirred within him a sense of exhilaration. With enough courage, perhaps the ghost was on a leave of absence. Grateful for nature's offerings, Chun Feiping treaded softly, stealthily approaching the kitchen door, where the absence of light pollution rendered the night particularly dark, making it nearly impossible to see a hand in front of one's face. Nonetheless, Chun Feiping's keen eyesight discerned a vague silhouette seated on a stool by the stove, facing away from him. As he drew closer, the figure suddenly turned, revealing a pair of bright, wide eyes filled with a hint of fear. Who? Her voice was delicate and gentle, yet familiar. Fengting. Chun Feiping was taken aback. Brother Chun. Zhou Fengting sighed in relief. What brings you here? I woke up feeling a bit parched, so I came to get some water, she replied. Chun Feiping inquired, why were you crying? Did someone bully you, or are you uncomfortable staying at my place? No, Brother Chun, please don't misunderstand. Zhou Fengting hurriedly explained, I was just dreaming. Dreaming? It was then that Chun Feiping learned she had dreamt of her deceased parents, and upon waking, she felt an overwhelming sadness, compounded by the realization of being in a foreign land, uncertain of her future. Overwhelmed by emotion, she could not help but shed tears. Wanting to avoid disturbing her sister, she had come to the kitchen to vent her feelings. Chun Feiping took a seat beside her on the stool. It's all right, Fengting. You can stay here as long as you like. I won't force you to leave. Really, Brother Chun? Zhou Fengting wiped her tears, her spirits lifting. Chun Feiping smiled. Of course, a man must keep his word. Fengting, don't be sad. Although your parents are gone, you still have your sister. Look at me. I'm all alone, yet I continue to live my life. One must always look forward, right? As he spoke, he gently took her delicate hand in his. Fengting. If you don't mind, you can consider me family from now on. Zhou Fengting shuddered slightly. Her cheeks flushed, yet she did not withdraw her hand, allowing Chun Feiping to hold it. The girl, once feeling utterly alone, found a new anchor in this man. The serendipity of the 1980s was truly remarkable, an unexpected encounter. A request for a glass of water, and she entrusted herself to a man she had known for less than 3 days. Of course, women in previous lives might engage with a man after just one night, but that was merely a dalliance. However, Zhou Fengting's situation was different. Willingly placing her hand in Chun Feiping's grasp signified a lifelong commitment, henceforth considering him her man, unwavering until death. Chun Feiping felt a surge of joy within him. Indeed, Feng Ting harbored affections for him. Otherwise, she would have displayed signs of resistance. However, he refrained from taking further steps. Although their relationship with Zhou Feng Ting was progressing swiftly, it did not imply that other young women were easily won over. Patience was essential, one must not rush. The enjoyment of the journey itself was quite delightful. In the dimly lit kitchen, the two remained silent, savoring the tranquility and sweetness of the moment. After a considerable time, Chun Feiping reluctantly released his hold, saying, "All right, Feng Ting, you should head back to rest early. Tomorrow morning, there is an early market in town. I will take you and Feng Jiao to it. Yes, Brother Chun, you should also sleep early." Upon returning to her room, Zhou Feng Ting gently opened the door. Finding her sister Zhou Feng Jiao still lost in slumber, completely unaware of her departure. Gazing at her sister's silhouette, Zhou Feng Ting suddenly pondered a matter. It seemed that Feng Jiao also harbored feelings for Brother Chen. If she were to discover that I have developed a relationship with him, would she be heartbroken? This thought made her heart twist with concern. The following morning, during breakfast, Zhou Feng Ting maintained her usual demeanor, as though nothing had transpired, though she occasionally stole glances at Chun Feiping, quickly averting her gaze. Since Chun Feiping had no immediate plans to reveal their relationship, Zhou Feng Ting was content to keep it a secret, fearing that Zhou Feng Jiao might feel upset. Furthermore, considering she had only known Chun Feiping for less than 3 days before becoming involved with him, she wondered how her sister would react. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng Jiao seemed preoccupied, her thoughts drifting back to the afternoon when she fanned the sleeping Chun Feiping, who had later wiped the sweat from her brow. She pondered whether Brother Chun might hold feelings for her. If I could marry Brother Chun, I would forever remain with my sister. Zhou Feng Jiao mused silently. Yet, it appeared that her sister also had an interest in Brother Chun. What should she do about this? The two sisters, each lost in their thoughts, finished their breakfast. After which Chun Feiping suggested they proceed to the town for the early market. He had informed Zhou Feng Ting the previous night. But Zhou Feng Jiao was just learning of the plan and happily agreed, eager to see what the town was like. After washing the dishes and wiping the table clean, the trio, a man and 2 women, stepped out. Chapter 12. Strolling through the town market. Purchasing women's goods. The 2nd and 7th days of the lunar calendar mark the market days in Chang'an town. Today is the 7th day of the lunar month, and the market was bustling early in the morning, alive with a continuous flow of people, the air filled with lively chatter and the vibrant atmosphere of a marketplace. Stalls lined the streets, neatly displaying an array of daily necessities: oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, pots, pans, sewing materials, various agricultural products, local specialties, handicrafts, medicinal wines for injuries, and an assortment of snacks like baked cakes and fried pastries, along with seasonal fruits, all dazzling to the eye. In the year 1988, a decade after the reform and opening up in China, shopping was no longer confined to supply and marketing cooperatives or department stores. However, the rationing system has yet to be abolished, and certain special commodities can only be procured through coupons or personal connections. Candied hawthorn, large and delectable. Upon entering the market, a vendor selling candied hawthorn immediately captured Chun Feiping's attention. He noticed the 2 sisters subconsciously glancing in that direction. Understanding their unspoken desire, Chun Feiping inquired of the vendor, "How much for the candied hawthorn?" 20 cents a skewer. The price seemed reasonable, considering it was the late 1980s. A time long past when a few cents could purchase a skewer. "I'll take 3 skewers." He realized it had been quite some time since he had savored candied hawthorn, and he felt a profound nostalgia for the flavors of his childhood. "Chun, just buy 1 skewer," Zhou Fengting urged. "Indeed, Chun, we do not particularly enjoy sweets." Despite their words, the younger sister couldn't help but swallow hard. The allure of such a sweet and visually appealing treat was irresistible. "You both expect me to enjoy it alone?" Chun Feiping jested. "Wouldn't that make me a glutton?" The vendor chimed in, "Exactly. Young ladies, if someone offers you candied hawthorn, why be so modest?" Without further ado, he produced 3 skewers and swiftly collected 60 cents from Chun Feiping, seemingly apprehensive that he might change his mind. "Well, it's purchased. Enjoy." Chun Feiping handed a skewer to each sister. Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao exchanged glances and accepted with gratitude. "Thank you, Chun." Taking a bite of the candied hawthorn, they relished the sweet and tangy flavor, the exterior crisp and the interior soft, a delightful medley of textures. This candied hawthorn is truly delicious, Zhou Fengjiao exclaimed. Upon uttering those words, she recalled her earlier claim of not liking sweets, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, Chen Feiping merely smiled, unfazed by her contradiction. As they continued their leisurely stroll through the market, before long, Chen Feiping's attention was drawn to something else. He cleared his throat and said, "By the way, Fengjiao, do you have that essential item?" "Which one?" The sisters were puzzled by his vague reference. Chen Feiping clarified further, "The one you need every month." At last, they understood he was referring to sanitary belts, their faces flushing with embarrassment. In the 1980s, there were no modern sanitary products such as Safi, Whisper, or Kotex. Women in the country still relied on sanitary belts. Made of fabric, these belts could hold absorbent materials in the middle and were secured around the waist with strings and buckles, allowing for repeated washing and use rather than being disposable. Zhou Fengjiao stammered, "Chun, we left home in a hurry and forgot to bring them." Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao had fled overnight, carrying only their household registration and a few sets of clothing. "No worries, I shall buy a few for you." Not far ahead was a stall selling women's necessities. Not only were there sanitary products, but also combs, mirrors, hairpins, and headbands. The young ladies, fond of beauty, prompted Chen Feiping to make additional purchases. After leaving the small stall, he took out 2 large banknotes from his pocket and handed them over, saying, "I am uncertain of what you women require. So perhaps you might take this money and procure whatever you need yourselves." The sisters promptly declined his offer. "Brother Chun, you have taken us in, allowing us to eat and stay at your home without charge. How could we possibly accept your money? Indeed, Brother Chun, you have already bought everything we need." How delightful it is to witness the modesty of young women in this era. They refuse financial aid, a stark contrast to certain women from my previous life. Those women would celebrate every occasion: Valentine's Day, Girls' Day, Women's Day, Children's Day, and so forth. How they manage to observe both Girls' Day and Women's Day, which seemingly contradict one another, baffles me. Even on Children's Day, they would claim to be beloved babies in need of affection, yearning for a simple token from their boyfriends. Whether a lollipop or a cheerful Happy Children's Day, which would bring them joy for an extended period. Do you believe that? In any case, I do not. I simply wish to express my disdain for such behavior. How shameless it is to compete with children for their celebrations. Of course, I do not intend to criticize all women. There are indeed virtuous and diligent ones, like Zhou Fengtian and Zhou Fengjiao, who are quite admirable. It is merely that such women have become exceedingly rare in contemporary society. The more the sisters refused, the more determined Chen Feiping became to insist. "You must accept this. Since you call me Brother Chun, you are my family, and it would be inappropriate for you to possess nothing. One must have some means." Without further ado, he pressed the 2 banknotes into Zhou Fengtian and Zhou Fengjiao's hands, adopting a stern expression. "If you wish to remain distant with me, then cease calling me Brother Chun." Upon hearing this, the sisters dared not refuse again. "Thank you, Brother Chun," they exclaimed. "All right, let us be on our way." They had purchased a few items, yet it was far from sufficient. Their trip to the market was merely the beginning, with many more items yet to acquire. "Sister, Brother Chun is truly generous, having given us such a substantial amount," Zhou Fengjiao whispered to her sister. "A single banknote is no small sum, equivalent to the weekly or 10-day earnings of many. If compared to future incomes and prices, it would amount to 1,000 or 2. He even helped us buy so many items for women, claiming we are his family. Could it be that Brother Chun intends for us to stay indefinitely?" Zhou Fengjiao was elated. For them, who had nowhere else to turn, Chen Feiping's home was the only harbor from the storm. "Yes, I believe so." Zhou Fengtian nodded. "Brother Chen treats us so well, we must heed his words. Whatever Brother Chen asks us to do, we shall do." "Indeed, sister, I understand." After finishing their visit to the bustling market, it was already past 9 o'clock, and Chen Feiping led his 2 sisters to the state-run store. He intended to purchase some clothing for himself and the 2 young ladies. The original owner had never valued appearance, often donning garments that were many years old. Given their frequent excursions into the mountains for hunting and rivers for fishing, new clothes would quickly become tattered, rendering them unnecessary. However, Chen Feiping was different. As a reborn individual, he could not possibly spend his days in shabby attire. The sisters had brought only a meager selection of clothing, barely 2 patched outfits each, making it the perfect opportunity to acquire a few more at the market. Moreover, seeing them in beautiful clothes would certainly be a feast for his eyes. Chapter 13. A a visual delight upon arriving at the state-run department store. Chun Feiping headed straight for the clothing section, immediately drawn to two dresses. One was adorned with polka dots, and the other was a solid color. Both crafted from high-quality fabric, the finest summer material available. Their vibrant hues and soft texture came at a steep price, each costing over 40, nearly equivalent to a month's wages for an ordinary worker in the city. Although the cost of living was relatively low during this era, industrial and light industrial goods were exorbitantly priced compared to incomes. He retrieved the dresses. You two should try these on and see if they fit. Realizing Chun Feiping's intention to buy clothes for himself, the sisters felt touched yet vigorously shook their heads. Brother Chun, these dresses are too expensive. We have clothes to wear. We cannot impose upon you any further. Besides, we are just village girls. Wearing dresses would make us the subject of ridicule. With your beauty and figures, who would dare to mock you? Chun Feiping chuckled. If you're too shy to wear them outside, then wear them at home for me to see. His playful banter caused the sisters to blush. They were quite shy and easily flustered by such teasing. Hurry up, Chun Feiping urged, pulling one of them toward the fitting room. I'll wait here for you, so make haste. The two sisters had no choice but to comply. This man was generous yet occasionally quite assertive, though always with their best interests at heart. A few minutes later, both sisters simultaneously emerged from the fitting room. Upon seeing them, Chun Feiping's eyes sparkled with delight. The sisters possessed figures that would be deemed exceptional in future aesthetics, tall, slender, with waists as delicate as willow branches. As his gaze traveled upward, Chun Feiping was astonished. How striking! The soft, smooth fabric hugged their forms, accentuating their ample curves. Goodness! How could such a slender physique harbor such voluptuous features? It defied logic. Yet, he mused, I shall no longer worry about the cost of baby formula in the future. Under the intensity of his gaze, the sisters felt slightly bashful, fiddling with the hems of their dresses. These fit you perfectly and suit you splendidly. We must buy them, Chun Feiping decisively declared. With the warm weather, returning home each day to such a visual delight would be a sheer joy. He wished to prepare another outfit for each of the sisters, yet they fervently dissuaded him. To them, a dress priced over 40 yuan was already a luxury, and they could not allow Chun Feiping to incur further expenses. After some contemplation, he realized that gazing upon such formidable attire daily might necessitate a regimen of nutritional supplements. But wait, nutritional drinks had yet to be conceived. To ensure they received adequate nourishment, he settled for one outfit each for now, with the promise of addressing the rest at a later time. However, shoes were imperative, as their sandals were in a deplorable state. Chun Feiping also purchased a set of clothes, several pairs of sandals, and a few bolts of fabric before settling the bill and departing the department store. As he passed through the free farmers market, he procured a chicken and 2 pounds of pork, noting that noon was fast approaching as he began his journey homeward. On the way, he calculated that this trip to the market had cost him over 200 yuan, primarily due to the expenditure on clothing and footwear. While other purchases were relatively modest, the 500 yuan earned from hunting the wild boar seemed to be quite durable, yet it appeared to be depleting swiftly. He realized he must continue to earn, lest he squander his resources. Engaging in small business ventures proved challenging, as this market day revealed that many were already dabbling in such enterprises by the late 1980s. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that progress could be made gradually. As a time traveler, he had arrived in a world nearly identical to his previous life, akin to a rebirth, armed with the insights and experiences from his former existence, which would surely afford him the means to devise a strategy. Moreover, he still possessed a system. Initially, he believed the system to be ineffectual, yet it had proven to be quite beneficial, particularly when he confronted the wild boar, which had unexpectedly rewarded him. The trio had walked to the market, and naturally, they would return the same way. The original owner of this life had lived quite comfortably, but that luxury was limited to sustenance, as there was little money to spare. Not even for a bicycle, they relied solely on their legs for transportation. However, walking to the market was customary among villagers, and both sisters were accustomed to it and felt no exhaustion. Chun Feiping, being robust by nature and having consumed a foundational elixir, exhibited remarkable stamina and did not tire easily. Yet, modern society typically favored vehicles for transportation. Even the most modest individual possessed a small electric scooter. Each journey to town, spanning over 20 miles, consumed considerable time, and the 40-mile trek to the city was even more daunting. I must acquire a vehicle soon, Chun Feiping resolved. At Luoyan Bay, the small shop beneath the large locust tree also served as a gathering spot for villagers to engage in idle chatter. On a summer day, many villagers sought refuge from the heat in the shade of the tree, conversing amiably. Have you heard? Two women have come to Chen Feiping's house. A gossiping villager, just back from the market, began the tale with an air of mystery. Upon hearing this, the other villagers were intrigued, and someone inquired, Aunt Zhang, what's the situation? Isn't Chen Feiping that rogue who was always alone? Where did these women come from? Aunt Zhang, having captured the attention of the crowd, became the center of focus and grew animated. Why would I deceive you? This morning, as I was tending to the fields, I happened to pass by Chen Feiping's house and saw him emerge with two women, a basket slung over his shoulder, presumably heading to the market. The crowd gasped. To have left Chen Feiping's house so early, could it be that he hosted them overnight? Is one of them his wife? But this good-for-nothing lad hardly tends to his farm. Who would willingly associate with him? Indeed, who would wish to marry into such a family? Chen Feiping's reputation in the village was far from favorable. In his youth, he was known for his penchant for brawling and his rebellious spirit, and as he grew, he did not exhibit the industriousness typical of the village farmers. Instead, he would sporadically plant some seedlings, neglecting them for the most part, spending the majority of his time hunting in the mountains or fishing in the rivers, behavior deemed as idleness by his fellow villagers. Even though Chen Feiping possessed striking looks, he remained unmarried, as no family was willing to marry off their daughters to him. I reckon those two women must be either simpletons or rather plain, scoffed a man from the village shop, his disdain palpable. This individual, with a sharp face and a gaunt frame draped in oversized trousers and a shirt, appeared somewhat mismatched. Sundishing, a young man of 22, bore an aged visage, resembling someone in his 30s. Leveraging his status as the village chief's nephew, Sundishing had always been arrogant and domineering. After provoking Chen Feiping, he received a severe beating, thus igniting a long-standing feud. Subsequently, he bullied the simpleton Zhuzi, only for Chen Feiping to intervene once again, resulting in an even deeper animosity between the two. Sundishing, now cautious, dared not confront Chen Feiping again, for the latter fought with reckless abandon, instilling fear in all, especially with his steadfast companion, Zhuzi, who had shed his past vulnerability and now heeded Chen Feiping's words. Sundishing, despite his privileged upbringing and a fear of conflict, would never engage in a losing battle against Chen Feiping. However, he later married Wang Cuihua, the village beauty from Luoyan village, who had once been the object of Chen Feiping's affections, thus serving as a means of revenge. After the reforms, he utilized his uncle's connections to establish the village shop, accumulating considerable wealth, while Chen Feiping remained the same vagabond. Whenever his name was mentioned, it was accompanied by scorn. The crowd inquired further about the women's appearances, and Aunt Zhang pondered. At the time, they were turned away from me, so I couldn't discern clearly. But they seemed quite tall, albeit rather slender. Then they must not be particularly attractive, chimed in Sundishing's wife, Li Tsuihua, who was cracking sunflower seeds and eavesdropping on the conversation regarding Chen Feiping. After all, she had once harbored feelings for him, and indeed, Chen Feiping was undeniably handsome, his visage and features unmatched in the village. Yet, what good is good looks if they cannot be used to sustain oneself? Chen Feiping's family was impoverished, residing in mere earthen houses, lacking in every essential. Moreover, he had lost his parents at a tender age. In this era, a woman's criteria for choosing a partner transcend mere possessions like cars and houses. The absence of parents is certainly a notable deviation, particularly in rural areas. Individuals hailing from large families or clans find it considerably easier to secure a spouse. After all, in times of need, one can rally numerous allies, making it less likely for them to be bullied. Thus, Li Tsuihua ultimately chose Sundishing. Although this man may not possess striking looks, his familial background is commendable. He is the nephew of the village chief, ensuring he receives ample support. For instance, this small convenience store would not have been afforded to Sundishing were it not for his influential uncle. Li Tsuihua felt fortunate not to have made a poor choice, as she began a prosperous life upon marrying into the Sun family. Had she chosen Chen Feiping, she would have been condemned to a life of poverty. Despite her husband's lack of charm and his brief performance in bed, there was little else to criticize. However, upon learning that Chen Feiping had found a woman, Li Tsuihua could not help but take notice. Nevertheless, she remained confident that those two women could not compare to her. At that moment, three figures emerged from the village path, approaching from a distance. One man and two women, the man being Chen Feiping. Yet, the gaze of the onlookers was predominantly drawn to the two beautiful sisters beside him. A shared thought echoed among the men. What exquisite women! Chapter 14. In a dress. Boldly showcasing her figure before Chen Feiping, Sun Fengjiao. As Aunt Zhang remarked, both sisters were tall, standing over 165 meters. Their glossy, soft black hair framed their delicate features, with arched brows, spirited eyes, a refined nose, and cherry lips, exuding an air of ethereal grace akin to two orchids blooming in a secluded valley. Their skin was fairer than any woman in Luoyan Bay, radiating a lustrous sheen and smooth texture. The sisters' beauty and demeanor differed markedly from that of northern women, their voices soft and gentle, imbued with the unique tenderness of the Jiangnan water towns. Indeed, they hailed from the Jiangnan region, as Chen Feiping had previously inquired. These two women were quite charming. Was it possible that fortune smiled upon Chen Feiping? They were not from their village, and given Chen Feiping's poverty, how could he have found such splendid brides? The villagers outside the convenience store buzzed with excitement, engaging in animated discussions. Sun Dishing, overhearing their chatter, felt quite displeased. He harbored no desire for Chen Feiping to secure a good wife, wishing instead for him to remain a lifelong bachelor, with no descendants to speak of. He scoffed. What is so special about such women? They are as thin as reeds, clearly incapable of hard work, and likely to be frail and unhealthy. One of the village's standards for selecting a partner is a robust physique, as such women are both industrious and capable of bearing children. These newcomers appeared without warning, suddenly residing with Chen Feiping. Such recklessness could suggest they were of dubious character. Li Tsuehua felt a twinge of jealousy. Unwilling to see her former suitor find a bride more beautiful than herself, an all-too-common manifestation of a woman's vanity. Indeed, one cannot expect fortune to fall from the heavens without reason. The other men heartily agreed. The once disparaged vagrant unexpectedly found himself a stunning wife, which left the villagers in a state of disarray. They whispered among themselves, casting furtive glances, yet dared not speak too loudly. Chen Feiping, the vagrant in question, was a formidable individual, known for his prowess in fights and a vengeful spirit that deterred anyone from provoking him. As he passed by the small shop, he caught sight of Li Tsuehua, a woman whom the original owner had secretly admired. However, Chen Feiping regarded her with indifference. Although she was hailed as the village beauty, her looks were not strikingly superior to those of Zhou Fengting or Zhou Fengjiao, her only notable feature being her ample figure, which did not appeal to Chen Feiping, a modern man who found it somewhat excessive. It was evident that the original owner had poor taste, foolishly harboring feelings for someone like her, especially considering that she had chosen to marry a man of better means instead of him. Li Tsuehua, sensing his gaze, instinctively adjusted her figure, feeling a sense of pride. Clearly, Chen Feiping still held her in his thoughts. The woman he had chosen to marry was merely a companion for life. Yet, Chen Feiping remained oblivious to Li Tsuehua's self-absorbed musings. He did not linger at the small shop, as the original owner had strained relations with Sun Dishing and many others in the village, and since the shop's opening, he had not set foot there. Having eaten leftover wild boar meat from the previous night for breakfast, Chen Feiping was not particularly hungry at noon, so he asked his sisters to prepare noodles. After a satisfying meal, he indulged in a refreshing afternoon nap. Upon waking, Zhuzi arrived, bringing with him a bounty of mushrooms he had foraged in the mountains that morning, along with a handful of nuts and a substantial portion of wild chicken. Earlier that day, Chen Feiping had gone to the market while Zhuzi ventured into the woods alone. Though he dared not stray too deep, his efforts yielded little, just a single wild chicken, yet he had gathered an abundance of mushrooms. Upon returning, he slaughtered the chicken and presented a generous portion along with all the mushrooms to Chen Feiping. Chen Feiping did not hesitate to accept, as they often shared their game after hunting trips. Zhuzi, I bought a chicken and 2 pounds of pork at the market. Come over for dinner tonight, he called. No. Zhuzi quickly waved his hands. In times past, when the brothers were single, it was common to share meals without hesitation. However, now that Chen Feiping had a wife, it felt improper to impose on 2 consecutive nights, fearing that the presence of a woman might stir discontent or tension between them. Moreover, with a woman around, Zhuzi felt somewhat constrained and could not enjoy his meal fully. Chen Feiping did not press the matter further. All right then, wait a moment. He hurried back to the kitchen, slicing a generous piece of pork, deliberately adding some fat. Here, take this pork home with you. Chen Feiping, no need. I still have half a wild chicken at home. Zhuzi replied. That may be, but this is what I bought for you. I made a special trip to the market for 2 pounds. If you refuse my pork, then I must decline your chicken and mushrooms. Well, all right then, Chen Feiping, I shall take it home. Now that's more like it. Bidding farewell to the pillar, I glanced at the wall clock in the hall. It was already 4 o'clock. With little else to attend to, I joined my sisters in preparing dinner. Lacking electrical appliances, crafting a meal required considerable time, and by the time we finished, it was past 5. I rummaged through the mushrooms. One pile consisted of hazel mushrooms, renowned for their tender texture and exquisite flavor. The mushrooms featured in the celebrated northern dish chicken stewed with mushrooms refer specifically to these. As for the chicken, it originally denoted the hazel grouse, colloquially termed flying dragon, which was indeed the wild chicken we had. Now, with all the classic ingredients for chicken stewed with mushrooms at hand, this would be our dinner for the evening. Another pile contained pine mushrooms, which flourish in July and are abundant in the mountains. They too are a delightful delicacy, with rich, succulent flesh. We could stew them together later. Since we had the flying dragon, I decided to spare the chicken I had bought today, allowing it a couple more days to grow. I retained a piece of pork for myself while giving a portion to the pillar. Stir-frying it would be most delectable. After more than an hour, dinner was ready. We had 3 dishes: chicken stewed with mushrooms, pork stir-fried with scallions, and a large serving of cabbage. For a rural family in this era, this was indeed a lavish feast. Typically, enjoying even a few pieces of pork was considered a treat. Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao felt as if they were in a dream. Just days prior, they had been on the brink of starvation, and now they could indulge in meat daily. Come, indulge yourselves. This is our unique chicken stewed with mushrooms, with chicken from the mountains flying dragon, simmered to perfection. Chen Feiping, as usual, warmly served them each a piece of chicken leg, and after days of camaraderie, the sisters had grown accustomed to his gestures. Thank you, Brother Chen, please. Do partake as well. Once the meal concluded, Chen Feiping retreated to the hall for tea. In his previous life, he had a penchant for tea, albeit the offerings at home were merely wild tea leaves gathered from the mountains. Nevertheless, it was pleasantly sweet and refreshing, perfect for quenching the summer heat. On this sweltering day, with 2 delicate women in the house, Chen Feiping felt a bit overheated. As he sipped his tea, he heard footsteps approaching. Soon, a striking figure entered the hall. It was Zhou Fengjiao. Having just bathed, she had washed her hair with the shampoo Chen Feiping had purchased in the afternoon, and her fragrant locks cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. She had donned a new dress, the soft fabric hugging her graceful form, accentuating her curves, while her shapely calves peeked out from beneath the hem, exuding an abundance of beauty. Brother Chen, do you think this dress fits me well? Zhou Fengjiao, with a hint of shyness, boldly showcased her youthful, enchanting figure before Chen Feiping. It fits beautifully, Fengjiao. You look stunning in that dress. Chen Feiping praised her, causing Zhou Fengjiao to beam with joy, her heart swelling with delight. Why aren't you wearing those new sandals? Chen Feiping soon noticed another detail. Zhou Fengjiao was still in her old shoes, which clashed somewhat with her new dress. Brother Chen, I'm not going out. Wearing old shoes at home is just fine. In truth, Zhou Fengjiao was somewhat reluctant to wear those sandals, as they were rather expensive, having cost several dozen yuan alongside her dress. The shoes were meant to be worn. If they were damaged, she could always purchase another pair. One must coordinate with new attire for an enhanced effect. Chen Feiping, smiling, took her new sandals and urged Zhou Fengjiao to sit on a chair. Come, Fengjiao, allow me to assist you. Zhou Fengjiao's cheeks flushed instantly. Brother Chen, my feet are dirty. I can manage on my own. You have just bathed. How could your feet be dirty? As he spoke, he removed her old shoes, revealing her delicate ankles and exquisitely shaped feet, each toe resembling a lustrous pearl, remarkably refined. Had a foot enthusiast been present, they would have been utterly captivated. Chen Feiping, lacking that particular inclination, could not resist the temptation to sneak a touch while helping Zhou Fengjiao with her shoes, causing her to bury her face in her chest from embarrassment. Once she donned the new sandals, Zhou Fengjiao felt entirely rejuvenated. Chen Feiping had also purchased a bra and panties for the sisters at the state-run restaurant. Rising to survey the ensemble, he exclaimed, "This is splendid, Fengjiao. You and your sister could easily become models." Zhou Fengjiao, curious, inquired, Brother Chen, what is a model? In her country, such professions were rare, and she had never even heard of them. They are women who wear various beautiful clothes for others to see. These women have lovely figures, and when the garments look good on them, more customers are inclined to purchase from the merchants. However, this profession is more common in the beautiful country, whereas it is scarce here, Chen Feiping briefly explained. Zhou Fengjiao's heart blossomed with joy. What girl does not wish to be complimented by a man she admires for her fashion sense? Yet, she silently resolved, I do not wish to be a model. I only want a dress for Brother Chun, not for anyone else. Before long, Zhou Fengting emerged from her bath, adorned in a dress similar to her sister's. Though hers was a solid color that accentuated her elegant demeanor, the sisters bore striking resemblances in appearance, physique, and hairstyle, making it initially challenging for Chun Feiping to distinguish between them. However, after spending a few days together, he found it easy to tell them apart. Although Zhou Fengting was not much older than Zhou Fengjiao, her position as the elder sister imparted an air of maturity. It was she who, emboldened, had once knocked on his door seeking water and had requested to stay at Chun Feiping's home. While Zhou Fengjiao was certainly sensible, she exhibited a touch more childishness, making her more vivacious and endearing, and now Chun Feiping could easily tell the two apart. Nevertheless, whether sister or sibling, both were a delight to behold. Each day, his home was graced by two captivating women, which brought him great pleasure. Yet, he thought to himself, I must earn more money. I cannot allow them to suffer alongside me. Just as Chun Feiping pondered this, a system prompt suddenly appeared. At the summit of Ling Mountain lies a 1,000-year ginseng essence. With roots like coiled dragons, leaves resembling emerald canopies, drinking morning dew by day, and absorbing starlight by night. With every full moon, the mountain stream produces mist, and the secluded valley exudes fragrance. As the days passed, the celestial phenomenon abruptly changed. A purple aura emerged from the east, and ethereal cranes appeared to spiral within the clouds. The mountain peak radiated a divine light that soared into the heavens, heralding the impending transformation of the ancient ginseng. Yet, the laws of heaven are fraught with tribulations, and the path to immortality is elusive. Cultivators from all directions stirred into action, while demons and malevolent spirits flocked forth. With many coveting the ginseng essence to enhance their spiritual cultivation, a fierce competition ensued. Should the host desire the gift of longevity, they too may partake in the contest for the ancient ginseng. Yet this venture is perilous, fraught with countless adversaries. Hence, careful deliberation is advised. Accompanied by the system's prompt, the map depicting the wild boar hunt re-emerged in Chun Feiping's mind, revealing a red light, albeit at a different coordinate, farther than the previous wild boar. Chun Feiping felt a surge of excitement. Despite the system's verbose nature, he comprehended the implication. There was indeed an ancient ginseng on the mountain. Since the Qing dynasty, wild mountain ginseng had been a prized medicinal tribute to the imperial court, cherished by emperors and dignitaries alike. In the 1980s, the price of wild mountain ginseng soared, with the affluent on Hong Kong Island firmly believing in its miraculous properties, associating it with longevity and vitality. A mere 20-year-old wild ginseng could fetch exorbitant prices in Hong Kong, with even the lowest quality selling for hundreds. The original owner had successfully foraged 2 roots from the mountains before, yet lacking knowledge, he had sold each for a mere 100, reveling in his fortune for quite some time. However, as prices inflated, more individuals ventured into the mountains, leading to a near depletion of wild ginseng resources. With rarity comes value. By the late 1980s, the price of wild mountain ginseng skyrocketed, though it had become increasingly difficult to procure. The system had revealed the existence of an ancient ginseng, even marking its location, leaving Chun Feiping utterly elated. The prospect of locating this ancient ginseng was far more exhilarating than hunting down a colossal wild boar. Suppressing his excitement, Chun Feiping took a deep breath. It was late at night, shrouded in darkness. Even with the coordinates provided, venturing into the mountains would be perilous. The night harbored many ferocious beasts, and one could encounter snakes and other creatures. He was not concerned about others excavating the ancient ginseng, for the site must be well hidden, or else it would have been discovered by ginseng foragers long ago. Since it had survived for such a long time, a single night of waiting would not matter. Moreover, the indicated location was deeper than where he had previously encountered the gigantic wild boar, situated in a forest he had never traversed. He resolved to enlist Zhuzi's company for mutual support, recognizing that greed could lead to perilous outcomes in the depths of the mountains. After bathing and chatting with his 2 sisters in the courtyard for a while, Chun Feiping returned to his room before 9 o'clock. He needed to rest well and rejuvenate his spirit, for the next morning he would venture into the mountains to seek the ancient ginseng. This task could not be delayed. The following morning, as dawn broke, an awakened Chun Feiping eagerly went to knock on Zhuzi's door. "Zhuzi, hurry up and have breakfast. We're heading into the mountains soon." "All right," Zhuzi responded joyfully. "Feiping, did the mountain spirit send you another dream, revealing that we would strike it rich today?" "Not quite." Chen Feiping spoke mysteriously. The mountain deity has revealed to me that there exists an ancient ginseng deep within the mountains. Today, we shall seek it out. Is that true, Feiping? Zhuzi scratched his head, puzzled. Why does the mountain deity always send dreams to you? I've been offering incense to the mountain deity these past few days. Yet I've never received such a dream. Not everyone who prays is granted a response. One must possess a spiritual affinity and be destined to connect with the divine. Chen Feiping spoke with conviction, his demeanor convincing Zhuzi. No wonder I Haven T had any dreams. It's because of this. Zhuzi exclaimed. Also, the secrets of heaven must not be divulged. You must never spread the word of the mountain and river deities' dreams. Chen Feiping admonished Zhuzi. I only confide in you because you are my good brother. Do you understand? Zhuzi raised a finger to the sky, solemnly stating, Feiping, I won't tell a soul. Not even my father or mother. Otherwise, I might incur divine wrath. All right, your promise suffices. There is no need for an oath. After breakfast, the two set out. Equipped with hunting rifles, machetes, and tools for digging ginseng, they also carried a red string. It was said that wild ginseng possessed a spirit, and if not bound by the red string, it would escape during the excavation. Of course, this was merely superstition, but seeking good fortune never hurt. Chapter 16, Striking Rich. It's a 5-star leaf. Leaving the village, they embarked on the vast mountains. Chen Feiping summoned the system interface, observing the map coordinates as they progressed. Along the way, they encountered a ginseng seeker. By the late 1980s, wild ginseng in the mountains had become exceedingly rare, yet driven by the allure of high market prices. Some still clung to the hope of striking it rich, believing that finding even one could lead to sudden fortune. However, for the vast majority, it was merely a futile endeavor, wasting precious time. Without the intelligence provided by his system, Chen Feiping would not have ventured into the mountains in search of a needle in a haystack. They traversed 7 mountains, venturing further than their previous journey. Fortunately, they did not encounter any wild beasts until they arrived before a towering peak. Tongshending, one of the highest summits in this endless mountain range, stood out prominently, visible even from Luoyan Bay. According to the red dot on his map, the ancient ginseng was located atop Tongshending. Chen Feiping observed the sun, estimating it to be around 9 a.m. They had set off from home at 6, and after 3 hours of walking, they still had not arrived. The return journey would take the same amount of time, and with the added search for ginseng, they might find themselves returning after dark. They needed to hasten their pace. With this in mind, Chen Feiping inquired, Zhuzi, are you tired? Zhuzi grinned foolishly. Feiping, I'm not tired. Chen Feiping nodded. All right, let us persevere a little longer. Last night, the mountain deity revealed to me that the ginseng is up there. Once we find it, we shall make a fortune. Zhuzi's spirit surged. No problem. Feiping, let us go and seek it. The phrase let us seek it became Zhuzi's new motto, and shouting it felt invigorating, filling him with energy. As they ascended Tongshending, the path grew increasingly steep, and both men tread carefully, aware that a misstep could lead to calamity. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that the ancient ginseng has survived to this day. Otherwise, it would have long since been uprooted by other foragers. As I traversed the mountainside, a refreshing breeze unexpectedly graced me on this sweltering day, with wisps of mist swirling around. It is no wonder the system refers to this place as the Spirit Mountain. There is indeed an aura of vitality here. After climbing for another quarter of an hour, I finally arrived at the location marked by the red dot. This area lies to the north of the heavenly peak, seemingly cleaved by a divine axe, presenting a sheer cliff that is nearly impossible for monkeys to ascend. The ground is strewn with stones, nearly devoid of vegetation, save for a sparse scattering of particularly resilient low grasses, which one with a keen eye could easily spot if the ancient ginseng were present. Chen Feiping conducted a thorough search, yet found nothing. He double-checked the coordinates on the map, perplexed. Surely, this was the correct spot. Where, then, was the promised ancient ginseng? The last time he had ventured here during the hunt for the wild boar, he had also failed to locate it. As the information provided by the system was not real-time, but merely indicated a location where the wild boar had previously lingered. However, while the wild boar could flee, the ancient ginseng could not possibly escape, could it? What if it had indeed become sentient, sensing impending danger and burrowing away? No, that could not be. Since the founding of the nation, such transformations were strictly prohibited. It could not have vanished. Had this been the initial stages of acquiring the system, Chen Feiping might have doubted his own judgment. Yet, after successfully hunting that wild boar, he felt the system held some degree of reliability. The ancient ginseng must exist, and there must be some hidden secret to uncover. After pondering for a moment, an idea struck him. He approached the edge of the cliff, leaned forward, and peered down. "Faping, be careful," Zhuzi exclaimed, anxiously gripping his foot from behind. "It's all right, Zhuzi, I know what I'm doing," Cheng Faping reassured him while gazing down the precipice. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. There, amidst the gray-white stone wall, a hint of green caught his attention. As he focused intently, it appeared to be the leaves of a small pine tree. This species of tree is remarkably resilient, capable of thriving in the barren crevices of rocks, as its roots secrete a special organic acid that dissolves the stone to form nutrients. The small pine tree revealed only a portion of its leaves, with its trunk obscured, suggesting that the area might be hollowed out. Could it be that the ancient ginseng was growing within? Cheng Faping glanced at the map once more and noted that the coordinates did indeed deviate slightly from his current position. The red dot was just a tad lower, though the scale made this difference nearly imperceptible. Thus, he grew more certain of his hypothesis. Fortune favors the bold. Cheng Faping resolved to explore further. If this treasure were worth merely 1,000 or so, it would not warrant the risk. However, being an ancient ginseng, it could fetch a 5-figure sum. He stood up, retrieving a substantial bundle of hemp rope from his backpack. Anticipating that the ancient ginseng might be located in a unique spot, Cheng Faping had come well equipped with necessary tools. He secured the hemp rope to a large rock, and upon witnessing this, Zhuzi displayed a look of astonishment. "Faping, are you truly planning to descend?" "Yes, Zhuzi. I have spotted a pine tree protruding not far below. It seems to be a sunken area. I intend to investigate whether there is wild ginseng within." "Faping, perhaps we should reconsider. We need not collect this ginseng." "Nonsense. I have the hemp rope. I've tied it to the rock. You can hold on to it as an additional safety measure. What is there to fear?" Cheng Faping remained remarkably composed. The more secluded the location, the greater the likelihood of discovering old ginseng. It was imperative to explore. Zhuzi gritted his teeth. "Faping, let me descend. You are married, while I remain single." Cheng Faping shook his head. "No, your size and weight make you less agile on the steep cliff. Moreover, it is unwise to burden a smaller person with a larger one. Just trust me. I assure you of safety." "Very well then." Despite Cheng Faping's obstinacy, Zhuzi reluctantly acquiesced. After thoroughly inspecting the hemp rope to ensure its durability, Cheng Faping gathered his tools for digging ginseng, such as a pickaxe and a shovel, along with provisions in a sheepskin bag, as it was customary to excavate for several hours if old ginseng was found. Thus, he prepared sufficient sustenance to avoid needing to ascend midway through the endeavor. With the net bag secured to his back, Cheng Faping approached the cliff's edge once more. Zhuzi, fastening the other end of the rope around his waist, declared, "Faping, I shall wait here for you. Should you fail to return, I shall not leave." His expression was earnest. A true brother does not seek to be born on the same day, but rather to die on the same day. If Faping falls, I would have no face to return to my sister-in-law. "Oh, do not utter such ominous words. I shall certainly return." Cheng Faping jested, though he felt deeply moved. This was what true camaraderie entailed. Such a steadfast friend is a rare fortune in one's lifetime. Zhuzi scratched his head. "I apologize, Faping. I am not good with words. Haha, I am merely jesting. Rest assured, I will treat you to sumptuous feasts and later find you a fine bride." He patted Zhuzi's shoulder, straightened the hemp rope, and cautiously began his descent along the mountainside, allowing Zhuzi to gradually release the rope until he reached the location of the pine tree. Indeed, there was a depression in the cliff, spacious enough to accommodate several people. Soil was present, with numerous weeds growing beneath the pine's roots, among which a particularly tall wild ginseng caught his eye. Cheng Faping glanced at it, and could not contain his overwhelming joy. Wealth awaits. It is of the 5th grade leaf. Chapter 17. Encountering a pack of wolves on the descent. The profound brotherhood. Wild ginseng that has grown for 15 years bears one set of leaves, known as 3 flowers. After 50 years, it develops 4 sets of leaves, referred to as 4-grade leaves. 80 years yield a 5th-grade ginseng leaf. Over a century grants a 6th-grade leaf. The 6th-grade leaf is a national treasure, exceedingly rare, while the 5th-grade leaf is already a remarkable rarity in folk circulation. The original owner lacked knowledge about ginseng, having previously sold wild ginseng at a low price. But Cheng Faping possessed a modicum of understanding. In his past life, he enjoyed watching videos about mountain harvesting on a platform, and the algorithms had inundated him with an array of information related to fungi, reishi, and ginseng, making ignorance implausible. While it may seem exaggerated that fifth-grade leaves require 80 years to mature, it is certain that reaching such a level entails decades of growth. Chun Feiping descended into the pit, shaking the hemp rope as a signal agreed upon with the pillar. The rope above ceased to be lowered, and soon thereafter, the deep, thunderous voice of the pillar resounded. "Feiping, have you arrived?" "Yes." Chun Feiping responded with robust enthusiasm. "Pillar, we have indeed found an old mountain ginseng. We are about to strike it rich, haha." "Wonderful," the pillar exclaimed, equally elated. "Feiping, take your time, dig slowly. There is no rush." "All right, I shall begin." Time was of the essence, and Chun Feiping wasted no further moments. He unfastened the net pouch from his waist, first securing a red string around the ginseng's branches and leaves to prevent its escape, before employing his tools to excavate. He began with a small shovel to remove the surrounding earth, then switched to a deerbone pick. Such tools are indispensable when ginseng roots are intricate or the soil is compact. Using metallic tools could inadvertently sever the delicate roots or damage the ginseng's skin, leading to rapid decay. However, the deerbone pick sidesteps these issues. It remains unblemished by mold even after decades, devoid of any fungal spores, and its supple, smooth texture minimizes harm to the mountain ginseng, ensuring the integrity of the roots, enhancing its visual appeal, and ultimately commanding a higher price. It resembles a slender, pointed bone chopstick, effective in delicately separating the clumps of soil surrounding the ginseng roots. This particular old mountain ginseng possessed an intricate network of roots underground, demanding patience and finesse from the digger rather than brute force. Chun Feiping was remarkably composed. This was indeed a treasure to be unearthed with care, striving for completeness. Around noon, he took a few sips of water and munched on some provisions before resuming his labor. After several hours of diligent digging, the entirety of the old mountain ginseng finally came into view. Chun Feiping observed it meticulously. Its bulbous head was densely clustered, adorned with distinct circular wrinkles. The main root was robust, resembling a lumpy mass, with drooping shoulders, colloquially referred to as slumped shoulders, its surface intricately lined with fine, deep textures. Below, the fibrous roots extended long, several times the length of the main root, sparse yet dense, resembling the visage of a bearded old man. Though Chun Feiping had never harvested ginseng in his previous life, he had viewed countless videos, surely counting in the hundreds, if not thousands. Based on various characteristics, he could almost definitively ascertain that this old mountain ginseng was at least 50 years old. In truth, even those unfamiliar with ginseng would perceive the age of such a specimen at first glance. The sense of antiquity and weariness exuded by it starkly contrasted with younger ginseng. The door has opened. A grand entrance indeed. Chun Feiping was overwhelmed with excitement. After a while, he excavated some moss intertwined with soil from the pit, enveloping the ginseng within it and placing it into a bag, which served both to protect and preserve it, a lesson he had learned from Shaoyin. Once everything was prepared, he shook the rope several times, and the voice of Zhuzi echoed from above. "Feiping, have you finished digging?" "I'm done, pull me up." The rope gradually straightened, and with a push from his feet, Chun Feiping successfully ascended the steep cliff. Zhuzi exhaled in relief, finally having something to report to his sister-in-law. Curiously, he inquired, "How is the wild ginseng?" "It's an exquisite treasure," Chun Feiping exclaimed, unveiling the moss that cradled the wild ginseng with a gleam of joy in his eyes. "Look at how densely packed the roots are, robust and plentiful. This must be at least 50 years old." Zhuzi chuckled. "Does that mean it's worth a lot?" He, a simpleton, was oblivious to its value, but trusted his astute brother, who claimed it was indeed ancient. "Absolutely worth a fortune," Chun Feiping affirmed. Zhuzi was overjoyed at this news. Previously, the two of them had discovered 2 wild ginseng roots, each fetching over 100 yuan. This one, being older, could potentially be worth several hundred. "The mountain deity appeared in my dreams, indicating that it was I who should descend the cliff for the ginseng. Just give me a few dozen yuan, and let him keep the rest to support his wife," Zhuzi pondered foolishly. Glancing at the sun, he noted that it had already tilted toward the west, likely past 4 o'clock. Unbeknownst to them, they had spent over 6 hours unearthing this old ginseng. Chun Feiping suppressed his excitement. "Zhuzi, it's getting dark. We must hurry home. The mountains at night are far more perilous than during the day, with ferocious beasts lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Humans struggle with visibility at night, and firearms cannot be fully effective, whereas these predators remain largely unfazed." The journey up to the peak took 4 hours. They would likely not return to the village before nightfall. but they needed to leave the depths of the forest as soon as possible. The two men gathered their belongings and set off on their return. After traversing several mountains, the last rays of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon, and darkness enveloped them. Climbing over one more mountain would lead them out of the primitive forest, away from the heart of the mountains. Just as Chen Feiping was lost in thought, his expression suddenly changed, a sense of alarm flooding his mind. After consuming the Dayan Tianhua Dan, his body had undergone a transformation, enhancing his senses significantly, particularly his acute awareness of danger, almost like a beast. Raising his gaze to the slope ahead, he spotted pairs of eerie, green eyes emerging silently from the darkness, fixated on him and Zhuzi, filled with a greedy thirst for flesh. Zhuzi trembled. It's a wolf pack, Feiping. We encountered a pack of wolves in the depths of the forest. A wolf pack is a predator that hunters dread to face. Rather than encountering a formidable claw, I would prefer not to cross paths with a pack of wolves. With luck, a single shot could fell the beast, yet the number of wolves in a pack typically exceeds a dozen. One shot is far from sufficient. Before we can reload, we would be besieged by the rest of the pack. It is estimated that this group of wolves consists of nearly 20. While we are merely two individuals armed with 2 rifles. My legs trembled slightly as I urged, Feiping, we must flee. We cannot run. Chen Feiping decisively declared. 2 legs cannot outrun 4. We are still in the mountains. The moment we take flight, the pack will undoubtedly pursue us. With gritted teeth, Zhuzi replied. Then you go on ahead, and I will hold them back. I have plenty of flesh. They will feast for a while. Feiping, remember to light incense for me during the festivals. Chen Feiping felt a mixture of gratitude and frustration. Damn it, Zhuzi. Do you think I am one to abandon my brother for survival? What of the wolves? We shall confront them regardless. Despite Chen Feiping's bold words, Zhuzi was devoid of confidence, offering a bitter smile. There are far too many wolves. With only 2 of us, our guns can fire but a single shot each. How can we possibly prevail? Even if we cannot win, we must fight. We are not solely dependent on our firearms. Chen Feiping patted the thick machete at his waist. Let us not forget, we possess this weapon as well. As they conversed, the wolf pack drew ever closer. Chen Feiping inhaled deeply, set down his burden, and raised his shotgun. Unfortunately, the darkness obscured his vision, making it difficult to discern the alpha among them. Had he been able to identify it, his first shot could have taken down the Wolf King, causing the others to flee in terror. Chapter 18. Feng Ting, Feng Jiao. I shall show you a grand treasure. A chilling howl erupted from the pack, their eerie green eyes fixated intently upon the 2 men. These creatures are exceedingly cunning. They understand the art of intimidation, seeking to unnerve their prey through sheer presence. Zhuzi instinctively raised his antique musket, but Chen Feiping admonished him in a low voice. Zhuzi, remain calm. Wait until they approach closer before firing. You are wielding a shotgun, and at a distance, it is less effective. Aim to take down 1 or 2 as they draw near. Zhuzi understood this logic, yet the threat of the wolves rattled his composure. Perhaps inspired by Chen Feiping's calm demeanor, he steadied himself and nodded. Feiping, I understand. The standoff continued, with the wolves maintaining a distance of approximately 20 feet, their howls echoing ominously. A fierce glint flickered in Chen Feiping's eyes. Bang! The sound of a gunshot pierced through the cacophony of the wolves' howls. Chen Feiping had acted first, armed with a shotgun. He was accurate even at medium to long distances. One wolf fell to the ground with a whimper, its howling silenced. Though the shot did not disperse the pack. Emboldened by their numbers, the enraged wolves surged forward in a frenzy. Chen Feiping shouted, Zhuzi, fire! Bang! The musket in the hands of the pillar erupted with flames. And under the coverage of the gunfire, the first 2 wolves fell. Yet, more dark figures surged forward relentlessly. At this moment, the 2 men had no time to reload. Chen Feiping discarded his hunting rifle onto the ground and swiftly drew out his hefty machete from his waist, his eyes devoid of fear, instead shining with fierce courage as he advanced. As I am poised to gain fortune, who dares to obstruct my descent? I shall slay gods and Buddhas alike. With each commanding stride, he swung the machete in a sweeping arc. The force behind his strike was so tremendous that it sent the 2 wolves, which had leaped simultaneously, flying a good 10 feet away. The power of the blow astonished even Chen Feiping himself. At that moment, a sound sliced through the air followed by the pillar's alarm. Feiping, be careful. A wolf attempted to launch a surprise attack from the side. The greater the peril, the sharper Chen Feiping's senses became. He deftly discerned the wind's direction and swiftly turned, delivering a powerful elbow strike directly into the wolf's abdomen. There is a folk saying about wolves, copper-headed, iron-backed, but with a tofu waist. Their skulls and backs boast formidable structural integrity, capable of withstanding immense force. However, their midsections are vulnerable, supported only by a single cervical vertebra, making them susceptible to severe injury. With a resounding crack, as the vertebra fractured, Chen Feiping's elbow sent the wolf tumbling to the ground, rolling several times before lying limp, unable to rise again, rendered utterly incapacitated. In a mere exchange, he had felled 2 wolves and incapacitated another. Chen Feiping resembled a god of war, instilling fear into the pack. The pillar, greatly encouraged, marveled at Feiping's prowess. Engage them. The hulking figure also wielded his machete, embroiled in combat with the wolves. However, lacking Chen Feiping's agility, he was soon bitten on the leg by one wolf. Even as Chen Feiping rushed to his aid, the pillar was left bloodied. Chen Feiping's expression darkened in anger. Dare you harm my brother? Beasts, you seek death. He unleashed a fierce kick, striking the wolf squarely in the abdomen, sending it hurtling against the trunk of a large tree, where it crashed down, unconscious. Had the sea cucumber team possessed such striking prowess, they would not have suffered repeated defeats against the Myanmar and Cambodian teams. Pillar, are you all right? Chen Feiping inquired. Feiping, I'm fine. The pillar gritted his teeth against the pain, unwilling to burden his brother with concern in such dire circumstances. I must conclude this swiftly. Chen Feiping's eyes narrowed. At that moment, he noticed a particularly large shadow among the wolves, directing the others from the rear. Undoubtedly, it was the Wolf King. The leader of the pack was cunning. When faced with a formidable prey, it would not necessarily engage directly in the attack. Chen Feiping locked his gaze upon that shadow and strode purposefully towards it. The Wolf King was taken aback, seemingly realizing that Chen Feiping had set his sights on him. This bipedal creature was no easy opponent. He could not show weakness before his subordinates. If the Wolf King were to falter, he would lose the respect of his pack. Chen Feiping had already dispatched 2 wild wolves and was charging towards him with fervor. With no choice but to confront his adversary, the Wolf King roared and lunged forward. What awaited him was not the blade's edge, but rather the back of a cleaver. With a resounding thud, Chen Feiping summoned all his strength, delivering a powerful blow to the Wolf King's head. The impact was tremendous, snapping the creature's cervical vertebrae, causing its head to tilt grotesquely to one side, twitching briefly before falling silent. The remaining wild wolves were paralyzed with fear. Even their mightiest leader had been slain in an instant. The bipedal beast was truly terrifying. Mom, I want to go home. The pack, now leaderless, devolved into a disorganized mob. The wolves abandoned their assault, tails tucked in terror, fleeing hastily until they vanished entirely. In truth, they had been unfortunate. Emboldened by their numbers in the depths of the mountains, they would have thought nothing of a larger predator. Yet they encountered Chen Feiping, a veritable harbinger of death, suffering catastrophic losses, including the death of their alpha. Feiping, they fled. Pillar exclaimed, exhilarated to have survived the ordeal. He had feared he would not return from the mountain that night. I killed the Wolf King. They were terrified. Chen Feiping chuckled. This fierce battle had significantly bolstered his confidence. Not only did he feel stronger, but he also sensed a remarkable enhancement in his senses, agility, and reflexes, evidently a reward from the foundational elixir bestowed by the system. Brother Tong, you're incredible. My apologies for misjudging you. He gathered some herbs on the spot to tend to Pillar's wounds. He also dealt with the fallen wolves, the lightest weighing between 60 to 70 pounds, with the Wolf King exceeding 100. While wolf meat was not palatable, their pelts were valuable. Chen Feiping skinned them on the spot, ensuring to take the Wolf King's pelt intact down the mountain. With Pillar injured and time growing late, they needed to return home, leaving the carcasses for the wild creatures of the mountains to feast upon. The journey back was uneventful, aided by the moonlight guiding them to the village. First, they placed the Wolf King in Pillar's home, fearing the shock it would bring to the sisters if they were to see it, as it would only lead to further worries for himself. In the Chun household, Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao were agitated, akin to ants on a hot skillet. Sister, why hasn't Brother Chen returned yet? What if something has happened to him? Zhou Fengjiao's heart was heavy with concern. Chen Feiping had ventured into the mountains early that day with a hunting rifle, and now, at 8 o'clock in the evening, he still had not returned. Brother Chen is kind-hearted. Surely, he is under divine protection and will be safe. Zhou Fengting reassured her sister, though she too felt a gnawing anxiety. That day, having held his hand, she had already begun to envision Chen Feiping as her own. At that moment, The sound of the courtyard gate creaking open resonated from outside. The two sisters hurriedly rushed out and beheld Chen Feiping and Zhuzi. "Brother Chen," they exhaled with palpable relief. Zhou Fengjiao, ever candid, exclaimed, "We were so worried about you returning so late. My sister and I feared something might have happened." "Ah, it's nothing," Chen Feiping replied nonchalantly. "We stumbled upon something remarkable today, which took us quite some time." Later, Zhuzi accidentally injured his leg while descending the mountain, hence our delayed return. "Is that so? Zhuzi, are you all right?" Zhuzi, taken aback, responded, "Sister-in-law, I'm perfectly fine. Just call me Zhuzi." Dinner had already been prepared. Yet the sisters chose to wait for Chen Feiping to return before eating. As the meal was about to commence, Zhuzi prepared to leave. Needing to attend to the wolf king he had caught, to skin it, and soak its bones in medicinal liquor. This wolf bone liquor was known for its efficacy in dispelling wind and alleviating pain, strengthening muscles and bones, particularly the bones of the wolf king, which were said to be nearly as potent as those of the tiger when steeped in liquor. Zhuzi had a large vat of white liquor at home. Although Chen Feiping did not smoke, he occasionally indulged in a sip. After the last hunt, where they had split 200 yuan from a wild boar, Zhuzi, unsure how to manage such a substantial sum, had filled the liquor vat to the brim, making it perfect for soaking the wolf bones. After Zhuzi departed, Chen Feiping shut the courtyard gate and suddenly remembered something. He made his way to the kitchen, addressing the sisters, who were tidying up the table and preparing to wash the dishes. "Feng Ting, Feng Jiao, hold on a moment. Come here quickly. I have something extraordinary to show you." Chapter 19. Tailoring for Chen Feiping in the second moment of affection with Zhou Fengting. "Brother Chen, what is this extraordinary treasure?" Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao set aside their dishes and approached. Chen Feiping revealed an aged mountain ginseng, peeling back the moss under the kerosene lamp. The sisters gazed in wonder at this remarkable find, their eyes brimming with curiosity. It measured the size of 3 fingers, with fine roots trailing beneath. In Jiangnan, wild mountain ginseng was unheard of, and they had never encountered such an oddity. "Brother Chen, what is this?" "Ginseng." Chen Feiping unveiled the mystery. "Ginseng? This must be quite valuable." Although she had never seen ginseng, Zhou Fengjiao had heard adults speak of its worth. "Brother Chen, did you dig this up in the mountains?" "Yes, I spent half a day on it. If I had damaged those fine roots, it wouldn't hold much value." "Brother Chen, how much can it sell for?" "Can it fetch 100? 100? Chen Feiping chuckled. "Fengjiao, this is wild mountain ginseng. You underestimate its worth. Even those of average age can sell for hundreds to thousands, and mine is aged over 50 years. It could easily command several thousand." Several thousand. The sisters were instantly taken aback. The treasure belonging to Brother Chen was indeed so valuable. What makes it so exceptional? Perceiving their bewilderment, Chen Feiping smiled and elucidated. In ancient times, emperors and high officials were fond of this, as it was believed to prolong life. Even those on the brink of death could revive upon consuming wild ginseng. The affluent on Hong Kong Island firmly believe in its efficacy, and its price can be exorbitant, sometimes exceeding 10,000 for a single root. If I were to auction this particular specimen in Hong Kong, it might fetch a sum between 80,000 to 100,000. However, here, it would be impossible to sell for such a high price. "Brother Chen, your abilities are truly remarkable," exclaimed Zhou Fengjiao with admiration. "You just hunted a wild boar the other day, and now you've unearthed such a precious ginseng." "Indeed. Brother Chen is also an excellent fisherman. He catches so many large fish every time he goes to the river." Zhou Fengting chimed in, secretly proud of her capable partner. Chen Feiping chuckled. "It is not merely my prowess. It is fortuitous that I encountered you both. Fengting, Fengjiao, you are indeed my lucky stars." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "By the way, please keep this matter to yourselves. There are too many envious eyes in the village. Brother Chen, we won't tell a soul. You can trust us completely," the sisters quickly assured him. Chen Feiping nodded. "In a few days, I plan to sell this old ginseng, and then I will have some money. Do not be overly frugal. Spend as you wish." This display of wealth was somewhat intentional on Chen Feiping's part. During their recent trip to the market, he had given each sister 10 yuan, yet they were so reluctant to spend it that they intended to return it to him. While thriftiness is indeed a virtue, Chen did not want the 2 girls accompanying him to suffer. He was capable of providing them with a better life, and they need not endure hardship unnecessarily. However, converting this old ginseng into cash would take a few more days. The time was not yet ripe. Selling ginseng at the market would be a foolish endeavor, especially this old variety, as most people could not afford it. Only in certain venues could its value be fully realized. The next day, after breakfast, Chun Feiping checked on the pillar's injury. It was not severe and would heal quickly with some herbal treatment. Had the injury been grave, the pillar would not have been able to walk home on its own yesterday. After bidding farewell to the pillar and returning home, he glanced at the old ginseng. He was not concerned about the sisters stealing it. Their simplicity and reluctance to spend made it highly improbable. His main worry was that the ginseng might deteriorate, so he kept a close watch on its condition. Nevertheless, he needed to act swiftly. Turning that ginseng into cash was the priority. Just as he wrapped the wild ginseng in moss, Zhou Fengting appeared at the door. "Brother Chun, my sister and I would like to make you a suit. Do you have a soft measuring tape?" Zhou Fengting stated her intention. Ready-made clothing was prohibitively expensive, as much of the cost stemmed from labor. The sisters had previously mentioned their sewing skills, prompting Su Qingyan to purchase some fabric. Additionally, the clothing styles of that era were rather outdated, making tailored garments a more favorable option. "Yes, come in," Chun Feiping replied, rummaging through a drawer to find a soft measuring tape, which he handed to her. "Here, Fengting. Please take my measurements to ensure a better fit." As they conversed, Chun Feiping took the initiative to lift his tank top. Zhou Fengting's gaze instinctively wandered, and she beheld the man's torso, resembling a meticulously crafted sculpture, with well-defined pectoral muscles glistening with health, and the six-pack abs below his chest standing out sharply. The pronounced mermaid line angled into the waistband of his pants, forming two sinuous valleys, each muscle bundle taut, like a drawn bowstring, brimming with tension and potential. Zhou Fengting's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze, feeling too shy to look further. Approaching Chun Feiping, she lowered her head, using a soft measuring tape to encircle his navel horizontally. They stood in close proximity, and Zhou Fengting could sense the overwhelming scent of masculinity emanating from him. Her heart raced fervently, and her hands trembled slightly, her bashful demeanor incredibly alluring. Chun Feiping gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Zhou Fengting wore the polka-dot dress he had purchased for her at the department store, and through the smooth, delicate fabric, he could feel the softness of her slender waist. The girl did not resist. Although they had known each other for only a few days, Chun Feiping had already become the most significant man in her life. The two young individuals were intimately close, each acutely aware of the other's accelerated heartbeat and rising body temperature. Since their hand-holding in the kitchen that fateful midnight, opportunities for intimacy had been scarce, as the two sisters were nearly inseparable, venturing everywhere together except for bathing or using the restroom. As Chun Feiping leaned down, Zhou Fengting seemed to realize what was about to transpire. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes fluttered shut, her cherry lips slightly parted, a mix of nervousness and anticipation enveloping her. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting the pair to hastily separate. The next instant, Zhou Fengjiao appeared at the doorway. Aside from her, there was no one else in the Chun household. "Sister, did you not find the measuring tape?" she inquired. Having borrowed it from Chun Feiping and not returning for a while, the younger sister had come to seek her out. "I found it. I'll measure for Brother Chun to ensure a proper fit." Zhou Fengting feigned nonchalance, yet the blush on her cheeks lingered, and her breath remained slightly quickened. Chun Feiping silently lamented the timing, wishing that Fengjiao had arrived just a minute later, as he and Fengting could have progressed further. The Oscar-worthy actor maintained his composure far better than her sister, even jesting with Zhou Fengjiao. "Fengjiao, you must ensure this outfit fits well. We wouldn't want to waste any fabric." Zhou Fengjiao chuckled. "Brother Chun, you can rest assured. My sister and I are skilled in our craft and will surely satisfy your expectations." "Ah, then I shall eagerly await the result." 2 days later, after dinner, Chun Feiping informed the two sisters that he would return late from a visit to Zhu Zi's home, and then he stepped outside. This evening marked the time for a significant transaction. Zhu Zi's house was less than 30 meters from Chun Feiping's, just a few steps away. Upon knocking on the door, he called out, "Let us go, Zhu Zi. We're off to sell that old ginseng." Chapter 20. The black market. Zhu Zi was taken aback. "Feiping, how can we sell at this hour?" Chun Feiping replied, "The night is the perfect time for sales. Allow me to introduce you to a new experience." "All right, let's go." The two of them promptly stepped outside, leaving the village behind, and arrived at a crossroads. Zhu Zi noticed that Chun Feiping was heading towards the city. Curiosity piqued. He refrained from asking further questions, trusting his good friend's judgment implicitly. 2.5 hours later, they reached the urban area. They had left at 6 o'clock, and it was now approximately 8:45. Chun Feiping navigated the bustling night market with ease. Although this was his first visit, The original owner frequently frequented this place at night, so it was not entirely unfamiliar. The night market was ablaze with lights, with vendors lining the street and throngs of people wandering about. It was Yuzi's first experience in the city after dark, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Vaping. Why is it so lively in the city at night? Everyone in our village is already in bed. With the village of Luoyan Bay still lacking electricity, nights were spent in darkness, illuminated only by kerosene lamps. Entertainment was scarce. Those with spouses would be busy with family, while the single ones would either work on crafts or retire early. Thus, Juzi found the bustling city night life utterly remarkable. Chun Faping chuckled. City dwellers are quite different. They work during the day and only have time to enjoy themselves at night. Indeed, Juzi exclaimed joyfully, city folks have money. If we sell old mountain ginseng here, we might earn an extra 100 or so. Chun Faping shook his head. No, we are not here to sell old mountain ginseng. The patrons of the night market were ordinary people, unable to afford high prices, and thus not the ideal clientele. Juzi was bewildered. Then where shall we sell it? Patience. Let us stroll for a bit first, and we shall discuss it later. Chun Faping teased, maintaining an air of mystery. They leisurely wandered through the night market. By the late 1980s, many had begun to engage in small trades, realizing the potential for profit. Some employees from state-owned enterprises even brought goods to sell at night markets. Chun Faping, however, did not partake in such ventures. As a reborn individual, he sought only high-profit endeavors. Besides, he had a system to rely on. After meandering through the market without purchasing anything, since the purpose of their visit was not to shop, as carrying items would be inconvenient, they noted that the crowd began to dwindle after 9:30. Some vendors started to pack up their stalls. Feeling a bit hungry, Chun Faping suggested they grab a late-night snack. Nighttime delicacies varied greatly across regions in the 1980s. In eastern Guangdong, one would find stir-fried snails, beef rice noodles, and boat porridge. The north favored wheat-based dishes like pancakes, dumplings, and wontons, while the capital indulged in stewed meat and baked goods. They ordered 2 large bowls of knife-cut noodles, one for each, along with a few stuffed pastries and 2 bottles of beer. The pillar, robust and hearty, consumed a considerable amount, and so did Chun Faping. Together, they polished off 2 bowls of knife-cut noodles and savory pies, leisurely savoring a beer until the vendor began to pack up. Time passed, and they ambled away with the pillar. Aside from the night market, the rest of the city was eerily deserted, enveloped in silence, with only the 2 large men strolling through the streets. If he were alone in the dead of night, the pillar would have felt a surge of panic. However, with Chun Faping by his side, the towering figure felt no fear. Following Chun Faping, they ventured into a secluded alley, where suddenly the sounds of lively chatter emerged, though it was already midnight. This alley was far more bustling than the night market had been just a few hours prior. Yet, unlike the brightly lit night market, this place was particularly dim. Numerous vendors squatted against the walls, laying out their goods on cloths and lighting kerosene lamps, adjusting the wicks to the size of mung beans, rendering themselves shrouded in shadows. Exuding an air of mystery, shadows flitted about like wandering souls in the darkness, and the air was thick with the pungent aroma of smoke. Brother, interested in a watch? We have both domestic and imported. A slight figure approached them stealthily, lowering his voice to inquire. As he spoke, he lifted a piece of canvas to reveal several mechanical watches. Chun Faping casually inquired about the prices. The domestic Dongfeng and Huangpu watches were over 100, while the imported Omegas would set one back at least a few hundred. The watch vendor had indeed found the right customer, as Chun Faping was in need of a timepiece. Typically, when venturing into the mountains, he could gauge the time by observing the sun's position, but on cloudy days, it was impossible. That day, while foraging for ginseng, he had lost track of time, and it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Having a watch would have been more convenient. Chun Faping was either reluctant to buy or would prefer an imported one. However, he had only about 200 yuan on him, so he decided to wait until he sold the wild ginseng later. After the vendor departed, the pillar, puzzled, asked, Faping, what kind of place is this? It's pitch dark and they're selling watches. Aren't those only available in state-run stores? Chun Faping chuckled. The black market is full of surprises. In the 1970s and 80s, due to the inadequacies of the planned economy and the nascent market mechanisms during the reform era, many places thrived with black markets. For those familiar with novels from that era, this would not be unfamiliar. Items in the black market are costly, yet do not require ration coupons. Here, one can even find those who trade in coupons. By the late 1980s, many goods became freely available, yet the black market persisted. Albeit with a shift in what was traded, now it involved smuggled electronics, light industrial products, foreign currency, and antiques. Many items that still required coupons were readily available in the black market, provided one had the funds. This is the black market? The pillar was astounded. Vaping. Do you intend to sell ginseng here? If caught, we would face severe consequences. Don't you remember Uncle Yang from the Yang family? He spent years in prison before being released. In the 1970s, a villager from the village took the mountain goods he had gathered to sell on the black market, only to be arrested and denounced for the crime of speculation. At that time, Juzi was still under 10 years old, yet the memory remained vivid. And the mere mention of the black market sent shivers down his spine. Juzi, that was a long time ago. Times have changed. Chen Fei remarked nonchalantly. Did you ever see anyone selling clothes or grains on the street back then? Now, they are everywhere. With the reform and opening up, the police no longer raid the black market. The people here are affluent, allowing our wild ginseng to fetch a good price. Juzi, don't worry. Just watch from the sidelines. I'll handle the selling. Chen Fei was remarkably confident. Within this black market, there are many wealthy and influential businessmen. And with years of reform, the local government has largely adopted a tacit approval of the black market, leaving no cause for concern. In truth, the original owner had visited this place several times, but he had not disclosed this to Juzi. Although Juzi felt a twinge of fear, he resolved to stand by his friend, determined that if the police did come to arrest anyone, he would take the blame and claim he was the one selling the wild ginseng. Chen Fei did not rush to set up a stall. Instead, he wandered around the black market. Though the original owner had visited a few times, he left promptly after transactions, leaving him with little knowledge of the black market. This place was a mix of characters, and it was wise to assess the situation before proceeding. Moreover, the black market only opened at midnight and closed at dawn, so there was still ample time. Chapter 21. For this wild ginseng, I can offer you 15,000. After meandering through the narrow alleys several times, he discovered a diverse array of individuals. Vendors selling goods, customers eager to buy, shrewd resellers, and even furtive thieves lurking about. Those lacking courage would not dare to bring valuable items here to sell. Chen Fei found a corner, laid out a burlap sack, but instead of showcasing the wild ginseng, he first revealed several wolf pelts. Lighting an oil lamp, he quickly caught the attention of a shrewd-looking portly man who squatted down and inquired, "Hey, how much are you selling these wolf pelts for?" 60 for the damaged ones, 120 for the intact ones, and 180 for the largest. The head wolf. Chen Fei casually quoted his prices. In his previous life, he had a penchant for reading period novels, having perused hundreds on platforms such as Tomato Novel, some of which depicted prices from the late 1980s, granting him a modicum of knowledge regarding the prices of that era. While wandering through the black market earlier, he had fortuitously discovered another vendor selling wolf pelts, and, upon inquiring about their prices, found them to be quite similar to his own. Chen Fei had a total of 7 pelts, 3 damaged from gunfire, 1 from a knife wound, and 1 intact, having been incapacitated by a well-placed elbow strike and a kick, though the Wolf King had been slain with a knife. It was more accurately described as having its neck shattered with the back of the blade, resulting in a perfect pelt. He intended to sell these variously graded pelts at slightly lower prices than the previous vendor, while adjusting the price of the Wolf King's pelt accordingly. Sensing it should be comparable, why is wolf fur so exorbitantly priced? A pristine piece should suffice for around 60. The hefty fellow, a regular in the black market, mistook Chen Fei for a novice, and with a ruthless swipe, he aimed for the jugular. Chen Fei chuckled lightly, "No worries, perhaps you may find a better deal elsewhere." The rotund man, with a begrudging smile, retorted, "Your price is too steep, it won't sell. I could linger here all night without a sale." Chen Fei, disinterested in further banter, noted that most buyers in this market were merely opportunists. Yet, among them, some were unscrupulous while others were fair-minded. This hefty man clearly belonged to the former category, haggling mercilessly, his mind set on scoring a massive bargain. With his dubious demeanor, Chen Fei dismissed him without further ado. At that moment, Juzi interjected, "Fei Ping, can we truly sell the wolf pelts at such a high price?" Chen Fei, unperturbed, replied, "No need to rush. We have ample time." After a while, more individuals approached, primarily those looking for a steal, bluntly attempting to negotiate down to the bone. However, one buyer, more earnest than the rest, proposed to purchase 7 pelts but insisted on a discount of 5 yuan for each damaged one and 10 for the others. Recognizing the fairness in his offer, Chun Fei readily agreed. The 7 pelts were ultimately sold for 601 yuan. The buyer produced 6 crisp bills. Fresh from the release in May, their authenticity surpassing even that of pearls, counterfeit currency had yet to be printed. Fei Ping, we actually sold the pelts. Zhuzi exclaimed, his delight evident. He had not anticipated such value in wolf fur. The proceeds from these pelts nearly rivaled the earnings from a massive wild boar hunt just days prior. This was merely an appetizer. The main course awaited. A subtle smile graced Chun Fei's lips as he packed up. We still have wild ginseng to sell, Zhuzi reminded him. Assuming he had forgotten. Our old ginseng is of the finest quality, high-end merchandise, requiring no street stall. Otherwise, a throng of opportunistic resellers or even petty thugs might swarm. Seeking to exploit the situation, Chun Fei resolved to cautiously seek out capable buyers. After meandering through the alley twice, Chun Fei's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man. This individual exuded a formidable and composed aura, starkly contrasting with the other merchants rife with shrewdness. Slim in stature, his bulging satchel suggested he carried something of value. Yet the street ruffians and thieves dared not cast a lingering glance his way. As he passed, numerous vendors eagerly greeted him, many vying to showcase their wares. Third Master. That vase is splendid. Would you care to take a look? Third Master. I possess a fine jade stone that will surely not disappoint. Chun Fei Ping swiftly observed that the Third Master only had eyes for precious antiques, jade, calligraphy, and other valuable curiosities, dismissing the more affordable items with disdain. After finishing a cigarette, the thin middle-aged man discarded the butt. A thought sparked in Chun Fei Ping's mind, prompting him to approach and pick it up, shining his flashlight on it. A huazi. In this era, acquiring a huazi is no simple feat. As a specially supplied cigarette, it is typically inaccessible to the general populace. While the black market is rife with affluent merchants, those who possess a huazi tend to reserve it for entertaining guests as a status symbol. Yet he had chosen to consume it himself. Various signs indicated that this Third Master was likely a powerful tycoon. Chun Fei Ping trailed behind him, and the thin middle-aged man suddenly halted, inquiring, "Young man, is there something you need?" He had sensed that he was being followed but did not regard it with concern. For in this black market, no one dared to play tricks on him. Zhang Laosan had been mingling in the black market since the late 1970s, becoming the city's first 10,000 yuan household, and had since transformed into a wealthy magnate. Chun Fei Ping got straight to the point. "I wish to sell you something." Zhang Laosan replied nonchalantly, "You have the wrong person. I do not accept ordinary items." He was well acquainted with most capable sellers, and Chun Fei Ping, being merely a novice, did not command his attention. Chun Fei Ping smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I am indeed looking for a boss who does not deal in ordinary goods. May I have a moment of your time?" His words piqued Zhang Laosan's interest slightly. "Fine, I'll grant you half a minute. I hope you won't disappoint me." The two men retreated to a dimly lit corner with few people around. Chun Fei Ping reached into his pocket and retrieved a small cloth pouch. Unfolding it and illuminating its contents with his flashlight, the instant Zhang Laosan beheld the old mountain ginseng, his eyes gleamed with excitement. A top-quality wild mountain ginseng. Chun Fei Ping inquired, "So, what do you think? Did I let you down?" "Good stuff," Zhang Laosan replied tersely. Unlike those opportunistic middlemen who endlessly sought to exploit others, he dealt in unique treasures, needing no lucky finds. He could easily turn a profit through his own channels, which is why many small vendors aspired to have him buy their wares. He continued, "I need to examine it closely." Chun Fei Ping nodded, "Of course, please take your time." Zhang Laosan scrutinized it carefully with the flashlight and then made his assessment. Over 50 years, less than 60. He had sold enough ginseng to discern the approximate age at a glance. "I can offer you 15,000, Zhang Laosan proposed, startling Chun Fei Ping's companion behind him, leaving him momentarily dazed, his mind buzzing. "What? 15,000? Did I hear that correctly?" Chapter 22. Within days of his rebirth, he had become a 10,000 yuan household. Chun Fei Ping was not surprised by this price. Based on his knowledge from novels set in the era prior to his rebirth, he understood that wild mountain ginseng would undoubtedly fetch over 10,000. As for the exact amount, he could not ascertain, as each novel presented differing accounts. Moreover, Chun Fei Ping was unable to ascertain the age of the wild ginseng, while the other party appeared to be quite the expert in this domain. Considering the situation, Chun Fei Ping thought it might be worthwhile to negotiate further. Thus he raised 2 fingers and declared, "That's too low. 20,000. Zhang Laosan replied nonchalantly, "Since you sought me out, You should be aware of my business principles. I never engage in haggling. If you doubt my word, feel free to inquire with anyone. This wild ginseng is worth 15,000. If you believe it can sell, then sell it. If not, then let it go. In truth, had he offered 20,000, there would still be profit to be made. Yet Zhang Laosan insisted on ensuring his margin. He preferred not to engage in transactions with meager returns. However, unlike those who seek to exploit others for a great bargain, Zhang Laosan's pricing of quality goods would never be outrageous. Chen Feiping pondered. The multitude of vendors in the black market who eagerly approached this third master with their wares indicated that he must possess a solid reputation. The initial offer of 15,000 was indeed quite generous. Were it another opportunistic trader, they might have dared to propose a mere few hundred. Having reached this realization, he nodded in agreement. All right, 15,000 it is. Within 2 minutes, this significant transaction was finalized. Zhang Laosan produced 2 bundles of pristine bills from his black satchel, from which he removed half of one bundle, counted out 50 notes, and handed them to Chen Feiping along with the remaining bundle. Chen Feiping counted the money himself and tucked the 2 bundles away. Indeed, this old ginseng is yours. Thank you. No need for thanks. It is simply business. And you owe me nothing, Zhang Laosan replied with a calm demeanor. You are likely not familiar with this area. It would be best to wait until dawn to leave. He recognized the regular faces in the black market, but Chen Feiping was a stranger, thus he offered this kind-hearted advice. For merchants who frequently conducted business there, local thugs dared not interfere. However, those who preyed on unfamiliar faces posed a significant risk. If the 2 were targeted, carrying a significant sum of money through the black market in the dead of night could result in robbery. Understood. Chen Feiping nodded, feeling a newfound appreciation for this middle-aged man. Despite being merely a black market trader, he was a decent person. After Zhang Laosan departed, Zhu Zi, still dreaming, could hardly believe the reality. He was both astonished and delighted. Feiping, did we truly sell our wild ginseng for such a sum? 15,000. What a concept. Zhu Zi could scarcely fathom it. In the previous years, during the peak of ginseng digging, he and Chen Feiping had unearthed wild ginseng twice, selling each for just over 100 at the market. At that time, the original owner was unaware of its true value. It was only after gaining experience in the black market that they realized the potential worth, lamentably too late to capitalize on it. Zhu Zi had thought that the old ginseng could fetch perhaps a few hundred at most, never anticipating that Chen Feiping would sell it for such an exorbitant price. No wonder Feiping ventured to sell the old ginseng in the black market. There truly were many affluent buyers here. If they had gone to the market, who could possibly produce such a large sum of money at once? Chen Feiping chuckled. Indeed, Zhu Zi, did I not say earlier that we were destined for fortune? He summarized. This time, we have earned a total of 15,610 yuan. Zhu Zi, I'll allocate 4,600 to you. What do you think? Last time, the proceeds from the wild boar were split 70-30, and following our usual practice, 30% of this amount is approximately 4,006. That is quite a lot. Feiping, just give me whatever you feel is appropriate. The wild ginseng was a gift from the mountain god in a dream to Feiping. He was the one who descended to gather it, and he was also the one who sold it on the black market. Even the pile of wolf pelts, he shot only 2 himself, while the rest were taken down by Feiping. Without Feiping, I wouldn't have survived. Let alone be here discussing the division of money tonight. A good brother could be content with just 1,000 or a few hundred. Zhu Zi would be very satisfied. 4,600 is what you deserve, Zhu Zi. Chen Feiping stated earnestly. For someone who, when faced with a pack of wolves, would urge you to flee while claiming his meat would keep the wolves occupied for a while. His sole wish being to receive incense offerings during festivals from such a good brother, Feiping felt it entirely appropriate to share more with Zhu Zi. This bond is one forged in life and death, where others are willing to bare their souls for you, even to the point of sacrifice. Zhu Zi may be foolish, yet his innocence is endearing. Chen Feiping would never shortchange him. Thus, even if it meant giving Zhu Zi a few thousand yuan, Feiping felt no remorse. Moreover, opportunities to earn more would abound in the future. By providing Zhu Zi with a little extra, it would improve his circumstances, making it easier for him to find a wife. Feiping insisted on the 70-30 split, and Zhu Zi could not refuse, so he accepted. The big fool was moved to tears. In Luoyan Bay, only a true brother treated him so well. No one, not even parents or siblings, could compare. However, in the black market, Zhu Zi was hesitant to carry such a large sum, so he asked Chen Feiping to help safeguard it, fearing loss or theft. Following Zhang Laosan's advice, for safety's sake. Chen Feiping decided to wait until dawn before leaving. Taking advantage of his presence in the black market, he intended to purchase some desired items as well. First, he sought out the vendor who had previously sold watches. The state-run department stores still required tickets for watches, thus necessitating a purchase on the black market. After some haggling, he spent over 300 yuan on a citizen watch, a mechanical timepiece made in Japan. Compared to the likes of Rolex, Omega, and Longines, this brand is of a lower tier. However, it offers great value, with features like water and shock resistance, and Feiping found its design quite appealing. He then spent 180 yuan on a high-performance transistor radio. With little entertainment at home, listening to the radio would be enjoyable. Zhuzi was also fond of the radio. Previously, he would have hesitated to buy it, as nearly 200 yuan was far too expensive for him. But now, with that substantial sum in his pocket, it was a different matter altogether. Thus, Zhuzi asked Chen Feiping to procure him the same radio, trusting wholeheartedly in his brother's choice, which he knew would be impeccable. At dawn, the black market finally closed, and the vendors dispersed like birds and beasts, leaving the once bustling alley eerily quiet, as if the vibrant scenes of the previous night were merely a fleeting dream. Chen Feiping and Zhuzi quietly departed, yet they did not head home immediately. Hunger struck once more, and they decided to indulge in breakfast first. Having spent an entire night awake, the two exhibited no signs of fatigue. After all, they were youthful and brimming with energy. Moreover, the thrill of having earned a substantial sum of money filled them with excitement. Zhuzi insisted on treating Chen Feiping to breakfast, feeling it was only right since his good friend had treated him to late-night snacks the previous evening. Chen Feiping, this time, did not contest the gesture. They each ordered a bowl of wontons along with several freshly steamed, piping hot meat buns, savoring every bite. Chen Feiping felt elated. Having spent over 500 yuan the night before, he still had more than 10,000 left, excluding Zhuzi's share. In just a few days since his rebirth, he had become a thousandaire. What a thrill! After breakfast, Chen Feiping accompanied Zhuzi to the city market to purchase some groceries and then waited for the bank to open, assisting Zhuzi in depositing his money into his own account. The large sum was too daunting for the simpleton to keep at home, as he feared theft. Having never opened a bank account and feeling somewhat socially anxious, he requested Chen Feiping's assistance in managing the funds, planning to withdraw it as needed. They deposited 4,500 yuan, leaving a mere 100. The money for the radio was comfortably covered by the 200 he had earned from selling the wild boar, leaving him with some spare cash. Instead of walking back, they opted for a bus service from the city to the town, which passed by Luoyan Bay. They would disembark and walk a short distance home. Upon arrival, neither of the sisters was aware of Chen Feiping's late-night absence. Seeing him return with groceries and a new radio, they assumed he had risen early to shop in town. After placing the groceries in the kitchen, Chen Feiping returned to his room and collapsed into bed, prioritizing a much-needed rest. He slept soundly until the afternoon, awakening refreshed and invigorated. Had he been older, a sleepless night would have left him exhausted for days, but youth is a precious asset. Recovery was swift. Having consumed a foundational elixir, his robust constitution showed no signs of weariness. Glancing at his citizen watch, he gasped. It was already past 2 o'clock. He scrambled to his feet, realizing that Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao were likely waiting for him to join them for lunch. Indeed, the two sisters had yet to eat. While they were wonderful in many ways, their humility was a touch excessive. "Did I not suggest you have lunch without me?" he inquired, noting their delay. It seemed his earlier instructions had gone unheeded. "Brother Chen, we are not hungry. We will wait for you," they responded, casting curious glances at him. Why has Brother Chen slept so long during the day? Is he unwell? However, Chen Feiping's complexion was rosy, his speech vigorous, and he did not appear to be unwell. The lunch had been prepared, and he asked his sister to heat it up. Zhou Fengting then quietly inquired of Chen Feiping, "Elder Brother Chen, are you well? Is something troubling your health?" Having held hands and shared embraces, although their relationship had not yet been formally defined, Zhou Fengting had already envisioned herself as Chen Feiping's woman, and thus cared for him deeply. "I'm perfectly fine," Chen Feiping replied with a smile. "Fengting, I was just thinking of you all night, and I simply could not sleep." Zhou Fengting felt a surge of joy, yet also a hint of shyness. His last statement seemed to carry an odd ambiguity. "Elder Brother Chen, actually, I didn't sleep well either," Zhou Fengting replied bashfully. "Were you thinking of me too?" "Indeed, your image lingered in my heart, and when I finally managed to sleep, I dreamt of you," Chen Feiping exclaimed, his spirits soaring. unable to resist pinching the delicate features of the girl before him. Fengting's skin is truly exquisite, smooth and fair, unlike the roughness found elsewhere. Despite her humble origins, she was distinctly different from the women of Luoyang Bay, exhibiting a gentle demeanor that befits a girl from Jiangnan. Indeed, one could say that the land nurtures its people. Zhou Fengting obediently allowed Chen Feiping to caress her cherubic face. When a woman is willing to hold your hand, it signifies her openness to your every desire. After lunch, with the afternoon stretching before them and the heat discouraging them from venturing outside, they retreated to the main room to enjoy the radio. The transistor radio boasted advantages such as compact size, lightweight, portability, low maintenance costs, and energy efficiency, allowing for prolonged use even in the absence of electricity, ideal for a backward village like Luoyang Bay. However, the sound quality of transistors paled in comparison to vacuum tubes. Thus, Chen Feiping had invested significantly in a high-end model that delivered stronger signals and superior sound quality. While a cheap radio might cost only a few dozen yuan, this had set him back 180, enough to purchase several inferior models. After extending the antenna and tuning the frequency, the robust cobalt magnet speaker resonated with the station's broadcast, filling the room with a rich, expansive sound reminiscent of aged wine. Such an ancient radio clearly possessed remarkable qualities, justifying the fervent collections of enthusiasts in his past life. Elder brother Chen, this new radio sounds fantastic. It's so much clearer than the one back home. Did you buy it in town, and how much did it cost? Zhou Fengting asked. The sisters had once owned a radio, but it had been a cheap model, subsequently claimed by their uncles after their parents' passing. Not much, less than 200 yuan. Chen Feiping's response left the sisters astonished. That is not much. It's exorbitantly expensive. Our parents were reluctant to spend even a few dozen yuan on a radio, they exclaimed. Chen Feiping then pulled out 2 banknotes from his pocket and pressed them into the girl's hands. Use this money as you wish. The sisters were taken aback as they gazed at the crisp new banknote in their hands, a 100 yuan bill that had just been issued not long ago. Something they had never even seen before. Brother Chen, we cannot accept this money. It is far too much. One exclaimed. Indeed. We have yet to spend the 10 yuan you gave us last time, the other added. Chen Feiping smiled gently. What was given before is in the past. This is a different matter entirely. 10 yuan hardly suffices for anything, not even a piece of clothing. Brother Chen has ample means. Our old mountain ginseng has been sold for a substantial amount. They chimed in. You need not worry about saving on my account. I am quite capable of ensuring you both are well fed, do you understand? For women who do not merit his expenditure, Chen Feiping would hesitate even to part with a single yuan, much like the version of himself before his rebirth who, with a sense of entitlement, demanded a bride price of 5.88 million along with a car, a house, and a monthly income exceeding 30,000. On their first dining encounter, Chen Feiping insisted on covering only his own expenses. Conversely, when it comes to women who are deserving of his generosity, he is remarkably magnanimous. The same principle applies to friendships. He would lend nothing to fair-weather friends, but for true brothers in need, he would readily offer assistance without being asked. The 2 sisters exchanged glances, beginning to comprehend Chen Feiping's character. To reject his offer at this moment would surely provoke his ire. So they graciously accepted the gift after expressing their gratitude. In her heart, Zhou Fengting mused, what is mine is also Brother Chen's. I shall save this money for him. Zhou Fengjiao, aware of Chen Feiping's fondness for tea, brewed him a pot while she and her sister began to cut fabric for clothing. After measuring Chen Feiping's dimensions the previous day, they had commenced their sewing project. As Chen Feiping relaxed, sipping tea and listening to the radio, his mind wandered to how best to utilize the over 10,000 yuan obtained from the sale of the ginseng. He knew he could not let it sit idly, for money depreciates over time. Especially as they entered the 1990s, wages were rapidly increasing. Many workers in state-owned enterprises, who once earned mere dozens of yuan monthly, soon found their salaries surpassing 100, with annual raises following suit. Prices, too, would rise in tandem with inflation. In Chapter 24, he contemplated bringing the sisters into the city to acquire transportation. A portion of the funds could be allocated to purchasing essential items, such as the radio and a sewing machine, which would certainly facilitate their work, considering their adeptness at creating garments. While their handmade skills were commendable, Chen Feiping hoped they might focus their talents elsewhere. In addition to acquiring materials, he considered potential investments. The late 1980s were rife with lucrative opportunities. Simply by purchasing goods in bulk and setting up a stall, one could still profit, though the competition had intensified, diminishing the ease of success. Chen Feiping held little regard for such trifles. Alternatively, spending a few thousand on a tractor for transportation could prove immensely profitable. As there was a significant shortage of transport vehicles in 1988, with ample work available, and the high profit margins made it possible to recoup the investment within a year. However, operating a tractor is exceedingly exhausting and monotonous. Chen Feiping does not wish to spend an entire year toiling outdoors. He would much prefer to enjoy leisurely moments at home with his sisters. Moreover, after a month of driving a tractor, one can scarcely earn a few hundred yuan. For someone endowed with a system of rebirth, that sum is hardly substantial. Furthermore, should he contemplate establishing a factory, such funds would be insufficient, and the management would prove too cumbersome. In his previous life, Chen Feiping had indeed run a factory, managing a small workshop that, while not expansive, consumed a considerable amount of his mental energy. His mind was perpetually preoccupied with his career. He earned some money but was too busy to engage in romance. And as he approached 30, found himself resorting to blind dates. Regrettably, before he could save her life, he was abruptly taken away alongside an automated driving dump truck, which is indeed disheartening. Yet, had it not been for that fate, he would not have traversed to this new life and met his sisters. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. After much contemplation, Chen Feiping realized there are numerous ventures to pursue, yet he feels disinclined to engage in any. This lifetime, he desires to live with greater ease, to truly relish life, unlike the arduous existence of his past, at least during the initial phase of his rebirth. He is in no rush. He can indulge in a few carefree years first. Even in the 1990s, there are ample opportunities to earn money. He could seek relatively free and less labor-intensive speculative trades, allowing fortune to guide him as long as he does not feel overly constrained. Furthermore, the system may one day present him with a lucrative opportunity. With this thought, Chen Feiping felt a sense of clarity. He formulated a plan for how to spend his funds. First, he would acquire a means of transportation. After all, whether hunting for game or foraging for wild ginseng, frequent trips to town or the city are necessary. Lacking a vehicle is quite impractical. Naturally, Chen Feiping would not consider purchasing a bicycle, as it is too slow, inefficient, and unsuitable for transporting goods or accompanying his sisters. The following day, after breakfast, Chen Feiping said to his sisters, "Come, let us venture into the city. I have some items to purchase." The two women, intrigued, inquired, "Brother Chen, what do you intend to buy?" With a playful grin, he replied, "You will find out in due time." As the three exited, they strolled towards the village entrance, encountering several villagers along the way. The news of the two sisters visiting Chen Feiping's home had spread throughout Luoyang Bay in recent days, yet many had yet to witness them in person. Thus, upon encountering them on the road, villagers could not help but steal glances, soon confirming that the sisters were indeed as beautiful as the rumors suggested. Some unmarried young men secretly envied Chen Feiping's fortune, even contemplating whether to forge a connection with him. However, jealousy brewed among others. They mused that Chen Feiping, who seemed lackadaisical and barely able to sustain himself, could hardly manage the addition of two women. His wife, they thought, was truly unfortunate to be tied to such a layabout. Hardships surely awaited her. These two women had likely arrived not long ago, and whether they were indeed his wives remained uncertain. Perhaps they would leave one day. Indeed, as I said, sooner or later, they will flee. Chen Feiping, however, did not hear the villagers' remarks. Though they whispered behind his back, they dared not speak too loudly, for Chen Feiping was a man of formidable reputation, and the villagers feared retaliation. As they soon departed the village, the number of villagers venturing out that day was scant, as it was not the day of the town's grand market. Approaching a fork in the road, the sudden sound of an engine and a prolonged horn echoed behind them. The trio instinctively turned to see a motorcycle, small and delicate, painted in a vibrant red akin to a flamboyant rooster. The Jialing 50, the first civilian micromotorcycle produced by Jialing, was affectionately nicknamed the Red Rooster. In many historical novels from his past life, Chen Feiping had encountered references to this petite motorcycle. With a mere 50 cubic centimeters displacement and a top speed of only 50 km/h, its two-stroke, single-cylinder design boasted lackluster shock absorption, and its power and specifications were decidedly outdated. Yet, none of these shortcomings overshadowed its merits. The Red Rooster was remarkably affordable, priced at merely 8 or 900 yuan, barely reaching 1,000. Its inception had indeed fulfilled the motorcycle dreams of countless citizens. The rider of this red rooster was the village chief's nephew, Sundishing, the proprietor of a small convenience store. He strutted about with the swagger of a proud rooster. Having earned a tidy sum from his shop, he had purchased this red rooster for 950 yuan 2 years prior, enjoying a period of considerable prestige within the village. Each time he rode it, he felt a surge of pride. Today, he intended to ride into the city for some leisure, and fortuitously encountered Chun Feiping and the two sisters on the road, deliberately honking his horn in a display of bravado. His wife, Li Tsuehua, perched on the back seat, felt a swell of triumph as she glanced at Chun Feiping walking by. Chun Feiping, oh Chun Feiping, do not blame me, Li Tsuehua, for looking down on you. After all, you were so impoverished. The village beauty believed her choice to be exceedingly wise. Had she chosen Chun Feiping, her only means of travel would be on foot, never affording the luxury of a motorcycle. Her husband's little Jialing was something Chun Feiping would likely never be able to purchase in his lifetime. Chun Feiping's expression darkened instantly. He and the sisters were not even walking in the middle of the road, yet this scoundrel blasted his horn with clear intent. How dare he blare that horn? A mere few hundred yuan red rooster could not intimidate him. Both the original owner and the current Chun Feiping could not tolerate disrespect. Feeling irked, he quickened his pace towards the couple. Upon seeing the intent to confront, Sundishing recalled the times he had been beaten in the past and felt a surge of panic. Accelerating, he swerved to avoid Chun Feiping, narrowly escaping a tumble into the ditch, and without daring to linger, sped away, fearful that Chun Feiping might pursue him for a beating. Li Tsuehua, observing her husband's cowardly demeanor, frowned. Sundishing, drive properly. Why are you so afraid of Chun Feiping? Her husband, caught between fear and bravado, had provoked Chun Feiping, only to behave like a mouse confronted by a cat. Sundishing felt a twinge of embarrassment, steadying himself as he forced a fa of bravado. My dear wife, it is not that I fear Chun Feiping, but rather that I do not wish to stoop to the level of such a barbarian, as it would tarnish my dignity. Li Tsuehua inwardly scoffed, thinking to herself that the entire village was aware of how Sun had been bested by Chun Feiping on 2 occasions. Nevertheless, he was her husband, and she ultimately held her tongue, merely simmering in frustration. Sundishing's financial standing was commendable, ranking among the more prosperous in the village. However, his lack of physical appeal was a notable drawback. In matters of intimacy, he was fleetingly proficient, yet he lacked the gallant presence that Chun Feiping possessed. If only Chun Feiping had wealth akin to Sundishing's, I would have surely married him back in the day. Li Tsuehua mused silently. Meanwhile, the sisters also noticed something peculiar about Chun Feiping. Brother Chun, who was that man just now? One inquired. Just a scoundrel from the village, pay him no mind. He replied dismissively. After waiting for about 10 minutes at a fork in the road, a bus bound for the city arrived, and the three boarded. The journey was leisurely, with the bus making frequent stops to pick up passengers, taking over half an hour to cover the 40-odd miles. Once they disembarked, the sisters eagerly scanned their surroundings. Intrigued by the cityscape, Chun Feiping's visit to the city was far from a casual excursion. He had a clear objective in mind as he led the sisters toward a specific destination. After a quarter of an hour's walk, they arrived before a modest 3-story building, which occupied a substantial area. It was a large marketplace, a state-run hardware and electrical goods store. What Chun Feiping sought to purchase today was a mode of transportation housed within this very establishment. The state-run hardware store, known for its wholesale and retail of hardware and electrical products, had once primarily sold tools and household appliances during the era of planned economy. However, with the deepening of reform and the gradual emergence of private enterprises, it began to transition toward a more market-oriented approach, offering a wider array of goods. Ignoring the various household appliances on display, since the electricity had yet to reach their village, Chun Feiping made his way directly to a section of the market where motorcycles were prominently displayed within a fenced area. Indeed, during this era, motorcycles were also sold in the hardware and electrical goods sector. This was the very mode of transportation Chun Feiping desired. Automobiles were exorbitantly priced, with a single Santana costing upwards of 100,000 yuan, far beyond his means. Moreover, given the poor road conditions in the village, a motorcycle would prove far more convenient than a car. By 1988, the domestic motorcycle market had begun to showcase a diverse array of developments, with as many as 19 designated manufacturers in the country. For instance, the Chongqing Motorcycle Factory collaborated with the eminent company Dapliang to produce the models Fuxianda and Fosti, whose designs drew inspiration from the Wuyong and Yelong 125 models. though many might not have even heard of them. Additionally, the Jinshe motorcycle factory partnered with Y-Band to produce the Gaoding 125, and the Tianjin second bicycle factory had once seen success with the Hyundai 80, a product of a German company's idle motorcycle production line. The collaboration between Qingqi and Suzuki, along with Yamaha's 80 model, has made these brands widely recognized. In 1980, domestic motorcycle production capacity was a mere 50,000 units, resulting in a significant demand that far exceeded supply, making them highly sought after. By 1988, however, this figure skyrocketed to nearly 800,000. With numerous domestic manufacturers and substantial production capacity, motorcycles were no longer the coveted items they once were after the reform and opening up period. Coupled with their exorbitant prices, they became unattainable for the average citizen. Fortunately, state-owned hardware and electrical supply stores were abundant and exempt from industrial quotas. Chen Feiping immediately noticed the Red Chicken King that Sun Dishing had purchased, priced at 950 yuan. Initially, this model required a purchase voucher, but now it was no longer necessary. Although the price had increased from the previous 600, Chen Feiping merely cast a glance at it, his interest waning. Aside from being economical on fuel, the motorcycle had little to recommend it. Its power was insufficient, the suspension was subpar, the build was compact, and it was prone to mechanical issues. Most importantly, its rear seat could accommodate only one passenger. Naturally, he needed a vehicle with a larger rear seat capable of comfortably carrying 2 passengers. He anticipated traveling to various locations, making power, comfort, and durability paramount. Adjacent to the Chicken King was the Jialing 70, colloquially known as the Jialing Kid, which was the most iconic model from Jialing in the 1980s. The earlier models of the Jialing Kid were quite commendable, as the manufacturer had signed a collaboration agreement with Honda in October 1983. The Jialing Kids produced in 1984 and 1985 utilized Honda's original imported components, ensuring high quality, fuel efficiency, and durability. This model featured a comprehensive upgrade in specifications compared to the Chicken King, albeit at a significantly higher price, reaching approximately 3,600 yuan when imported from Honda. However, after 1985, as the level of domestic production increased, the price dropped to between 2,600 and 3,000 yuan, depending on the region and market demand. By 1988, it was unlikely that the state-owned hardware and electrical stores would still offer Honda's original parts, and its power output was somewhat underwhelming at 70 cc. Although it surpassed the Chicken King, it still fell short of Chen Feiping's expectations. After examining several domestic models, he found them all lacking. It was not that Chen Feiping lacked patriotism. Rather, the domestic motorcycles at this stage were just emerging, and their quality was questionable. In the event of a breakdown, finding a repair shop could prove challenging. Thus, durability was undoubtedly one of Chen Feiping's top priorities. Otherwise, he would face the inconvenience of being stranded on the road. His attention then turned to several imported models from Suzuki, Yamaha, and Honda. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a striking red Honda, where he paused. The Honda Feiying 100, heralded as Honda's quintessential small displacement model of the 1980s, was also known as the Eagle Kid. It featured a 4-stroke, single-cylinder, air-cooled engine, boasting excellent fuel economy and low maintenance costs. The motorcycle presented an elegant design, with smooth lines and a high ground clearance for enhanced off-road capability. It was equipped with an electric start system, disc brakes in the front, drum brakes in the rear, and hydraulic suspension, ensuring exceptional comfort. Moreover, its rear seat was notably spacious, easily accommodating 2 passengers. When he glanced at the price tag, Chen Feiping could hardly believe his eyes. 4,588 yuan. Is this the price of the Honda Flying Eagle 100? It can't be right. He has seen many people share about this iconic vehicle from the 90s on social media, claiming that it originally sold for over 10,000, with some even approaching 20,000. Yet now, it can be found for around 5,000. In truth, Honda's reputation in the domestic market is still quite modest. The Flying Eagle 100 was specifically launched for the Southeast Asian region. However, its sales were disappointing. Honda's aspirations dwindled, and their confidence in the Chinese market was lacking, leading to a low initial price when it debuted domestically. In some regions, it was even sold for just over 3,000, not much more than certain domestic brands. Its price gradually rose due to word of mouth among consumers, inflation, and the increasing cost of living, eventually becoming a standard for affluent households in the 90s, with a sharp price escalation. Looking at other brands like Suzuki and Yamaha, which are considerably pricier than the Flying Eagle 100, Honda has inadvertently positioned itself as the most cost-effective imported motorcycle. Chen Feiping was instantly exhilarated. Such a legendary vehicle at such a low price. Why wait for the new year? Buy, it must be his. It was simply irresistible. He immediately approached the salesperson, paid on the spot, and completed the paperwork for the vehicle. He had brought cash with him, having already decided to spend it, with little saved in the bank. As he counted out 46 bills of cash at the counter, the two sisters were left in awe. The sheer amount of money was beyond their imagination. The surrounding crowd cast envious glances, pondering why, despite so many flourishing post-reform, they remained financially constrained. The comparison was indeed disheartening. Upon completing the formalities, he rode out on the Flying Eagle, turning to the still astonished sisters and exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Hop on, let us go for a ride." The two girls quickly responded, with Zhou Fengjiao instinctively taking the rear seat, followed closely by Zhou Fengting. As the motorcycle roared to life and they departed from the state-owned electronics market onto the bustling streets, the Honda Flying Eagle drew the attention of passers-by, garnering nearly 100% turnback rate. In this era, possessing such a remarkable motorcycle made Chen Feiping undoubtedly the most stylish individual on the street. Moreover, with two stunning beauties accompanying him, envy and admiration from onlookers only intensified. The motorcycle's length allowed for 3 riders, albeit with limited space, leading to a slight squeeze. Zhou Fengjiao and Chen Feiping were closely pressed against one another. The allure of Fengjiao was undeniable, as she surpassed Fengting in stature, confirming Chen Feiping's silent evaluation. Chapter 26. Racing with the Red Rooster to humiliate Sundishing, the unique system rewards arrived. Initially, he thought acquiring a decent imported motorcycle would cost at least 7,000. But now he had saved 2,000 to 3,000, uplifting his spirits. He accelerated towards the state-owned department store, where he treated the sisters to 2 dresses each. The collection of phrases was rather scant, and it was only donned every other day. However, possessing a motorcycle brings immense convenience. One can venture wherever one desires. After purchasing some items and refueling, I roamed the city extensively. At noon, I dined at a state-run restaurant, relishing my lunch before heading to the market for some groceries. Finally embarking on the journey home with my companions. Upon leaving the urban area, the road became less populated, and Chen Feiping decided to test the performance of the Eagle 100. Remarkably, despite its modest 100 cubic centimeters engine, it exhibited considerable power, effortlessly accommodating 2 women. The throttle response was swift, the acceleration vigorous, and it climbed hills with remarkable strength. Some online users had remarked that the Eagle 100's actual power was comparable to that of a 125 cubic centimeters bike, and indeed, this seemed true. Truly, it is a legendary machine. Although Chen Feiping lacked a motorcycle license, it posed no issue as there was little enforcement on the roads. The number of motorcycle owners was quite limited, and the relevant laws were still in their infancy, alleviating any concerns in that regard. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to obtain a motorcycle license when time permits. To ride with legitimacy, the Eagle 100 could reach a maximum speed of 100, yet traveling at such velocity is perilous, especially considering the subpar road conditions of the 1980s. Chen Feiping opted to maintain a speed of 60, which was still significantly faster than taking a bus, allowing him to return to the village's intersection in just over 20 minutes. A red motorcycle appeared ahead, and to his surprise, it was Sun Dishing and his wife, Li Tsuehua, who had just returned from the city as well. Chen Feiping narrowed his eyes. What an opportune moment for vengeance. Earlier that morning, this scoundrel had deliberately honked his horn in a show of bravado as he passed by him and his companions. Now, retribution was at hand. Just as Chen Feiping was preparing to take action, a system notification suddenly popped up. The host had encountered tribal enemies once more. A choice must be made. Choice 1. A moment of restraint could preserve a grand scheme. To flaunt one's bravery is the act of a mere fool. It is wise to endure a temporary grievance, revealing the magnanimity of a gentleman. Since fate has brought us together, rather than drawing swords, it is better to take a step back and transform conflict into harmony. Choice 2. A true man stands between heaven and earth, perceiving the powerful as mere chaff, treating the privileged as fleeting clouds. Whether dwelling in humble circumstances or consuming meager fare, one's lofty aspirations must not falter. If wronged, one should strike back with the ferocity of a tiger emerging from the forest or a dragon seizing the waters, never showing leniency. Vengeance must be exacted without mercy. Those who wrong my kin, regardless of distance, shall face retribution. Please make your selection. as different choices will influence the rewards you receive. Chen Feiping's eyes brightened. What a delightful turn of events. The system could offer rewards based on his choices? Without hesitation, he declared, "System, I choose option 2. He made his decision instantly. To endure this indignation? The more he contemplated it, the more he felt he would lose. Retreating only fueled his anger. A debt of vengeance must be repaid. That is his style. A crisp electronic voice resounded. Please demonstrate your choice through your actions. With a twist of the throttle, the eagle roared like a fierce beast. Surging forward, swiftly closing in on the red motorcycle ahead. He pressed the horn several times, causing Sun Dishing and his wife to instinctively turn their heads. They were both taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Chen Feiping. What astonished them even more was that their nemesis was riding a remarkably flashy new motorcycle. Its design exuding an air of sophistication, far surpassing their own modest red bike. They were utterly bewildered. How could this impoverished Chen Feiping afford a motorcycle? With a sidelong glance at Sun Dishing, a scornful smile curled at the corners of Chen Feiping's mouth. So, you were putting on a show in front of your brother this morning, were you? Let me show you who the true king of arrogance is. He accelerated slightly, and the sleek Flying Eagle 100 effortlessly overtook the red bike. However, upon reaching a distance ahead, he slowed down, maintaining a gap of about 10 meters. The muddy village road kicked up clouds of dust from the Eagle's tires, engulfing Sun Dishing and his wife, who were left coughing from the choking haze. Enraged, Sun Dishing realized that Chen Feiping was deliberately toying with him in retaliation for the morning's provocation. Determined, he twisted the throttle, attempting to catch up to the Flying Eagle 100 ahead. Chen Feiping, observing in the rearview mirror, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the red bike speeding up. What an overestimation of your capabilities. You think a mere 950 yuan red bike can compete with my 4,588 yuan Eagle? Dream on. The red bike could barely reach a speed of 50 on flat terrain, and with his wife aboard, managing 30 on the village road was commendable. Every time the red bike accelerated, the Flying Eagle 100 mirrored the action, maintaining a steady distance. Sun Dishing, driven to frustration, pushed the throttle to its limit. Normally protective of his red bike, he now disregarded his concerns, prioritizing this battle of pride. Come on, you slow machine, speed up. Unfortunately, despite flooring the accelerator, he still couldn't catch up. Just then, the Flying Eagle 100 suddenly decelerated, and the distance between the two bikes began to close rapidly, bringing a flicker of hope to Sun Dishing. However, before he could celebrate, the next moment, the Flying Eagle 100 veered to the side. A sudden, protruding mound of earth appeared right in front of the red bike. Sun Dishing slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. He plowed straight over it. The lightweight red bike became airborne due to the jarring impact, much to the shock of the couple, and Li Zuohua was thrown off, landing heavily on the ground. After touching down, the red bike nearly lost control, but fortunately, its limited power prevented it from gaining too much speed. Sun Dishing frantically gripped the handlebars, managing to stay upright. Chen Feiping inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. How unfortunate that Sun Dishing didn't meet his demise. He pondered whether this incident could serve as tangible proof of his choices and if it would grant him the system rewards he sought. If not, he resolved to wait for an opportunity that evening, lurking outside that scoundrel's home, ready to strike with a surprise blow when he appeared. Chen Feiping's mind churned with malicious further plans. To obtain the system rewards, what was a little more punishment for this wretch? Having previously experienced 2 encounters. What is one more? The host has retaliated with a vengeance, thoroughly humiliating the tribal adversaries and making the right choice. You have been rewarded with an enhanced flying vessel. Your vessel has undergone a comprehensive upgrade. Its strength, durability, balance, and load capacity have all been amplified tenfold, while crystal energy consumption has been reduced to 1/10. A consciousness perception and encryption system has been implanted within the vessel's engine, bound to the host's consciousness. Thus, even from millions of miles away, the vessel's spatial coordinates can be known, and unless the host grants permission through their consciousness, no one else can activate the vessel's engine. The host's control skills for the vessel have automatically escalated to the highest level, and a flying vessel permit for the Great Qian dynasty has been obtained. A series of system notifications cascaded forth. Chen Feiping was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. What on earth is happening? Chapter 27. The village beauty is regretting. Has Chen Feiping struck it rich? Even the flying vessel has arrived. Isn't this something that exists solely in a realm of fantasy? Indeed, that Great Qian dynasty seems to belong to such a world. With man-eating wild boar spirits and foundational spirit elixirs, the existence of flying vessels is hardly surprising. The so-called flying vessel must surely refer to my motorcycle. Had this occurred shortly after my rebirth, Chen Feiping would have deemed the system's rewards worthless. However, he has now uncovered a truth. The system I am bound to resembles a vast array, yet it operates seamlessly, albeit in a rather unique manner. If the system's rewards are indeed genuine, then my Eagle bike is nothing short of extraordinary. Honda motorcycles are renowned for their quality, typically enduring for over a decade. Now, with a tenfold increase in strength and durability, it seems destined to last through generations. It could be considered a family heirloom, with balance improved tenfold and control maximized. The load capacity has also surged tenfold, ensuring an immensely powerful performance. Furthermore, with crystal energy consumption reduced to 1/10, fuel efficiency is significantly enhanced. The Eagle 100, with a full tank, can typically exceed 200 kilometers. With energy consumption reduced to 1/10, its range could extend beyond 2,000 kilometers. While Chen Feiping is indifferent to the savings on fuel, the avoidance of frequent trips to the gas station is a delightful surprise. Additionally, the consciousness radar perception and encryption system provide constant awareness of coordinates, serving as an exceptional anti-theft mechanism. Mother will no longer need to worry about my motorcycle being stolen. This Eagle bike has truly become a remarkable vehicle. To call it the finest motorcycle in the world would not be an exaggeration. In addition to the upgrades to the Eagle 100, the system has also granted the highest level of flying vessel control technology. The enhanced control of the Eagle, combined with Chen Feiping's improved driving skills, has instilled an unprecedented confidence, as if man and machine have become one, capable of precision at will. Upon summoning the system panel, he discovered a small booklet in the item inventory, which, without a doubt, is the flying vessel permit for the Great Qin dynasty. He would examine it further upon returning home. The generous system rewards greatly exhilarated Chen Feiping, allowing him to vent his frustrations and filling his heart with unparalleled joy. With a twist of the throttle, he sped away. Sun Dishing parked the red chicken cart by the roadside and hurriedly returned to assist Li Tsuehua. "Wife, are you all right?" "You worthless Sun Dishing," Li Tsuehua cursed, rubbing her rear as she stood up. Fortunately, her robust physique, nourished by a good diet, cushioned her fall, and the soft muddy roads spared her bones, leaving her only with a bit of discomfort. However, the pain in her heart eclipsed that of her backside. The village beauty couldn't fathom why Chen Feiping could ride a motorcycle, one far superior to her husband's red chicken cart. Had Chen Feiping struck it rich? If only he had done so earlier, she mused. She could have been with him instead of enduring the uselessness of Sun Dishing. Those two women were truly fortunate. As soon as Chen Feiping acquired wealth, he bestowed upon them a great fortune. The more Li Tsuehua pondered, the more her heart ached. The more regretful and furious she became. In a fit of rage, she slapped Sun Dishing's face, using him as a punching bag. "Sun Dishing, are you trying to be reborn, or do you intend to kill me?" Li Tsuehua was a fierce woman, while Sun Dishing, plagued by bronchitis and constantly belittled, found himself unable to stand tall before her. Instead of retaliating, he forced a smile, deflecting the blame onto Chen Feiping. "I'm sorry, dear. It's all that Chen Feiping's fault. He deliberately sped ahead of us. How could I endure this? I just wanted to catch up." Li Tsuehua glared at him. "Did you catch up?" Sun Dishing wore a dejected expression. Clearly, his red chicken cart was no match for that motorcycle. Yet, he couldn't understand why Chen Feiping owned such a fine machine. It simply defied logic. At that moment, Chen Feiping had already returned home. Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao exited the vehicle. They had witnessed the earlier antics involving Sun Dishing and his wife and recognized the domineering side of Chen Feiping. However, the sisters felt no fear. In the village, strong men garnered more admiration from women, providing a sense of reliability and protection against bullying. In contrast, the weak and ineffectual found it challenging to attract a partner. Moreover, it was evident that the man from earlier had a conflict with Chen Feiping. During the morning, he had deliberately honked his horn in provocation as he drove by. Chen Feiping's actions were merely a response. As for how he treated his two sisters and his good friend Juzi, Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao had taken note of Chen Feiping's kindness. He was devoted to his family, loyal to his friends, and uncompromising with his enemies. Such a man was the epitome of an exceptional partner. Thus, rather than feeling apprehensive, the sisters felt an increased sense of security with Chen Feiping. Chen Feiping did not drive the car into the courtyard but addressed the two women, Fengting and Fengjiao, saying, "You must be tired. You should return home to rest." I shall pay a visit to Zhuzi's house. Having acquired this Eagle motorcycle, it is only fitting that I take Zhuzi for a ride, allowing my good friend to enjoy himself as well. All right, Brother Chun, we shall head home now. The sisters, charmed by Chun Feiping's authoritative demeanor, appeared increasingly obedient. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chun Feiping drove towards Zhuzi's residence. As Zhou Fengjiao observed his retreating figure, she was suddenly reminded of the intimate moments shared with him in the car, causing her cheeks to flush. The two houses were merely a short distance apart, and Chun Feiping arrived swiftly with a firm press of the accelerator. Suddenly recalling something, he summoned the system interface and opened a small booklet, revealing a driver's license from the Great Xia, complete with his name, photograph, and the official seal. With a mere thought, the booklet materialized in his hand, transforming into a physical driver's license. Collect, he silently commanded, and the license returned to his inventory. This operation was instinctive, learned without guidance during the system binding. Chun Feiping was overjoyed. Now there was no need to take a driving test. System, you are truly considerate. I adore you. After parking the car, he knocked on Zhuzi's door. Today, Chun Feiping had ventured into the city, while Zhuzi had gone hunting in the mountains that morning. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, and he returned by noon when the sun was high, though he did manage to gather some mushrooms. Feiping, you arrived just in time. I collected some mushrooms. You can take them home. Zhuzi noted Chun Feiping's fondness for mushrooms lately, saving any he found for him. Sure. Chun Feiping replied without hesitation. I bought some vegetables in the city, and I will prepare that chicken at home for dinner. You must come over. In this era, owning a Honda motorcycle was akin to possessing a luxury car worth millions in later times. It warranted a grand celebration with close friends. Zhuzi scratched his head. Feiping, perhaps it's best if I just eat at home. It wouldn't be right to keep going to your place. What is wrong with that? You used to come to my house for meals, and I frequented yours as well. When did we become so distant? Today is a special occasion at my home, and you must join. Special occasion? Zhuzi asked, intrigued. Feiping, have you married your wife? Not yet. It's not that quick. Today is for another celebration. Chun Feiping gestured towards the Eagle motorcycle parked outside. Where did you get that motorcycle? Zhuzi exclaimed in surprise. Feiping, did you buy a motorcycle? Yes, just purchased it. Chun Feiping nodded. Come, let us go for a ride. He intended to take his friend for a spin and test whether the motorcycle truly lived up to its remarkable reputation after the system's enhancements. Chapter 28 Brother Chun, would you like me to massage your shoulders? Zhuzi was astonished, for in his eyes, a motorcycle was a luxury item. However, considering that Chun Feiping had earned a substantial sum from selling wild ginseng, and was a man who enjoyed making a statement, it seemed reasonable that he would purchase such a vehicle. He cautiously inquired, Feiping, how much did your motorcycle cost? Chun Feiping nonchalantly replied, less than 4,006. Zhuzi exclaimed, that's 4,600. Your tone makes it sound like it's just 46. Zhuzi felt that his good friend had been rather extravagant lately, so he kindly advised, Feiping, although we've made a bit of money recently, you're planning to marry and eventually have children, so it would be wise to save a little. Chun Feiping, full of bravado, declared, no worries, Zhuzi. I have the blessings of the mountain and river deities. Money is not a concern. I almost forgot. Feiping possesses a spiritual root, and the mountain and river deities frequently visit him in dreams. Very well, let us pretend I never said that. Chun Feiping mounted his motorcycle. Zhuzi, hop on. Zhuzi scratched his head. Feiping, with my weight, won't I damage your motorcycle? Not at all. This bike is of excellent quality. It won't break easily. I just had my sisters, Feng Ting and Feng Jiao, ride back from the city with me. Even though Zhuzi was quite robust, weighing around 170 to 180 pounds, he could not possibly weigh more than the two sisters combined. Moreover, his motorcycle had been modified for enhanced performance and could easily carry substantial loads. Only then did Zhuzi cautiously take a seat on the back. Hold on tight. Chun Feiping gently twisted the throttle, and the Feiying 100 sped away effortlessly. As it traversed the village, the motorcycle attracted the attention of nearby villagers. Upon seeing Chun Feiping behind the handlebars, the villagers reacted with the same astonishment and disbelief as Sun Dushing and his wife, their expressions reflecting sheer incredulity. Isn't that Chun Feiping? Where did he get a motorcycle? This bike is truly stunning, far more impressive than Sun Dushing's model. Even the village chief S. Jialing seems inferior. It was evident that the motorcycle was expensive. Could Chun Feiping really afford it? Surely, it couldn't have been stolen. For Zhuzi, This was his first experience riding a motorcycle, and he felt exhilarated, especially witnessing the villagers' reactions. He couldn't help but sit a bit taller with pride. Although it was his good friend's motorcycle, riding it brought him a sense of grandeur. Chen Fei-ping made several rounds in the village, thoroughly enjoying the attention. Then, a thought crossed his mind. Why not test the limits of this motorcycle? Without hesitation, he drove the Fei-ing 100 to the back of the village, where a long ridge awaited. This ridge was the usual path for hunters venturing into the mountains. The incline was steep, the terrain rugged, with numerous pits and crevices scattered throughout. Just how treacherous was this road? You know Red Bull, right? It's not just an energy drink. The company is known as a designated partner for various extreme sports, significantly contributing to the reduction of the world's population. This segment of the ridge was even more challenging than the Red Bull extreme motorcycle uphill races, especially the final stretch, where failing to ascend would result in sliding back down uncontrollably. Chen Fei-ping narrowed his eyes, thinking, let us challenge it with the eagle. As Zhu observed Chen Fei-ping's intention to drive up the mountain, he hurriedly interjected, Fei-ping, the slope is far too steep and rough. Perhaps we should consider another route to avoid damaging the vehicle. No worries, my car is exceptionally robust. Just sit tight, replied Chen Fei-ping confidently. The strength of the Fei-ing 100 had been amplified tenfold, even in the event of a miscalculated ascent. The car could merely slide down the muddy terrain without sustaining any damage. With that, Chen Fei-ping pressed the accelerator, and the eagle soared forth like a cheetah racing towards the mountain. The rugged trail posed no obstacle. Its tires gripped the ground with the tenacity of a predator, while the engine roared, delivering immense torque that surged like a torrent to the two wheels. The mechanical system flawlessly allocated every ounce of power, and the suspension made constant, precise adjustments, demonstrating remarkable balance in defiance of gravity. With a nearly primal burst of energy, the vehicle effortlessly scaled the treacherous terrain that would challenge even the most formidable machines. The steepest and harshest section was traversed with such ease that it seemed as if they were gliding on level ground. Chen Fei-ping was left astounded. This modified eagle was nothing short of extraordinary. Its power, handling, and balance were impeccable. Even the most advanced mountain off-road motorcycles of the future would pale in comparison, reduced to mere debris under its might. If the Red Bull riders were to attempt this ascent, none would succeed. Yet for the eagle, it was merely child's play. This mountain trail could hardly begin to exhaust its power. The cutting-edge technology of this motorcycle was a perfect match for a spirited youth like me. After descending the mountain, Chen Fei-ping took Zhu for a brief tour of the city before returning. Upon checking the fuel gauge, he noticed it had hardly budged. Logically, making the round trip of nearly 90 miles should have shown a noticeable decrease, yet it was imperceptible. This indicated that its fuel consumption was likely a mere tenth of what one would expect, making the drop in the gauge almost undetectable. If the Fei-ing 100 was a legendary vehicle, then my Eagle was the apex among legends, the king of all cars. Upon returning to a clear patch of roadside, Chen Fei-ping halted the vehicle and inquired, Zhu, would you like to learn to drive? Zhu quickly waved his hands. Fei-ping, I don't want to learn. I'm too clumsy and might end up damaging your car. Nonsense. It's quite simple. I'll teach you, and you won't crash, I assure you. Chen Fei-ping thought to himself that if Zhu could indeed damage this car, it would be quite the feat. They spent the late afternoon teaching Zhu how to drive. Returning to the village just as dusk approached, Chen Fei-ping invited him over for dinner, and only after the meal did Zhu head home. After dinner, Chen Fei-ping found himself in the living room, sipping tea. After a while, Zhou Fengjiao entered, freshly bathed and adorned in the luxurious silk nightgown that Chen Fei-ping had purchased for her earlier that day in the city. This garment was a rare luxury, rather expensive, with few available in the state-run department stores, each costing over 100. Yet, seeing the young girl before him made Chen Fei-ping feel that every effort was worth it. The champagne-colored silk fabric shimmered with a pearlescent glow, accentuating the smooth and delicate texture of the young girl's skin. Two slender straps languidly draped over her rounded shoulders. The exquisite collarbone beneath the neckline was distinctly visible, rising and falling with her breath, as the satin clung to her enchanting form, exuding an alluring sense of proximity and distance. Chen Fei-ping's gaze fixated on the girl, rendered immovable as if ensnared by a powerful magnet. He marveled inwardly, indeed. The younger sister possessed an even more captivating aura than the elder. Under Chen Fei-ping's scrutiny, Zhou Fengjiao felt both shy and secretly delighted. With a charming smile, she inquired, Brother Chen, You must be weary after driving for so long this afternoon. May I offer you a shoulder massage? Certainly. Chen Feiping readily agreed. Not one to be formal with the charming sisters. Perched upon the bed, with his back turned to Zhou Fengjiao, she began to knead his shoulders. Is this pressure suitable, Brother Chen? She asked as she worked. Just right. Chen Feiping half closed his eyes, reveling in the massage. Your hands are truly skilled. This feels incredibly soothing. Zhou Fengjiao beamed at the compliment, recalling how she and her sister would often massage each other at home when fatigued, leaving them both feeling utterly relaxed. Sisterly massages? The phrasing struck him as slightly peculiar, yet he found himself wickedly contemplating how to transform that scenario into reality in the future. Zhou Fengjiao diligently continued to knead Chen Feiping's shoulders. Even through his shirt, the strength of his well-defined muscles was palpable. Brother Chen's shoulders are remarkably solid. Far sturdier than my sister's, she mused, recalling their previous encounter on the motorcycle, her first intimate interaction with the opposite sex since maturing. Stirring a flutter within her youthful heart. After massaging his neck and shoulders, she proceeded to pound his back. It was not until the sound of slippers pattering on the floor outside interrupted them that Zhou Fengjiao paused. She thought to herself, it wouldn't look good for my sister to see us like this, especially since we've only known each other for a few days. She might think I'm being too forward. Yet she reassured herself that her intentions were to remain close with her sister, and that Brother Chun was a good man capable of providing for them. I must strive to win his affection. Even if my sister finds out, she surely wouldn't blame me. With that rationalization, Zhou Fengjiao felt at ease. Chen Feiping, for his part, maintained an air of nonchalance. He knew he could not yet reveal to Zhou Fengting or Zhou Fengjiao his aspirations of becoming a figure of authority. The women of this era held traditional values that could lead to unnecessary complications. It was best to postpone such conversations. At that moment, both Chen Feiping and Zhou Fengjiao shared an unspoken understanding, engaging in casual conversation. The next instant, Zhou Fengting emerged from the bathing area, entirely unaware of the subtle interactions that had transpired between her sister and Chen Feiping. Seeing them chatting amiably brought her joy. 2 days later, on a fresh morning, as Chen Feiping savored his breakfast, his mind was rife with contemplation. In recent days, the system had remained utterly silent, unresponsive even to summons. One would wonder how a system could maintain such an aloof demeanor. Chen Feiping inwardly scoffed at the situation. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a system notification suddenly appeared. On Qingxia Mountain, there resides a deer spirit, who has cultivated for millennia and styles himself as Zuanlingzi. How fortuitous. The moment I mention the name, he appears. Greetings, my brother. The deer spirit, having taken on a handsome form, is adept at enchanting human speech and often lures women into the depths of the woods. Those who fall under its spell become entranced, willingly following it. Upon reaching its lair, the deer spirit reveals its true form, with antlers radiating an ethereal glow and exhaling mist of malice, thereby ensnaring their essence. The unfortunate women are left emaciated, their vitality drained, yet their faces bear a foolish smile, oblivious to the peril until their last breath. In the village, women have been disappearing one after another, their remains found in the wilderness, resembling withered husks. The authorities, upon investigation, issued a series of warrants for capture. Yet this creature is cunning, always changing its appearance, sometimes posing as a scholar, other times as a wandering hero, cloaking its malevolence in false virtue, evading detection. The officials, left with no choice, have offered a substantial reward, inviting skilled individuals to slay this beast. Those who succeed shall receive 5,000 guan into Qian currency. Will you, esteemed host, take on this task to rid the populace of this menace? The system, as ever, spoke in an ornate manner, weaving a narrative. Chen Feiping felt as if he were engaged in a computer role-playing game from his previous life. However, he found it rather intriguing. System, if the task remains unfulfilled, will there be any repercussions? He inquired cautiously. There are no penalties, but the task must be completed within 10 days. Failure to eliminate the deer spirit will result in automatic cancellation of the mission, the system replied coldly. With no penalties involved, it was imperative to accept the task. Success would presumably yield rewards, such as the promised 5,000 guan. He pondered whether he could convert that into Huaxia currency and the amount it might yield. Moreover, should he indeed manage to capture the deer, it would be worth a considerable sum. Unfortunately, the system had not provided the coordinates for the deer spirit, leaving him to search the mountains independently. This deer spirit likely referred to a male Sika deer, as they are known for their silver hue, aligning closely with the system's description. The mountains boast a rich diversity of wildlife, including Sika deer, which were previously hunted by the original owner, although they have become exceedingly rare in recent years. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether any male Sika deer would suffice. Well, let fate decide. One must try to know. After hastily finishing his breakfast, Chen Feiping hurried to his good friend's home. Come on, Zhuzi, let's venture into the mountains. Feiping, has the mountain deity sent you another dream? Zhuzi's spirit was suddenly lifted. In recent days, Chen Feiping had not sought him out for hunting, claiming he needed to stay home with his wife. Today, however, he had inexplicably taken an interest. It's not every day that the mountain deity sends dreams. Let us just go for a casual look and see if we can catch anything. That's true. All right, wait a moment while I grab my gear. The two of them entered the mountains and spent several consecutive days exploring, wandering through the vast mountains. I managed to catch a few small creatures like wild chickens and hares. However, I had yet to encounter any substantial game, and naturally, deer remained elusive. The large man, unfazed by this, maintained a rather zen attitude towards hunting, content with even meager rewards. Moreover, having previously earned a considerable sum, he was not troubled by his livelihood. Yet, by the 5th day, Chen Feiping began to feel an inkling of impatience. The system task had a time limit. After 10 days, it would automatically become void. How could it be that the Sika deer in this forest had been completely hunted out? It seemed implausible. Few hunters from the village dared to venture into the dense woods. On the rare occasion someone stumbled upon a herd of deer, they might only manage to take 1 or 2 before the rest fled. Extinction was not so easily achieved. It was merely a matter of bad luck on my part these past few days. I must cultivate more patience. On the 6th day, Chen Feiping delved deeper into the forest, even crossing the peak where they had previously gathered old ginseng. Consequently, the pair set out earlier, departing around 5 in the morning. As the round trip would take 7 or 8 hours, they needed to exit the dense woods before nightfall, leaving them with only about 5 hours to explore. This was uncharted territory for them, and their unfamiliarity was palpable. Nevertheless, Chen Feiping felt no fear. In the depths of the mountains, wolf packs posed the greatest threat to hunters. After his previous encounter, where he had slain 7 wolves, including the alpha, he felt invulnerable within these woods. The only concern was venomous snakes, but with caution, using a small stick to probe through the thick grass to startle them away, he had brought along some antidotes, just in case. Upon reaching a small mountain stream, the afternoon sun beat down mercilessly, and both were drenched in sweat. They decided to wash their faces by the stream and have a bite to eat. As they approached the water's edge, Chen Feiping's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. On the grass lay a series of hoof prints, distinct and reminiscent of blooming plum blossoms. These were the unique tracks of the Sika deer. Due to the peculiar structure of their hooves, which feature 2 forked tips, they left behind beautiful imprints on the ground. At last, he had found a clue. Chen Feiping felt invigorated, as though he had received a shot of adrenaline. Although he had yet to lay eyes on a Sika deer, for an exceptional hunter, any trace could lead him to the whereabouts of his quarry. Look, Feiping, it's the Sika deer, exclaimed Zhuzi, equally elated. The hoof prints were unmistakably clear. Even the large man, known for his lack of subtlety, could not overlook them. Indeed, Chen Feiping crouched down to examine the prints closely, his eyes shining with realization. He soon deduced that these tracks belonged to a male deer. How can you tell? Zhuzi inquired, puzzled. There were numerous tracks on the ground, suggesting that a considerable number of Sika deer had traversed this area. Moreover, Zhuzi only recognized them as Sika deer and could not distinguish between the male and female. Look, Zhuzi, although there are many hoof prints, their size and depth are almost identical. If it were a herd of spotted deer, there would likely be fawns among them. And the hoof prints should vary in size and depth. The rutting season for stags occurs from September to November, and during the other times, they may stray from the herd to roam alone. Chen Feiping's analysis left the large fellow in awe. Feiping, you truly are remarkable. You can discern so much while I see nothing. Hee, just observe, learn, and summarize your experiences. Chen Feiping chuckled. In fact, during these days, he had also been imparting more hunting techniques to Zhuzi, which the original owner had never done. There was a hint of selfishness in him. He hoped Zhuzi would not become too skilled. However, Chen Feiping didn't mind. He wished for Zhuzi to bring back more game when he ventured into the mountains, as good friends would share their spoils. Chen Feiping scooped up some soil and remarked, "These hoof prints were made not long ago. That spotted deer shouldn't have gone too far." There is a water source nearby, and it likely frequents this area. Let us go. All right. Juzi was also excited at the prospect of a big catch. They followed the hoofprints and, after 20 minutes, arrived at a meadow nestled between hills, where they spotted the spotted deer. It was indeed a stag, and its size indicated it had been well fed. Robust, and estimated to weigh over 200 pounds. In contrast, a female spotted deer would weigh around 100 pounds, showcasing a significant size difference. It leisurely grazed in the meadow. Just as Juzi was about to speak, Chen Feiping gestured for silence. The spotted deer was highly alert. With acute senses of smell and hearing, even the slightest disturbance could send it fleeing, making it difficult to track down again. This stag must be taken down. Chen Feiping surveyed the surroundings. The meadow was completely open for dozens of meters, providing no cover, making it easy for the deer to spot any approach. This openness is precisely why the spotted deer chose this as its habitat. It can quickly detect danger and escape. They were positioned at the edge of the meadow, a bit far away. No matter how skilled my shooting may be, the accuracy of a smoothbore gun is limited, and at this distance, it may not ensure a clean kill or incapacitate the deer. Juzi's chances were even slimmer, while a shotgun is lethal at close range. Its accuracy diminishes significantly at a distance. I have only one shot, so I must devise a more reliable plan. After pondering for a moment, an idea formed in his mind. He lowered his voice and leaned close to Juzi's ear, saying, "Juzi, I will circle around to the back of the stag and see if I can take it down with one shot. You crouch in the grass and lie in wait. If it bolts, it may run in your direction. When it gets close, you shoot, understood? This way, we have two chances. Even if I miss, the startled deer may run in the opposite direction, right into your ambush." At close range, the accuracy of the shotgun is remarkably high, effectively showcasing the capabilities of both types of firearms. Juzi nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "All right, Feiping, I understand." After a discussion and formulating a strategy, Chen Feiping stealthily circled around the meadow, crawling on all fours towards the opposite direction of Juzi. As they drew nearer, just as Chen Feiping was about to enter his reliable shooting range, the deer perked up its ears, suddenly sensing danger and glancing in their direction. "Oh no, it has spotted me." Chen Feiping, disregarding the need for concealment, raised his shotgun. At that very moment, the deer turned and bolted away. Bang! The gunshot shattered the tranquility of the meadow. Blood blossomed on the deer's body, yet it did not collapse. The distance between man and beast was too great, failing to strike a vital point. With a mournful cry, the deer accelerated further. Chen Feiping had no time to reload. Fortunately, just as he had anticipated, the startled deer fled in the opposite direction. "Juzi, it's up to you." The deer's speed was astonishing, especially when faced with peril, and it sprinted away to the edge of the meadow in an instant. Bang! A second gunshot echoed across the meadow. With a sorrowful cry, the massive body of the deer thudded to the ground. At this moment, it was merely 10 meters away from Juzi, who remained crouched in the grass. Completely still and silent, the deer oblivious to its presence. Although Juzi's marksmanship could not compare to Chen Feiping's at such a distance, it was nearly impossible to miss with a shotgun. The powerful shot struck the deer's body, shattering one of its legs, rendering it unable to escape. Chen Feiping was overjoyed. This exemplified the significance of having a hunting partner, particularly when encountering larger game. A seamless collaboration can greatly enhance the likelihood of success. He hurried over, giving a thumbs up. "Juzi, impressive." Juzi chuckled sheepishly. "No, Feiping, it was your cleverness that drove it so close to me." At this distance, any moderately experienced hunter could hit the target with a shotgun, yet Juzi felt elated to be of assistance. The deer twitched a few times before falling silent. The deer spirit disguised itself as a traveler, but its cunning was no match for the host's insight, and its deceit was unveiled, leaving it nowhere to hide and ultimately facing destruction. Its antlers bore intricate patterns, and its eyes shimmered with the brilliance of stars, revealing its profound cultivation. Through this experience, the host gained insight and forged a pair of eyes capable of dispelling evil. The system notification popped up again. Chen Feiping felt bewildered. Could it be that the system was indulging in role-playing? Or perhaps the world I inhabit is merely a reflection of another realm of cultivation, where this deer spirit truly exists and has transformed into a traveler to encounter me. Never mind, what does it matter? To accomplish the tasks of the system is sufficient. By the way, what exactly is this Eye of Exorcism? Can it perceive demons and monsters that excel in disguise, akin to the legendary fire-eyed golden-eyed? However, It appears to be of no use on Earth. The electronic prompt announced, "The deer spirit has been vanquished. Simply bringing the antlers down the mountain to the authorities will yield a reward." Furthermore, the deer spirit, having cultivated for millennia, possesses blood as red as the dawn. Congealed and unyielding. When placed in a jade cup, it emits a purplish vapor. Consuming it is akin to swallowing flames. A cultivator who partakes of this blood will find their dantian suddenly warmed, as if the veins of the earth were surging, connecting all 12 levels. In ancient texts, it is said, "The blood of the deer spirit is a sacred elixir for the living dead and the bones of the flesh." However, only those of profound virtue and deep connections may dare to seek it. The host, blessed with profound fortune and having previously refined their sinews with the great yin heavenly transformation pill, should be able to endure the blood of the deer spirit. It is advised to consume it to enhance one's constitution. Do not waste it, nor squander such a treasure. Chapter 31. Hearing the Heart's Voice. The true function of the eye of exorcism. Indeed, deer blood is a remarkable substance, a potent tonic revered since antiquity by royal courts and dignitaries for healing and vitality. Even without the system's reminder, Chun Faping would not overlook it. The deer must be bled after its demise, otherwise the meat would spoil. This location is remote from the village, and given the sweltering heat, it would be impossible to transport the blood back without it deteriorating. Thus, it is best to drink it fresh. Without hesitation, Chun Faping untied the leather pouch at his waist, emptied its contents of drinking water, and with a small knife, cut the throat of the spotted deer, collecting the blood in the pouch. Once filled, he raised the deer's neck and drank heartily. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Chun Faping lifted the leather pouch to the heavens and drank deeply, finishing the entire contents of deer blood. It was somewhat gamey, yet tolerable. Juzi looked on in astonishment. Faping, can deer blood be consumed raw? Of course. Why not? It's a precious substance. Chun Faping replied with a smile. After this, I'll frequently be able to provide for my wife. Juzi was perplexed. Faping, isn't the tribute given to Guijia? Furthermore, it's only submitted once a year. Why would it be given to your wife, and so frequently at that? Chun Faping cleared his throat. The tribute to my wife is of a different nature. In any case, a little consumption can't hurt. Come on, you should have a pouch as well. No, no. Faping, you drink it. I'm not thirsty. Juzi quickly waved his hands. He certainly did not dare to drink the deer blood raw. Besides, he wasn't even married, so there was no need to provide tribute to a wife. Since Juzi declined, Chun Faping did not insist, opting to indulge himself. One pouch of deer blood was finished. Then a second, and a third. A deer of this size would yield at least 7 or 8 pounds of blood, nearly 4 liters. By the end, Chun Faping's stomach was swollen, and he could drink no more, letting out a hearty belch. Fortunately, the deer blood was nearly depleted, just enough to fill the last substantial portion of the bag. After allowing my stomach to digest a bit, I could drink some more before it spoiled, ensuring not a single drop was wasted. In a mere moment, a wave of warmth surged through my abdomen. The effects of this deer blood were truly swift. From now on, Feng Ting and Feng Jiao would be blessed. The system suggested I consume the deer blood, perhaps hoping I would embrace my sister flowers. Destiny is unyielding. I could only acquiesce to such a fate, Chun Faping mused. A crisp electronic voice chimed in. The system harbored no such intentions, merely wishing for the host to cultivate using the essence of the deer blood. This was merely the host's inner thoughts, so do not misplace the blame. Chun Faping, taken aback, remarked, "Oh, Etong, I thought you were rather aloof. When did you learn to scoff?" Unfortunately, after this bit of banter, the system fell silent once more, resuming its cool demeanor. No matter, let it remain aloof. As long as it proves useful, that is sufficient. I still needed to secure the Sika deer to the carrying frame and descend the mountain. Weighing 200 pounds, the task posed little difficulty for the two of us. Juzi possessed innate strength, and Chun Faping's current physique and stamina rivaled even Juzi's. After all, he had previously managed to bring down a wild boar weighing over 400 pounds, so a mere Sika deer was no challenge. Along the way, Chun Faping took a moment to relieve himself, finishing off the remaining deer blood. By the time he returned to Luoyan Bay, dusk had settled, and wisps of smoke curled from the chimneys of the village, signaling that each household was busy preparing dinner. Chun Faping's eyes immediately found the smoke rising from his own earthen house's kitchen. At this hour, the sister flowers would typically have dinner ready, eagerly awaiting his return. The feeling of having someone at home waiting for you was truly delightful. However, Juzi remained a bachelor. I must hasten to find him a wife as well. But a woman too intelligent or beautiful would be unsuitable for Juzi. A fierce woman like Li Zuo would only bring trouble. Even that scoundrel Sun Dishing was terrified of her. As long as she was presentable, it sufficed. What mattered was her diligence and kindness toward Juzi. Just as I descended the long ridge, where I had tested the performance of the Tianshi Fei in 100, I arrived at the village road's foot. It was then that I encountered Sun Dishing. The sight of an enemy ignited a distinct animosity within. Damn, it's that wretched Chen Feiping. How has he not been devoured by the wild beasts in the mountains? He even managed to hunt a sika deer. This brat's luck is infuriating. A few days prior, Chen Feiping had caused me to crash while driving, resulting in Zuo falling to the ground and receiving a scolding from my wife. I longed to confront that boy. Yet, I am a person of status. I shall not stoop to the level of such a brute. This boy spends his days hunting in the mountains. It is only a matter of time before he meets a beast that leaves nothing of him behind. Sun Dishing cursed venomously. Yet he could only entertain such thoughts in his mind, not daring to act on them. Compared to his own scrawny figure, Chen Feiping appeared robust enough to easily overpower him with a single hand. Typically, Sun Dishing would only dare to engage in verbal sparring. However, an expression of surprise suddenly crossed Chen Feiping's face, for he had heard every word of Sun Dishing's thoughts. However, this wretched creature has clearly not spoken. What could this mean? Suddenly, Chen Feiping recalled something. Yes, it was the Eye of Exorcism. Due to its influence, I can perceive the thoughts of those harboring malevolent intentions. As if endowed with the gift of telepathy, this wretched being dares to curse me. How audacious! Chen Feiping's eyes widened, causing Sun Dishing to hastily retreat, fearful that the other might rush over to strike him. Meanwhile, Chen Feiping found himself unable to hear the other's thoughts. It seems the Eye of Exorcism does not grant the ability to read minds at all times. It only reveals the thoughts of those with malicious intent. Sun Dishing, frightened by his own actions, became silent. Nevertheless, for Chen Feiping, this was a delightful surprise. This way, he could discern who wished him harm, thus preemptively safeguarding himself. On his way home, he encountered several groups of villagers returning from the fields. Upon seeing the spotted deer on the back of the pillar, they were filled with envy and jealousy, perplexed by Chen Feiping's recent string of good fortune. Not long ago, he had hunted a large wild boar, and now he had acquired a spotted deer. Some villagers even spread rumors that Chen Feiping had unearthed antiques in the mountains, selling them for a handsome profit. After all, the wild boar alone was insufficient to purchase such a fine Honda motorcycle. Chen Feiping could not hear the villagers' thoughts, as they might look down upon him as a ne'er-do-well, but their sentiments did not reach the level of malevolence. Thus the Eye of Exorcism remained dormant. Suddenly, accompanied by the roar of an engine, a motorcycle approached from behind and came to a halt beside them. It was a Jialing 70, colloquially known as Jialingzi, a legendary vehicle from the 1980s, though it paled in comparison to the Eagle 100. The rider, a middle-aged man in his 50s, bore a round face reminiscent of a Buddha statue, long subjected to the smoke of incense in a temple. He was Kong Xiangxing, the village chief of Luoyan Bay, and Sun Dishing's uncle. Ah, Chen Feiping, Wang Taizhu, have you brought back another spotted deer today? Kong Xiangxing greeted with a smile, appearing amiable. Yet, the smile was reminiscent of a fishhook forcibly lifting the corners of his mouth, trembling on his shiny, oily visage, exuding an air of insincerity. In truth, he was not genuinely kind. His nephew, Sun Dishing, had long-standing enmity with Chen Feiping. As the village chief, Kong Xiangxing was protective of his kin. Yet he could not intervene in their quarrels without compromising his own image. Instead, he harbored resentment quietly. Following the death of Chen Feiping's parents, and seeing that the youth had no interest in farming, Kong Xiangxing deliberately spread rumors to tarnish his reputation, labeling him a shiftless vagabond, which subsequently led to a negative perception among the villagers. In reality, aside from his disinterest in agriculture, the original owner was quite diligent in hunting and fishing, and never stooped to petty thievery, thus not deserving of such disdain. However, the original owner remained oblivious to the fact that the infamous reputation he bore was the result of Kong Xiangxing's machinations. This individual was a hypocrite, adept at underhanded tactics. Had this scoundrel recently stumbled upon fortune? How else could he have procured such a substantial amount of money to purchase a motorcycle? That Honda was indeed a fine machine. Did he truly deserve to ride it? As the village chief, I still drove a Jialing. Previously, I had tarnished Chen Feiping's reputation to the extent that no family in the village was willing to marry their daughter to him. Yet, unexpectedly, two women from out of town came along, and he still managed to find a bride. Upon hearing Kong Xiangxing's innermost thoughts, Chen Feiping was momentarily taken aback. So many villagers had looked down upon the original owner, and it turned out that it was not his actions that inspired their disdain, but rather a deeper, hidden truth. This village chief of Luoyan Bay was indeed a schemer. Anyone who could read minds with the eye of exorcism could not be inherently virtuous. Furthermore, Kong Xiangxing was also the uncle of Sun Dishing. His expression darkened. Despite having inherited the original owner's memories, he still shared a common enmity with that departed soul. Chapter 32. The modified generator of the Feiying 100 and Chen Feiping's wild ideas. Anger simmered within him, yet Chen Feiping chuckled. Well, for people like us, we can only rely on hunting to make a living, depending on fate. Unlike the village chief, who has so many avenues to wealth. Simply sitting in the village committee office allows him to buy motorcycles and build brick houses. Kong Xiangxing's muscles twitched slightly. He felt that Chen Feiping's words were laced with barbs. As the village chief, he was certainly no paragon of virtue. Over the years, he had shamelessly exploited his position to amass wealth, being the first in the village to build a brick house and to purchase a motorcycle. The former Chen Feiping had been straightforward, easily manipulated. Now, this young man had suddenly become so sharp-tongued that Kong Xiangxing found himself at a loss for words. Yu Buchuan was equally shrewd, quickly catching on and chuckling dryly. Well, we all owe it to the spring breeze of reform brought by Guijia. Thanks to favorable policies, many in the countryside have lifted themselves out of poverty and achieved prosperity in recent years. The implication was clear after the reforms. I am not the only one who has acquired wealth. Why shouldn't I be able to build a house and buy a car? TSK. This old fox certainly had some skill, able to respond so swiftly and attribute it to policy, thus making his reasoning seem valid. The host had publicized the bounty for the deer spirit, receiving a reward of 5,000 guan, now deposited into the host's account at the Universal Bank of the Great Qian Dynasty. A system notification popped up, leaving Chen Feiping momentarily stunned. He had been pondering how to claim that bounty, only to realize that it was as simple as showing it to Kong Xiangxing. This time, the old fox had inadvertently aided him. However, was that money indeed deposited into my bank book? Perhaps I should check on it another day. Chen Feiping's spirits lifted. Yet he continued with a sarcastic tone. I hope our Luoyan Bay, under the leadership of the village chief, continues to flourish, and that everyone lives in peace and prosperity. I must return home to butcher the deer now, esteemed village chief, until we meet again. With that parting remark, Chen Feiping departed alongside Juzi. Kong Xiangxing gazed at the receding silhouette of the young man, a furrow of concern etching his brow. He noted a profound change in Chen Feiping, whose once transparent emotions had now cloaked him in an enigmatic depth, rendering Kong unable to decipher his thoughts. In the past, Chen had been a brash and impulsive youth. His feelings laid bare and thus easily manageable. After all, he was merely a young lad. How could one fear his ascent to greatness? Regaining his composure, Kong mounted his motorcycle and departed. Soon, he arrived at an imposing brick and tile residence, the grand estate of the village chief, the first of its kind in the village and currently the largest and finest. Upon entering the courtyard, the roar of the motorcycle engine summoned his wife, Qin Hongmei, who rushed out in a flurry. Xiangxing, the 5,000 yuan we hid under the bed has vanished. What? Kong's expression shifted dramatically. Having amassed a considerable sum through dubious means, he had not dared to deposit all his money in the bank and had concealed 5,000 at home. The old fox was now in a state of agitation. How could it possibly disappear? Qin Hongmei, with a distressed countenance, replied, I don't know. It seems to have vanished into thin air. Kong retorted, nonsense. Money cannot simply vanish. Someone must have taken it. Could it be that Chen Feiping had intruded into his home to steal? He had also visited the state-owned hardware store to inquire about the Honda Flying Eagle 100. Priced at 588 yuan, 5,000 would suffice for the purchase, leaving a few hundred behind. However, Chen Feiping did not appear to have a history of clandestine misdeeds. If he had, Kong would have long since seized upon it. He pondered, when was the last time you saw that money? His wife, who was quite fond of money, often rummaged beneath the bed to gaze at it with a foolish grin, so it was plausible she had seen it recently. Just today, this morning, it was still there. Kong furrowed his brow at her words. If that were the case, it could not possibly be linked to Chen Feiping. The young man had purchased his motorcycle 10 days prior. Kong inquired further, "Have you been out today?" "No, no, I have been at home the entire time." "Did anyone come by today?" "Ah, yes. Dishin came by, looking for you. I told him you had gone out, and I didn't know when you would return. He waited at home for over half an hour. Just before I went to cook, I asked him if he would like to stay for a meal, but he said he needed to dine with his wife and had no time. When I stepped out to check on the cooking, I noticed he had left." "Disham?" Kong paused, surprised. His nephew was rather avaricious, much like his mother, Kong's sister. However, under normal circumstances, Sun Dishing would not dare to pilfer from his uncle. After all, Kong had aided him significantly, including facilitating the establishment of the small store in the village. Furthermore, Sun Dishing was unaware of the money hidden beneath the bed. Qin Hongmei tentatively suggested, "Do you think it could be Dishing?" Kong Xiangxing dismissed the notion. "Do not speak such nonsense. Dishing would not dare to commit such an act. However, apart from him, no one else has visited our home." On the other side, at Chen Feiping's house, "Brother Chen, you're back," exclaimed the sisters. "Wow, sister. Come quickly and see. Brother Chen and Brother Zhu have caught a deer." Soon, the two sisters dashed out of the kitchen, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the sick deer that Zhu had laid on the ground. It was indeed a delightful surprise to catch such a large prey so frequently. "Brother Chen is remarkably capable." Chen Feiping chuckled, "Let us savor the freshness tonight. We shall feast on venison and nourish you both." Venison is beneficial for both men and women. It replenishes the 5 internal organs, strengthens the waist and kidneys, enhances beauty, and boosts physical health. Before fleeing from the disaster, the sisters had little to eat and suffered from malnutrition, their faces pale upon their reunion. However, after staying at Chen Feiping's home for a while, they had regained some color, though they still needed to consume more nourishing food. Grabbing a butcher's knife, Chen Feiping swiftly began to dissect the deer, ensuring that nothing went to waste. Every part of the sick deer is valuable. The antlers are well known for their benefits. The deer's penis is renowned for enhancing kidney function and vitality, effectively treating lower back pain, kidney deficiency, tinnitus, and erectile dysfunction. Chen Feiping planned to preserve it in liquor. The benefits of deer blood are similar to those of the penis, but it had been completely consumed. The deer heart invigorates the spirit, replenishes blood, and calms the mind, effectively treating palpitations and insomnia. The deer kidneys are renowned for their exceptional ability to replenish essence and enhance vitality. Chen Feiping cut a generous portion of deer meat, weighing over 10 pounds, along with the tail and some bones for the sisters to use in a hearty soup. Opportunities to savor venison are rare. It was only sensible to indulge first. As night fell, dinner was finally ready. A large pot of venison was prepared, and they enjoyed a lavish feast. In these times, appetites ran high. Chen Feiping and Zhu each consumed over 2 pounds, while the sisters nearly finished a pound, leaving half a pot for tomorrow's meal. The venison was delectable, regrettably. Without a refrigerator, Chen Feiping couldn't store more. It wasn't that he couldn't afford one, but the village had yet to be electrified, rendering it useless. It was nearly the 1990s, and Luoyan Bay still lacked electricity, a dire state of backwardness. Kong Xiangxing, that old fox, only thought about amassing wealth for himself, contributing nothing practical to the village. Chen Feiping cursed him quietly. If the village had electricity, they could store the venison without having to rush to the city to process it overnight. Dinner time had already passed. He wondered if he could still sell it. However, in the city, electricity was available and many affluent families owned refrigerators. Given the rarity of venison, someone would likely buy it to store, particularly those middle-aged individuals seeking to enhance their vitality. Moreover, should I consider acquiring a generator? Chen Feiping hesitated. A generator consumes fuel, which costs money, and it is notoriously noisy. It couldn't be run continuously, serving merely as a temporary solution in emergencies. Indeed, I can utilize the Eagle for modifications. A bold idea suddenly emerged in Chen Feiping's mind. The motorcycle starter motor is essentially a miniature generator, directly applicable. However, the current produced by the high-voltage coil is suboptimal, as it yields high voltage but minimal current. Nonetheless, the Eagle is different. It has undergone systematic enhancements, boasting exceptional performance, and its mechanical and electrical structures might even differ. It is worth attempting. However, this endeavor must wait for another day. The immediate priority is to deliver the venison to the city for sale overnight. Whatever can be sold should be sold. The weather is too warm to keep it overnight. Cooking it all would lead to waste as it cannot all be consumed. Thus, after dinner, Chen Feiping and Zhu Zi promptly set out. Chapter 33. The The efficacy of drinking deer blood with the motorcycle, transporting goods to the city, became significantly more convenient. Chen Feiping arranged a large basket, placing the venison inside, and securely fastened a cutting board with a leather strap to the rear support of the Eagle 100. Zhuzi expressed concern. Feiping, with so much venison, can your motorcycle small support handle it? Of course it can. My bike is quite formidable, Chen Feiping boasted. Unlike other motorcycles, which would likely struggle under the weight exceeding 150 pounds, his Eagle's tenfold body strength assured him of its capability. After getting Zhuzi on the bike, Chen Feiping twisted the throttle, and the Eagle surged forward with the agility of a cheetah. With 2 hefty men and over 170 pounds of venison, the total load surpassed 500 pounds. While other motorcycles might find this burdensome, the uniquely modified Eagle thrived under the weight. Its power exceptional, this modest load was hardly a challenge, even on inclines. In haste to sell the venison, Chen Feiping sped through the streets, reaching the city in just 20 minutes, allowing Zhuzi to truly experience the thrill of speed. They first arrived at the bank employees' dormitory, unloading the 2 large baskets of venison while leaving the cutting board on the motorcycle. Chen Feiping glanced at the time. It was 7:30, still not too late, as the city dwellers were not early to bed. Thus, Chen Feiping raised his voice. Venison for sale. Premium wild stag meat, a rare find that cannot be missed. Passers-by, do not let this opportunity slip away. With his inner strength, his voice resonated powerfully, echoing beyond the courtyard gates and reaching the bank employees' building. Zhuzi, standing beside him, admired Chen Feiping's booming voice, though he felt too self-conscious to shout in such a manner, even if he mustered the courage to do so. Soon, several bank employees and their families emerged from the courtyard. Venison was indeed a rarity, scarcely available in the market, and some even carried fans while bringing their children to witness the commotion, as many city children had never seen a spotted deer. Hey, aren't you that young man from last time? A tall figure with slicked back hair exclaimed in surprise. The individual in question is the former vice president of the bank, and he was the first to purchase wild boar meat during the last shipment. Chen Feiping responded with a smile. Leader, your memory is truly remarkable. Indeed. It was I who made that purchase. How did you find the wild boar meat? It must have been delicious, right? The term leader brought a sense of joy to the man with the slicked back hair. Ever since his retirement, this young lad was the only one to address him as such, and it was music to his ears. Ah, quite good indeed. Such a plump wild boar is a rarity, and that meat, when braised, is simply exquisite, so aromatic. Since the young man had referred to him as leader, the slick-back gentleman felt compelled to return the compliment. Seizing the moment, Chen Feiping continued, Leader, today we also brought down a male sika deer on the mountain, weighing in at 200 pounds. The venison is not only tender and delectable, it invigorates men, enhancing kidney function and vitality, while women benefit from its blood-nourishing properties and relief from ailments such as sore knees. Even in the cold, it keeps one warm. Would you care for some? The slick-back gentleman was somewhat tempted. He was aware of the benefits of venison, having enjoyed it at state-run restaurants prior to his retirement, and he could attest to its invigorating effects. However, since retiring, he had not indulged in such delicacies and increasingly felt a decline in vigor. Is this venison truly as miraculous as you say? A female family member in the crowd also perked up, as her husband was not particularly robust. Chen Feiping chuckled, Oh, dear sister, you need not worry. In ancient times, venison was a designated offering to the imperial court, consumed frequently by emperors. With 3,000 concubines in the palace, it was relied upon to nourish the emperor's health. The slick-back gentleman interjected, Indeed, venison is undoubtedly a treasure. No one can dispute that. But how much are you asking? $5.50 per pound, Chen Feiping announced. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Why is it so expensive? Chen Feiping remained composed. It is not exorbitant. This is a royal tribute from antiquity. Even pork, which requires no ticket, is priced at $3 per pound. Yet one would have to consume 10 pounds of it to match the benefits of this venison. Young man, it's rather late. Perhaps you could offer a discount, just as you did last time, and I might procure a few. The slick-back gentleman knew venison was indeed pricier than pork, and the price offered was quite reasonable, as wild venison occasionally sold for $6 per pound at the market. However, he still instinctively haggled, as one does when retired and no longer treated to meals. Chen Feiping feigned a struggle. I assure you, my price is already quite favorable, and as you know, every part of the deer is valuable. It is not easy to part with. Channeling his inner Oscar-winning actor, he gritted his teeth. putting on a face of desperation as if everything was on sale. However, since you have spoken, I must show you some courtesy. How about this? I can reduce the price by 50 cents, and if you purchase more than 2 pounds, I will throw in some bones or offal. The slick-backed gentleman had been waiting for this offer. Upon hearing it, he declared, I will take 5 pounds. Particularly the belly meat, and do include plenty of bones. Wild venison is indeed a rarity, not something one can acquire at any time. Having encountered this opportunity, the man with the slick-back hair decided to procure a substantial amount, hoping to relive his youthful exuberance. To his pleasant surprise, the other party displayed remarkable generosity. Very well, my leader, I shall ensure you receive the finest cuts, and there will be no shortage of bones. In no time, he procured a generous 5 pounds of venison, adding an extra piece as before, along with 2 bones. The slick-back man produced 25 yuan without a flicker of hesitation. After all, he had previously served as a vice president and possessed a comfortable sum of money, complemented by a respectable pension. In 1988, even employees of less prosperous sectors in the city earned a modest 50 yuan monthly, while those in a reputable institution like a bank could easily surpass 70 yuan. Not to mention various domestic bonuses and benefits, effectively bringing their income over 100. Furthermore, as long as an elder was employed at the bank, it was likely that younger family members could also secure positions, making such households quite affluent. They would not hesitate to spend a little more when presented with quality goods. Upon witnessing the slick-back man purchase 5 pounds, others could no longer contain themselves. Surely, the former vice president recognized the value of such quality, or he would not have made such a purchase. I'll take 2 pounds. I want 3 pounds. The employees and their families clamored, as if money were of no concern, even faster than during the previous sale of wild boar, with many opting for over 2 pounds and several acquiring 3 or 4. Chen Feiping's decision to sell venison in this location proved astute, as nearly every household in the bank employees' dormitory possessed a refrigerator. In contrast, lower-income sectors such as textile and steel factories, despite having a larger workforce, could not compete with the bank employees' earnings, making sales significantly more challenging. After selling to the bank employees' families, they quickly moved on to the tax office dormitory, another high-income, welfare-rich establishment, where they managed to sell the remainder of the venison. Upon counting the profits, the earnings from this deer amounted to just over 600 yuan, slightly less than the previous wild boar sale. The latter had been exceptionally large, with a higher meat yield, while the Sika deer weighed about half as much, yielding only 50 to 55 of its weight in meat, notably lower than that of the wild boar. Nevertheless, the Sika deer still held greater overall value. After all, they had consumed the deer blood and reserved the deer whip for medicinal purposes. With the antlers yet to be sold, if all were accounted for, the total would indeed exceed that of the wild boar. Earning 600 yuan was still commendable, far better than letting it spoil in the heat. Chen Feiping felt a deep sense of satisfaction, and there was no need to mention Zhu Zi's delight. Each time they ventured into the city together to sell goods, they would always net several hundred yuan. With sales occurring swiftly as customers eagerly sought their offerings, a truly exhilarating experience. The profits were still split 70-30, and Chen Feiping deposited Zhu Zi's share into his bank account. Zhu Zi felt overwhelmingly wealthy, unable to spend it all. At this point, he was indifferent to any division of profits with his good friend. After concluding the sale of venison, they made no further stops in the city and promptly drove home. The days spent rising early and venturing into the mountains in search of the Sika deer had finally culminated in the completion of the system task, allowing him a moment of well-deserved rest. After bathing, Chen Feiping returned to his room, but found himself enveloped in a restless heat. The effects of the deer blood consumed earlier became evident as Chen Feiping found himself enveloped in an overwhelming wave of warmth rising from his lower abdomen. While busy, he had remained oblivious, but in the stillness, the discomfort was undeniable. "Brother Chen, your clothes." At that moment, Zhou Fengtian entered, cradling a pile of freshly dried garments. These clothes had been washed by her older sister the previous night and had dried quickly in the current weather. However, she had deliberately delayed returning them to seize the opportunity for a private moment with the man. The young woman, in the throes of infatuation, found it challenging to find solitude with him, as her sister was often at her side. Thus, she had resorted to using the excuse of returning his clothes to visit. Zhou Fengtian wore a delicate silk nightgown that accentuated her graceful shoulders and smooth skin, her slender arms resembling lotus stems. Beneath the hem, her shapely legs were a sight to behold. As she opened the wardrobe, Chen Feiping, captivated by her silhouette, felt an involuntary dryness in his throat and could not resist moving closer, gently wrapping his arms around her delicate waist from behind. In Chapter 34, as their lips met, the bond between Chen Feiping and Zhou Fengtian deepened. "Brother Chen," she blushed, her heart racing, offering no resistance. Her small hand was drawn in, her waist embraced. Though they had yet to define their relationship, she had already envisioned herself as his, determined to marry no one else. Chen Feiping turned her subtly towards him, gazing at her luscious, soft lips, his heart racing as he leaned down. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, the two figures melded together in intimate closeness. The young beauty, lacking experience, nonetheless endeavored to respond sweetly and innocently, her arms unknowingly encircling him. After a while, they reluctantly parted, both lingering in the moment. However, Zhou Fengtian knew she must return soon, or her sister Zhou Fengjiao might come looking for her. Having been inseparable since childhood, the sisters shared a deep bond. With a complexion as radiant as a peach blossom, Zhou Fengtian appeared enchanting yet bashful. Her head lowered, she dared not meet Chen Feiping's gaze. Her voice barely above a whisper. "Brother Chen, I should head back. You must be tired too, so rest early." With that, she turned and hurried out. Chen Feiping's gaze followed her, filled with frustration. It seemed he would once again find it difficult to sleep that night. Meanwhile, in the sisters' room, Zhou Fengjiao lay fully dressed on the bed, having finished her hair. Noticing Zhou Fengtian rush in, she inquired curiously, "Sister, what is the matter?" Zhou Fengtian steadied herself. "Oh, it's nothing. Then why did you leave so quickly?" "I was feeling tired and wanted to return to sleep early." She forced a yawn as part of her explanation. "Oh, then you should rest early." Zhou Fengjiao suspected nothing. Yet, as she lay on the bed, Zhou Fengtian's heart raced with the memory of having kissed Chen Feiping. Unexpectedly, kissing evokes such sensations. It feels peculiar, yet rather delightful. However, I cannot help but wonder if Brother Chen has a flashlight tucked in his pocket, as it seems to be pressing against my leg. The following morning, during breakfast, whenever Zhou Fengjiao's attention wavered, Chen Feiping exchanged glances with Zhou Fengting. After their kiss, the warmth of their affection was unmistakably intensified. In truth, the depth of emotional connection between men and women is intricately linked to the extent of their physical intimacy. The deeper the engagement, the stronger the feelings become. When they reach a point of complete unity, they become indistinguishable from one another. Fengting is assuredly on board, and Fengjiao must also step up her efforts, striving to balance both priorities simultaneously. Chen Feiping mused inwardly. After breakfast, he addressed the two women, Fengting, Fengjiao. "I shall be heading to the city shortly. Would you care to join me for some leisure?" The past week had been consumed by mountain excursions, leaving little room for respite. Now that his tasks were complete, he was eager to take the sisters out for a bit of fun, allowing himself a chance to unwind as well. However, this trip to the city held two additional purposes. First, he intended to verify the status of his bank account. As yesterday, the official had claimed that a reward of 5,000 guan had been deposited into his universal bank account for the elimination of the deer spirit. He was curious to see if it had indeed materialized. The second objective was to procure some tools from the state-run hardware store. Chen Feiping planned to attempt converting the Fang 100 into a generator and assess its efficacy. If successful, it would provide his household with an emergency power source, as the absence of electricity was exceedingly inconvenient. "Sounds great, Brother Chen." Both women responded enthusiastically in unison. After washing the dishes, the trio set out. Zhou Fengting contemplated for a moment and decided to let Zhou Fengjiao sit in the middle, just as they had done during their recent motorcycle purchase. She felt somewhat hesitant to request a closer proximity to her partner. Chen Feiping noticed this and felt a surge of happiness, realizing that Fengting possessed a generous spirit, seemingly unperturbed by the arrangement. This development certainly made it easier for him to assume the role of Emperor Shan. Upon arriving in the city, Chen Feiping made his way directly to the bank. Just as the doors opened, he presented his bank book and requested the staff to check his balance, only to be pleasantly surprised to discover that a sum of 5,000 had indeed been added. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Furthermore, it had a legitimate origin, having been transferred from Hong Kong. Many individuals from Hong Kong and Taiwan have relatives in the mainland, making such remittances quite commonplace. The official truly wielded remarkable influence. Chen Feiping couldn't help but marvel. Thus, the earnings from that deer spirit amounted to not merely 600, but rather 5,600. What a delight! Emerging from the bank, Chen Feiping's spirits soared as he and the sisters strolled around, eventually enjoying lunch at a state-run restaurant before heading to the hardware store. There, he purchased an assortment of electrical tools, copper wire, electrical cables, and a few light bulbs. The sisters were perplexed. "Brother Chun, isn't the village without electricity? Why do you buy wires and light bulbs?" Chen Feiping chuckled softly. "I intend to experiment with modifying a generator for the motorcycle." The two women were astonished. Can a motorcycle really be modified to have a generator? Chen Feiping nodded. "In theory, it is indeed possible. Brother Chen, you are truly remarkable." Admiration gleamed in Zhou Fengjiao's eyes. Zhou Fengtong's face also radiated admiration. This man seemed capable of anything. Having only completed primary education, their understanding of physics was limited. Machinery and electronics appeared to them as intricate realms of science. "I cannot guarantee success, but one must try to know." Chen Feiping cleared his throat. "Let us not speak too confidently, lest I face embarrassment if the modification fails. Regardless of the outcome, at least you possess the knowledge to modify it." They exclaimed. "Indeed, we are utterly clueless about this." After procuring the necessary items, Chen Feiping drove to the village's small shop, which opened unusually early, even before 8 o'clock. Inside, Sun Dishing wore a gloomy expression. Recently, he had encountered a string of misfortunes. He had lost money while gambling with the villagers, had a reckless race with Chen Feiping that left his wife behind, and was summoned by his uncle Kong Xiangxing the previous night, who accused him of stealing 5,000 yuan that had gone missing from the house, claiming he was the only visitor during that time. Sun Dishing was utterly bewildered and desperately tried to explain. Although he was greedy, he would never dare steal from Kong Xiangxing. However, this incident was inescapably incriminating. Kong Xiangxing remained suspicious, while his aunt firmly believed he was guilty. It was no wonder they thought so. The circumstances were indeed suspicious. In that situation, Sun Dishing was the primary, if not the sole, suspect, as there was no one else to blame. Ultimately, the confrontation with his uncle's family ended in discord. After returning home, Sun Dishing, filled with frustration, sought to vent his anger on his wife, but was met with disdain from Li Tsuohua, who dismissed him as less than a real man and kicked him out of bed. He was left with no choice but to busy himself with a craft to alleviate his frustration. Sun Dishing felt a mounting pressure, on the verge of explosion. "Am I cursed? Why have I been so unfortunate lately? Perhaps I should consult a fortune teller to see if I am afflicted with something sinister." Just then, the sound of a motorcycle engine reached his ears. A Honda motorcycle approached from a distance. This flashy Feiing 100 was the only one of its kind in the village. Upon seeing Chen Feiping with the sisters, Sun Dishing's resentment grew. This kid seemed to be on a lucky streak, first with the unexpected appearance of the twins, then his frequent bounties in the mountains, and now rumors circulated that he had unearthed antiques and purchased this motorcycle. It was all this kid's fault. He purposely provoked me, causing my wife to fall, and now she was angry, slapping me and nagging incessantly. Feeling despondent, I ventured out and lost my fortune in gambling. Yesterday afternoon, I encountered him, only to be unjustly accused by my uncle of stealing 5,000 yuan. This wretched fellow truly brings misfortune. I must keep my distance. Chen Feiping, may you meet your demise. A tragic accident awaits you on the road. Consumed by resentment, Sun Dishing quietly uttered curses. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Feiping, passing by a nearby convenience store, overheard these sentiments. He was momentarily taken aback. 5,000 yuan, inexplicably vanished from the old fox's possession? Such occurrences are indeed rare. Meanwhile, a sum of 5,000 had inexplicably appeared in my account, precisely matching the amount lost by Kong Xiangxing. What a remarkable coincidence. Or perhaps, there exists an enigmatic connection between the two. When I encountered Yu Buchuan yesterday, I inadvertently completed a government bounty task. Could that reward be the old fox's money? After all, he represents the local authorities. A smile crept across Chen Feiping's face. He had not anticipated such clever maneuvers from the system. Well done indeed. Chapter 35, Successfully Connecting to the Grid, Embracing an Electrified Life. The old fox's lost money coinciding with my newfound wealth did not trouble Chen Feiping. Kong Xiangxing had no authority to scrutinize his bank account, and even if he did, there was nothing to fear. The funds had been transferred from relatives in Hong Kong. Merely a coincidence. Moreover, such a considerable sum would deter the village chief from making a fuss. Although the villagers were aware of his corrupt practices, he still needed to maintain a semblance of integrity. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the old fox would have to swallow this bitter pill. Upon learning of the situation, Chen Feiping felt a surge of elation. perhaps influenced by the original owner's memories. Upon returning home, he busied himself with modifications. Many men relish tinkering with machinery and electronics, often becoming self-taught. My own journey began as a child when I stealthily dismantled my father's tape recorder, though I often faced punishment for failing to reassemble it properly. Though not formally trained in the field, I share this passion with many men, frequently engaging in repairs on household appliances, gaining considerable experience. My high school physics was commendable, scoring 132, the highest among all subjects. There are various methods to modify a motorcycle engine. The first involves directly connecting the engine's reducer sprocket to the generator, ensuring that the generator's rotation speed synchronizes with that of the engine, allowing the engine's power to directly drive the generator to produce the necessary electricity. Alternatively, a chain can be employed to transfer power to the generator, requiring careful consideration of the rated speeds to ensure efficiency and stability in the conversion process. Both methods necessitate the additional purchase of an external generator, which can be cumbersome and unnecessary. The third method utilizes the motorcycle's stator coil as the engine operates. The rotor of the magnetic generator spins within the stator's magnetic field, transforming mechanical energy into electrical energy, thus generating alternating current. The fourth method involves directly connecting an inverter to both terminals of the motorcycle battery, providing immediate electricity upon ignition. This method is remarkably straightforward, requiring minimal disassembly or extensive surgery. However, it presents a significant issue. The motorcycle generator's power output is disappointingly inadequate, rendering the inverter's output insufficient to support household appliances, thus diminishing its utility. Nevertheless, Chun Feiping intends to commence with this final option. After all, his motorcycle, the Eagle, is a marvel of technology, boasting formidable power. And perhaps the modified generator will prove to be exceptional as well. Should this endeavor falter, he will then contemplate the possibility of modifying the stator coils. Without hesitation, Chun Feiping located the battery beneath the seat, connecting it to the inverter and regulator, and plugged in a socket. Using an electric kettle purchased in town that day, he filled it with water and added a 100-watt light bulb for a power test. The moment power was supplied, the bulb illuminated. Wow, it's lit up. It truly works. The two women exclaimed in excitement. Prior to their arrival at Luoyang Bay, their hometown lacked electricity, making this experience quite novel for them. Chun Feiping felt somewhat embarrassed. The sisters' enthusiastic praise made him blush. He thought to himself that this was hardly a challenging task, merely connecting the motorcycle battery to provide power, a feat any middle school student could accomplish. The true measure of success lay in the battery's inverter output. The key question was whether it could boil the kettle. Patiently, he awaited results, and after what felt like an eternity, the kettle began to bubble and gurgle. Chun Feiping's spirits lifted. Success. He glanced at his watch. Nearly 10 minutes had passed. Though the process was slightly slow, the kettle, rated at 800 watts, had approximately 15 liters of water, making the boiling time reasonable, suggesting it was operating at near full capacity. Including the 100-watt bulb, the total draw was 900 watts, all functioning smoothly. This was merely the inverter's power limit of 1,000 watts, not necessarily reflective of the Eagle's battery capacity, and this was achieved without activating the Eagle 100's engine. Even if the maximum power was only 900 watts, it could accomplish a great deal. To put it into perspective, a lamp requires about 30 watts. A fan consumes several dozen, a large television approximately 100 watts, a refrigerator around 200 to 300 watts, and a small washing machine only 300 to 400 watts. Even when used simultaneously, the system could support them all. Chun Feiping felt exhilarated. His spontaneous yet audacious idea could significantly enhance the convenience of life. That afternoon, he chose not to venture out, instead focusing on wiring the house. With the assistance of the sisters, he maneuvered a ladder and extended the wiring to every room. The following day, Chun Feiping ventured back into town, rented a small truck, and headed to the state-owned hardware store, purchasing a multitude of electrical appliances. Fans, televisions, washing machines, and refrigerators. He spent several $1,000s without a hint of hesitation. After all, earning money is meant to enrich one's quality of life. Otherwise, what is the purpose of earning if it merely accumulates as meaningless numbers in a savings account? As the small truck halted before Chun Feiping's doorstep, the two sisters emerged from the courtyard, bewildered by the sight of the electrical appliances. Brother Chun, did you purchase all this? Hee hee. Who else could it be if not me? Chun Feiping chuckled. He instructed Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao to carry the lighter appliances inside while he and the truck driver lifted heavier items like the refrigerator and washing machine. After paying a modest transportation fee of 10 yuan, which included labor, he reflected on how lucrative the transportation business had become in this era. The truck owner could easily earn in a single day what an ordinary person would make in a month, and within a year, the small truck could pay for itself. However, the cost of the truck was considerable, and the owner needed to possess mechanical skills to handle repairs. Otherwise, being stranded on the road could make earning a living quite challenging. Once the truck driver departed, Chen Feiping commenced the installation of the appliances. The refrigerator and washing machine were simple to set up, just plug them into the socket. The ceiling fan posed a slight challenge, but it was manageable. The most cumbersome task was configuring the television, which required a handmade antenna. There was no cable television available, only the reception of terrestrial signals through a makeshift antenna. Chen Feiping's prior experience in crafting came to light during this endeavor. After spending half a day, he successfully erected a rudimentary television antenna high in the yard using a wooden pole, connecting the power to the Feiying 100 model. He demonstrated to the two sisters how to adjust the frequency before stepping outside to fine-tune the handmade antenna. Before long, jubilant voices echoed from the main room. "Brother Chun, the television has a picture. Is it clear? Any static? Just a bit. Let me adjust it again. If the static diminishes or disappears, do let me know." "Yes, Brother Chen, we will." After further adjustments to optimize the signal and picture quality, Chen Feiping secured the antenna in place and entered the main room. The sisters were bursting with excitement. They had never experienced television before. Their hometown village still lacked electricity, and televisions were considered a luxury. Chen Feiping had purchased a 20-inch imported Hitachi television, which offered a stunning display. In his previous life, televisions often exceeded 70 or even 100 inches. However, at present, a 20-inch model was nearly the largest available in the market. When this Hitachi television was first released in the domestic market, it had been advertised with a quirky special effect, a woman shrinking to enter the television, showcasing the grandeur of its screen. The color representation of Japanese televisions was unparalleled, and Chen Feiping had spent 2,300 yuan on this model, making it the most expensive appliance among his purchases. Imported goods were pricier, yet their quality was reliable, ensuring peace of mind and longevity for at least 5 years. The ceiling fan whirred above, providing a refreshing breeze on a sweltering summer day as the sisters reveled in watching television, relishing the early experience of electrified living, a most delightful indulgence. "Feiping." A thunderous voice resonated from outside the courtyard. It was Zhuzi returning. In recent days, Chen Feiping had been preoccupied, leaving Zhuzi to venture into the mountains alone. Unfortunately, his hunt yielded nothing substantial, but he did manage to gather some mushrooms, preventing a complete failure. Upon returning to the village, he brought the mushrooms to Chen Feiping. "Zhuzi, your timing is impeccable. Come here," Chen Feiping exclaimed, his spirits soaring as he ushered the tall, simple-minded fellow into the main room. As Zhuzi stepped through the door, the scene before him left him momentarily speechless. "Feiping, have you purchased a fan and a television?" he stammered. "But wait, the village hasn't been electrified yet. How could your brother's home have electricity?" "From the motorcycle," Chen Feiping replied casually. "Ah, a motorcycle can provide electricity?" Zhuzi exclaimed, astonished. "Mine can. It's specially modified to handle large appliances," Chen Feiping explained. Zhuzi felt a rush of admiration. The idea of modifying machinery seemed far too sophisticated for someone like him. Having electricity is truly convenient. With this fan blowing, I feel so refreshed, and I can even watch television. Zhuzi expressed his joy for his good friend. "Later, I'll run a power line over to you. You can take 2 fans and a few light bulbs back with you," Chen Feiping declared. Good friends share their fortunes. When Chen Feiping purchased the electrical appliances, he had also arranged for 2 additional fans and several light bulbs for Zhuzi. "Feiping, I can't possibly accept this. I'll cover the cost of the fans and the electricity," Zhuzi protested. "It's nothing, just small change," Chen Feiping reassured him. Without further ado, they set to work running the power line. Their homes were merely 30 meters apart, a short distance indeed, with only a vegetable patch belonging to Chen Feiping lying in between. This land was originally claimed by Chen Feiping's parents during the era of land reclamation. Back then, uncultivated land was of little value. Whoever cleared it and planted something could claim ownership. Almost every household had such land, although it wasn't fertile enough for rice paddies. limiting its use to vegetable cultivation or constructing shelters for livestock. Since it was Chun Feiping's own vegetable patch, running the power line posed no problem. Other villagers might have objected had it been someone else. Once the power line was properly connected, setting up the wiring in Zhuzi's modest home was much easier, given its small size of just over 100 square meters. In contrast, even the smallest homes in the village tended to be 200 or 300 square meters, featuring kitchens, storage rooms, main rooms, and living areas, typically comprising 6 or 7 rooms in simple earthen structures. Zhuzi's home, however, consisted solely of a main room, a small living area, a tiny kitchen, and a petite courtyard, all rather cramped and unremarkable. It wasn't that the Wang family lacked land. Rather, the elder brother had shown favoritism, deeming Zhuzi lacking in intelligence. Consequently, during the division of the family estate, he received only a token share, while the majority was allocated to the elder brother, which was most unjust. However, the elderly eventually faced their retribution, enduring the wrath of their eldest daughter-in-law daily. And not long after the family division, they succumbed to stress-induced demise. During their illness, it was Zhuzi, this dutiful son, who tended to them, while the eldest and his wife remained indifferent. Zhuzi connected the power, and upon flicking the switch, the lights illuminated effortlessly, the diamond brand fan whirred to life, a refreshing breeze enveloping him. This antique fan, with its iron blades and predominantly iron body, crafted with pure copper wire, exuded durability and remarkable quality. In his previous life, Chun Feiping had possessed one as well, enduring decades without fail, save for a minor electric leak that caused a tingle upon switching it on. Zhuzi was overjoyed, content with his modest existence. He did not yearn for the luxuries such as televisions, refrigerators, or washing machines like those in Chun Feiping's home. A single lamp and a fan were sufficient comforts for the simple-hearted giant. Moreover, apart from himself and his close friends, the villagers remained unacquainted with electricity. Zhuzi, as long as I am home, there will certainly be power. If it goes out, it simply means I have driven away. The electricity he obtained from Yingzi had its limitations, yet it was a significant improvement before the village was electrified. All right, Feiping, allow me to pour you a glass of water. No need, no need. Why be so formal? I must return home to accompany my wife. Very well then. I shall take a brief afternoon nap. As he exited Zhuzi's home and passed by the family garden, Chun Feiping paused. The original owner's parents were exceptionally industrious, cultivating an expansive plot of land measuring nearly 30 meters long and more than 20 meters wide, totaling over 700 square meters, a true blessing for future generations. Chun Feiping intended to make good use of this land to construct a grand brick and tile residence. Once he amassed wealth, the foremost aspiration of a rural individual is to build a home, not only for comfort, but also for prestige. Having earned considerable money, it was unacceptable for Chun Feiping to continue residing in a dilapidated earthen house. Thus, the construction of a new home was naturally expedited. Once the new dwelling was completed, he would also marry Feng Ting. As a vigorous young man surrounded by 2 lovely maidens, it was not ideal to be confined to mere craftsmanship. Furthermore, Chun Feiping discovered that the effect of the deer essence he had consumed previously seemed to be long-lasting, necessitating frequent morning laundry. This existence was too tormenting for him. Thus, he needed to swiftly resolve the matter concerning his younger brother. Once the new house was completed, the timing for marriage would be impeccable. He desired all the sister flowers, but the eldest would surely be the one to marry officially. According to tradition, until the eldest was wed, the second could not marry either. Therefore, the second could only remain as a concubine. Before the new house was built, he needed to expedite matters with the second sister. As night fell, in the bathroom, damp hair cascaded over the delicate shoulders of a young girl, resembling a flowing black waterfall. She tilted her head slightly, water gliding down her swan-like neck, cascading onto her smooth, jade-like skin, reminiscent of morning dew on flower petals, brimming with vitality. Zhou Fengjiao gently wiped her body with a wet towel. She was quite content with her figure, though there was one aspect that was a tad excessive, becoming somewhat of a burden and rather unsightly. If only I were a bit smaller like my sister, perhaps Chen would favor me more, Zhou Fengjiao mused silently. After a considerable while, Zhou Fengjiao finished her bath and emerged from the bathroom clad in her nightgown. Sister, I'm done washing up. You should go wash too. The sisters always bathed after dinner, with Zhou Fengting insisting that her younger sister go first. Fengjiao, let me clean the stove first. Zhou Fengting was diligently wiping down the kitchen stove, her hands ever busy, always seeking tasks to occupy herself. Shall I fetch you some water, sister? Are you washing your hair tonight? Zhou Fengjiao inquired, half-heartedly. Yes, I need to. I didn't tea-wash yesterday, and my hair got dirty while cleaning the stove, she replied. All right, I'll bring you an extra bucket of water. Zhou Fengjiao filled 2 buckets and also fetched her sister a set of clean nightwear. Just as Zhou Fengting finished cleaning the stove, watching her enter the bathroom, Zhou Fengjiao made her way to the living room. If her sister was washing her hair tonight, she would be in there for at least 20 minutes. At that moment, Chen Feiping was sipping tea while watching television. The presence of the TV providing a delightful distraction that alleviated the evening's monotony. Zhou Fengjiao approached him with a smile, asking, Chen Ge, may I give you a neck massage? Chen Feiping was not taken aback by her request. It had become a nightly ritual for the second sister to offer a massage while the elder bathed. Though Zhou Fengting was unaware that this had evolved into a secret between them. With a glint in his eye, Chen Feiping replied, Fengjiao, you always massage me. Let me help you this time. No need, brother Chen, you're a man. How could I allow a man to serve a woman? Zhou Fengjiao quickly waved her hand. The patriarchal mindset of her village was profoundly ingrained. After the passing of her parents, their uncle seized control, even attempting to dictate their marriage arrangements, wanting to wed the sisters to the village's cripple and deaf man. Were it not for this, the sisters would not have had to flee under the cover of night. Influenced by such circumstances from a young age, the notion of women serving men had taken root deeply in Zhou Fengjiao's mind. Setting that aside, Chen Feiping was the one who had taken them in, providing for their needs, and Zhou Fengjiao felt she could not possibly ask him for a massage. Chen Feiping chuckled. It's fine, come here. I know a bit about acupressure and can help you with a few special points. I promise it will feel wonderful. Without further ado, he positioned himself behind Zhou Fengjiao, instructing her to face away from him. As his large hands settled onto the young girl's shoulders, she shivered as if struck by electricity, her neck quickly flushing a lovely cherry blossom hue, reminiscent of her shy visage, akin to the rosy clouds at dusk during spring, painting her skin in a delicate blush. Zhou Fengjiao's delicate shoulders are a sight to behold, petite and rounded, with lines that flow gracefully as if crafted by the gentlest of hands, exuding a natural charm that is pleasing to the touch, resembling a meticulously sculpted work of art. While many may find beauty in a woman's legs, it is surprising to discover that exquisite shoulders can captivate a man's attention just as profoundly. At least Chen Feiping is particularly enamored, for Zhou Fengjiao's shoulders are truly enchanting. Sitting behind her, he towers over her, enjoying an unobstructed view of her splendor. It is indeed a magnificent sight. One cannot help but remark that Fengjiao possesses a beauty reminiscent of the famed Zimei Yuqing, leaving Chen Feiping in awe. In truth, he knows little about massage techniques, merely engaging in casual touches to foster intimacy. The young girl quivers slightly, not from fear, but from the sensation of his rough hands gliding over her skin, provoking involuntary shivers akin to tiny ants traversing her body. Despite the goosebumps that arise, there is an inexplicable comfort in it as she instinctively closes her eyes, surrendering to the moment. Time seems to stretch indefinitely until the sound of slippers pattering outside jolts Zhou Fengjiao from her reverie, prompting her to hastily withdraw from Chen Feiping's presence. Brother Chen, I'm ready, she stammers. Under the soft glow of the lights, her cheeks are as radiant as freshly bloomed peach blossoms, and as her gaze meets Chen Feiping's, she quickly averts her eyes, her irises sparkling with a mix of confusion and shyness, reminiscent of a startled fawn. Compared to her sister, the younger sibling may lack maturity, yet she possesses a captivating charm that invokes a sense of protectiveness. In the next moment, Zhou Fengting enters the living room and, upon seeing her sister, exclaims, Fengjiao, why is your face so red, like a monkey's bottom? Zhou Fengjiao quickly attempts to conceal her embarrassment, replying, Sister, I feel a bit warm. Warm? Zhou Fengting glances up at the ceiling fan whirring overhead. Isn't it quite cool in here? The evenings at the foot of the mountain are significantly cooler than the days. And with the electric fan, the temperature is relatively comfortable. Zhou Fengting certainly does not feel overheated. Zhou Fengjiao is momentarily at a loss for words, but fortunately, Chen Feiping interjects with a smile, Fengjiao just had a cup of hot water. I told her to let it cool down first, but she couldn't wait. Zhou Fengjiao nods vigorously. Yes. I was so thirsty that I couldn't wait for it to cool. Zhou Fengting, unaware of her sister's secretive rendezvous with Chen Feiping, does not suspect anything and playfully chides, You little girl, why the rush? Don't drink water that's too hot in the future. Okay, sister, Zhou Fengjiao responds. her gaze instinctively drifting towards Chen Feiping, who winks at her. The young girl blushes and lowers her head shyly. Later that evening, at a certain household in Luoyan Bay, Wang Tietue, while smoking a cigarette, furrows his brow at his wife Jiang Yulan's request. Tietue, we don't have enough money to build our brick house. Could you borrow some from the fool? The man, Wang Tietue, who happens to be Zhuzi's older brother, replies with skepticism. That fool is just as broke as we are. Where would he find money to lend us? In the village, two couples were notorious for their selfishness. During the division of property years ago, they had taken an excessive share of land, leaving no stone unturned, and even resorted to exploiting the local resources. Now that they had a bit of money, they aspired to build a brick house, and the woman, Jiang Yulan, set her sights on her neighbor. She shot her husband a pointed glance and chided. What do you know? The fool was once poor, but times have changed. Recently, Chen Feiping had struck a stroke of luck, consistently returning from the mountains with substantial game. Whispers circulated that he had unearthed antiques, which had afforded him the means to purchase a motorcycle. Consider this, Jiang Yulan asserted. Chen Feiping and that fool have a close bond. He must be sharing some of his fortune. Wang Tietue's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, without delving into specifics, he must have at least a few hundred. With determination, they set out to pay him a visit. As the fool often ventured into the mountains by day, they seized the opportunity to go while he was home at night. Upon arriving at his humble earthen abode, Wang Tietue and Jiang Yulan were taken aback. Light. The main room was illuminated by an electric bulb and a fan were nearby. The village had yet to be electrified. Where had he procured such power? Entering the room, they found the fool basking in the cool breeze. Wang Tietue forced a smile and inquired, Have you had dinner yet? The fool, feeling uneasy at their unexpected visit, stammered. Why yes, I just finished. After exchanging superficial pleasantries, Jiang Yulan cautiously probed, Where did you get your electricity? Feiping connected the wires for me. He generates power with his motorcycle. The fool replied. The couple was astonished. Thoughts raced through their minds about whether to tap into the fool's electricity for their own use, but they quickly dismissed the idea. Chen Feiping was no fool. He would not tolerate any deceit. If he discovered their thievery, he would sever the connection and demand an explanation. Though it was unfortunate they could not access the electricity, the couple remained convinced that the fool had indeed received a share of his brother's wealth. The new Diamond brand fan was undeniable evidence of this, as such an appliance came with a hefty price tag. Wang Tietue even contemplated the possibility of swindling the fan home, knowing that electricity would eventually reach their village. However, their immediate priority was to secure a loan. Jiang Yulan signaled her husband to prompt him to speak. Clearing his throat, Wang Tietue adopted a congenial tone. Fool, here is the situation. My wife and I are planning to build a new house, but funds are tight, and we were hoping to borrow some money from you. The fool recognized their intentions and braced himself to decline. Be brother, sister-in-law. I don't have any money. No money? Who do you think you're fooling? Jiang Yulan pointed at the diamond fan and remarked with a hint of sarcasm. You must have just purchased that fan, right? I saw it at the state-owned store in town for over 150. Where did you get the money to buy it, Zhuzi? Do you think I and your elder brother are fools? Zhuzi, feeling flustered, responded, Sister-in-law, that's not what I meant. The electric fan was bought for me by Feiping. Wang Tietue coldly interjected. Why would Chen Feiping buy you a fan out of the blue? Are you claiming it wasn't with his own money? Zhuzi was momentarily at a loss. He indeed intended to repay his good brother from the savings Chen Feiping had set aside for him. The couple exchanged glances. Their spirits lifted. They were certain this foolish lad must be wealthy. Chapter 38. The enraged Chen Feiping, ruthlessly beating Zhuzi's parasite brother and sister-in-law. Wang Tietue pressed further. During this time, you and Chen Feiping have brought back so much from the mountains. Surely he must have shared some of the profits with you? Zhuzi, feeling guilty, reluctantly admitted, Feiping did give me some money, but he saved it for me. Jiang Yulan scoffed. Do you truly believe that? Chen Feiping is just deceiving you, wanting to keep it all for himself. Feiping is not that kind of person. I'm the one who told him to save money. Sister-in-law, you mustn't speak of him like that. Zhuzi retorted angrily. While he could tolerate slander against himself, he would not allow anyone to defame his good brother. Seeing her taunts had taken effect, Jiang Yulan allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. Thinking how easily this Navi lad could be manipulated, then why don't you ask Chen Feiping for 1,800 and show us? If you can get it, we will believe you. Wang Tietue added, Zhuzi, it seems you may never marry. What use is all that money? In a lifetime, 2 brothers, and eventually, our children will have to take care of you. So what's wrong with borrowing some money from you to build a house? The elder brother said this without a hint of embarrassment. It should be noted that when the old man passed away, they had not even been willing to spare money for a coffin, let alone consider letting Juzi care for him in the afterlife. This was utter nonsense. However, the couple, exchanging remarks, left Juzi a bit dazed, unsure of what to do. Confused, he nodded. All right, I will ask Faping. Despite the elder brother and sister-in-law being unreasonable and harsh, Juzi, being simple-minded and accustomed to being bullied, still valued family ties. Over the years, he had been taken advantage of, yet he bore no resentment towards them. I have nearly 5,000 stored with Faping. Even if I lend you 1,000 for the house, I still have plenty left. Wang Tietue and Jiang Yulan exchanged a triumphant glance, their expressions filled with satisfaction. It appeared they would successfully exploit Juzi once again. Of course, the money borrowed from him would surely never be repaid. Why return money lent based on their influence when they had never repaid before? Leaving the couple at home, Juzi stepped out and made his way to Chen Faping's house, where he found his good brother in the main room. Juzi, what brings you here? Faping, I need to discuss something with you. Juzi cast a glance at the sister duo, sensing that conversing here was rather inconvenient. Chen Faping immediately grasped the situation, stepping out of the main room to lead Juzi into the courtyard. What is it? Juzi, filled with trepidation, stammered. Faping, I would like to borrow some money. Oh, how much? 1,000. 1,000? Chen Faping furrowed his brow. Why do you suddenly need such a large sum? It was not that he was unwilling to lend money to a good brother. Rather, he felt the need to understand the circumstances. Juzi, who usually scrimped and saved, rarely spent money, so his sudden request for 1,000 raised suspicions. Juzi hesitated. I want to deposit more money at home, so I don't have to keep asking you. As he spoke, his eyes darted, his words vague, which could not escape Chen Faping's keen perception. Suddenly realizing something, Chen Faping spoke in a low voice. Juzi, tell me honestly, is it your elder brother and sister-in-law asking you for money? The only reason he could think of for Juzi needing such a large amount was indeed the foolish couple. Those two must have seen Juzi's recent prosperity and assumed he too was wealthy, concocting excuses to fleece him. They had done this before, behaving like absolute leeches. Aware of Chen Faping's sharp intellect and his own inability to deceive, Juzi reluctantly nodded, admitting, yes, but they have legitimate reasons for borrowing money. My brother and sister-in-law want to build a house. Legitimate, my foot. Chen Faping's temper flared. How did Wang Tietue and Jiang Yulan treat you when the family was divided? Moreover, how many times have they borrowed money from you since then, and have they ever repaid a single cent? When your mother was gone, those two wouldn't even part with money for a coffin. It was only through our joint efforts that we managed to bury her. Do you really consider them your brother and sister-in-law? Do they view you as a brother? Chen Faping's anger escalated. He had long harbored disdain for Juzi's brother and sister-in-law and had cautioned Juzi several times. Unfortunately, Juzi was too easily swayed. Come on, Juzi, let us confront them. This matter needed resolution, otherwise, regardless of how much money Juzi received, it would ultimately end up in the hands of Wang Tietue and Jiang Yulan, turning his hard work into mere fodder for others. Faping, wait for me. Before long, Chen Faping arrived at Juzi's home. Upon seeing his fierce demeanor, Wang Tietue and Jiang Yulan's expressions changed dramatically. The couple had not anticipated that Chen Faping would return with Juzi. This young man was notorious in the village for his reckless behavior, unafraid of a fight. He had even dared to confront the village chief's nephew, Sun Dishing, and everyone in Luoyan Bay held a certain wariness towards him. Instinctively retreating a couple of steps, Wang Tietue stammered, Chen Faping, what do you want? What do I want? Chen Faping stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the two. I want to know how the two of you still have the audacity to come to Juzi's house. Jiang Yulan retorted, Chen Faping, mind your language. Have I spoken incorrectly? Jiang Yulan, do you and Wang Tietue even realize what you are? During the division of the family estate, with the Wang family's vast fields, how much did you take, leaving only this dilapidated house for Juzi? Are you even human? Is this how one treats their own brother? Wang Tietue stubbornly retorted, that was my mother's decision on how to divide it. What can I do? If it weren't for your instigation, would she have distributed it this way? Do you think me foolish? Chen Fei paused momentarily, then coldly scoffed. Moreover, when your mother passed away, you didn't even contribute to the coffin expenses. Is this how a son behaves? Is it wrong to call you both worthless scoundrels? The couple was thoroughly humiliated by his words, left speechless. It was bad enough that they profited so greatly from the division. but they still came around frequently to borrow money and hunt for wild game. Zhuzi, have they ever returned the money they borrowed from you? Zhuzi shook his head. Chen Fei's eyes blazed with fury. Do you see? Not once have they repaid you. Zhuzi, it's one thing that you don't demand repayment. But they dare to come here shamelessly, asking for 1,000 at a time. Can't you have a shred of dignity? With no justification for their actions. And with Chen Fei's sharp tongue, Wang Tiechue, feeling humiliated and enraged, snapped back. The one who borrowed money is Zhuzi. This is a matter between brothers. It has nothing to do with you. Oh, now you recognize Zhuzi as your brother? After all these years, did you ever treat him as one? Chen Fei took a deep breath and coldly stated, Zhuzi, I present you with a choice. You can only choose one of us, me or Wang Tiechue, as your brother. If you choose me, you must sever all ties with Wang Tiechue. If you choose Wang Tiechue, then you must cut ties with me. It was imperative to force Zhuzi's hand. Otherwise, he would never escape the clutches of these two bloodsuckers. Zhuzi stood in shock. Chen Fei's serious demeanor was no jest. He was a man of his word. Gritting his teeth, he addressed Wang Tiechue and Jiang Yulan. Elder brother, elder sister. This is the last time I will call you that. These words clearly articulated Zhuzi's stance. Although the simpleton was somewhat naive, he was quite aware of who treated him well and who did not. Previously, he had been too attached to familial bonds, allowing his elder brother and sister-in-law to exploit him time and again. However, if faced with an unavoidable choice, his answer was crystal clear. Wang Tiechue and Jiang Yulan were taken aback. They never anticipated that Zhuzi would dare to sever their brotherly bond. While the two cared little for familial affection, losing the obedient lamb meant they could no longer fleece him, which was something they could not bear to witness. Chen Fei, you dare to sow discord among us brothers. In a fit of rage over losing their prized asset, Wang Tiechue, disregarding everything else, swung a punch at Chen Fei. Though not as robust as Zhuzi, he was still a formidable man in the village, and his fist was as large as a bowl. Yet, this blow was effortlessly intercepted by Chen Fei, who skillfully twisted Wang Tiechue's arm behind his back, causing him to kneel in pain, shrieking like a slaughtered pig. Upon witnessing her man subdued, Jiang Yulan resembled a rabid tiger, claws bared and ready to claw at Chen Feiping's face. With a resounding slap, Chen Feiping sent her sprawling. Jiang Yulan covered her stinging face, her eyes wide with disbelief. You strike women? What of it, you wretched woman? Chen Feiping retorted, dragging Wang Tiechue towards her, a fierce expression adorning his face. Jiang Yulan, her countenance pale with terror, pleaded, don't come any closer. You've forsaken your man. Rising from the ground, she fled. Feiping, let it go. Allow Wang Tiechue to leave. If he dares return, I shall not permit him entry. Calling him by name signified her resolute decision. Chen Feiping hurled Wang Tiechue out the door as one would discard a dead pig. Begone. I spare you this time for the sake of Zhuzi. However, you and Zhuzi are no longer brothers. If you dare to harass him again, I shall make you pay dearly. Wang Tiechue, terrified and trembling, fled without a word. Strangely, Zhuzi felt a sense of relief at the loss of a blood brother. Such familial ties had long become a burden, a one-sided investment. Being compelled to make this decision turned out to be a fortuitous event. Chapter 39, New System Task, Eliminate the Bear and Restore Trade Routes. Feiping, thank you. Zhuzi expressed with gratitude. Chen Feiping half-jokingly replied, you thank me for your brother's demise? Wang Tiezhong is not my brother. He regards me as a fool, always seeking to exploit me. You, however, are my true brother, genuinely concerned for my well-being. Zhuzi stated earnestly. Chen Feiping, aware of Zhuzi's attachment to familial bonds, patted his shoulder in consolation. Fear not, Zhuzi. Even without Wang Tiechue, you shall not be alone. I am here for you. Moreover, I promise to find you a good wife. After bidding farewell to Zhuzi, Feiping returned home, where he watched television with the sisters for a while before retiring to his room. Lying in bed, he contemplated. Finding a wife for Zhuzi under his current circumstances seemed rather challenging. Zhuzi had accumulated nearly 5,000 yuan in his bank account. Yet for others to consider him a suitable match, they must be aware of his wealth. The question then arose, how to make this known? It wouldn't do to flaunt a bank book. Rather, he needed to demonstrate his financial prowess in a more substantial manner. The most effective approach would be constructing a house. Owning a brick house would serve as a clear indicator of one's family circumstances in the rural setting. Those who could afford such a dwelling would have no trouble attracting a bride, with families proactively sending matchmakers to negotiate. As I intend to build a house, why not undertake Zhuzi's as well? His money sits idly in the bank. It's better I assist him in utilizing it to construct a decent new home, and then he need not worry about finding a wife. Indeed, let us proceed. Chen Feiping had just resolved his intention when a system notification suddenly appeared. In the Black Mountain, the dreaded bear demon lurked, haunting the deep valleys, having long feasted upon livestock and yet remained unsated, subsequently preying upon travelers and merchants. The affliction it caused was dire. If not swiftly slain, it would first shatter bones, sever tendons, rend open bellies, and devour entrails, leaving its victims to wail and torment before it gradually savored their flesh and slurped their marrow. Its methods were inhumane. The merchant caravans frequently fell victim to this menace, their remains littering the pathways, and commerce was brought to a standstill. The president of the Luoqing Merchants Association, Mr. Liang, lamented day and night, recognizing that if this scourge persisted, all trades would languish. Thus, he posted a proclamation seeking brave souls, promising generous rewards. Those who could vanquish the bear demon would receive a reward of 10,000 coins, along with a special token granting access to the esteemed Four Seas auction house, where they could partake in the privileges of prosperous merchants. It was said that with such a substantial reward, valiant individuals would surely emerge. A group of cultivators ventured into the mountains, determined to eliminate this threat, only to behold its form akin to a towering hill, its eyes like scarlet gemstones, its arms thicker than pillars, capable of shattering rocks with a mere swipe. Those struck would have their skulls crushed as if they were ripe fruit, or their bones pulverized, their flesh turned to mush. The remaining cultivators rallied to attack. However, the bear demon's head was as resilient as a bronze cauldron. Its fur as tough as dark iron, blades and axes clanged against it, ringing out, yet the creature remained unscathed. Some were caught and crushed at the waist, their insides spilling forth. The woods echoed with anguished cries, blood flowed like a river, and soon the remnants of cultivators lay scattered, severed limbs strewn about, while the bear demon perched upon a high rock, licking its claws and savoring the taste, still unsatisfied. This beast was ferocious and terrifying, beyond the capacity of human strength to subdue, and it remained a grave calamity in the mountains. Should the host manage to locate its lair and eliminate this menace, allowing trade routes to flourish once more, not only would they earn a fortune, but they would also cultivate a favorable relationship with the Merchants Association, acquiring the coveted Four Seas auction token, granting them entry to participate in auctions at any time. Chen Feiping's eyes sparkled with excitement. A new system quest had arrived, and the rewards were substantial. By now, he had gained some understanding of the system's operations. 10,000 coins equated to a considerable sum. However, what intrigued Chen Feiping even more was the Four Seas auction token. He wondered what purpose it served. Nevertheless, he thought, why ponder too much? With the prospect of 10,000 coins, he must first complete the system quest. The following morning, after breakfast, Chen Feiping went to Zhuzi's home. Let us go, Zhuzi. Into the mountains. All right, Zhuzi replied eagerly. Feiping, did the mountain god send you a prophetic dream again? No dream. But do you recall when we went to collect wild ginseng last time and saw the paw prints of the black bear on a hillside? At that moment, Chen Feiping had been preoccupied with thoughts of wild ginseng and had overlooked the bear's presence. But the system quest from last night suddenly reminded him. If all goes as expected, that place must surely be within the bear's territory. Feiping, are you suggesting we hunt that bear? Zhuzi did not express fear. Rather, he became exhilarated, feeling the thrill of the adventure. Recently, he and Chen Feiping had faced a monstrous wild boar and encountered a pack of wolves. Even the most feared wolves had posed no threat to him and his brother. Thus Zhuzi's courage had grown. Chen Feiping chuckled. Yes, we shall hunt the bear. Great. I shall fetch the gear immediately. Hurry. After traversing for over 3 hours, the towering peak where the duo last gathered the precious wild ginseng came into view. Chen Feiping halted his advance, for the footprints of the bear were discovered at the base of the peak, a detail etched vividly in his memory. The large paw prints from their previous encounter had long since vanished, given the considerable time that had elapsed. Nevertheless, Chen Feiping remained unhurried. As long as he discerned that the bear's territory lay in proximity, it was merely a matter of time before they would locate it. Moreover, this mission did not bear the time constraints of their previous hunt for the Sika deer. He had ample time at his disposal. On their initial day in the mountains, they yielded no results in their search for the bear's traces. However, on the second day, upon entering the woods once more, they encountered a series of enormous footprints. The prints were of two varieties, one approximately 13 centimeters in diameter, round in shape, and the other about 20 centimeters. resembling a human foot but broader and with a more rounded contour. Indeed, these were the bear's tracks. Chen Feiping crouched down for a closer inspection and affirmed his discovery. The front half of the black bear is light, leaving shallow impressions with its forepaws, typically devoid of claw marks. Conversely, its heavier hindquarters pressed deeper, often leaving distinct claw imprints. The brown bear, by contrast, exhibited a different pattern, with deeper forepaw impressions than those of its hind paws, thus providing a means to differentiate the species. In a moment of camaraderie, Chen Feiping imparted some newfound hunting identification skills to Zhuzi, eschewing the secretive nature of the original owner of his body. Zhuzi, ever in admiration, remarked, "Feiping, your intellect is truly remarkable. My good friend possesses an abundance of knowledge." Following the trail of footprints, they ventured onward, arriving at a slope after 20 minutes, where they finally laid eyes upon the bear. Nestled in a large earthen burrow at one corner of the slope, the bear appeared to have just feasted, its belly swollen and content as it dozed peacefully. A smile crept across Chen Feiping's lips. This pursuit proved far less laborious than their previous venture for the Cicadier. "Oh, great bear, you are still indulging in your slumber. Awaken, your time has come." Chapter 40. The bear's gallbladder and the indestructible body. The two approached the cave stealthily. The bear remained oblivious to the impending danger, sleeping soundly in an area devoid of natural enemies. In a landscape rich with food, the bear, unless driven by extreme hunger, had no desire to engage in confrontation. Despite its superior strength, the risks of injury in battle were substantial, and thus it preferred to avoid unnecessary peril. However, as they neared the cave, merely a couple of yards away, a sudden crack echoed beneath their feet. It was Zhuzi, whose weight had inadvertently crushed a fragile stone already marred with fissures. Though the sound was not loud, the bear's heightened alertness was instantaneous, rousing it from its dreams to find two humans at the cave's entrance. Roar! It suddenly rose to its full height, towering even over Chen Feiping, who stood at an impressive 1.8 meters. This was an adult male black bear, robustly developed with ample sources of sustenance. While many bears are typically timid and shy away from humans, this particular black bear, having never encountered the might of mankind, had grown accustomed to reigning supreme in its forest domain. Upon seeing the bipedal intruders encroach upon its territory, it exhibited no fear. Instead, it unleashed a fierce roar and charged at the two men. However, Chen Feiping swiftly imparted a crucial lesson. The truth lies firmly within the grasp of mankind. Bang! Bang! The two gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, splattering the bear with a multitude of crimson droplets. Although the bear was startled awake, the distance was already within the effective range of the shotgun, and one shot brought it down entirely. Chen Feiping's bullet struck its head, and the excruciating pain finally made the bear realize that this creature was not to be trifled with. With a wretched howl, it abandoned its assault and fled in a desperate sprint. Pursue it. Do not let it escape. Chen Feiping was determined not to let this prize slip away. Leading the charge in pursuit, with Zhuzi hastily following suit, the bear could reach speeds of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, and soon it vanished from sight. However, the ground was littered with chaotic footprints and bloodstains, making the tracking effortless. A quarter of an hour later, they rediscovered the bear, which had collapsed to the ground. Its face was nearly unrecognizable, battered and bruised. Yet this creature had managed to escape so far despite the grievous wound to its head, showcasing its remarkable vitality. We got it. There was a sense of triumph, with the danger having passed easily. There was little need for further bloodletting in its frantic flight for survival. It had nearly bled out, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Judging by its size, this bear weighed nearly 400 pounds, rivaling that of a massive wild boar, which explained its towering stature. The host had successfully vanquished the bear and merely needed to return to the merchant guild to report the news of the threat's elimination, thereby earning a reward. The bear's gallbladder, known to harbor the essence of the sun and moon, possesses potent properties. A powerful cultivator consuming it would find their liver suffused with a green glow, their lungs exuding white vapor, their kidneys radiating a dark light, their heart igniting with red flames, and their spleen condensing with a yellow mist. Their meridians would flow with golden brilliance, and after 3 days, their internal organs would resonate like the clash of gold. After 7 days, their skin would take on a bronze hue, allowing them to breathe as fiercely as a tiger, forging an indestructible body that could withstand even the sharpest blades. However, this substance is exceedingly potent. Those with insufficient cultivation might find themselves consumed by its golden energy. Their organs struck as if by lightning, leading to blood pouring from their orifices and an untimely demise. The host, having dispatched the bear with effortless ease, like fish upon a chopping block, demonstrated formidable prowess. It was advised that he consume the gallbladder, which would undoubtedly propel him further along his path of mastery. The system's prompt filled Chen Feiping with exhilaration. The bear gallbladder is well known as a valuable medicinal ingredient, renowned for its ability to clear heat and detoxify, soothe the liver, and enhance vision. Yet, the effects described by the system suggested an entirely different potency. It seemed capable of fortifying the physical body and even forging an indestructible form. How extraordinary that would be. The prey defined by the system as extraordinary creatures appears to be quite remarkable. For instance, after consuming several pounds of deer blood last time, the effects seem to be long-lasting. Even now, Chen Feiping can engage in several tasks throughout the night without feeling fatigued. This bear ball may also possess unique properties. I must save some for myself and see what transpires upon consumption. Descending the mountain with the bear. We ventured into the woods early this morning and soon found this creature. By the time we returned to the village, it was only early afternoon. The villagers were astounded at the sight of the bear. Chen Feiping and Zhuzi had landed quite a catch. This bear was massive, easily weighing close to 400 pounds. Why is it that I struggled to find such large game while they seem to have all the luck? After entering the village, Chen Feiping and Zhuzi slowed their pace. Not out of exhaustion, but rather to savor the moment akin to fishermen boasting about their haul. Under the envious gazes of the villagers, the two men carried the bear. Their excitement palpable, as they leisurely made their way back to Zhuzi's home. They decided against bringing the bear to Chen Feiping's residence to avoid startling the sisters. In the yard, they proceeded to butcher the bear and extract the gallbladder. This organ was brownish-black, elongated and oval-shaped, with a narrower top and a swollen bottom. Larger than a palm. How should it be consumed? After some contemplation, Chen Feiping concluded that it was best to swallow it raw. Cooking it might diminish its medicinal properties, which would be a waste. With that thought, Chen Feiping promptly placed the bear bile into his mouth. Upon biting down, bile splattered forth. The bitterness was overwhelming, akin to chewing on raw gentian. The sharp sensation surged through him, and he nearly retched, hastily covering his mouth and managing to swallow it with great effort. Zhuzi was left speechless. Feiping, you're eating bear bile raw? Yes, I've been feeling a bit overheated lately. Bear bile can reduce internal heat, and consuming it raw is optimal. Zhuzi wiped the sweat from his brow. Although Chen Feiping's reasoning seemed sound, the memory of his previous raw consumption of deer blood and now bear bile made Zhuzi feel as if his friend was on the verge of becoming a wild man. As the bear bile began to take effect, Chen Feiping felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, reminiscent of soaking in a hot spring. The previous experience of drinking deer blood had ignited a fiery intensity throughout his limbs. This bear bile, however, felt notably gentler. Besides the warmth, he noticed no other immediate effects. Chen Feiping's focus shifted back to the bear carcass. It was time to consider how to proceed with further processing. Selling it outright was not an option. It needed to be delivered to the guild as dictated by the system for a reward. A substantial sum of $10,000 awaited him, along with an enigmatic item referred to as the Four Seas auction order. During his last return to the village after hunting the deer spirit, he had inadvertently crossed paths with that old fox, Kong Xiangxing, resulting in the completion of a system task. After all, Kong Xiangxing was the village chief, representing the official authority behind the bounty. Where, one might wonder, is the so-called Chamber of Commerce? After much contemplation, it seems there are no institutions or individuals related to the chamber within the village. Hence, it must be located in the town or city. Chapter 41. The Commission of the Four Seas Auction, entrusting the auction of the bear Chen Feiping, uncertain of the chamber's exact location, decided to venture into the city. He rode home on his Flying Eagle 100 and spent considerable effort loading the dismembered bear into 2 large baskets. The rear seat was no longer available for another passenger, and with the additional task of searching for the chamber, he opted not to bring Zhuzi along. With the engine of the Eagle humming, he swiftly exited the village, choosing to head towards the city. According to the system's description, the influence of this chamber appeared quite substantial, likely more so than that in the town. 20 minutes later, he arrived in the city. Chen Feiping explored various commercial-related institutions, including the market, industry and commerce, and tax offices, but the system remained unresponsive. This left him perplexed. Where could this chamber possibly be? An idea struck him, and he rode his motorcycle to the cultural park. This park often hosted elderly gentlemen engaged in chess and card games, local stalwarts well-versed in the area. After parking nearby, Chen Feiping approached a chess table where many onlookers had gathered. "Excuse me, gentlemen," he began. "I hope to trouble you with a question. Is there a chamber of commerce in the city?" "A chamber of commerce? What is that? I've never heard of it." The elders responded, shaking their heads in unison. At that moment, an elderly man with a head of white hair suddenly recalled, during the Republic era, there was indeed a chamber here, established by those businessmen who dealt with the big shots. However, it was dismantled after the war, leaving only a site behind. In my youth, I had the chance to see it, but I have no idea what has become of it now. Chen Feiping's spirits lifted. Even if it was merely an old site, it was still a lead. He eagerly inquired, "Excuse me, sir, where is that chamber's site located?" "In the old district east of the city. If you ask the locals there, they will surely guide you," the elder replied. "Thank you, sir." Chen Feiping expressed his gratitude and left the cultural park, riding directly to the old district. After inquiring with a resident, he obtained the location of the chamber's site. The eagle, like a nimble spirit, weaved through the intricate alleys, reaching the heart of the old district. Before him stood an ancient edifice, its walls stripped of plaster, revealing the inner blue bricks, while moss flourished unrestrained. This place was indeed the once thriving chamber of commerce, though the exterior appeared somewhat dilapidated. The grand archways and exquisite carvings still hinted at its former grandeur. The cobblestone path, smoothed by the passage of time, whispered tales of history through each stone, eroded yet resilient. Chen Feiping parked the Flying Eagle 100 at the entrance and stepped into the chamber's ruins. A wave of antiquity enveloped him, as if time had come to a standstill within this space. The towering stone columns and spacious corridors manifest the grandeur and opulence of a bygone era. Yet now they are enshrouded in layers of dust and draped in cobwebs. Standing in the empty hall and gazing up at this ancient edifice, Chen Feiping finds himself momentarily transcending time and space. Once, countless affluent merchants traversed this hall, engaging in commerce and exchanging information. However, time has marched on relentlessly, leaving behind a dilapidated relic of its former self. The host has brought the corpse of the bear to the headquarters of the Merchant Association, receiving a warm welcome and being treated as a distinguished guest. The president of the association personally expressed gratitude for the host's bravery, transferring a substantial sum of money into the host's account and bestowing upon him a C4 auction order. The president further informed the host that holding this order allows one to auction valuable items at the association's auction house at any time, waiving all fees, with the full proceeds deposited into the host's account. A peculiar sensation surged within Chen Feiping. This site of the Merchant Association felt like a mysterious portal to another dimension, where he was conversing with an entity from an alternate plane. Accompanied by a system prompt, a delicate token appeared on the system panel, seemingly crafted from some exotic jade-like material, intricately inscribed with the characters for C4 auction order, along with the name of the association in fine print. Chen Feiping found the token rather intriguing and attempted to extract it from the system panel, but alas, he was unsuccessful. It appeared to be a virtual item for use only within the system. The bear's corpse, indeed a valuable item, could provide precious materials for alchemists and remained in the host's possession. Coincidentally, the auction house was holding an auction that very evening, allowing the host to consign the item there. Chen Feiping was quite entertained. It felt akin to engaging in a puzzle game. Though somewhat cumbersome, it was undeniably enjoyable. Now, he needed to locate the auction house. Since the Merchant Association's ruins were situated in the eastern old district of the city, he surmised that the auction house must not be far from there. As he meandered through the eastern old district and past a marketplace, the system prompted him again. The host had arrived at the auction house, and upon presenting the C4 auction order, he was courteously received and inquired whether he wished to consign an item for auction. So, this was indeed the auction house. Without hesitation, Chen Feiping agreed to the auction. The auction house accepted the consigned item, and in the next moment, Chen Feiping felt a lightness in the vehicle. Lifting the canvas from several large baskets, he discovered that the bear's corpse had vanished without a trace. Chen Feiping marveled at this phenomenon. This was quite remarkable. One could not help but commend the capabilities of his system. Suddenly struck by a thought, he made a trip to the bank to check his account. Sure enough, an additional 10,000 had appeared, transferred from the island of Hong Kong. While he was delighted, a sense of curiosity also stirred within him. Could it be that someone had ventured to Hong Kong to conduct business after the Merchant Association's dissolution in the wake of war? Forget it. After all, the deity Tungzi possesses immense powers and can secure for me a legitimate source of funds, ensuring I remain untraced. Upon returning to the village, I first visited Juzi's home. Faping, has the bear meat sold so quickly? Juzi inquired, somewhat puzzled. Chen Faping had not been in the city for long. Logically, such a large bear, with so much meat, should require several units of dormitories to sell off completely. When selling the wild boar, it had taken him 2.5 hours in the city, not including the time for back and forth. Moreover, this time, Chen Faping had ventured into the city alone, without assistance in butchering the meat, which would likely complicate matters further. Juzi, I've met a businessman who specializes in wild game. He mentioned that in the future, we can sell any game we catch to him whole. And the price is quite reasonable. Chen Faping casually fabricated an excuse to deflect the inquiry. That's wonderful, Juzi exclaimed with delight. If we manage to catch large game in the future, it won't be such a hassle. Chen Faping then asked, Juzi, do you trust me? Without a moment's hesitation, Juzi replied, Faping, you are the person I trust the most in the village. I trust only you. Well then, since you trust me, I want to give you a single penny. Chen Faping paused for a moment. However, I will build you a new house, buy you a motorcycle and appliances, and even help you find a wife. Juzi was so frugal that he didn't know how to spend his money, letting it sit in his account without enhancing his quality of life. Previously, he had been exploited by his older brother and sister-in-law, who were like vampires draining his resources. Moreover, he was unaware that he had additional income from system rewards, making it impossible for Chen Faping to give him more. Thus, on the way back to the village, Chen Faping pondered deeply and ultimately made this decision. No direct monetary distribution, but he would arrange everything for him. All right, Faping, thank you. Juzi beamed with happiness, unconditionally trusting Chen Faping, feeling he was burdening his good brother. Why are you telling me this? After bidding Juzi farewell, Chen Faping strolled homeward. Tonight, there would be an auction at the Sihai auction house, and he was curious how much profit that bear would yield for him. Please don't let it be a scam. Chapter 42. Brother Chun is so handsome, just like a movie star. Upon arriving home, he first connected Ingzi's power supply to the household circuit. Then he proceeded to the main room. At that moment, Zhou Fengting was at the sewing machine, stitching garments. The sewing machine had been acquired during Chen Faping's last trip to the city, when he purchased electrical appliances using a small truck. It was a Butterfly brand, the most renowned name from the 1980s, produced by a factory in Huangpu, known for its exceptional quality, capable of serving 3 generations, and still functioning even after its owner has passed. Zhou Fengjiao sat beside her sister, and upon seeing Chen Faping enter, she joyfully exclaimed, Brother Chen, you're back. Your suit is almost finished. During their first trip to the city together, they had purchased some fabric, and the sisters had tailored a suit for Chen Faping. However, without the sewing machine, they had to rely solely on hand stitching, and with the sisters' dedication, the meticulous needlework took considerable time. As Zhou Fengting sewed, she remarked, Brother Chen, just a little more to go, and you will be able to wear it soon. Oh, really? Chen Faping replied with a smile. Then I shall eagerly await to see how well you both have crafted it. During this time, he had purchased quite a number of new clothes. However, this particular piece, lovingly made by his future bride, held a different significance, and he regarded it with great anticipation. Suddenly, he realized that his hair had grown excessively long. Since his rebirth, he had not had a haircut, and the original owner had neglected their hairstyle as well, leaving his locks in a disheveled state, both long and thick. Chen Faping decided to get a haircut, yet the standards of the local barbers were vastly different from his own. What they deemed stylish was far too mundane for a reborn individual. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Do you know how to cut hair? Yes. The sisters replied in unison. Many rural folk had taken to cutting their own hair to save money. The two women would often help each other with their hair, and when their father was alive, they frequently assisted him as well. Chen Faping nodded. Very well, since my hair has grown long. Would one of you be so kind as to help me cut it? Zhou Fengting responded, Fengjiao, I am busy sewing Brother Chen's clothes, so you assist him. Of course. Zhou Fengjiao was more than willing. Chen Faping then fetched the scissors and comb, tied on a hairdressing cape, and moved a stool under the eaves where the light was better. He also hung a mirror on the wall to monitor the progress of his haircut. Brother Chen, if I happen to mess it up, please don't hold it against me, Zhou Fengjiao said, though she was eager to help. A hint of nervousness crept into her voice. Chen Faping smiled gently. Feng Jiao, it's all right. Just cut it as I instruct, whether it turns out well or not. I shan't blame you. All right then. Without further ado, he succinctly conveyed his hairstyle preferences and began directing Zhou Fengjiao in the cutting process. However, as she finished the back and moved to the front, he found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. Perched on the tall stool, he was directly facing two towering peaks, their summits nearly within arm's reach. Zhou Fengjiao remained oblivious to her own predicament, as her full attention was devoted to Chen Feiping's hair, fearing she might not execute it well. Brother Chen. After completing a section, Zhou Fengjiao paused, expecting further instructions, but Chen Feiping remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. She looked down to find him gazing intently at her. A faint blush crept across her cheeks, and she felt her ears grow warm. Snapping back to reality, Chen Feiping cleared his throat, feigning an air of solemnity as he continued to direct the haircut, though his mind wandered, consumed by thoughts of the majestic peaks before him. They were so formidable, igniting a fierce desire within him to conquer them. One day, I shall reach the summit and behold the boundless vistas, he vowed silently to himself. After a quarter of an hour, they finally finished the haircut, which had taken a total of half an hour. The initial unfamiliarity would soon dissipate once Fengjiao had practiced her craft a few more times. Zhou Fengjiao felt a twinge of anxiety as Chen Feiping had sacrificed his flowing long hair, shortening the sides and back considerably while leaving only a scant length at the forehead. In an era where men typically favored long hair, this drastic cut made her apprehensive about his appearance, despite it being in accordance with Chen Feiping's wishes. Fengjiao, your skills are truly commendable. The cut is splendid, Chen Feiping remarked, glancing at his reflection with evident satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fengjiao exhaled in relief and offered a sweet smile. Chen Ge, you flatter me. I merely made a few snips. At that moment, Zhou Fengting emerged from the main hall, holding a new outfit. Upon encountering Chen Feiping, she paused momentarily, taken aback. With his newly cropped hair, he appeared remarkably more composed and refreshing, his attractiveness seemingly enhanced. After a brief 3 seconds, Zhou Fengting regained her composure and said, Chen Ge, the clothes are ready. Would you like to try them on? Chen Feiping chuckled, I'll take a shower first. I'll change afterward. Having spent the day hunting in the mountains and then riding a motorcycle into town, he was drenched in sweat, dust, and the lingering scent of blood. He had no desire to soil the new attire crafted by his future bride. All right, Chen Ge, I'll fetch you some water. She offered eagerly. No need. I can manage it myself, he replied. It's fine. You should rest in the main hall and enjoy the fan. Look at you, drenched in sweat. The sisters filled 2 large buckets with water, each carrying one into the bathroom, prompting Chen Feiping to reflect on the willingness of women in this era to take on arduous tasks, often competing to do so, something nearly unimaginable in later times. Men typically bathed swiftly, and within 10 minutes, Chen Feiping emerged from the bathroom. Even considering the dirt from his hunting excursion and fresh haircut, he usually completed his shower and dressing in under 5 minutes. A few splashes of water, a quick lather with soap, and a rinse sufficed. As he stepped into the main hall, the sisters' gazes converged upon him. The adage that a hairstyle can encapsulate one's beauty was indeed accurate. At that moment, Chen Feiping, with his short tousled hair resembling black feathers, appeared exceptionally clean and sharp. His forehead was smooth and expansive, his brows like inked strokes, eyes twinkling like cold stars, and his nose was prominently defined. The fresh haircut accentuated his nearly perfect facial structure and features, perfectly showcasing his sunny, handsome demeanor. Beauty transcends time, and Chen Feiping's avant-garde classic short hairstyle was a striking departure for the 1980s. Coupled with a tailored outfit, his appearance was simply breathtaking. If Chen Feiping had previously been considered handsome, he had now undeniably transformed into a veritable idol. The sisters were left speechless. What is wrong with you? Chen Feiping asked, flashing a smile that seemed to infuse the brightest summer sunlight into his expression, illuminating his entire face in their eyes. Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao felt their cheeks flush suddenly, their hearts racing inexplicably. Brother Chen is so handsome, like a male star. No, he surpasses even male stars. Surely, there is no man in this world more handsome than Brother Chen. Except for all the tomato fathers. Chapter 43. A stroll through the night market and a movie with the sister flowers. After a while, the sister flowers finally regained their composure. Brother Chen, you look exceptionally handsome today, Zhou Fengjiao exclaimed without restraint. Chen Fei playfully retorted, was I not handsome before? Zhou Fengjiao, flustered, quickly clarified, Brother Chen, you are always handsome, but today you look particularly striking. Chen Fei chuckled. Feng Jiao, I was merely joking. Brother Chen, this hairstyle suits you perfectly. It makes you look so spirited. Zhou Fengting gazed at her man, her almond eyes brimming with affection, a tide of emotion swelling within her. In fleeing to a strange land, to unexpectedly meet such a capable and handsome man, who treats her sister so well, Fengting and Feng Jiao felt incredibly fortunate. Fengting even felt a twinge of gratitude toward her malicious uncle and aunt. If it weren't for them, she would never have left her hometown and met Brother Chen. Feng Jiao's handiwork is impressive. She styled it beautifully. Fengting, your skills are commendable as well. This outfit fits you perfectly. Chen Fei lavished praise on the sister flowers, filling their hearts with joy. By the way, let's have an early dinner. Afterward, I will take you into the city for some fun. Having completed his system tasks with great success, Chen Fei was in high spirits and eager to entertain the sister flowers. Speaking of which, Feng Jiao and Fengting had yet to visit the night market in the city. Upon hearing this, the sister flowers were elated and hurried to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After their meal, both women took showers and donned dresses, helping each other with their hairstyles. In the 1980s, the most popular hairstyle among village girls was the braided pigtail, while city girls would sometimes perm their hair. However, it must be said that the perm styles of that era did not align with Chen Fei's aesthetic. The bangs were voluminous and prominently raised. Though many women in later generations still sported braided pigtails, the perm styles of the 1980s are rarely seen today, showcasing that braided pigtails are a classic and timeless hairstyle, while the perm trends of the 1980s are difficult to evaluate. Chen Fei felt inspired and approached them. Fengting, Feng Jiao, how about I teach you a different hairstyle? While the braided pigtails looked lovely, even the most beautiful hairstyle can become monotonous over time, especially since nearly all the other young women in the village sported the same look. Chen Fei wished for his future brides to appear more distinctive and captivating, and thus he made the suggestion. That sounds great, Brother Chen. The sister flowers trusted Chen Fei's sense of aesthetics and were eager to please him. After all, a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. Certainly, while Chen Fei himself was not adept at styling women's hair, he had observed a myriad of hairstyles in his previous life. His sisters, possessing nimble fingers, could undoubtedly craft simple hairstyles with a little guidance from him. He began with the elder sister, directing Zhou Fengjiao as she wove the strands. A quarter of an hour later, the new hairstyle was complete. Zhou Fengting gazed into the mirror, astonished. Could this exquisite woman truly be her? Her lustrous black hair was elegantly gathered at the back, secured loosely with a satin bow. The ribbons ends cascading gracefully among her curls, while the remaining tresses flowed like a waterfall to her waist, beautifully accentuating her gentle and refined demeanor. Zhou Fengting could hardly believe her eyes. The rustic charm of a village girl was nowhere to be found, replaced instead by the poised elegance of a lady hailing from an affluent family. Wow, sister, your hairstyle is simply stunning, Zhou Fengjiao exclaimed, clapping her hands in admiration. The transformation rendered her sister's appearance entirely different, showcasing Chen's discerning eye. Zhou Fengting's eyes sparkled with delight, her crescent-shaped smile radiating joy. Chen Gu, what is the name of this hairstyle? Half-up bow hairstyle, he replied, though he was unsure of the precise terminology, having casually named it. He had seen many women sporting it in his past life and found it quite appealing, particularly suited to Zhou Fengting's temperament. Repeating the name softly, Zhou Fengting committed it to memory. The enhancement in her sister's aura sparked Zhou Fengjiao's anticipation for her own transformation. Without hesitation, she inquired, Chen Gu, shall I adopt this hairstyle as well? Chen Fei chuckled and shook his head. No, Fengjiao, I believe another style would suit you better. It was now Zhou Fengting's turn to style her younger sister's hair. This new hairstyle was even simpler than the previous one, completed in under 10 minutes. Upon seeing her reflection, Zhou Fengjiao's reaction mirrored that of Zhou Fengting moments earlier. Her hair was elegantly swept up into a rounded bun, the fullness of the updo accentuating her graceful neck and delicate jawline, resembling a proud little swan, exuding youthful vitality and confidence. Though she had never encountered this hairstyle before, Zhou Fengjiao instantly fell in love with it. Chen Gu, I adore this hairstyle. What is its name? High bun, he replied, well aware of the name, as it was a classic style from his previous life, one even men had heard of. In contrast to her sister's mature elegance, the younger sister embodied a lively and charming spirit, making the youthful high bun a perfect match for her. High bun, what a curious name. It truly resembles a meatball, Zhou Fengjiao remarked, playfully touching the round bun atop her head. The newly styled sisters are indeed a feast for the eyes. One exudes the aura of a refined lady, while the other perfectly embodies the essence of a delicate beauty and the girl next door. Chen Feiping gazed upon them with great delight. He resolved to teach them an array of different hairstyles, for such a sight would be a blessing to his eyes. Once the sisters were ready, the sky began to darken, prompting them to mount the Flying Eagle 100 and head out. As was customary, Zhou Fengjiao took her place in the middle. Along the way, the younger sister's impressive stature occasionally brushed against Chen Feiping's back, causing his heart to race and nearly leading him to lose control of the bike. One cannot deny the striking contrast of such a bun-headed beauty. It was indeed captivating. Upon arriving at the night market, Chen Feiping glanced at his watch. It was merely 7 o'clock, but the street was already abuzz with activity. The city dwellers, occupied with their daytime jobs, only ventured out to enjoy themselves in the evening. The trio's appearance immediately drew the attention of onlookers. After all, the combination of one man and two women was undeniably eye-catching. Their extraordinary beauty, fashionable attire, and unique hairstyles led many to speculate whether they were young masters and mistresses from the bustling metropolis of Huangpu, visiting their quaint town. Feeling somewhat bashful under the spotlight, the sisters instinctively leaned closer to Chen Feiping, who, in contrast, strode confidently, disregarding the gazes of others as they explored the night market. With their home already well furnished, he treated the sisters to a plethora of trinkets, particularly hair accessories like headbands, clips, and bows, determined to transform his future brides into versatile goddesses. After an hour of wandering the market, it was only 8 o'clock. Having purchased all that could be bought, Chen Feiping wished to indulge in some late-night snacks with the sisters. However, it was still too early, and they had only recently finished dinner, leaving their stomachs unhungry. What could they do to pass the time? A spark of inspiration struck him. I could take Fengting and Fengjiao to the cinema. In this era, the options for dating were quite limited, but the cinema was undoubtedly a splendid choice. Moreover, the dim lighting would provide an opportunity for intimacy. Without hesitation, he mounted his trusty eagle and departed from the night market. With the convenience of a motorcycle, travel was swift. The town lacked traffic lights, making transportation remarkably efficient. With not a single car in sight, and motorcycles were a rare sight indeed. In just 5 minutes, they arrived at the cinema. "Brother Chun, are we going to watch a movie?" Zhou Fengjiao inquired with excitement. The sisters had only ever experienced outdoor films in their village and had never set foot in a cinema. Chen Feiping nodded affirmatively. "Yes, there's nothing else to do. Let's enjoy a movie for some leisure." However, Zhou Fengting hesitated. "Brother Chun, it's not safe to leave the motorcycle unattended at the entrance. Why don't you and Fengjiao go in, and I'll keep watch outside?" "No need for concern. There are plenty of people outside, and directly across is the cultural park. Who would dare steal my motorcycle in broad daylight?" Chen Feiping replied, showing no signs of worry. "The vessel of my own design has been ingeniously enhanced with a consciousness perception and encryption system, allowing me not only to ascertain its coordinates at any moment, but also to immobilize the engine, rendering it impossible for others to operate. The only means of theft would be through the use of a tractor or a truck, yet no one would dare execute such an act in front of a cinema." In the 1980s, stealing a motorcycle was a grave offense, and the repercussions were severe. Capture could lead to a lengthy imprisonment, if not worse. Thieves, while unscrupulous, are not foolish. If one were to take the risk of theft, they would surely seek a more lucrative target. Without further ado, I took the sisters towards the cinema's ticket window. Upon glancing at the name of the upcoming film, I was momentarily taken aback. The Mustang. In my previous life, I had met my demise while watching this very film in a self-driving electric car on the highway. Now, in this life, my first planned viewing is also the Mustang. Could it be any more coincidental? Or perhaps it is fate at play? Furthermore, the male protagonist in the Mustang, Su Lingjun, takes in the unfortunate female lead, and they become husband and wife. I, too, have taken in the wandering sisters, Fengting and Fengjiao. This realization astonished me. I discovered that my experiences bore a striking resemblance to those of Su Lingjun from the Mustang, though he was a countryside teacher while I am merely a native villager. No, that is not quite right. I am anything but ordinary. I am a reincarnated soul. With this thought, I approached the ticket counter and inquired with the attendant about the availability of tickets for the upcoming show. The Mustang, released in 1982, was a sensational hit, grossing over 100 million at a ticket price of merely a few dimes, with viewership reaching 1/10 of the national population at the time. By 1988, it had become an old film. However, with the domestic film industry still producing a limited number of new releases. Cinemas often rescreen its tapes when there are no noteworthy new films, drawing in audiences eager to revisit this classic. Many who have seen it are keen to watch it again, and a significant portion of the population has yet to experience it. There were still plenty of tickets available, although the seats in a row were limited, with only the second-to-last row remaining. The viewing position was not optimal, but it was a compromise we had to accept. Fortunately, none of us were nearsighted, so sitting further away would still allow for a clear view. In these times, few villagers suffered from poor eyesight after completing elementary school. Many families didn't even own a television, making nearsightedness a rarity. I purchased 3 tickets in the second-to-last row, each costing 1 yuan. A notable increase from the mere dimes of 1982, as prices have steadily risen since the onset of the reform and opening up policy. Just as the previous show was concluding, we waited a short while before entering the theater. The sisters, being first-time cinema-goers, were filled with curiosity, gazing around in wonder. Wow, this is a cinema. Sister, this screen is even larger than the outdoor films we watch. The environment is truly delightful, with seats readily available, sparing one the need to bring a small stool. Watching a film here is far more comfortable. Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao felt as if they had stepped into a grand garden, their hearts brimming with novelty and astonishment. Chen Feiping found their satisfaction amusing. This antiquated cinema seemed to please them immensely. They could hardly fathom the opulence that future domestic cinemas would offer, some even featuring double beds, where daring young couples might begin to celebrate their love midway through the screening. They quickly found 3 seats in the second-to-last row. The 2 sisters sat together, while Chen Feiping positioned himself beside Zhou Fengting. For the moment, he refrained from sitting in the middle, as it might appear too overt. However, he firmly believed that a day would soon arrive when he would navigate both sides effortlessly. As the wall sconces in the cinema dimmed, darkness enveloped the space, causing the sisters to feel a flicker of apprehension. Zhou Fengjiao instinctively grasped her sister's hand, while Zhou Fengting clutched at Chen Feiping's clothing. In the next instant, the film commenced. The large screen first displayed the name of the production company, Huangpu Film Studio, followed by scenes of herds of cattle and sheep on the vast prairie. Moments later, the 3 bold red characters spelling out the Wrangler slowly emerged, filling the entire screen. It dawned on the sisters that the lights had been dimmed to signal the start of the movie, and they relaxed. They had yet to see this film. A romantic tale like The Wrangler was sure to appeal to young hearts. Moreover, the protagonist Li Lingji's experiences resonated with their own, drawing them into the story with empathy. Chen Feiping, too, was engrossed in the film. Although he had seen The Wrangler before, he had not finished it. Just as he heard the classic line, "You want a wife or not?" uttered by Lao Tzu, he had been involved in an accident, thus abruptly ending his viewing experience. It was a genuine case of being left hanging. Could it be that heaven, perhaps feeling pity for my past inability to find a good wife, had sent me to this era, blessing me with 2 wonderful women right from the start? If so, thank you, O heavens. As Zhou Fengting became absorbed in the film, a hand suddenly emerged from beneath the seat, gently taking hold of her delicate fingers. It was unmistakably Chen Feiping. She stole a glance at her sister and found Zhou Fengjiao engrossed in the movie, oblivious to what was transpiring beside her in the dimly lit theater. Thus emboldened, she reciprocated by grasping Chen Feiping's hand, feeling an undeniable sense of assurance. The weather was slightly warm, and after a moment of holding hands, her palm began to sweat. Chen Feiping released her hand but did not withdraw it entirely. Instead, he naturally placed it upon her slender thigh. Zhou Fengting was momentarily taken aback and quickly covered his large hand, fearful of being seen by Zhou Fengjiao or the surrounding audience, casting furtive glances around her. Chen Feiping's palm was firmly held in place, yet his fingers remained restless, softly caressing her through the delicate fabric of her skirt. A tingling sensation spread across her legs, akin to tiny ants crawling on her skin, and she couldn't help but squirm slightly. Finally, Zhou Fengjiao sensed something amiss and turned to ask, "Sister, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" At this moment, Chen Feiping released his grip and, noticing Zhou Fengtian's uncertainty in responding, kindly inquired, "Fengtian, do you urgently need to relieve yourself?" Zhou Fengtian hurriedly replied, "Yes, I do feel a bit pressed. I had a glass of water before entering the city. Shall I accompany you to the restroom?" He offered. "No need. I can hold it. Let us watch the movie first." Chapter 45, A Midnight Snack with the Sisterly Flowers. Chen Feiping's nonchalant attitude Zhou Fengtian was not genuinely in distress. She did not wish to miss a single captivating moment of the film. Thus, she refrained from heading to the restroom. Zhou Fengjiao, unsuspecting, was about to continue watching when she was suddenly startled by a noise from behind. Curiously glancing back, what she witnessed left her utterly astonished. In the last row's corner, a woman sat atop a man's lap. Their faces locked in a kiss while the man groped her indiscriminately. Zhou Fengjiao's face flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away, inwardly scolding them. How can they behave like this in a cinema, lacking even a semblance of modesty? In truth, Chen Feiping had long been aware of the scene. The 1980s were not nearly as conservative as many imagined. The back rows of cinemas were often filled with young couples seeking thrills. Fortunately, there were no surveillance cameras. In later times, such antics would undoubtedly be exposed online. As time flowed, the film concluded before they knew it, and the wall lights in the cinema brightened once more. The sisterly duo, still yearning for more, rose to their feet. What a marvelous film. Old Su treats Xiaozhen so well, just like Brother Chen does for us. Zhou Fengjiao exclaimed, only to realize her words could be misconstrued, casting a shy glance at Chen Feiping. Zhou Fengtian, meanwhile, thought to herself, if only I could share such a bond with Brother Chen as old Su does with Xiaozhen, I would surely be forever blissful. Suddenly, she recalled something important. Oh dear, we must hurry to check on the motorcycle. With such an expensive vehicle unattended, she could not shake off her worries. Chen Feiping remained unfazed. He sensed the eagle's location, which had remained stationary during this time. They quickened their pace out of the cinema, and indeed, they found the Feiying 100 patiently awaiting its owner's return at the entrance, allowing Zhou Fengtian to breathe a sigh of relief. The Sihai auction house had sent auction information to the host via the auction order. Please check it carefully. Just as he was about to mount the motorcycle, a notification from the system suddenly appeared. Chen Feiping was elated and swiftly summoned the system panel, where he saw the jade auction order pulsating like a breath. Can this thing also be used for communication? Chen Feiping mused, growing increasingly curious about the nature of the world belonging to the great Qin dynasty. With a thought, he accessed the information contained within the auction order. Esteemed guest, the item you entrusted to our auction house has been successfully sold, with a final bid of 3,300 Qin currency. As the holder of our supreme auction order, you are exempt from service fees, and all proceeds from the auction have been deposited into your bank account. The Sihai auction house is dedicated to serving you. We look forward to your next visit. My goodness, that bear auction house sold my lot for 3,300 coins, which amounts to 3,300 yuan. Even if I attempted to sell it on the black market, I could never fetch such a sum, especially since the most valuable item, the bear gallbladder, has already been consumed by me. The only other items of worth are 2 bear paws, and perhaps the bear meat could fetch around 1,003 or 4 at most. After all, the wildlife protection law has yet to be enacted. If one makes an advance order, certain state-run restaurants still serve it, and it's quite affordable, merely a few hundred for a well-prepared front paw. Yet, this Four Seas auction house managed to sell it for an astonishingly inflated price. Moreover, I avoided the hassle of hustling in the black market late at night. What a delight! Chen Feiping was exhilarated. The auction order procured through the storyline was indeed a splendid asset. Feeling a bit hungry, he waved his hand and declared, let us go out for a late-night snack. In the late 1980s, the choices for late-night snacks in the North were exceedingly limited. It was either wontons or noodles, or perhaps some flatbread. Chen Feiping initially desired to indulge in skewers, but after searching high and low, he found no barbecue stalls. Nowadays, barbecues remain a luxury, requiring copious amounts of oil. Since the reform and opening up, living conditions have improved somewhat. Yet they have not reached a level where one can afford to indulge excessively. Chen Feiping felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that even with money, there were scarce options to spend it. How ironic for a man with a fortune of 10,000 yuan to be unable to enjoy a simple skewer. Never mind. Perhaps another day he could buy some ingredients and utensils and enjoy a barbecue at home with Feng Ting and Feng Jiao. He spotted a noodle stall that looked quite decent. Though Chen Feiping had never been there before, the crowd suggested it must serve good food. Upon halting his motorcycle, the gazes of the patrons converged upon him, their faces reflecting envy, particularly among the younger crowd. Such a sophisticated motorcycle, accompanied by 2 lovely ladies, was an unattainable dream for them. Chen Feiping felt a sense of pride, suddenly understanding the mentality of those who once envied his former self. Feng Ting, Feng Jiao, what would you like to eat? Feel free to order anything. The sisters conferred briefly and replied, Brother Chen, We would like a bowl of wontons, please. A bowl? For both of you? Well, we are indeed that hungry. Sharing will suffice. Very well then. Chen Feiping nodded, not wanting to insist. The sisters indeed had petite appetites. Upon reaching the noodle stall, Chen Feiping addressed the owner. Sir, please prepare a bowl of wontons for them, and I shall have 2 bowls of pulled noodles. Customer, are you truly going to eat 2 bowls? Our pulled noodles are quite substantial. Generally, 1 bowl suffices for most. The stall owner, a pragmatic man, was genuinely concerned that this affluent patron might find himself overwhelmed. In the north, while one might question the delicacy of the cuisine compared to the south, the portion sizes were never in doubt. In the south, when 3 to 5 friends dine out, they must order a dish for each person, and even that may not be sufficient. In the northern regions, one would be gravely mistaken to underestimate the portion sizes of dishes. The meat buns of the north stand in stark contrast to those of the south. The northern variety is akin to yizime, while the southern counterpart resembles zhou dongyu. This culinary tradition has persisted since the 1980s, and even in times of dire poverty, the portions have never been scant. This holds true whether dining in a restaurant or at a late-night stall. The noodle stall owner has never witnessed anyone consuming 2 servings of pulled noodles at his establishment, leading him to harbor doubts. Chen Feiping thumped his chest with a resounding thud, assuring the owner, no worries, my appetite is substantial. Simply prepare 2 servings as I requested, and I promise I will finish them without waste. The owner nodded in agreement, accepting the customer's confidence. In truth, Chen Feiping's appetite is not usually this immense. However, he felt an unusual hunger today. At dinner, Zhou Fengjiao served the customary amount of rice, yet it proved insufficient. Chen Feiping devoured 2 large bowls and still felt an emptiness within. Consequently, Zhou Fengjiao had to prepare more for him. Perhaps it was due to the special bearbao he had consumed. The sensation of soaking in the hot springs had yet to fade, and the peculiar warmth within his body seemed to be continuously depleting his energy. The system had suggested that the efficacy of the bear bile would take 7 days to be fully absorbed, allowing cultivators to attain an indestructible physique. If this were indeed true, the implications would be astounding. After enjoying a late-night meal, he rode his motorcycle away from the city. The path back to the village was shrouded in darkness, eerily silent. In this era, vehicles transporting goods at night were rare. Long-haul trucks typically avoided the roads after dark due to the threat of bandits, preferring to travel during daylight hours. Nevertheless, the 2 sisters felt no trepidation, for the imposing figure ahead provided them with a profound sense of security. As long as this man was present, they felt protected. Upon arriving home, they noticed a shadow lingering at the entrance. As they drew closer, they realized it was Zhuzi. Feiping, future sister-in-law, you've returned. The large, goofy figure grinned widely upon seeing the trio. The sisters had grown accustomed to his jovial demeanor and secretly reveled in the notion that Chen Feiping's good friend was quite astute. Chen Feiping glanced at his watch. It was well past 11 o'clock. By this hour, the villagers were typically fast asleep, and Zhuzi was in the habit of retiring by 9. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Zhuzi, why are you here at such a late hour? Is there an emergency? Scratching his head, Zhuzi replied, no, Feiping, it's just that our power went out this evening. I figured you might be out with your future sister-in-law, and with no one at home, I was concerned about thieves. So I thought I'd keep an eye on your place. He had not worried about such matters before, but with the array of appliances in Chen Feiping's home, including the valuable television, he feared the potential losses if a thief were to strike. Chen Feiping was deeply moved upon hearing this. Having entered the city with 2 women around 7 o'clock, it was highly likely that Zhuzi would come by to help guard the place as night fell. He would be waiting at the entrance for several hours. In the summer, the countryside was teeming with mosquitoes, making it impossible to sit still, as even a brief pause would result in numerous bites. In truth, Zhuzi was somewhat overthinking the situation. Although Chen Feiping's home was filled with valuable appliances, the other villagers were unaware of this. The original owner had been a ne'er-do-well, looked down upon by the villagers, and only had occasional interactions with Zhuzi, having no other visitors. Everyone assumed he had merely purchased a motorcycle, which Chen Feiping naturally would be the one to ride. Furthermore, the original owner was notorious, and the villagers avoided him. Fearing he might cause trouble, they would not dare provoke him, let alone steal from Chen Feiping's home. This was, in fact, an advantage of being a villain. One would not be bullied by the villagers, although it was only cunning individuals like Kong Xiangxing who could cause trouble for the original owner. However, the current Chen Feiping was not the original owner. He was more knowledgeable and astute, making it difficult for the old fox to ensnare him. Regardless, Chen Feiping appreciated Zhuzi's brotherly affection. He refrained from excessive expressions of gratitude. True brotherhood is not merely spoken of, but demonstrated through actions, just as Zhuzi had done. Chen Feiping clapped his brother on the shoulder and said, "Zhuzi, starting tomorrow, I shall build you a house. Once it's completed, I assure you, you will find a wonderful bride." Zhuzi was elated, but then he pondered. "Feiping, building a house requires a considerable sum. No worries, I've got it covered. I have plenty of money. Just wait to move into your new brick house." He had recently received a reward of 10,000 for dealing with a bear and earned an additional 3,300 from an auction. This amount was more than sufficient to construct 2 brick houses in the village, using the finest materials and even tiling them. The next day, Chen Feiping awoke from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately realized the predicament he was in and quickly got out of bed to change his trousers. This was the consequence of having consumed the blood of a deer. He had returned home too late the previous night and forgotten to attend to his handiwork, resulting in the need to wash his trousers again that morning. Darn it, this matter could not be delayed. However, he could not call Zhou Fengting over for assistance just yet, even though they had secretly established a romantic relationship. After all, she was a respectable young lady, and it was better to marry first. This dilapidated earthen house was not suitable for taking a wife, and now that he had money, Chen Feiping hoped to build a grand residence before formally courting Zhou Fengting, making everything perfect. As for Zhou Fengjiao, he was confident he would eventually win her over as well. Today was dedicated to preparing for the construction of the house. Chen Feiping stepped outside and approached the courtyard well, drawing water to wash his trousers. "Brother Chen, good morning." Despite returning from the city past 11 the previous night and having slept in a bit, the sisters were up as usual. Zhou Fengting was busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast, while Zhou Fengjiao greeted Chen Feiping as she fetched water. "Fengjiao, good morning," he replied casually, scrubbing his trousers with JG soap. Zhou Fengjiao looked at him with curiosity. Why does Brother Chen always wash his underwear so early in the morning? Could it be that the heat has caused him to sweat profusely? However, the evenings are cooler than the days, and there is a fan in the room. I do not feel hot at all. Perhaps it is the natural yin and yang dynamic between men and women. During massages, one can distinctly sense that Brother Chen's body is considerably warmer than that of his sister. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Fengjiao felt at ease and proceeded to fetch water into the kitchen. For breakfast, Zhou Fengting prepared a meal for Chen Feiping downstairs. Afterward, she washed the dishes. And while the sun had yet to rise fully, the sisters decided to take their farming tools to the vegetable plot beside the house to loosen the soil and remove weeds. Once the sun was up, Chen Feiping forbade them from working outside. With his financial means, he believed it unnecessary for his future wives to endure hardship. Household chores would suffice. Moreover, he was concerned about the sisters getting sunburned. Although the Jiangnan girls are fairer than those from the north, their skin is merely a shade of wheat. Yet Chen Feiping preferred a lighter complexion. After staying at home for some time, both sisters had become considerably fairer than when they first met. "Fengting, Fengjiao, do not tend to that vegetable plot." Chen Feiping interrupted the sisters. "Soon, I will be building a new house on that land, so nurturing it would be futile. If you wish to plant something, go to the plot in front of the house. Just a small amount will suffice for our needs." The Chun family possessed 2 large plots of land cleared during the reclamation period, one adjacent to the earthen house, measuring over an acre, and the other, smaller at just over 1/10 of an acre, located not far in front of the house, suitable for subsistence gardening. "All right, Brother Chun." The sisters headed to the front plot to work, while Chen Feiping visited his friend Zhuzi's home. Zhuzi, having just finished breakfast, was washing dishes. The sight of such a large man washing dishes resembled Shaquille O'Neal playing basketball, clumsy and amusing. Indeed, a household without a woman is lacking. Some tasks are simply more convenient for them, as men struggle with finer details. "Feiping, you have come," Zhuzi exclaimed upon seeing Chen Feiping, pleased that he had just finished washing the dishes. He wiped his hands on his clothes. "Are we going to the mountains today? I can gather my tools." Chen Feiping shook his head with a smile. "Not for now. Later, we will find someone to help build the new house. If luck is on our side, perhaps your search for a wife will yield results today." "My wife?" Zhuzi's spirit lifted. "Feiping, are you going to be my matchmaker?" Chen Feiping chuckled. "Zhuzi, I shall not be your matchmaker. But yesterday, the deity of marriage appeared to me in a dream, saying that once you begin building your new house, you will soon find a wife." "The deity of marriage?" Zhuzi was taken aback. "Feiping, How do you know so many deities? Perhaps it is due to my profound spiritual affinity. Oh, in the eastern part of the village, after breakfast, Sherwu was leisurely enjoying his dry tobacco in his yard. He is the stonemason of the village, a trade that has been passed down through generations of the Sher family. The pig troughs in the village were all crafted by Sherwu and his father. After the era of communal dining came to an end, he began assisting villagers in building houses and constructing stoves to earn a living. Just a few days ago, he had completed a new house for a family and, lacking immediate work, was resting at home. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside the courtyard, followed by the entrance of two individuals, Chun Feiping and Zhuzi. Sherwu furrowed his brow. Despite being from the same village, their relationship was limited to mere acquaintance, with little interaction between them. Few would welcome this ruffian into their homes. Uncle Sher. Chun Feiping greeted him with a smile, using Sherwu's nickname in the village. Have you had breakfast yet? Zhuzi, standing behind him, echoed the inquiry. Although others might have been polite, Sherwu felt compelled to reciprocate the courtesy. Despite his less than favorable impression of this village rogue, they bore no grudges against each other. Thus, Sherwu donned a smile and replied, I've eaten. How about you two? We just finished as well. We wanted to discuss something with you. What is it? I'm planning to build a new house, and I'd like to build one for Zhuzi too. What? Sherwu was taken aback. Rumors had circulated in the village that Chun Feiping had struck it rich, frequently finding valuable goods in the mountains, even unearthing antiques. He had purchased a motorcycle worth several thousand yuan, so building a new house was merely a matter of time. However, the notion of building one for Zhuzi left Sherwu somewhat incredulous. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Sherwu asked, You're talking about brick and tile houses, right? Of course. Who still builds mud houses these days? Chun Feiping replied with a grin. Although Sherwu understood that Chun Feiping and Zhuzi were brothers and shared a close bond, he was still astonished. Constructing brick houses for others was no ordinary act of generosity. The money for Zhuzi was deposited in Chun Feiping's bank account, but they had already agreed that he would no longer give Zhuzi any funds. Zhuzi didn't know how to manage money, always saving it, and had previously been taken advantage of by his elder brother and sister-in-law. It would be better to arrange everything for him. A house, a wife, appliances, a motorcycle, all would be arranged in due time. As for why he claimed to be building for Zhuzi, this way, no one would ask Zhuzi for loans. Zhuzi was too naive and honest to refuse. Helping him build wouldn't affect anything, as long as Zhuzi could live in a brick house, ride a motorcycle, and improve his living conditions. Finding a wife would become a trivial matter. Sherwu remarked, but building 2 brick houses will cost quite a bit. Sensing his concern, Chun Feiping calmly replied, Uncle Sher, you charge 2 yuan a day for building houses, right? Sherwu nodded. Chun Feiping continued, I'll pay you 250 a day. Sherwu was once again taken aback. An income of 2 yuan a day was already considered quite substantial in the village. Of course, it was hard-earned money, rightfully deserved. Unexpectedly, Chun Feiping took the initiative to raise his own price. My only stipulation is to ensure quality. Moreover, Uncle Sher too, if you are worried, I can pay for 3 months in advance. As he spoke, Chun Feiping pulled out a thick stack of bills from his pocket, estimating its thickness to be over 2,000. Old Stone Mason is famously straightforward in the village. He would never pocket the money without fulfilling his obligations. All right, Feiping, I trust you. Stone nodded. In the village, aside from his penchant for fighting and mingling, Chun Feiping had no other notorious deeds. He had never engaged in petty theft or harassed young girls or married women. Even in fights, he never instigated trouble. He would only retaliate fiercely when provoked. Furthermore, he was undeniably loyal to his friends, even financially assisting Zhuzi in building a house. Although they were merely hunting partners, Zhuzi was quite honest and obedient to him. Even if Chun Feiping were to take the money without a second thought, Zhuzi would harbor no grievances. However, Chun Feiping did not act in such a manner. Upon reflection, Stone suddenly felt that the villagers had perhaps been overly harsh in their judgment of this youth, equating him with an ne'er-do-well. At that moment, a young woman with a short bob hairstyle appeared in the courtyard. Upon seeing Chun Feiping and Zhuzi, she displayed a hint of surprise. These two were rare guests in the household. Xiaohua, please pour a cup of water for Feiping and Zhuzi. Stone commanded. Sure. Xiaohua, Stone's daughter, was 20 years old and still unmarried, regarded as an old maid in the village. While she was not particularly beautiful, neither was she unattractive. She embodied the typical virtues of a diligent rural woman. However, her tall stature, approaching 1.80 meters, coupled with her somewhat introverted nature and lack of eloquence, rendered her somewhat unpopular in the village. Proposals had come, yet most suitors were undesirable old bachelors. Stone, being quite protective of his daughter, wished to avoid such matches and was meticulous in selecting a son-in-law, leading him to reject matchmakers and prolong the situation. Understood, father, Xiaohua replied, turning towards the main room. Zhuzi quickly interjected, Uncle sure to, there's no need to trouble Xiaohua. Stone waved his hand dismissively, not a bother at all. Guests should be treated well. And at the very least, they deserve a cup of water. Xiaohua swiftly poured 2 cups of water and handed them to Chen Feiping and Zhuzi, saying, Please enjoy your tea. Despite her robust build, her voice was soft and delicate. Thank you, Xiaohua, Zhuzi exclaimed, taken aback as he accepted the cup. Xiaohua nodded and then departed. Zhuzi couldn't help but steal a couple of glances at her retreating figure before averting his gaze. Chen Feiping observed this with a knowing smile. He was aware that Zhuzi had a fondness for the stonemason's daughter. On several occasions when they had crossed paths with Xiaohua in the village, Zhuzi would discreetly steal a glance. Though Xiaohua was not conventionally attractive, her diligence and simplicity made her the epitome of a good woman. Her reticence was also viewed as a virtue in Zhuzi's eyes. He feared marrying a woman with a tongue as sharp as his sister-in-law's, a woman who could unleash a torrent of words like a machine gun. Yet, despite his secret affection, Zhuzi lacked the courage to speak to her, let alone propose. He felt unworthy due to Xiaohua's affluent background. Chen Feiping intended to weave a bond for Zhuzi, but there was no rush. Opportunities would abound in due course. After sipping some water, Chen Feiping set down his cup and said, Uncle sure to, if you have no objections, let us go and discuss how to construct the house. The sooner we can commence, the better. All right, let's go. In Chapter 48, acquiring a second motorcycle transformed the clumsy giant into a coveted bachelor in the village. Accompanied by Wu, they arrived at the expansive vegetable patch. Chen Feiping pointed to the section adjacent to his earthen house. I will build here. Approximately 450 square meters, and the remainder shall be for Zhuzi. Wu expressed his astonishment. Isn't this your family's vegetable field? Indeed. I don't require such a large space. Zhuzi's house is small, so I shall allocate this area for him. A larger house does not necessarily equate to a better one. With only 3 people in his family, a vast space would appear desolate. Even if children were to arrive in the future, over 400 square meters would suffice. The remaining area, slightly over 300 square meters, was still considerable. Many villagers constructed brick houses of similar dimensions. Wu was filled with admiration. Although the land in the village held little monetary value, many blood relatives refused to yield an inch when it came to self-interest. For instance, Zhuzi's elder brother was such a person. During the division of property, he took advantage of his younger brother's meekness, leaving him with a pitifully small house, much to the dismay of the entire village. In contrast, Chen Feiping's generosity shone brightly. Not only did he assist his good friend in constructing a brick house, but he also relinquished a substantial portion of his vegetable patch. The stonemason regarded this young man, known for his dubious reputation, with newfound respect. Chen Feiping's plans were inherently strategic. Firstly, Zhuzi's family was indeed too small. During the division, he received a meager plot of land, merely half a mu, suitable for growing vegetables but insufficient for building a house. Secondly, once the houses were erected, Zhuzi and Chen Feiping would become true neighbors, separated only by a wall, allowing them to look out for one another. If one family was away, the other could keep an eye on things, preventing the intrusion of petty thieves. After discussing the construction plans with Wu to give him a general understanding, they settled on the arrangement. According to Chen Feiping's terms, Wu assured him that both sets of brick houses would be completed within 3.5 months at the latest. Delays were unlikely since the cold weather would soon arrive. Naturally, he would not be working alone. The stonemason had 3 sons, all engaged in the same trade. With 2 workers per house, 3.5 months would be adequate. Zhuzi's smaller house could be completed in 3 months. Chen Feiping's house would require more time. But once Zhuzi's was finished, the other 2 workers could assist, and they would likely complete it in just over half a month. With matters settled, Wu returned home. But Chen Feiping still had tasks to attend to. As the preparations for building a house commenced, Chen Feiping realized that in order to expedite the process, he needed to procure materials without delay. Thus, he drove his Fang 100 motorcycle to the town with Pillar, placing orders for bricks, stones, cement, sand, and steel, and paid a deposit, arranging for delivery the following morning. Shortly thereafter, Chen Feiping once again rode into the city with Pillar, heading straight to the state-owned hardware and electrical market, where he made his way directly to the motorcycle display area. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the same salesperson from before. "I would like a Jialing 70. "Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment while I process your order." The salesperson recognized Chen Feiping, recalling that not long ago, this young man had purchased a Honda Feiping 100. Truly a man of means, returning to acquire a second motorcycle without a hint of concern. Pillar was perplexed. "Feiping, don't you already own a motorcycle? Why buy a second one?" "Huh, this one is for you." Pillar had learned to ride a motorcycle under Chen Feiping's guidance over the past few days. Though he appeared simple and honest, he was certainly not lacking in intellect, and he picked up riding quite swiftly. Chen Feiping could see that Pillar had developed a fondness for motorcycles. In this era, no man could resist the allure of such machinery. "For me?" Pillar exclaimed, taken aback, waving his hands in protest. "Motorcycles are too expensive, Feiping. You shouldn't buy one for me." Since Chen Feiping was building a house, Pillar felt indebted to him. Even if he adored motorcycles, he felt it would be inappropriate to accept such a gift. Chen Feiping then inquired, "Pillar, do you wish to marry?" "I do." "Then you need to buy a motorcycle. With both a brick house and a motorcycle, your status in the village will be entirely transformed. You will be known as a diamond bachelor." Pillar was puzzled. What is a diamond bachelor? "A man with excellent prospects who remains unmarried, highly sought after, and never lacks for a partner." Chen Feiping teased, "Who knows? Matchmakers might wear down your doorstep." "Feiping, how could I possibly be that popular?" Pillar lacked confidence. After all, throughout his life, many had referred to him as a foolish boy. Even his mother did not favor him. How could any woman be interested in a simpleton? "Pillar, do not underestimate yourself. You are not foolish at all. You are merely honest and kind-hearted, which makes you vulnerable to being taken advantage of." Chen Feiping spoke earnestly. "You possess skills in hunting, fishing, and farming. You are self-sufficient, and you know how to ride a motorcycle. Where is the foolishness in that? You must believe in yourself. Do not regard yourself as a fool, for that is the only way you might catch the eye of a lovely flower, understand?" Surprised by his brother's insight into his feelings, Pillar stammered. Feiping, how did you know? We are so close. If you fancy Xiaohua, how could I not notice?" Chen Feiping smiled gently. "It matters not. I will support you. It is precisely for this reason that I am purchasing you a motorcycle. With this bike, your identity will transform. Moreover, I have a task for you." Chen Feiping paused for a moment before continuing, "From now on, every morning, you should venture into town to procure more vegetables. By noon, have Xiaohua come over to assist in preparing the meals, ensuring that you cater to your future father-in-law and several prospective brothers-in-law with great care. Be sure to lend a helping hand during work as well. Rest assured, this will certainly strengthen your bond with Xiaohua." His strategy was indeed clever. In the village, when stonemasons came to construct houses, it was customary for the homeowner to provide a meal each day at noon. However, the quality of this meal varied significantly. Those who were generous offered a bit of meat, while the stingy provided little more than grease. For instance, Zhuzi would buy 1 or 2 jean of pork belly daily to entertain the stonemasons, which delighted the Sher family. Occasionally, he would even procure a whole chicken or duck. Moreover, Zhuzi would assist with the labor, thereby enhancing his standing in their eyes. Thus, requesting Xiaohua's help in the kitchen was entirely reasonable, as a hefty man like him was unlikely to be adept at cooking. By that time, Zhuzi would find himself with ample opportunities to interact with the stonemason's daughter. With his already favorable conditions, Zhuzi merely needed to make a little more effort. There was no logical reason for Xiaohua to decline his advances. Chen Feiping succinctly expressed his thoughts, and Zhuzi beamed with delight. "Feiping, your intellect truly shines. This idea is brilliant. I never would have thought of it. I need to make use of my motorcycle and cannot keep borrowing yours, so I shall purchase one for you. It will be much more convenient for you to go into town for groceries, won't it? If you and Xiaohua end up together, you can take her along wherever you wish." In the midst of their conversation, the sales personnel had already processed the paperwork, and Zhuzi found himself unable to refuse the motorcycle. Compared to the Feiping 100, this Jialing model was significantly cheaper, acquired for a mere 800 yuan. It was essential to make the purchase early. Otherwise, motorcycle prices would surely rise in the 1990s, and in a few years, one might have to spend twice as much to buy the same model. Some individuals were purchasing superior motorcycles at this time, knowing they could sell them for several thousand yuan more in the 1990s, effectively turning it into a financial investment. Chapter 49. The auction of the Kuan fails. and the plan to profit from dimensional price differences falls apart. The procedures were swiftly completed, and Chen Feiping handed the keys to Zhuzi, keeping the paperwork for himself. Here you go, Zhuzi. This motorcycle will be yours from now on, albeit under my name. This way, should anyone come to borrow it, you will have a valid reason to decline. Just say it was lent to you by me, understood? This was one of his reasons. Moreover, one could never tell when the system might reward him with enhancements for his flying vessel. If the motorcycle were registered under Zhuzi's name, it would surely prevent him from triggering system tasks. I understand, Feiping, Zhuzi exclaimed, thrilled to receive the keys. The name under which it was registered mattered little to him. After all, his good friend was considering his best interests. He could scarcely believe that he would own a motorcycle in his lifetime. Riding out of the state-run hardware store with two motorcycles, one in front of the other, was an exhilarating sight. Zhuzi drove slowly, not due to a lack of power. After all, the Jialing 70 boasted 70 horsepower and could reach a maximum speed of 70 kilometers per hour. Even in the future, when he took Xiaohua along, it would be more than adequate. However, as it was his first time on the road and he was not entirely familiar, Zhuzi drove with utmost caution, fearing any damage to the vehicle. Chen Feiping, undeterred, patiently awaited the journey's progression. On his way back to the village, he passed through the Eastern Vegetable Market, where he decided to purchase a large rooster and 2 pounds of pork belly. Food is the cornerstone of life. With newfound wealth, one must constantly seek delightful culinary experiences. Moreover, the bear ball he had ingested still coursed through him, igniting his energy and making him feel perpetually hungry. Thus, he consumed copiously. After paying for the chicken at the stall and picking up the freshly slaughtered rooster, just as he was about to embark on his return, an idea struck him. Wasn't he the Sihai auction house located nearby? The last time, they had sold his bear cub for an astronomical price, far exceeding its worth on Earth. Perhaps other items from Earth could fetch even higher prices. If he could exploit this dimensional price difference, he might amass a fortune. With renewed vigor, Chen Feiping resolved to give it a try. Summoning the system panel, he mentally entered the Sihai auction token, which flickered erratically like a breath. Esteemed guest, welcome to the Sihai auction house. May I assist you with a consignment? A mysterious voice seemed to transcend time and space, echoing in his mind, ethereal and elusive. I wish to auction this koan. Chen Feiping responded telepathically, bestowing upon the rooster a more formidable and distinguished name to elevate its auction value. Esteemed guest, please hold for a moment. The voice faded, only to return after a brief interval. Regrettably, according to our appraisers, your koan does not meet the auction value standards. Upon hearing this, Chen Feiping was taken aback. Must it be appraised before it can be listed for auction? This auction house dares to underestimate my cherished bird. Beware of the consequences. He cursed inwardly. He had held on to hope that if this koan could yield a profit, he would immediately procure a plethora of pigeons for auction, thus securing his fortune. Alas, reality proved contrary. His grand plans crumbled before him. Perhaps only creatures recognized by the system during tasks could qualify for auction. The mysterious voice inquired once more, esteemed guest, do you have any other items for consignment? None. Chen Feiping replied, disheartened. If even the pigeons were deemed unworthy, he could hardly fathom what else from Earth held any merit. Very well, we welcome your next visit. The enigmatic voice concluded the conversation, and the luminous glow of the auction token dissipated. His aspirations of profiting from dimensional price differences lay in ruins as he closed the system panel. With his shopping nearly complete, he departed the market alongside Zhuzi. At Luoyan Bay, the small shopkeeper lamented, that Chen Feiping lad. Having ventured into the mountains with Zhuzi and returned with such bountiful goods, hasn't he shared a single coin with my brother, instead depositing it all into his own bank account? Is it not sheer bullying of Zhuzi's honest nature? He can never retrieve that money. My wife and I went to demand payment from Zhuzi, and he had the audacity to strike us, further tarnishing my bond with him and inciting Zhuzi to deny me as his elder brother. Tell me, is this scoundrel not utterly despicable? Wang Tietue sat on the bench outside the convenience store, venting his fury at Chen Feiping in front of the onlookers. For days, he had been coming here, ranting and defaming Chen Feiping's reputation, even resorting to distorting the truth. A villager skeptically remarked, Wang Tietue, is there any truth to your claims? Although Chen Feiping may not be the best, he seems to treat Zhuzi decently. In truth, he was inclined to express that it was Wang Tietue, the so-called elder brother, who had never regarded Zhuzi as a true sibling. The division of their family assets had been disgraceful, leaving Zhuzi with merely a dilapidated earthen house and half a field. Never before in the history of Luoyan Bay had there been such a scandalous injustice in the division of family property, which later became the talk of the village. The character of Wang Tietue and his wife was also looked down upon by the villagers, who regarded his words with skepticism. At the very least, their motives for demanding money from Chun Feiping on Juzi's behalf were questionable, likely indicating Wang Tietue's intent to exploit Juzi. Faced with the rebuttal of his statements, Wang Tietue was visibly displeased, glaring in anger. What do you know? Chun Feiping is exceedingly cunning. He feigns kindness towards Juzi. How else could he deceive him? Indeed, everyone was well aware of Chun Feiping's true character. Could anyone genuinely believe he was sincerely kind to others? Sun Dishing, who was inside the store, seized the moment to interject. His support for Wang Tietue did not stem from a deep camaraderie, but rather from the adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend. Wang Tietue cast a grateful glance at him, feeling a sense of kinship. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of engines roared from behind. Two motorcycles approached, one a Feiying and the other a Jialing. The owner of the Feiying was well known, as it was the only one in the village. The Jialing, too, was singular and belonged to the village chief, Kong Xiangxing. Yet the rider of the Jialing was someone entirely unexpected. The villagers in front of the convenience store stirred with curiosity. How did Juzi come to possess a Jialing? Could it be the village chief's? Surely, the chief would never lend it to Juzi, and furthermore, this vehicle appeared much newer than the chief's. Both Wang Tietue and Sun Dishing were momentarily bewildered, at a loss to comprehend the situation. As the two riders reached the store, a villager inquired, Juzi, where did you get this motorcycle? With a chuckle, Juzi replied, hee hee. Feiping bought it for me. The villagers erupted in disbelief. Just moments ago, Wang Tietue had been accusing Chun Feiping of hypocrisy for taking Juzi's money, only to discover that Chun Feiping had turned around and purchased a Jialing for Juzi. Wang Tietue found himself in a precarious situation. You think it's right for you to claim what's not yours? How foolish. This does not belong to you. Chun Feiping could reclaim it at any moment. Although the sentiment was expressed, it lacked substance. Motorcycles are highly valuable. Who would lend one so casually? Especially for an extended period? Take Sun Dishing, for instance. He treats his less than 1,000 yuan red chicken motorcycle as a precious treasure, akin to his lifeline. Once, when his cousin urgently needed to borrow it for a trip to town, Sun Dishing resolutely refused. Infuriated, his cousin went around complaining, deriding Sun Dishing as a miser who bought a mere red chicken. Now, the motorcycle that Juzi rides is of the same model as the village chief's, worth several times more than the red chicken. If Chun Feiping were truly stingy, how could he possibly afford to buy an additional motorcycle for Juzi to use? That would surely cause him great distress. Chapter 50. The villagers were astonished. Chun Feiping intended to build a brick house for Juzi? Sun Dishing, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, You foolish boy, after all the lucrative ventures you and Chun Feiping embarked upon in the mountains, along with the antiques you unearthed, he stores all the money in his own account. He lends you a motorcycle a few times and has you utterly deceived. Forget about ever getting that money back. Chun Feiping had cultivated a close friendship with Juzi in the village. If I could sow discord between them, he would be left without his only ally. Reducing his chances for hunting trips in the mountains and isolating him could lead to peril, perhaps even a fatal encounter with wild beasts. Sun Dishing, too timid to confront Chun Feiping directly, cunningly targeted Juzi instead, employing a method of revenge reminiscent of his uncle's devious tactics. Unfortunately for him, his strategies paled in comparison to Kong Xiangxing's, lacking the necessary finesse, and Chun Feiping overheard his scheming. How delightful it was to witness this wretched creature anxiously anticipating my misfortune in the mountains. I almost yearned to encounter a few ferocious beasts myself. After all, any threat to humanity often translates into a lucrative venture. And so, he dared to sow discord between Juzi and me. Did he? Very well. Soon he shall experience the bitter taste of betrayal firsthand. The previous owner, due to Sun Dishing's influence, had never visited this small shop, merely passing by without stopping. After all, it was a place where he might encounter Tsuehua, the woman he once secretly admired, now married, stirring up painful memories. However, Chun Feiping was different. He had no interest in Li Tsuehua and could not fathom why the former owner was enamored with such a woman. Was she not a mere shadow compared to the likes of Feng Ting and Feng Jiao, who were 100 times more alluring? He even paused his motorcycle, intrigued to see what antics Wang Tietue and Sun Dishing would conjure up. No matter, let them fume. I shall retaliate after their ruckus has subsided. Wang Tietue, encouraged by his ally's support, became even more emboldened. The two exchanged barbs, continuously attempting to undermine the bond between Chen Feiping and Zhuzi. Chen Feiping, however, remained unfazed, listening with indifference. After a considerable time, the duo finally concluded their tirade. It was then that Zhuzi, in a fit of anger, retorted, "Wang Tietue. Chen Feiping is nothing like you. My brother is building me a new house, a proper brick house." That evening, he resolutely severed ties with Wang Tietue in front of Chen Feiping, displaying a firm determination. The sight of Wang Tietue publicly slandering his own brother ignited a deep fury within him, allowing him to see this person's true nature clearly. He no longer addressed him as brother, but simply by his name. The villagers at the small shop were taken aback. How could it be possible? Wang Tietue thought nothing of it. A brick house would cost several thousand, and could Chen Feiping truly be so generous? He and his wife had been planning to build their own brick house and had calculated the expenses. Even for a modest structure, the cost would be no less than 3,000, unless they opted to do it entirely themselves, which could bring it down to just over 2,000. Sun Dishing scoffed. "Foolish boy, do you really believe Chen Feiping's words? He doesn't even have a brick house himself, let alone build one for you. You must be dreaming. He speaks these words merely to ensnare your finances, ensuring you want to withdraw them." Their discourse bore some truth, prompting the villagers to speculate whether Chen Feiping was indeed spinning grand tales for Zhuzi. But it was true. Zhuzi exclaimed with excitement. "Feiping is building one for himself right next to his vegetable plot, and he even offered me 300 square meters of his land. Earlier this morning, Feiping and I consulted with Uncle Shirtu at the vegetable plot. They have already visited and discussed the construction plans. Just moments ago, Feiping arranged for all the bricks, stones, sand, and steel to be delivered tomorrow. I witnessed him making the payment." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. If Zhuzi's claims held any merit, Chen Feiping was indeed truthful. Moreover, he was not merely building on Zhuzi's small plot, but was also relinquishing part of his own vegetable land. Constructing a house is not akin to borrowing a motorcycle, easily retractable at will. Once a house is built for someone else, it becomes theirs. Such generosity in building a brick house for a friend was unheard of in the village. The villagers hardly dared to imagine it. Even a biological father may not extend such support. Sun Dishing remained uncertain. Could it be true? Was Chen Feiping genuinely going to build a brick house for Zhuzi? If he were to construct one for himself as well, that would entail a total of at least several thousand. Just how much had this young man profited from the antiques he unearthed on the mountain, seemingly with no end to his wealth? Chen Feiping produced a handful of receipts from his pocket, exclaiming, Here. I have all the invoices for the building materials right here. Anyone who doubts me is welcome to come and see." Wang Tietue was left speechless, consumed by envy and resentment. Damn it, Chen Feiping is indeed building a house for that foolish boy and even buying him a motorcycle. Why am I not blessed with such a brother? If only Chen Feiping would build me a house and buy me a motorcycle, I would gladly call him father. Li Tsuehua, the shopkeeper seated nearby, who had been munching on sunflower seeds while observing the spectacle, was equally astonished, forgetting her snack entirely. It seemed Chen Feiping had truly struck it rich. How infuriating. She thought, why didn't he attain wealth before I married Sun Dishing? Had he been affluent earlier, I might have been with him. Moreover, Li Tsuehua has noticed that Chen Feiping has become increasingly handsome, especially after his new haircut, which has completely unleashed the charm that already made him the most attractive man in the village, stirring the hearts of many women. Despite the fact that Chen Feiping had previously caused her to fall from the Red Rooster and endure several days of pain from the mishap, Li Tsuehua does not harbor resentment towards him this time. Instead, she feels a tinge of melancholy. It was a momentary lapse in judgment that allowed that outsider to seize an opportunity. Chen Feiping had been fond of her first, and now this newcomer has swiftly captured his attention. What right does she have? Looking at Sun Dishing beside her, he appears increasingly inadequate. Initially attracted to him due to his brick house, small shop, and Red Rooster, she had been quite content. However, Chen Feiping has now also built a brick house, possibly larger than Sun Dishing's, and his motorcycle far surpasses the Red Rooster in value. In terms of looks, he is leagues ahead, not to mention the prowess he presumably possesses. Though she has never tested it, it is likely no man in Luoyan Bay could compare to her own husband in ineptitude. Conversely, Chen Feiping exudes strength and vigor, appearing more formidable than a bull, while Sun Dishing pales in comparison. With these thoughts, Li Tsuehua's mindset becomes increasingly unbalanced, and she silently curses the unfairness of fate. At that moment, Chen Feiping's gaze drifts towards her, prompting Li Tsuehua to sit up straight and accentuate her curves, attempting to present herself as the epitome of femininity. Sun Dishing notices this and wraps his arm around her waist in a show of possessiveness. So what if you can build a larger brick house or buy a better motorcycle? Chen Feiping, the woman you secretly admire, is already mine. Li Tsuehua furrows her brow in disdain and pushes Sun Dishing away. Suddenly, Chen Feiping winks at her, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Li Tsuehua is taken aback. What does this mean? Could it be that he is still harboring feelings for her? Excitement wells up within her. I knew it. Chen Feiping still holds me dear. The woman he favors remains me. After all, I am the village flower of Luoyan Bay. While that mysterious outsider is merely a substitute after he could not win my affection. Chen Feiping has not yet married that woman. Perhaps I still have a chance. If I could only cast Sun Dishing aside and approach Chen Feiping, he would surely return to my embrace. With this thought, a flirtatious smile graces Li Tsuehua's face as she responds to Chen Feiping's gesture. Sun Dishing, sensing something amiss, feels uneasy. Why is my fierce wife exchanging glances with Chen Feiping? The shopkeeper suddenly feels as though his hair has taken on a different hue, becoming more environmentally friendly. Sun Dishing's expression darkens, choking on his discontent. What does Tsuehua mean by this? He cannot confront her in front of so many people, but resolves to demand clarity when they return home. Chen Feiping observes this, a smirk playing on his lips. A smile that betrays the satisfaction of a scheme coming to fruition. He indeed provoked Li Tsuehua earlier, but not due to the village beauty's lingering affection. It was the original owner who harbored secret admiration for this woman. What concern is it of mine, Chen Feiping? His intention was to deliberately irritate Sun Dishing. Do you not wish to sow discord between me and Juzi? Now, I shall respond in kind and allow you to experience the turmoil of marital discord. With his purpose fulfilled, Chen Feiping did not linger in the small store but revved the engine, riding off on his motorcycle with Juzi. Chapter 51. New Task. Jiang Yi and the clam essence. The following morning, Sun Dishing opened the small store with a grim expression, his face marred by several scratches. The previous night, witnessing Li Tsuehua and Chen Feiping exchanging glances had left him thoroughly displeased, prompting him to confront his wife upon returning home. Li Tsuehua, already discontented with her choice of a feckless husband, could hardly tolerate this affront and retorted vehemently at Sun Dishing. What of it if I exchanged glances with Chen Feiping? Who's to blame for your impotence in bed? We've been married for so long, and you've yet to satisfy me. Sun Dishing was nearly driven to madness by her words. Had Li Tsuehua offered a flimsy excuse to placate him, the matter might have faded away. Instead, she brazenly admitted to her actions, striking at his sore spots. In a fit of rage, he slapped Li Tsuehua, igniting her fury as she clawed at his face, leaving several marks. They had also slept in separate beds last night, leaving Sun Dishing to vent his frustrations through manual labor. Not long ago, he had been unjustly accused of stealing money by his uncle and aunt, and in an effort to clear his name, he even swore before them that he had never stolen. Otherwise, he would be left without descendants. Such a vow was indeed harsh, considering that Li Tsuehua had only borne him 2 daughters thus far, with no sons. It was only after this declaration that Kong Xiangxing and Qin Hongmei believed him. Just as the unpleasantness of that incident subsided, he found himself embroiled in yet another conflict with his wife, pushing Sun Dishing to the brink of exasperation. The last fortune teller had proven to be utterly useless. He had foolishly believed in the man's nonsense and spent 2 coins on a talisman to rid himself of misfortune. What a scam! As he muttered curses, the sound of a roaring engine caught his attention, followed by the sight of a green Liberation 15 truck entering the village. This struck him as peculiar, for large trucks were seldom seen in the village unless someone was building a house. Building a house? Suddenly, it struck him. Wasn't Chen Feiping and Juzi planning to construct a house? Had they not mentioned that they would be bringing materials today? Was this Liberation truck delivering supplies for Chen Feiping? As it drew nearer, Sun Dishing saw that the truck was laden with bricks. Damn, this lad is genuinely going to build a stone house. If there is anything more disheartening than one's own misfortunes, it is witnessing an adversary thrive amidst their own good fortune, deepening Sun Dishing's gloom. Meanwhile, at Chen's residence, Chen Feiping awoke early that morning, feeling an unsettling churn in his stomach, as if he had consumed something amiss. Subsequently, he ventured to the restroom, where he expelled a substantial mass that was strikingly black, viscous like oil, and reeking with an unpleasant odor. As he squatted down, it gushed forth in torrents. Chen Feiping found it somewhat peculiar. His constitution was robust, particularly after having undergone a transformation through the Diantianhua Dan. And he had not consumed anything unwholesome the previous day. Why then did he experience such diarrhea? However, once he had finished, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over him, as though he had purged 2 decades worth of toxins from his body, returning to a state of pristine purity akin to that of a newborn. This burdenless state of his internal organs was an experience unattainable by any adult, ineffably delightful. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Feiping. Hadn't the system mentioned that after consuming bear bile for 3 days, his internal organs would resonate like the clash of golden weapons? It dawned on him that this referred to detoxification. The surge of warmth within him must indeed be the potent essence of the bear bile, assiduously refining his organs and forcibly expelling toxins. Yes, that must be it. Following this detoxification, Chen Feiping's appetite had markedly improved. He devoured 3 large bowls of rice for breakfast, yet it was insufficient, prompting him to prepare a bowl of noodles, leaving his companions in awe. Zhou Fengting was quite puzzled, wondering how Chun, her elder brother, had developed such an insatiable appetite. When he had first arrived, he would only consume 2 bowls, yet now he could likely finish 4. It seemed that in the future, they would need to prepare an additional 3 to 4 portions of rice. Just after finishing breakfast, the sound of a large truck echoed through the village. Almost all the bricks for the new houses in the village had been delivered by this very truck driver, who was well acquainted with the area and effortlessly navigated to Chen Feiping's home without inquiry. Chen Feiping hurried outside to direct the driver on where to unload the materials. Zhuzi approached him as well. "Zhuzi, have you procured the vegetables?" Chen Feiping inquired. "Yes, as you instructed, I bought a pound of pork belly," Zhuzi replied. The previous day, Chen Feiping had entrusted Zhuzi with 500 yuan to manage the grocery shopping during this period and to host his future father-in-law. Zhuzi, diligent in his task, had risen early to ride his motorcycle to the market to procure the pork. Chen Feiping nodded approvingly. A pound of pork belly will suffice. In contrast, other families constructing new homes in the village were only providing their workers with a maximum of 2 tails of meat for lunch, and some were not even offering any fat at all. By providing a pound of pork belly daily, Zhuzi's generosity was highlighted while still avoiding the impression that he was excessively extravagant in front of Shi Wu and Shi Xiaohua. Occasionally adding a chicken to the menu would surely enhance Zhuzi's standing. Remember, when the work commences, go over and actively assist. Then request Uncle Shirtu to let Xiaohua come over to help with the cooking. Just say you are concerned that your cooking may not be satisfactory. Be sure to thank Xiaohua and invite her to join you for a meal. Understood, Feiping, I'll remember, Zhuzi replied. In fact, Chen Feiping had already advised Zhuzi of this the previous night, but he reiterated it now to ensure he would not forget. This strategist was truly dedicated to ensuring Zhuzi could secure a bride. In addition to the bricks, cement, steel bars, sand, and gravel were swiftly delivered. The work commenced that very day, with Chen Feiping not even considering the timing. If the auspicious day for breaking ground is 2 months away, is there still a need to construct? Time is insufficient, and with the onset of winter's chill, only half can be built, awaiting the next year. Chen Feiping is not inclined to wait, nor is his younger brother. Stone Wu, accompanied by his 3 sons, had just commenced work when Zhuzi approached to lend a hand. Much to the mason's surprise, noticing the mason's bewilderment, Zhuzi smiled innocently. Uncle Shirtu, since I have nothing to do today and am merely idling, I thought I might as well help a bit. I, too, wish for the new house to be completed sooner. Stone Wu nodded. Since the employer offered assistance, he would certainly not refuse. At that moment, Chen Feiping signaled Zhuzi with a glance. Understanding the cue, Zhuzi summoned his courage. Uncle Shirtu, I have another favor to ask. What is it? Speak freely. I am quite clumsy in the kitchen and fear that my cooking may not be palatable. Would it be possible for Xiaohua to come over to help prepare lunch? Zhuzi spoke as instructed by Chen Feiping, feeling a bit anxious, worried that Stone Wu might decline or discern his true intention. Of course, Stone Wu readily agreed. Since Zhuzi was already helping with the work, it was no trouble at all to have his daughter assist with a meal. Zhuzi couldn't help but feel elated. Thank you, Uncle Shirtu. He felt a wave of relief and gratefully glanced at Chen Feiping. Seeing Zhuzi had spoken up, Chen Feiping felt reassured. After observing for a while and feeling a bit bored, just as he was about to return indoors, he heard a crisp electronic notification sound. In the cold moonlight reflecting upon the river, where misty waves stretch far and wide, fishermen often go missing. It is said that within the river lives a 1,000-year-old clam spirit, a beauty of unparalleled grace, with skin like fine jade and eyes like autumn waters, her face aglow, lips red as coral. She appears by the water's edge during moonlit nights, her silhouette illuminated by the waves, charmingly smiling and luring solitary fishermen and travelers. Lured into the water, the beauty abruptly transforms, her exquisite visage splitting into two massive iron-blue shells, lined with sharp teeth like a dense comb. Seizing the unwary by the waist, the shells close like a coffin, grinding flesh and sucking marrow, the splashing waves resounding with a gurgling sound. In mere moments, bones and flesh are reduced to mush, and the riverbed becomes littered with remains, a palpable resentment clouding the waters for miles on end. The host had gained notoriety after vanquishing a bear, drawing the attention of the victims' families who gathered to beseech vengeance on their behalf. If he could liberate their loved ones' tormented souls, allowing them to reincarnate, they promised a substantial reward. Chapter 52. The Clam Spirit's Elixir and the Mysterious Ring. The Clam Spirit? Chen Feiping was taken aback. This system task does not require a mountain trek. It has shifted to the river. Still, no coordinates are provided, so he must search on his own. There are indeed clams in the bay of Luoyanwan, and since he has some free time now, he might as well go look for them. Zhuzi is helping his future father-in-law, so he will not enlist his aid. He can manage alone. Upon returning home, Chen Feiping secured his money, donned a pair of shorts and a tank top, and slipped on his sandals before stepping out. Before long, he arrived at the river bay, at the very spot where he had fished last time. Clams primarily inhabit freshwater environments such as rivers, lakes, ponds, or the muddy, sandy, or gravelly bottoms of reservoirs, preferring still or slow-moving waters, seldom found in turbulent currents. The location of this fishing spot is quite unique, with gentle water currents and a sandy bottom. The former owner frequently visited this area to fish and set traps, well aware of its characteristics. In the shallow waters along the bank, several large river clams were discovered. Despite the scarcity of meat in this era, no villager was inclined to consume river clams. This is due to the clams' propensity to harbor filth and parasites, making them troublesome to prepare, and they are considered a potential allergen, possibly leading to discomfort or allergic reactions upon consumption. Thus, even in times of hunger, the villagers of Luoyan Bay would refrain from indulging in such fare. Chen Feiping managed to scoop up a few river clams, yet the system remained unresponsive. He struck the shells with a stone, but still received no prompt from the system. How peculiar, he mused. Oh, it is clear that clams capable of attaining sentience must be sufficiently large. Previously, the wild boar, spotted deer, and bear he hunted were all remarkable specimens among their kind, thus classified as supernatural entities by the system. The same must hold true for clam spirits. Although these clams were not insignificant in size, they were far from extraordinary given the abundance of large river clams in the river. After searching nearby, he found no larger specimens. Chen Feiping hesitated momentarily, then removed his outer clothing and shoes, concealing them in the grass by the riverbank, before plunging into the water. The former owner was an excellent swimmer, accustomed to entering the river, and in his past life, Chen Feiping was also quite adept at swimming. Diving was within his capabilities. To his astonishment, upon opening his eyes underwater, he felt no sting at all, as if he were wearing an invisible, transparent pair of goggles. Perhaps it was due to the presence of inner strength. Moreover, the light underwater was not inferior to that on the surface, and his vision remained remarkably clear. Soon, 2 minutes had elapsed, yet he felt no discomfort from oxygen deprivation. In the past, the former owner's limit for diving was 2.5 minutes, after which he would start to feel discomfort in his chest. Now, however, a remarkably enduring breath seemed to circulate within him, unceasing and vigorous. Chen Feiping could not help but marvel at this. He soon discovered several larger river clams at the bottom and resurfaced after 5 minutes. Not because he had reached his limit, but because he could no longer carry so many clams. After breaking open the clams, the system remained unresponsive. Undeterred, he took another stone and dived back into the water, this time determined to unearth and crack open a larger clam, continuing to swim beneath the surface. The clams in the bay were now in dire straits. After half an hour underwater, Chen Feiping had no idea how many clams he had smashed when suddenly his eyes brightened as he seemed to make a discovery. Beneath the muddy bottom, a massive tongue extended from the depths. To be precise, this is the foot of a clam, its locomotive organ, which allows it to move slowly through the mud or burrow into it, evading predators while simultaneously aiding in the procurement of sustenance and respiration. Hence, the clams observed underwater are predominantly buried in the sediment, with only their tongues exposed. Remarkably, the tongue of this particular clam is the largest that Chen Feiping has encountered during his dives, far surpassing others. It is easy to imagine that the clam hidden beneath the sediment is correspondingly enormous. Swiftly swimming to that location, Chun Feiping excavated for nearly 5 minutes with both hands before finally liberating the creature entirely. The clam's size was nothing short of colossal, requiring both hands to embrace it. Resembling a small grinding stone, a rough estimate suggested it weighed nearly 10 pounds. Such a substantial clam is indeed astonishing. When he struck its shell with a stone, the stone shattered, revealing the thickness of the clam's shell. Without hesitation, Chun Feiping carried the clam ashore, seeking a large rock to bring down upon it. With a crack, the shell finally split open. After several strikes, the initially crisp sound became muffled, having completely shattered the shell and struck the clam as flesh. The host, undeterred by the clam's spirit's allure, restrained his desires with unwavering will, successfully vanquishing the clam's spirit. The system's notification resonated like celestial music, filling Chun Feiping with joy and amusement. Look at what you said. Can I really have any inappropriate thoughts about a piece of clam meat? Do you think I'm someone who perceives everything as a potential partner? The clam spirit's demon core, initially as white as the moon, had, over a millennium of causing harm, become tainted with countless grievances, turning a deep crimson. With each shade of red it gained, another skeleton was added to the riverbed. As it emerged from its shell, it cast a blood-red reflection upon the water, dimming the fishing lights across the river, a testament to its numerous victims. The red pearl, weeping blood, revealed thousands of agonized faces, and the river breeze carried a lament, as if the souls of the departed were being granted passage to the afterlife. As the system progressed through a narrative segment, Chun Feiping was suddenly struck by a thought. Indeed, such a gigantic clam could very well harbor a pearl. He hastily opened the clam's flesh, and after a brief search, his fingers brushed against a hard object. Upon extraction, it was revealed to be a pearl, as large as a longan. To his astonishment, this pearl was red, resembling one that had truly been stained with blood. Scientifically, such red pearls are not unfounded. When a clam is subjected to external stimuli, its mantle secretes nacre in response to the affected area, and if the irritant is a red foreign object, the nacre will take on a red hue, resulting in the formation of a red pearl. However, this occurrence is quite rare and seldom witnessed. The system identified this red pearl as the clam spirit's demon core, implying it must hold significant value, potentially suitable for auction in the grandest marketplaces. Chun Feiping contemplated securing the red pearl. Even if it could not be auctioned, such a sizable pearl would certainly command a high price on Earth. Task accomplished. Chun Feiping retraced his steps along the riverbank, locating the spot where he had entered the water, changed his clothes, and returned to his village. Holding the demon's essence, you approached the grieving family of the victim, declaring that the malevolent spirit had been vanquished. Grateful, they presented you with a sum of 1,000 coins raised through crowdfunding. Just a mere 1,000 coins? Chun Feiping felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, it was understandable. The last time he had been commissioned to dispel a monstrous threat, it was by a wealthy merchant guild, hence the generous reward. These bereaved families were ordinary folk, struggling to gather funds for the exorcism. So it was not surprising they were limited in their means. As Chun Feiping pondered this, a notification from the system reappeared. Before parting, an elderly man had gifted you a peculiar ring, claiming it to be an artifact acquired long ago by chance, seemingly a tool of the cultivators. As a mere mortal, he deemed it useless and bestowed it upon you. The ring, composed of an unusual material that was neither gold nor jade, shimmered with a chaotic hue reminiscent of a starry sky. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to harbor an entire cosmos within. Chun Feiping was taken aback. Was there a hidden narrative yet to unfold? Chapter 53. Feng Jiao, could you assist me in washing my trousers? Upon accessing the system panel, Chun Feiping discovered 2 new items in his inventory. In addition to the 4 Seas auction token and the airship pass, essentially a pilot's license, there was also a bundle of currency and the enigmatic ring. He suddenly recalled that during this mission, the families of the victims had personally handed him the crowd-funded bounty for slaying the demon rather than depositing it into a bank account. With a mere thought, the bundle of currency materialized in his hand, transforming into 10 bills featuring illustrious figures. Chun Feiping was astonished. Goodness, could this possibly be counterfeit? System, do not lead me astray. He extracted 1 bill, holding it up to the sunlight to examine its translucency. Authentic currency is crafted from special paper, revealing an irregular distribution of fluorescent fibers when held to the light, a feature absent in counterfeit bills, which appear uniform or lack any luminescent response. Further scrutiny of the watermark and design revealed that genuine bills possess a clear, three-dimensional watermark, flawlessly aligned, whereas fakes often exhibit blurriness and misalignment. In his previous life, Chen Feiping had been a merchant. When he first ventured into business, mobile payment systems had yet to gain prevalence. So he dealt primarily in coins and had developed a keen eye for authenticity. He felt the texture of the bill, crumpled it slightly to listen for the sound. Ultimately, he concluded it was not counterfeit. No signs of forgery were present. Every detail mirrored that of genuine currency. If this were counterfeit, it was astonishingly well-crafted, capable of deceiving the keenest observer. The system, with its vast capabilities, should not have provided him with a bundle of fake currency. Chen Feiping tucked the money into his pocket, redirecting his attention to the ring. In comparison to the 10 illustrious bills, his curiosity was piqued by the ring, especially considering its potential as a cultivator's artifact. The ring felt pleasantly warm to the touch, its surface smooth like ancient jade, yet it was opaque, exhibiting an amber hue. He slipped it onto the ring finger of his left hand. It fit perfectly, neither too tight nor too loose. Surprisingly, it was quite aesthetically pleasing. Suddenly, the ring shimmered, expanding into a void-like space, resembling a black hole of chaotic nothingness. At long last, behold, this is an ancient Qiankuan ring. The previous master was an unparalleled powerhouse, a supreme being who once cultivated within this ring, crafting an expansive realm of wonders. Alas, the master eventually perished in a heavenly tribulation, leaving the Qiankuan ring without the nourishment of spiritual energy. Over countless ages, the celestial spring within dwindled, the spiritual essence dissipated, the sun and moon fell. The heavens fractured, and the earth's veins collapsed into abysses. The mystical creatures, rare beasts, medicinal fields, and spiritual gardens have all perished, and the once magnificent realm has shrunk to the size of a modest room. Fortunately, before the supreme being's demise, the barrier seal was undone, leaving the ring for a fated individual. After many twists and turns, it has finally found its way into the hands of its rightful master. The host need only nourish it with spiritual energy to reopen the Qiankuan realm, allowing the celestial spring to gradually regain its vitality. Upon receiving the system notification, Chen Feiping felt a surge of excitement. This artifact resembles the legendary spatial storage. In his previous life, he had perused countless agricultural novels on a certain platform, where many featured such spatial dimensions, often granted as rewards upon reincarnation. Yet, this spatial storage is but a broken version, with the celestial source depleted and devoid of spiritual energy, rendering it incapable of cultivating anything or sustaining life. Such a pity, but thankfully, there remains a chance for the Qiankuan ring to recover. For now, it serves well for storage, providing considerable convenience. The Qiankuan realm, now reduced to a mere chamber, akin to a storage room, measuring around 10 square meters with a height of less than 3 meters, offers limited capacity. Chen Feiping placed his left hand atop a stack of bills, and with a slight thought, the money vanished, appearing in the ring's space in the next moment. Contemplating further, he glanced around, ensuring no one was present, and bent down to press against a large stone. The stone too disappeared into the Qiankuan ring. This stone must weigh several pounds, yet Chen Feiping felt no increase in burden, indicating a disregard for weight limitations. Oh, splendid. Although it is a flawed version, I now possess a spatial storage. Chen Feiping, you are no longer the pitiful protagonist without even a spatial dimension. The Qiankuan ring, a top-tier magical artifact, advises the host to conceal it while wearing to prevent other cultivators from coveting it. Oh, it can be concealed? With a mere thought, the amber ring on his finger gradually became transparent, eventually vanishing entirely, making it nearly imperceptible. Chen Feiping even found that he could not feel it on his finger. This concealment is remarkably thorough, transcending mere invisibility. The sensation itself has vanished. Upon returning home, Chen Feiping first filled a bucket with water and washed himself in the bathroom, changing into a clean pair of pants, having soiled the previous ones. Just as he emerged from the bathroom, he encountered Zhou Fengjiao. "Brother Chen, you're back," she exclaimed, noticing the damp pants still dripping with water. Zhou Fengjiao was puzzled. Brother Chen washes his pants every morning, but why is he doing so again at noon? Though the weather is hot, he seems overly fastidious. As women, my sister and I are not particularly diligent about changing our undergarments. Chen Feiping nodded and casually remarked, "I just went to the river to catch some fish, but unfortunately, I didn't succeed. However, my undergarment did get wet. Fengjiao, could you possibly wash it for me?" Zhou Fengjiao's eyes brightened. "Sure, Chindagu, just hand it over to me. I need to step out for a while, so I would appreciate your help. Chen Feiping handed the undergarment to Zhou Fengjiao. The undergarment, changed early in the morning, was significant to him, but he felt comfortable letting her wash this particular one. Rather than expressing disdain, Zhou Fengjiao treasured it, feeling elated that Chindagu was willing to trust her with it, signifying she was not regarded as an outsider. After Chen Feiping rode off on his motorcycle, Zhou Fengjiao took the undergarment to the well. Just as she was about to fetch water to clean it, she remembered that it bore Chen Feiping's scent, which ignited a surge of impulsive emotions within her. Caught in an internal struggle, she ultimately deemed such an action too shameful and abandoned the bold thought. Chen Feiping first visited the riverbank, where he collected a massive river clam, meat and shell alike, into his storage ring. Earlier, before returning to the village to complete his task, he had no storage ring, so he had hidden it in the grass. Since he was planning to leave and this riverbank was on the way out of the village, he hadn't brought it home. But he concealed it to prevent any villagers from seeing him carry it back to feed his chickens and ducks. Subsequently, riding swiftly, he arrived at the eastern market of the city, the location of the Four Seas auction house in this otherworldly realm. Upon activating his auction token, an ethereal voice resonated through time and space into his mind. Esteemed guest, greetings. How may we assist you today? Chen Feiping responded with his thoughts. I wish to auction this Millennium Clam Spirit and its demon core. Can your auction house list it? The voice replied, please hold on. After assessment by our appraisers, this is indeed a clam spirit that has cultivated for 3,000 years, having devoured countless beings. The demon core possesses immense power and can be auctioned at our venue. Chen Feiping was overjoyed. Wonderful. It seems that only those recognized by the system can truly be of value. I wonder how much profit this clam spirit and its demon core will bring me this time. Chapter 54. Fengting, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife? He entrusted the auction process and learned that the auction would take place the night after tomorrow. No matter, I can wait a couple more days. Chen Feiping closed the system panel, feeling elated. Since he was at the market, he decided to purchase some vegetables to take home. He selected a pound of beef, a cow's tail, half a rack of ribs, and caught a live fish. Instead of slaughtering the fish on the spot, he took it alive, riding out of the market on his eagle and storing it in the storage ring. He wished to test if living creatures could indeed survive within it. Upon returning to the village, he passed by the small shop and noticed Sun Dishing's red motorcycle parked nearby, which stirred feelings of resentment within him. Now that I possess the Chinquan ring, perhaps I might find an opportunity to stealthily relieve that wretched individual of his motorcycle, rendering him utterly despondent. However, the system detects a contractual relationship with the vessel, preventing its inclusion within the Chinquan realm. It seems the system has discerned Chen Feiping's intentions, promptly presenting a notification. Oh, what you say is amusing. I, Chen Feiping, a man of integrity, engage in matters with utmost transparency. I am no common thief, Chen Feiping declared with righteous fervor, though internally he lamented the lost opportunity. That being said, the scoundrel Sun Dishing treasures his red rooster as if it were a priceless gem, always keeping it within his sight. To seize it unawares would prove a formidable challenge, especially since he harbors a deep-seated animosity towards me. Any approach would heighten his vigilance. Thus, Chen Feiping abandoned this plan. Upon arriving home, he securely parked his advanced motorcycle and immediately connected it to the power supply. Although his high-tech bike could serve in emergencies, prolonged outings would render his refrigerator inoperative, which was rather inconvenient. Fortunately, today he had acquired the Chinquan ring. As he pondered, he retrieved the rooster only to find it lifeless. He infused the Chinquan ring with air, yet it seemed ineffective. In less than half an hour, logically, the air within should not have been entirely depleted so swiftly. It appeared the rooster did not perish from asphyxiation, but rather succumbed to the Chinquan realm's lack of vitality. The environment was utterly inhospitable, leading to its swift demise. Chen Feiping felt a twinge of regret, but opted not to remove the deceased rooster, instead continuing to test the storage capabilities. If all went as expected, the internal space should be incapable of sustaining even bacteria, akin to the vacuum of space, thus preserving contents for an extended period. Of course, eternal preservation was unattainable, otherwise remnants of the original spirits would be found within. It seemed they had long since turned to dust in the river of time. Being able to preserve items for a prolonged duration was commendable. It opened doors to numerous possibilities. The two sisters were not in the living room or their bedroom. Upon reaching the kitchen door, they encountered Zhou Fengting, who was preparing lunch. Her long, dark hair was elegantly tied up, and a floral apron adorned her waist, the ribbons forming a delicate bow that accentuated her graceful figure. "Brother Chun," Zhou Fengting exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Chen Feiping, her lovely eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Chen Feiping nodded slightly, discarding the beef, oxtail, and ribs he had extracted from the Qinkuan ring onto the cutting board, inquiring, "Where is Feng Jiao? Why is she not here?" Zhou Fengting casually tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her profile radiating a gentle beauty. She was feeling bored at home, so she went to check on the house construction. She should still be in the vegetable garden, but she ought to return soon. Feng Jiao is not home. A thought stirred within Chen Feiping as he approached Zhou Fengting. "Fengting, do you have feelings for Brother Chen?" The new house had already commenced construction and would be completed in just over 3 months. Chen Feiping intended to marry Zhou Fengting at that time, celebrating 2 joyous events simultaneously. However, before proceeding, he needed to ascertain the young lady's sentiments. Even if he believed that Zhou Fengting would be willing, it was essential to inform her earlier. Unexpectedly, Chen Feiping posed this question, leaving Zhou Fengjiao momentarily stunned. Blushing, she replied, "Brother Chun, if I did not harbor feelings for you, would I have engaged with you in such a manner?" Although she and Chen Feiping had yet to transcend the final barrier between them, they had held hands, shared kisses, and embraced. For a woman of her era, it meant she had entrusted herself entirely to him. Chen Feiping then inquired, "So, once the house is built, would you be willing to become my wife?" Zhou Fengtong's voice trembled as she responded, "Brother Chun, do you truly wish to marry me?" Chen Feiping chuckled. "What? Do you not desire for me to marry you?" "No. Brother Chun, I." Zhou Fengtong suddenly burst into tears. Chen Feiping panicked. "Fengtong, this is all so sudden. If you're not ready to marry me just yet, that's perfectly fine. After all, we have only just met, and we can take our time to nurture our feelings." "Brother Chun, you misunderstand." Zhou Fengtong wiped her tears away. "I am simply overjoyed." She had not anticipated that Chen Feiping would be willing to grant her such an identity so soon. She did not consider it too early to marry, as many girls in the village became mothers in their teens. 18 was deemed an appropriate age for marriage. Moreover, for someone like Zhou Fengtong, who had narrowly escaped being sold by her uncle and aunt, and had wandered to a foreign land with her sister, she yearned for a stable place to call home, a sanctuary, a warm abode, and a dependable man. The Chen family undoubtedly represented such a haven, and Chen Feiping was indeed that kind of man. In that moment, Zhou Fengtong suddenly felt she had acquired a second homeland. To marry a chicken is to follow the chicken. To marry a dog is to follow the dog. If Chen Feiping wished to marry her, then Luoyan Bay would naturally become her new hometown. "Silly girl, you frighten me. I thought you were unwilling to marry me." Chen Feiping gently wiped away the tears from Zhou Fengtong's eyes. "All right, stop crying, or when Feng Jiao returns, she might think I have bullied you." Zhou Fengtong then broke into a smile. "Sister." Just as she mentioned Feng Jiao, her sister's voice echoed from the courtyard. It turned out that Zhou Fengjiao had come home to assist her sister with lunch, noticing it was almost noon. "Brother Chun is back too. Wow, you've bought so many ingredients today." Upon seeing the beef, oxtail, and ribs on the cutting board, her eyes sparkled with delight. Chen Feiping chuckled, "Feng Jiao, you and your sister are a bit too slender. I must nourish you both with more meat." Zhou Fengjiao thought to herself that Brother Chun preferred women with a bit more flesh, but regrettably, her own growth had taken a different direction. As they prepared the meal, Zhou Fengtong radiated joy. Zhou Fengjiao observed her sister's unusually cheerful demeanor and curiously asked, "Sister, what has happened? Is there some good news?" Zhou Fengtong pondered, considering that since Brother Chun, as the man of the house, had not yet officially announced this matter, there was no need for her to inform Feng Jiao just yet. Furthermore, Feng Jiao seems to harbor feelings for Brother Chun. Would she be heartbroken if she were to discover that he is soon to be wed to me? The new house won't be completed for several months. Brother Chun is not in a hurry to marry me. Never mind, I shall postpone these thoughts for now. Chapter 55. Foraging for mushrooms with the sisters. The following morning, Chen Feiping awoke from a delightful dream. He immediately retrieved the chicken from his storage ring. Detecting no foul odor, the flesh remained tender and not at all stiff. It appears that the ring indeed possesses preservation capabilities. Chen Feiping was invigorated. Even a less than perfect personal space is an indispensable weapon for a time traveler. The dual functions of preservation and zero weight are simply exhilarating. In the future, should he hunt game in the mountains, he could certainly reserve more meat for himself. The deer meat from last time was not only delectable, but also highly beneficial to health. Regrettably, at that time, there was no refrigerator, making it impossible to save some for later meals. By 7:30 a.m., after having breakfast, the stonemason and his 3 sons had already arrived to commence work. Chen Feiping set his daily wage at $2.50, which was 50 cents more than the other employers, and during lunch yesterday, Zhuzi had even prepared a pound of meat, with rice served abundantly. Shi Wu was a man of integrity. With such a generous employer, he felt that not working diligently would render the earnings unsatisfactory. Thus, he arrived promptly at 7:30, while according to the usual practice, work began at 8 o'clock for the others. Zhuzi continued to assist, his task being to foster a good relationship with his future father-in-law. After casting a glance at the worksite, Chen Feiping retreated to the house. Noticing the system's silence today, he turned to the sisters, saying, "Feng Ting, Feng Jiao, shall I take you up the mountain to gather mushrooms?" "Absolutely." The 2 sisters eagerly agreed. Life in Chen Feiping's home had been exceedingly comfortable, and with the large vegetable plot now repurposed for construction, only a small patch remained. Aside from preparing 3 meals a day and doing some household chores, their time was rather idle. Watching television at home grew tedious, and they longed to accompany Chen Feiping on an outing. Without further ado, they set off. Chen Feiping carried a basket and brought along his hunting rifle, ready to shoot should they encounter any game, while the sisters carried their own bamboo baskets. Leaving the village, they ventured towards the mountains behind it. The path leading to the foot of the mountain was long, stretching several hundred meters. Many pampered women of the modern era would surely complain halfway up. However, the sisters felt no fatigue. On the contrary, they were as exuberant as birds released from their cage, with Zhou Feng Jiao even humming a tune. Blossoms of happiness bloom in our hearts, songs of love drift with the wind, our hearts soar towards the distant horizon, yearning for the beautiful revolutionary ideal. This was the song Our Life is Full of Sunshine, performed by Yu Shuzhen, the theme song from the film Sweet Career. An uplifting melody, full of enthusiasm for life. It was immensely popular among the public in the 1980s, with many able to sing along. Zhou Feng Jiao's melodious voice soared like a yellow oriole, filling Chen Feiping with a sense of joy, making his steps feel considerably lighter. After she finished singing, Chen Feiping finally spoke. "Feng Jiao, you are quite talented. Not only are your hands skillful, but your voice is also delightful enough to grace the stage as a singer. Brother Chen, you flatter me. I merely hum a tune now and then. I could never aspire to be a singer." Though she downplayed it, Zhou Fengjiao felt quite pleased. Beside her, Zhou Fengjiao's sister chimed in, "Brother Chen, my sister is quite famous for her singing in our village." "Sister, why must you tease me?" Accompanied by such lovely company, their spirits were light as they ascended the mountain, lost in laughter and conversation. In northeast China, mushrooms can be foraged from June to October, with July marking the peak season for their growth, as new mushrooms sprout daily. The original owner of this body had often ventured into the mountains to gather mushrooms and was well acquainted with the best spots. As Chen Feiping meandered about, he soon stumbled upon something beneath a gnarled tree root. "Wow, mushrooms! We found some!" The sisters displayed their excitement, coming from a region devoid of mushrooms. This was their first experience foraging. Zhou Fengjiao inquired, "Brother Chen, these mushrooms are edible, right?" "I believe we've had them before." Occasionally, when they entered the mountains, they would bring mushrooms back for Chen Feiping, so she had some recollection of them. Chen Feiping nodded with a smile. "Of course. These are hazel mushrooms, one of the finest varieties in our region, particularly abundant in late July and early August." "Then let us gather them quickly." The sisters crouched down eagerly, collecting mushrooms as if they had discovered treasure. Chen Feiping watched with amusement as the 2 girls reveled in their mushroom gathering. In his previous life, his hometown also lacked mushrooms, and his first experience foraging had been in Yunnan, where the thrill was indescribable, an experience everyone should have. After filling their baskets with hazel mushrooms, they continued searching the mountains. Before long, they encountered a large elm yellow mushroom. "This is also a delicacy. Let's collect it." As a few white mushrooms came into view, the sisters instinctively reached for them, only to be halted by Chen Feiping. "These are white toadstools. They are highly toxic and should never be consumed. One bite could lead to dire consequences." The sisters recoiled as if stung. Chen Feiping laughed heartily. "No need to worry. A mere touch won't poison you." As they wandered through the forest, Chen Feiping would pause at mushroom hotspots, sharing knowledge about each find and whether it was edible. While the variety of mushrooms in northeast China is not as abundant as in Yunnan, there are still quite a few. Besides the 3 previously mentioned types, there are also lion's mane mushrooms, sticky balls, color-changing mushrooms, pine mushrooms, thyme mushrooms, chicken mushrooms, golden chanterelles, and green-headed mushrooms, totaling over 30 varieties. The sisters were astounded by the wealth of knowledge. Their hometown had so few mushrooms, unlike this area, where they seemed to flourish. Before long, their baskets were brimming, and they poured their bounty into Chun Feiping's backpack, their spirits soaring. We have gathered so many mushrooms. It feels like we could keep going forever. With this abundance, we shall have a delightful feast tonight. At that moment, Chun Feiping seemed to sense something. Shoo! He gestured for silence, leaving the sisters puzzled, yet they fell silent nonetheless. Chun Feiping drew a hunting rifle from behind, and only then did they comprehend that the man had found his prey. However, as they glanced around, they found nothing amiss. Steadying the rifle, he aimed at a distant tree. Bang! The shot shattered the tranquility of the forest. Flapping wildly, a wild chicken plummeted from the mountainside. I hit the wild chicken. How did I not notice it earlier? How did Brother Chun find it? Brother Chun, your aim is impeccable. The admiring gazes of the sisters filled Chun Feiping with a sense of pride. Merely a basic skill, as an experienced hunter. One must always be vigilant and attuned to their surroundings. Moreover, after consuming the Dian Tianhua Dan, his senses had become extraordinarily acute. No rustle of leaves or whisper of the wind could escape his notice. The wild chicken had remained almost motionless in the tree, and even a seasoned hunter might have overlooked it, but Chun Feiping's keen perception ensured its fate as a meal was sealed. After gathering mushrooms throughout the morning and securing 3 small game, the haul was modest. It was challenging to encounter larger prey. The more astute animals avoided areas frequented by humans, preferring the depths of the forest. The less cunning had already been hunted down by the local villagers. Nevertheless, this yield was satisfactory, especially with a substantial collection of mushrooms that could be dried or preserved within his Qiankuan ring for future sustenance. Speaking of mushrooms, a thought struck Chun Feiping. Indeed, with the Qiankuan ring at his disposal, he could occasionally engage in transport. Although its space was limited, akin to a small room, it could still accommodate more than a tractor. If one were to calculate accurately, its capacity was comparable to that of a sizable truck. This was indeed a promising avenue. 3 days later, upon rising, Chun Feiping noticed a remarkable change within himself. The transformation was evident in his skin. Once dark, it now radiated a bronze hue, imbued with a metallic sheen, appearing more refined and textured. It resembled the striking images of fitness enthusiasts who glisten with oil, exuding raw vitality. Although his muscle mass had not increased, he sensed a surge in his explosive power beyond his previous limits. To test this, he stepped outside and into the yard. Bending down, he began performing push-ups. First, he placed both hands on the ground and completed 50 with ease, so effortless, it felt as though it required no exertion. Switching to 3 fingers, he continued without difficulty. Then, 2 fingers, and finally, just 1 finger. Chun Feiping maintained a steady rhythm, executing push-ups with single-handed grace. This marked the 7th day since consuming the bear bile. As foretold by the master, I would forge an indestructible physique. Whether one can withstand blades and firearms remains uncertain, yet my strength has undeniably increased significantly. At that moment, Zhou Fengjiao emerged from the room and was taken aback by the sight of Chun Feiping standing with unwavering poise. She approached him and exclaimed, "Brother Chun, your strength is truly remarkable. You can perform push-ups with just a single finger." Chun Feiping rose to his feet, thinking to himself that perhaps he could even manage push-ups with another finger. If he indeed possessed an indomitable physique, it should be devoid of any flaws. With his entire body as solid as iron. Upon closer inspection of Chun Feiping, Zhou Fengjiao felt a slight astonishment. She noticed a subtle transformation in this man. He seemed even tougher than before. Previously, Chun Feiping exuded an aura of masculinity, yet it was not as pronounced as now. This was a metamorphosis in his demeanor, more resolute and formidable. In stark contrast to his robust aura, his once coarse skin had become surprisingly refined, embodying a harmonious blend of strength and tenderness, which rendered him uniquely captivating. "Brother Chun, you seem even more handsome today," Zhou Fengjiao mused, her thoughts swirling with admiration. The potent scent of male hormones enveloped her, causing her to feel a slight weakness in her limbs. Blushing, she stammered, "Brother Chun, you appear somewhat different today." "Oh, in what way?" Chun Feiping inquired with a smile. "You just look more handsome," Zhou Fengjiao uttered before hastily retreating into the kitchen, as if fleeing. "Ha." She's shy, Chun Feiping thought, realizing that the young lady was experiencing a flutter of emotions. Fengjiao, what are you doing? In the kitchen, Zhou Fengjiao's sister noticed her sibling's downcast demeanor and hurried pace, prompting her curiosity. Sis, I don't know why, but I feel that Brother Chen looks particularly handsome today. Zhou Fengting replied with a chuckle. Isn't Brother Chen usually handsome? At that moment, Chen Feiping entered, and Zhou Fengting finally grasped her sister's sentiments. The subtle changes in Chen Feiping were indescribable. He simply appeared more appealing and exuded a greater sense of security. The sisters were perplexed as to why Chen Feiping had undergone such a transformation overnight. Perhaps Brother Chen intended to marry me, becoming more masculine and responsible. Zhou Fengting could only rationalize in this manner. After breakfast, Chen Feiping mounted his Fang 100 and set out. It was the 17th day of the lunar calendar, and the market in the town was bustling. The Chang'an town market occurs on the lunar calendar's endings of 2 and 7, with the 7th being notably larger, attracting villagers from 10 miles around to buy and sell, creating a lively atmosphere. Chen Feiping had a specific purpose for attending the market. He needed to procure a certain item, mushrooms. Mushrooms were not a rarity in Chang'an town, as the town was nestled near the mountains, with many villages situated at their base. July marked the peak season for mushroom growth, leading to an abundance and consequently low prices. However, the lack of demand in Chang'an town did not imply that other regions shared the same sentiment regarding their value. In a region where wild mushrooms are scarce and difficult to procure, their value escalates significantly. At this moment, the spatial capabilities of the Qianquan ring come into play. Early in the morning, numerous villagers from the mountains gather at the market, their shouts echoing in a vibrant chorus. Freshly picked mushrooms for sale, at a bargain. An elderly man exclaims with fervor. The urgency to sell these fresh mushrooms is palpable, for once the sun rises, they wilt swiftly and spoil without delay. Upon observing the elderly man's considerable harvest of fresh fungi, including hazel mushrooms, elm yellow mushrooms, and pine mushrooms, Chen Feiping inquires about the prices, which are surprisingly reasonable. The original owner frequently visited the market and had sold mushrooms himself, thus he was well versed in the pricing. I'll take them all, Chen Feiping declares, for he sees no need to haggle over such modest sums, especially considering the elderly man's laborious efforts in gathering them. Engaged in a high-profit venture, he deems it unnecessary to waste time negotiating. Wonderful. The elder beams with delight, weighing the abundant mushrooms and even generously deducting a pound from the total cost. Chen Feiping pays and places the mushrooms into his basket, covering them with a tarpaulin. This basket merely serves to obscure his actions. In reality, the mushrooms are transported into the Qianquan ring. Young man, I have some dried mushrooms here, just sun-dried. Would you care to purchase some? A nearby villager, noticing Chen Feiping's extravagant spending, quickly inquires. In addition to the freshly picked mushrooms of the day, many villagers also bring dried mushrooms to sell at the market, which occurs every 5 days. With the current abundance of mushrooms and the absence of busy farming seasons, industrious villagers often venture into the mountains to gather them. After inquiring about the prices, Chen Feiping once again acquires all that is offered. As he strolls through the market, he does not overlook any vendor selling mushrooms, be they fresh or dried. As long as they meet his quality standards, he seizes every opportunity. Only after exhausting the supply of high-quality mushrooms from all the stalls does he leisurely depart. This endeavor at the market yields quite a substantial haul, with over 300 pounds of both fresh and dried mushrooms accumulated. Despite the Qianquan ring's limited spatial capacity, the several hundred pounds of mushrooms scarcely fill it, leaving ample room within. By estimation, it would easily accommodate several tons of goods. Although not yet filled to capacity, Chen Feiping intends to test the waters, assessing the marketability of these mushrooms and the potential profit they may yield. His chosen market for selling these mushrooms is not in the nearby town, as the prices there are somewhat lower, albeit marginally. Moreover, the city where Chang'an town is located is relatively small, with few affluent individuals. Chen Feiping sets his sights on a more distant locale, one that boasts a wealthier populace. Upon returning home, Chen Feiping seeks out his sisters, Fengting and Fengjiao. Tomorrow, I must venture out. Would you care to join me on an adventure? The two sisters nod in agreement. Certainly, Brother Chen, where shall we go? He replies. To the provincial capital. The sisters are taken aback by the unexpected revelation. They believed that Chen Feiping intended to take them to the city, only to discover that he was actually heading to the provincial capital. The provincial capital was also the market that Chen Feiping planned to explore. It was situated far from the mountainous region, making it difficult to find mushrooms, especially the fresh variety. The residents of the provincial capital were affluent and willing to spend, which significantly increased the likelihood of selling mushrooms at a lucrative price. In Chapter 57, the sisters' journey to the provincial capital, Chun Feiping nodded and remarked, "Yes, I have some matters to attend to in the provincial capital. If you wish to accompany me, I would be delighted to show you around." "Brother Chun, if we go, will it cost a lot of money?" In contrast to the idea of leisure, Zhou Fengting was more inclined to accompany her partner, albeit with some reservations. Traveling to the provincial capital entailed not only transportation costs, but also expenses related to food and lodging, which were considerably higher than those in the town. Chun Feiping chuckled. "Don't worry, it won't be too expensive. If you can accompany me, then such trifling expenses are hardly a concern." His intention was twofold. He wanted to broaden the sisters' horizons and found the prospect of traveling alone to the provincial capital rather dull. Having two charming companions made the journey far more enjoyable. "Brother Chun, both my sister and I are willing to accompany you, but we fear we might be a burden on your finances." "How could that be considered a burden? We can have fun together. And the provincial capital is far more entertaining than the city. If you wish to go, we can purchase train tickets tomorrow." "Very well, Brother Chun. We shall accompany you to the provincial capital." "Excellent. It is settled then." The following day, Chun Feiping took the two sisters into the city and purchased 3 hard sleeper tickets to the provincial capital from the train ticket office. This was the finest ticket available to ordinary citizens, as soft sleeper tickets required official credentials. In 1988, the need for introduction letters to purchase train tickets or lodging within the province had been abolished, making travel far more convenient than before. After securing the train tickets, he procured a large suitcase. Although he possessed a magical storage item, it would be impractical to conjure his belongings in front of the sisters. He needed to maintain appearances. After dinner, Chun Feiping returned to his room and removed his tank top. It was July 24th, the peak of summer, marking the 12th solar term in the Chinese calendar. When the sun reaches the 120-degree longitude and the heat is at its most intense, characterized by soaring temperatures and extreme sultriness. He switched on the Feiying 100 electric fan, cranked it to the highest setting, and yet the stifling heat persisted, prompting him to shed his shirt for greater comfort. At that moment, Zhou Fengting entered the room. Since their relationship had been established, the sister would occasionally seize the opportunity to visit Chun Feiping during her sister's bathing hours, seeking moments of intimacy. Moreover, with their train journey approaching, she needed to pack several changes of clothes and some necessities into the suitcase for Chun Feiping. The man stood bare-chested, his shoulders chiseled and his waist taut, with six-pack abs carved as if by a master sculptor. The lines of his physique flowed seamlessly into the waistband of his trousers, each muscle appearing meticulously crafted, exuding a primal tension without any hint of coarseness, resembling a living statue. Zhou Fengting felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Yet she found herself irresistibly drawn to gaze upon him. Chun Feiping's perfect form captivated her like a powerful magnet, rendering her unable to divert her gaze. She had never realized that a man's body could possess such aesthetic allure. "Fengting, come here." Chun Feiping beckoned, and the girl obediently approached his side. Minutes later, Zhou Fengting reluctantly departed from his embrace, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering and her cheeks flushed with a vivid hue. Her dress was slightly disheveled, her lovely legs quivered, and she nearly faltered in her stance. Chun Feiping intended to complete the construction of his new home before fully claiming her, but in the interim, he found no harm in indulging in some practice of his skills, be it in martial arts or otherwise, as a means of satiating his desires. Zhou Fengting, now nominally engaged to Chun Feiping, felt no resentment towards his advances. Rather, she found herself relishing the experience. "Brother Chun," her voice took on a softer, more playful tone. "How many outfits should I prepare for our trip to the provincial capital?" "About 3 should suffice," Chun Feiping mused before adding, "and perhaps an old set as well. When I head to the provincial market to sell goods, I should not appear overly polished. Wearing formal attire like dress pants, a shirt, and leather shoes would clash with the rustic nature of selling local specialties. It's better to don old clothes that reflect our humble village roots." "All right, Brother Chun," Zhou Fengting replied, though she remained unaware of his full intentions. She trusted that his plans were grounded in rationale, and thus, she would follow his instructions. The following morning, aboard a green train, the sisters chattered excitedly. Their mood was a stark contrast to their previous train journey, during which they had felt lost and uncertain about their futures. Shrouded in worry and fear of the unknown, they had smeared their faces with soot to conceal their beauty from prying eyes. However, now, With a man by their side, an unwavering pillar of support, they felt a newfound sense of security. The sisters cast aside their fears and began to relish their journey, appreciating the scenery outside the window, engaging in lively conversation, and sharing laughter, a true delight in life. "Sister, what do you think the provincial capital will be like?" one asked. "I don't know, but it must be vast and bustling, quite prosperous." As the sisters envisioned the capital, Chen Feiping interjected, "The provincial capital boasts many enjoyable attractions and items that are unavailable in our town. This trip will not only be about fun, but also about shopping to our heart's content." "Haha, Brother Chen, you needn't buy us anything. We lack for nothing," they replied. As she prepares to become a wife, Zhou Fengting has already embraced the mindset of a dutiful partner, feeling a pang of empathy for the expenses incurred by men. Zhou Fengjiao concurred, saying, "Indeed, Brother Chen. We can simply stroll about without wasting money." Chen Feiping chuckled. "Money is earned to be spent. Otherwise, it becomes a mere collection of meaningless digits. Moreover, my trip to the provincial capital is not solely for leisure. I intend to earn significantly more than we expend, so rest assured." Engaging in casual conversation, they soon found themselves feeling famished. Chen Feiping retrieved a bag of the fabled luxury tea eggs. This morning, Zhou Fengting had prepared them before setting out. Perfect for a snack on the road. Without needing Chen Feiping's assistance, Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao each peeled a tea egg and offered it to him, saying, "Brother Chen, please eat first. You should also partake." Chen Feiping responded, not hesitating to enjoy 2 of the tea eggs. A middle-aged man sharing the same sleeper cabin, traveling with a domineering wife, observed them with envy and resentment. What kind of relationship did this man have with the 2 women? Why were they so attentive to him? Regrettably, he lamented his own misfortune in marriage, having what a fierce partner, resigning himself to a life of mediocrity. The middle-aged man suddenly felt a twinge of regret for having hastily decided on such a significant commitment in his past. The small town was over 1,000 miles from the provincial capital, and the slow-moving green train took all day to reach its destination, departing in the morning and arriving by nightfall. Upon exiting the train station, darkness enveloped the sky. First, let us find a place to stay. Chapter 58. Check in at a 4-star luxury hotel. They hailed a taxi at the train station entrance. After placing their luggage in the trunk, the 3 of them climbed into the vehicle. Despite Chen Feiping's rural origins, his attire was quite impressive for the city. Tailored clothing, polished leather shoes, a citizen watch adorning his wrist, and a stylish hairstyle enhanced with mousse created a striking appearance, particularly in this era. Even within the provincial capital, his hairstyle was notably fashionable compared to future trends. This ensemble, combined with his handsome visage, sun-kissed skin, and commanding presence, led the seasoned taxi driver, who had encountered countless passengers, to intuit that this young man was no ordinary individual. The driver even suspected that Chen Feiping might be the son of an overseas returnee. Treating him with a touch more courtesy, "Sir, where would you like to go?" "Driver, are there any newly constructed hotels in the provincial capital that offer a pleasant environment? Ideally, somewhere lively in the city center, where we can check in without any special credentials." As Chen Feiping was unfamiliar with the provincial capital, he sought the taxi driver's guidance. With a smile, the driver replied, "The provincial capital is replete with hotels. Many have been built in recent years. Sir, if you don't mind spending a bit more, I recommend the Tianlong Hotel, which was newly established last year and boasts 4 stars. Many foreigners and prominent business figures choose to stay there, located right in the city center, with plenty of dining and entertainment options nearby." "Very well, let us proceed there," Chen Feiping affirmed. All right. The taxi departed from the train station, heading toward the city center. The 3 sisters gazed wide-eyed at the myriad of lights illuminating the night. They had ventured to the night market in the city with Chen Feiping, yet the small town paled in comparison to the provincial capital. Although the city was replete with buildings, they were relatively modest in height, while the provincial capital boasted towering skyscrapers. The capital was adorned with numerous high-rises, their lights twinkling beautifully. The streets bustled with an abundance of cars and motorcycles. The people of the capital certainly seemed affluent. The 2 women, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden, were utterly astonished. After a quarter of an hour in the taxi, Zhou Fengjiao suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly into the distance, "Sister, look at that tall building." Amidst the skyscrapers of the provincial capital, one particular structure rose prominently, standing out like a crane among chickens. Zhou Fengting was equally astonished. "That must be at least 20 stories high. Just imagine the view from up there." The taxi driver chimed in, Ha, that is the Tianlong Hotel. A total of 25 floors, quite renowned in the capital. Are we really staying there tonight? The two women stared in disbelief. Such a prospect was beyond their wildest imaginings. Chen Feiping, however, remained rather composed. Despite the provincial capital's commendable development in 1988, it could not compare to the future. Yet, reminiscing about the vast transformations in China before and after his rebirth, it was evident that decades had rendered the nation almost unrecognizable, particularly in terms of infrastructure. The title of infrastructure behemoth was well-deserved. Reflecting on the monumental projects worldwide, most stemmed from China, with many more being executed by Chinese construction teams. A saying regarding China's infrastructure speed circulated widely. As long as wages are paid promptly, the Great Wall can be built in a day. This was indeed true. The taxi finally came to a halt in front of the hotel. Thank you, sir. Chen Feiping paid the fare and, alongside the two women, retrieved their luggage from the trunk. From the exterior, the hotel exuded a grand and majestic aura, reminiscent of a palace. Zhou Fengting hesitated. Brother Chun, this hotel must be quite expensive. Should we consider a more affordable option? Since we've made it to the provincial capital, we should indulge a little and stay comfortably. A bit more expense is no issue. Let us go, Chen Feiping declared, leading the way toward the lobby, with the two women following closely behind. True to its status as a newly constructed hotel, the lobby was resplendent and luxurious. Upon entering, they encountered a couple of foreign tourists with blonde hair and blue eyes. Affirming the driver's claims that many foreigners frequented this establishment. It was evident that this new hotel was privately invested. State-run guest houses could not rival its ambience and service. Good evening, sir and madam. Do you require accommodation? Inquired the tall receptionist in a cheap how, her smile warm and courteous. I would like 2 rooms, preferably connected. On a higher floor with a beautiful view, Chen Feiping requested, not even inquiring about the price. He was confident that there was no hotel he could not afford in the country at this time. Those that charged a mere few dozen yuan per night were already among the most expensive, while ordinary inns and guest houses cost just a few yuan. The receptionist briefly checked and nodded, saying, "We have connected vacant rooms on the 22nd floor. Do you find that acceptable?" "Absolutely." He proceeded to register using his and his sister's household registration books and settled the room charges. Each room cost 35 yuan, totaling 70 for 2. For many, spending a month's salary on a single night's stay would be unthinkable. However, Chen Feiping was unconcerned. Just days prior, the auction of the precious clam had been a success, and the funds had been deposited. The blood demon pill alone was worth 3,200 coins. The clam meat 800, and even the clamshell fetched 500, summing up to 4,500 coins, or 4,500 yuan. With the crowdfunding for demon subjugation, the total amounted to 5,500. Of course, the greatest surprise came from the Chinquan ring, an invaluable treasure that could not be purchased with money and might even serve as a means for generating income. Thus, he felt no remorse over the hotel expenses. After acquiring the keys, he took the elevator to the 22nd floor and located the 2 rooms. He first opened the door to the ladies' room. Zhou Fengjiao and Zhou Fengting were experiencing such a luxurious hotel for the first time, and many of the amenities would likely be unfamiliar to them. So Chen Feiping took it upon himself to educate them. Upon entering, the 2 women were astounded. The room was exceedingly opulent. It was spacious and bright, adorned with a red carpet, antique solid wood furniture, an aluminum kettle on the coffee table, and a small television. Zhou Fengjiao sat on the edge of the bed, sinking into its softness, exclaiming, "Sister, this bed is so soft, like cotton." Indeed, Zhou Fengting echoed, eager to experience it for herself. Having grown up sleeping on hard wooden beds, they had never encountered the luxury of a mattress. After placing their luggage, they approached the window. The advantage of high-rise buildings lay in the breathtaking views. The night scenery was laid out before them, leaving the sisters in awe. Accompanying Chen Feiping to the provincial capital had truly opened their eyes. Observing their naive expressions, Chen Feiping chuckled inwardly. Such hotels, in the current domestic landscape, could be considered top-tier. However, to someone who had been reborn, the decor seemed somewhat outdated and lacked refinement. Frankly, aside from its prime location, it paled in comparison to certain modest inns from his previous life. After spending some time in the room and ensuring their luggage was settled, Chen Feiping taught the sisters how to operate the television, the bathing facilities, and the flush toilet. Checking his watch, he noted that it was already 9 o'clock. "It's time for a late-night snack. Come, I shall take you to savor something special." Brother Chen, what is it? Grilled skewers. In the previous life, Chen Fei Ping had a penchant for grilled skewers, but in this rebirth, he found it difficult to indulge, as there were no vendors in the city. Fortunately, arriving in the provincial capital presented an opportunity. He had already spotted barbecue stalls along the roadside, which had become quite popular in the area. Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao had surely never experienced such delights, and he was eager to share the experience with them. What are grilled skewers? Zhou Fengjiao tilted her head and inquired. Just as Chen Feiping had guessed, she had never even heard of skewered barbecue, let alone tasted it. Chen Feiping chuckled softly. Once you try it, you'll understand. It's absolutely delectable. The trio departed from the hotel, which was located in the bustling city center, surrounded by a well-developed commercial area with numerous late-night food stalls. Chen Feiping quickly discovered several adjacent barbecue stands, one of which was particularly crowded. When in doubt, a busy place is usually a reliable choice, so they made their way over. Upon seeing the skewers sizzling on the grill, the two women finally grasped what barbecue truly was. Under the warm glow of the streetlights at the corner, wafts of savory aromas drifted through the air. The charcoal in the metal stove crackled beneath the grill, while the vendors skillfully flipped the meat skewers over the flames. Grease dripped down, releasing fine wisps of white smoke that enveloped the air with a mouth-watering fragrance. The sisters couldn't help but swallow hard. So this is the famed barbecue. It looked incredibly appetizing. However, they couldn't help but think it seemed excessively wasteful with all that oil. Watching the grease drip from the skewers into the stove, they felt a pang of sympathy. The stall was run by a middle-aged couple in their 40s, just the two of them, working under the scorching sun. Grilling skewers was indeed a strenuous task. The husband occasionally wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, yet he wore a smile on his face. This hardship was worthwhile. Barbecue stalls had just begun to flourish in the provincial capital this year, and the demand was high, allowing them to earn a considerable income over the past few months. Seeing the customers approach, the proprietress came over to take their order. What would you like to eat? Chen Feiping asked. What do you have? Beef, lamb, pork, kidneys, fatty meat, heart, dried tofu, potatoes. She skillfully recited the menu, and to their surprise, there were quite a few options available. Let us have a bit of everything. A bit of everything? You three, along with two young ladies. Can you really eat that much? The proprietress looked perplexed. One order of skewers consists of 10 pieces, so ordering everything would amount to 100 skewers. In the north, portions are generous. A single piece of meat can be equivalent to several from the south, and the prices are quite reasonable. Thus, barbecue spots that gained popularity previously were mostly in the north, like the famous Zibo barbecue. Southern barbecue tends to be overly refined, with the meat so small it hardly fills a gap between teeth. I can eat a lot. Just serve it up. Do you have beer or drinks? Yes, we have beer. The only drink available is small champagne. Then bring us 2 bottles of beer and 2 small champagnes. All right, just a moment. I'll fetch them. After the proprietress left, Zhou Fengjiao spoke up. Brother Chun, so barbecue is just putting food on the grill? It does smell delightful, but it seems to consume a lot of oil. Zhou Fengting concurred. Indeed, I just saw the owner brushing oil on the skewers. I wonder how much oil is used in one meal. Chen Feiping smiled and remarked, as long as it's delicious, that's all that matters. There are plenty of barbecue stalls in the provincial capital, and many people adore them. It won't be long before such stalls emerge in our city as well. If someone were to open a barbecue stall there, they would surely make a substantial profit. After so many years of reform and opening up, many have become affluent, and their culinary pursuits extend beyond merely satisfying hunger. Barbecue is a perfect example of this. Who would dare indulge in such extravagance before the era of reform? During the planned economy, everything required ration cards, and it was impossible for barbecue stalls to procure sufficient ingredients to operate. As they spoke, the proprietress brought over beers and soft drinks. Chen Feiping handed the small champagne to the two ladies while opting for a beer himself. He wasn't fond of smoking, but would occasionally take a sip from his drink. On hot days, barbecue and beer are a match made in heaven. The drinks were chilled. After earning some money, the couple running the barbecue stall bought a refrigerator. They would make ice during the day, and at night when they set up their stall, they'd bring along a large foam cooler to store the ice and drinks. This little trick lured in regular customers. The taste of chilled beer during the sweltering summer was entirely different. Without chilling, it lacked soul. Consequently, their competitive edge surged, and it was no wonder their business thrived. The sisters popped open the small champagne and took a sip, their eyes lighting up. This drink is truly delightful. It's sweet and slightly tingly, reminiscent of soda. The small champagne was not actual champagne, but a carbonated beverage with an exquisite taste, beloved by both adults and children in the 1980s. It contained a trace of alcohol, which could easily intoxicate young ones. Yet back then, no one cared whether minors should drink alcohol. Some curious youngsters would even sneak a sip while helping their families fetch drinks, occasionally succumbing to slumber on the way home, only to be found later by adults and chastised. After a brief wait, the proprietress delivered several skewers of barbecue, including lamb, beef, and potatoes, mixed together for the trio to enjoy while the rest cooked. The sisters' gazes instinctively fell upon the skewers. The tantalizing aroma that wafted from the barbecue stall had already made their mouths water. Now, with the food before them, the temptation was irresistible. Go ahead and eat. Why are you just staring? Chen Feiping urged, handing a skewer of lamb to them. Brother Chun, you eat first. They replied. Everyone should eat. We're all friends here. No need for formality. Chen Feiping insisted, picking up a skewer himself. The two ladies felt a surge of joy at the mention of being friends, sweeter than the small champagne itself. Zhou Fengjiao took a piece of lamb and, with her delicate teeth, bit into it, causing a warm, rich juice to burst forth, filling her mouth. Ouch, that is hot, she exclaimed. Seeing this, Chen Feiping chuckled. Fengjiao, take your time, don't rush. Zhou Fengjiao felt a bit embarrassed and replied, Brother Chun, this barbecue is simply too fragrant. I couldn't resist. Chen Feiping laughed heartily. The first time eating barbecue is always like this. Who doesn't love it? Zhou Fengting then inquired, Brother Chun, have you had barbecue before? Yes, I have, he replied. This is a matter from a previous life. Chen Feiping added silently in his heart. The first time he indulged in skewers after his rebirth was truly delightful, especially as he enjoyed this experience with two charming young ladies. In his past life, it would have been inconceivable to find a girl of such caliber to accompany him at a roadside stall, let alone two. As they savored beer and skewers, laughter and conversation flowed freely, and time slipped by unnoticed. Initially, the sisters relished their meal, but by the time they had nearly finished, they were quite stuffed. Their petite mouths could hardly accommodate such a feast. Consequently, Chen Feiping ended up consuming the majority of the remaining skewers, while the two ladies only sampled the new varieties, merely tasting the flavors. Once the skewers were gone, Chen Feiping glanced at the time. It was already 10:30. With an early trip to the market planned for the next day, he knew he needed to rest. Thus, he settled the bill. 100 skewers along with beers and drinks amounted to just over 10 yuan. Given the current prices, the money he had was remarkably easy to spend. Unless he was to purchase a small car, Chen Feiping found himself at a loss for how to exhaust his funds in such a short span of time. Upon returning to the hotel and finishing a shower, he heard a knock at the door. Who could it be? Could it be that in this era, hotel deliveries were a thing? Puzzled, he approached the door and inquired, Who is it? Brother Chun, it's me, came the voice of Zhou Fengjiao from outside. Only then did Chen Feiping open the door. Zhou Fengjiao had also just finished bathing. Zhou Fengting had gone into the bathroom, and she appeared in a silk nightgown. Chen Feiping was surprised. Fengjiao, why are you still awake? Aren't you tired? Not at all, Brother Chun. I can't sleep, so I came to chat with you. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Zhou Fengjiao's cheeks were flushed, blooming like a peach blossom. Having never consumed alcohol before, even the low alcohol content of the little champagne affected her sensitive constitution, leaving her slightly tipsy. Chapter 60. Zhou Fengjiao kissed him. Not a problem. I'm not ready to sleep just yet. Please come in. Chen Feiping stepped aside, and after Zhou Fengjiao entered, he gently closed the door. He was not concerned about an inspection by the authorities. It was 1988, and this provincial capital was quite liberal. Moreover, the investors behind such a luxurious hotel likely had significant connections, ensuring that the police were well informed. Zhou Fengjiao settled at the edge of the bed, clearly enamored with the mattress. Brother Chen, I'm so happy today. You brought my sister and me to the provincial capital for fun, treated us to such delicious skewers and delightful drinks. Even this bed is so soft and cozy. I can't wait to sleep here. The girl, slightly intoxicated, became more daring and talkative than usual. As she chattered away, her well-proportioned calves peeked out from beneath her nightgown, unconsciously kicking, leaving Chen Feiping parched with desire. After a moment of murmuring to herself, Zhou Fengjiao turned her face and cast her gaze towards Chen Feiping. Brother Chen, you are truly kind to us. After being driven out by Auntie, we didn't know where to go and thought we might starve on the road. Fortunately, we encountered you. Brother Chen, you are indeed a good person. Please, don't label me as a good person. That is hardly a commendation, Chen Feiping replied, clearing his throat. Feng Jiao, I am not as virtuous as you perceive. I possess numerous flaws. For instance, I can be quite greedy, desiring it all. In my heart, you are the epitome of a noble man. Any girl fortunate enough to be with you will surely find eternal happiness. Zhou Fengting's eyes sparkled with affection, her beauty tinged with a hint of shyness. Yet under the influence of alcohol, she boldly revealed her feelings. After speaking, she swiftly planted a fleeting kiss on Chen Feiping's lips. Brother Chen, I must return now. You should rest early. She fled as if a child who had just successfully stolen candy. Chen Feiping touched his lips, seemingly still imbued with the fragrance of youth. Oh, Feng Jiao has taken the initiative. Though influenced by alcohol, it is evident she holds a strong affection for me. It appears that my dual strategy will soon come to fruition. The following morning, before dawn had broken, Chen Feiping awoke, quickly rising to wash up and don his tattered clothing, tousling his hair a bit before heading out. He needed to check the prices and sales of mushrooms at the market. He had given each of the girls 200 yuan the previous night, informing them that he had matters to attend to that morning and advising them to venture downstairs for breakfast or leisurely shopping. He instructed them to remember the name Tianlong Hotel to avoid getting lost, assuring them they could easily hail a taxi back. At a nearby bun shop, he purchased a steamer of meat buns, eating as he boarded a taxi and informed the driver of his destination. From a taxi driver the previous night, he had learned of a large free market in the vicinity where many villagers from surrounding provinces came to sell their wares. He intended to test the waters with the mushrooms he had collected. Upon arriving at the market, he alighted from the taxi to find the sky dim yet bustling with vendors. The dawn revealed a faint light, yet the market was already teeming with activity. Judging by their attire and demeanor, many of the stallholders were indeed farmers from the nearby provinces. The market welcomed anyone wishing to sell, with early arrivals securing their spots. After wandering about, Chen Feiping noticed a scarcity of fresh wild mushrooms for sale, and the variety was quite limited. To his pleasant surprise, the prices were not cheap. The lowest were over 2 yuan, while some of the more expensive varieties reached 4 yuan per pound. As for dried mushrooms, their prices were 8 to 10 times that of fresh ones. Chen Feiping quickly grasped the situation. The provincial capital is located quite far from the nearest mountainous regions, and the fresh wild mushrooms are particularly susceptible to spoilage or infestation during the summer months. Given that the logistics sector remains underdeveloped and the cold chain is not yet mature, transporting mushrooms from distant areas to the provincial capital during the sweltering heat is nearly impossible. This circumstance has resulted in a significant disparity in market prices. In the production areas, during the peak season, these mushrooms are sold at a mere few cents per pound, with slightly more desirable varieties fetching over $1. In contrast, in the provincial capital, these prices can easily triple or even quadruple. Furthermore, as the provincial capital, where the cost of living is considerably higher, such price surges are entirely expected. Even in the past, when the logistics industry was more advanced, take for example, the prosperous fruit cultivation in western Guangxi, watermelons that sold for a few cents in summer could fetch several yuan per pound in bustling cities like Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Similarly, lychees from Guangxi, priced at a few yuan per pound, could be sold for 20 to 30 yuan in these metropolises, achieving price increases of 7 to 10 times. Thus, it is not difficult to understand why wild mushrooms from a small locality are sold at several times their original price in the economically thriving provincial capital. In the free market, there are also several fixed stalls operated by professional vegetable vendors who have paid for their spots. These vendors typically sell cultivated mushrooms, with even the freshest and least palatable varieties commanding prices above 1.5 yuan per pound, while dried mushrooms can reach prices 8 to 10 times higher than their fresh counterparts. After surveying the market, Chen Feiping departed to a secluded alley, extracting 2 large baskets and a carrying pole from his Qinquan ring, one basket for fresh mushrooms and the other for dried mushrooms, along with a scale, all of which he had prepared in advance. He then made his way back into the market. Finding an empty stall, he set down the 2 large baskets and called out with a robust voice, "Fresh wild mushrooms for sale, hazel mushrooms, elm mushrooms, and pine mushrooms." His powerful voice resonated through the bustling market, cutting through the cacophony of vendors' cries, reaching the ears of those nearby. Within moments, a middle-aged man wearing glasses approached his stall, inquiring, "What is the price for your hazel mushrooms?" 4 yuan per pound. Chen Feiping replied cautiously. This price would likely draw scorn in his hometown. exceeding even the costly pork in the free market by a yuan. However, this is the provincial capital, where consumer behavior varies significantly. Based on his earlier observations, charging 4 yuan per pound for wild hazel mushrooms seemed quite reasonable, especially as some cultivated varieties were selling for over 3 yuan per pound. I'll take 3 pounds. The middle-aged man responded, not even bargaining or questioning whether they were wild. There are no cultivated hazel mushrooms, and they are exceedingly rare to find in the provincial capital. He had previously purchased them at higher prices. Before Chen Feiping could begin weighing his order, a throng of eager customers surged toward the stall, creating a scene of lively chaos, each clamoring for their share. I'll take all your elm mushrooms. Weigh me 2 pounds of dried mushrooms. Young man, weigh mine first. Here's the money. I want the hazel mushrooms. The crowd was frantically buying as if money were no object. Chen Feiping was momentarily stunned, unable to gather his thoughts. Did I sell them too cheaply? Chapter 61. The mushrooms were snatched up in a frenzy, earning over 4,000 in just 2 hours. Within less than 15 minutes, 2 large baskets of fresh and dried mushrooms were entirely sold out, and even the dried mushrooms, priced at several dozens per pound, vanished without a second glance. A crowd of disappointed customers gathered around the stall, lamenting, how could they sell out so quickly? Young man, do you have any left? Will you be back tomorrow to sell mushrooms? If so, please reserve some for me. Without hesitation, Chen Feiping replied, I have some more at my relative's place nearby. It will only take a few minutes to fetch them for you. All right, hurry back. I'll wait here. Leaving the market, Chen Feiping quickly returned from a deserted alley with 2 more baskets. In no time, they were sold out once again. This cycle repeated several times until all 300 pounds of fresh and dried mushrooms were completely sold. Although there were still customers waiting, he had no more stock left in his space. After closing up, Chen Feiping felt elated, finally understanding why so many people clamored for his mushrooms. For one, the prices were indeed reasonable in the provincial capital. Despite appearing more expensive than premium pork, wild mushrooms were far more coveted. While the 1980s could not be compared to the future, the consumption patterns in this bustling metropolis, ranked among the top in the nation, had already begun to show signs of what was to come. Rarity dictates value. Compared to pork, wild mushrooms were much rarer in the provincial capital, where they were practically priceless and hard to find. Moreover, the provincial capital was never short of affluent individuals. Not only the wealthy merchants, but even the average worker had an income that surpassed 100. This was akin to someone in the future with a monthly income over 10,000 occasionally splurging on mushrooms priced at over 100 per pound. They could afford it since it wasn't an everyday indulgence, and besides, money alone couldn't guarantee availability. Chen Feiping quickly calculated his profits. He had sold all his mushrooms at triple the price, meaning he earned 3 times his costs. The total expenditure on dried and fresh mushrooms was over 1,500. In less than 2 hours, he made a profit exceeding 4,500. Wow, this money is too easy to earn. It's faster than picking up leaves. The backward logistics and information gap of the 1980s had created countless wealth legends. For someone with a system, earning money became even simpler. Although the Qianquan ring was a flawed version of a spatial storage, it remained an extraordinary tool for generating wealth. This time, he merely tested the waters with 300 pounds of mushrooms and earned so much. If he filled the Qianquan ring to capacity, he could potentially earn tens of thousands in one go. Even without the Qianquan ring, one can still profit by collecting mushrooms from their origin and selling them in the capital. However, only dried mushrooms can be transported personally on the train. Attempting to ship goods via freight is utterly impossible. Nowadays, freight services are the domain of the affluent, and they do not cater to small shipments. Instead, it involves long-term contracts for entire train carriages, essentially leasing a segment of the train for daily freight operations. Securing such a contract could lead to substantial wealth. As countless individuals line up at freight stations with bags filled with stacks of cash, seeking connections, the average person stands little chance. Just as Chen Feiping was about to depart, he was suddenly called back by a voice behind him. Brother, please hold on. Turning around, he was met by a young man in his 30s. Apologies, but I've sold out of mushrooms. Chen Feiping replied. No worries. May I have a word with you? The young man said, extending a cigarette. Chen Feiping politely declined. I don't smoke, but thank you. Please, just tell me what you need. The young man continued. I wanted to ask if you plan to return to sell mushrooms again. If you do, you can come directly to me. I'll buy as much as you have at the same market price. Upon hearing this, Chen Feiping understood immediately. This was a middleman. His mushrooms must have been sold at a lower price, allowing for a profit margin, and given the high demand for wild mushrooms in the capital market, he saw an opportunity to buy them all and resell for a considerable profit. For Chen Feiping, selling to a middleman could indeed simplify matters. This time, he had only over 300 pounds of mushrooms, necessitating several trips to the market, but if it were several tons, that would become quite troublesome. Chen Feiping placed great importance on efficiency in his business dealings in the capital. Swift action was essential. Given the same price, if a middleman is willing to buy, why not take the opportunity to earn a handsome profit? With this thought in mind, Chen Feiping inquired, I might return to the capital in a month. I could have quite a bit of mushrooms then. How much can you take? Whatever you have, I can take. The young man replied nonchalantly, exhibiting an air of confidence. It appeared that although he was a middleman, he was quite formidable. His demeanor suggested he was not an ordinary person, as he offered only premium cigarettes. Chen Feiping asked, how can I contact you when I arrive? The young man replied, I'll give you my number. Just call me when you're in the capital. As long as you're in the city, I'll come to you, regardless of where your goods are. As he spoke, the young man produced a business card. In this day and age, not many people possess business cards, which intrigued Chen Feiping. Upon examination, he discovered that the card belonged to the owner of a small trading company specializing in fine cigarettes, wines, and luxury gifts, even offering premium cigarettes that are hard to come by. Wild mushrooms serve as a rare gift, often yielding better results than cigarettes or wine. Selling his mushrooms at 30 to 40 yuan per pound in the open market, they could easily double or increase by 50% at this establishment. No wonder he is so extravagant. This second-hand dealer indeed has some background, as evidenced by the quality of the goods he sells. Chen Feiping carefully tucked away the business card, not lingering. Then we shall meet again next time. All right, farewell. At the Tianlong Grand Hotel, room 2206. The sisters had already descended to find a place for breakfast, but chose not to venture out shopping, instead returning to their room. It was their first visit to the provincial capital. In this unfamiliar locale, with Chen Feiping absent, the two young women were hesitant to roam freely. Zhou Fengting turned on the television, while Zhou Fengjiao appeared lost in thought. She had sobered up. Yet the memory of her bold kiss towards Chen Feiping the previous night lingered vividly. Her youthful face flushed with embarrassment. How could I have acted so recklessly? Chen Dage must think I am a loose woman. How mortifying, oh dear. Fengjiao? Zhou Fengting's call snapped Zhou Fengjiao back to reality. Fengjiao, what are you thinking? I've called you several times. Zhou Fengting noted her sister's distracted demeanor. Oh, it's nothing, sister. Zhou Fengjiao replied, somewhat sheepishly. I was just wondering where Chen Dage went this early in the morning and when he would return. Ah, that's what you were pondering? I'm not sure. But Chen Dage mentioned that besides having fun in the provincial capital, he also wanted to make some money. His mind is sharp, and he has many avenues to earn. As the sisters conversed, a knock at the door interrupted them. Could it be Chen Dage returning? Zhou Fengting instinctively moved towards the door, but still inquired, who is it? Chen Feiping had advised her not to open the door indiscriminately, regardless of who was outside, including service staff. If it were a cleaner, she should simply say they did not need assistance, only opening the door for herself. Although the security in the provincial capital was relatively good, considering it was the 1980s and the sisters were inexperienced, caution was prudent. Fengting, it's me. Upon hearing Chen Feiping's voice from outside, Zhou Fengjiao joyfully opened the door. Chen Dage, you're back. Chen Feiping had already changed out of his old clothes into casual pants and a shirt. As he entered the room, Zhou Fengjiao recalled the intimate moments from the night before, her cheeks flushing anew. Chen Dage, she greeted him, her head slightly bowed, displaying a hint of shyness. A stark contrast to her usual confidence and vivacity. The young woman felt she had embarrassed herself and was unsure how to face this man. Chen Feiping couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Last night, she was quite the initiator, wasn't she? Now that she was sober, she seemed to regain her modesty, didn't she? Have you two had breakfast yet? He casually inquired. Yes, Chen Dage, we had some noodles at a place downstairs. It was quite delicious, though a bit pricey. We could have had 2 bowls back in town. Zhou Fengting couldn't resist commenting on the provincial capital's prices. Chen Feiping chuckled. It's quite normal for the income in the provincial capital to be high, with an average salary exceeding 100. While the prices here are significantly higher than in our small town. However, earning money here is also relatively easy. Just earlier, I made several thousand. Several thousand? The two sisters were taken aback. Brother Chun, it's only a bit past 9. You've only been out for a few hours. How could you have earned that much? Is it possible to just pick up money here in the provincial capital? Chen Feiping replied nonchalantly, when the business approach is right. The money comes quicker than picking it up. He felt it necessary to casually disclose how much he earned to the two women, as otherwise, they would hesitate to spend. Although they were uncertain how he managed to earn several thousand in such a short span, they were well aware that this man did not boast frivolously, earning their utmost admiration. Brother Chun was indeed exceptionally astute, capable, and financially savvy, a true gem of a man. Let us go out and have some fun. Chen Feiping waved his hand. He had already grasped the methods of selling mushrooms in the provincial capital, and now it was time to indulge in leisure and shopping. The small town they hailed from was rather backward, lacking many items, whereas the provincial capital offered a plethora of options. Seizing the opportunity to visit the provincial capital, they intended to purchase as much as possible to take back home. The trio, one man and two women, stepped out and embarked on a shopping spree. Before they knew it, they arrived at a department store and ventured inside. The clothing styles in the provincial capital's department store were vastly more diverse, both in fabric and design. Chen Feiping purchased whatever suited him, knowing he had earned a substantial sum on this trip and had mapped out his business strategy for future visits. After acquiring clothes, they wandered into the electronics section. Chen Feiping decided to buy a camera, as they did not own one at home. This visit to the provincial capital was a perfect opportunity to take photos with Feng Ting and Feng Jiao, preserving beautiful memories while they were still young. The electronics in the provincial capital's department store were abundant, with numerous camera brands available, including domestic names like Seagull, Phoenix, Peony, Huaxia, and Great Wall. Suddenly, Chen Feiping's gaze fell upon a uniquely designed camera, and his eyes lit up. Among the myriad of camera products, it stood out remarkably. It was the Nikon II, a classic single-lens reflex camera launched by the Japanese Nikon company in the 1980s. Even those with limited knowledge of cameras might have encountered it in trending short videos, as it is one of the 4 legendary cameras of the internet age. This camera had an impressively long sales cycle, debuting in 1982 and remaining on the market until the digital era emerged in 2001, showcasing its popularity with a lifespan of nearly 2 decades. It truly epitomized the glory of manual single-lens reflex cameras. With its aesthetically pleasing design, all-metal body, solid craftsmanship, and entirely mechanical operation, it boasted a long lifespan and low failure rate. The only component relying on batteries was the metering system. Even without battery power, the camera could still capture images, featuring a high-speed shutter of 1/4000 seconds. In the 1980s, this camera was nearly flawless, with the only drawback being its high price, exceeding 1,500 yuan. However, this is a flaw of the consumers, not of the product itself. For enthusiasts who pursue photographic quality, the price is entirely justifiable. Chen Feiping was instantly captivated. As a reborn individual, he certainly had high standards for camera quality. Those rudimentary point-and-shoot cameras from the 1980s were simply too shabby. He made the purchase. After acquiring the camera and film, he left the state-run store with the two sisters. By now, it was afternoon, and the sweltering heat made photography unfeasible, so they returned to the hotel. During dinner, he treated the sisters to a Western meal. Chen Feiping was not particularly fond of Western cuisine. He simply wished for Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao to indulge in a different culinary experience. At that time, Western dining was still considered a luxury, an indulgence reserved for the affluent. The next day, donning the new clothes bought from the state-run store, they continued their adventures, this time foregoing shopping in favor of visiting landmarks. The provincial capital boasted a plethora of attractions. Chen Feiping purchased a substantial amount of film, and together with the sisters, they captured moments wherever they went, teaching them the art of photography along the way. "Chenggu, let us take a picture together," Zhou Fengting suggested when they arrived at a certain landmark. Zhou Fengjiao chimed in, "Yes, Chenggu, we haven't taken a photo together yet." "All right, I will find someone to assist us." Chen Feiping nodded and sought the help of a passerby. "Chenggu, you stand in the middle," both sisters said in unison. If Chen Feiping did not position himself, neither of them would dare to stand close. During the photo session, Zhou Fengjiao was a bit shy but gradually inched closer to Chen Feiping. In contrast, Zhou Fengting was far more at ease, having internally regarded herself as his partner. With a beautiful girl on either side, Chen Feiping felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This delightful feeling of being embraced on both sides was truly exhilarating. Chen Feiping contemplated that in the future, he must capture more high-definition photographs with the sisters. After 2 more days, Their journey to the provincial capital came to an end, and the trio set out for home. They had arrived with a single large suitcase, but now returned with numerous bags and packages. Fashion items, milk powder, local specialties, and electronic products, things that were hard to come by in their hometown, were gathered in abundance. Some of Chen Feiping's purchases were even discreetly stored in his magical ring. Unbeknownst to Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao, Chen Ge, this photo turned out beautifully. One sister exclaimed, "This one is lovely too. The scenery in the background is stunning." On the train, the two sisters eagerly examined the developed photographs. The Nikon 2, true to its reputation for capturing landmarks, produced images of exceptional quality, remarkably clear, with every detail discernible, and it beautifully showcased the sisters' grace. Young ladies love to look pretty, and since it was their first time being photographed, they had taken many exquisite pictures, naturally savoring the moments. Meanwhile, Chen Feiping found himself somewhat distracted. During these days in the provincial capital, he had discovered lucrative opportunities and thoroughly enjoyed himself. Yet, he became aware of a certain issue. Recently, there has been a complete lack of activity from the system, and no new tasks have emerged. Is it possible that system tasks can only be triggered in the village? If that is indeed the case, escaping the confines of the village would prove to be impossible. There are countless avenues for earning money, and for one who has been reborn, achieving financial independence is rather effortless. Consequently, the significance of money diminishes, while the value of system rewards ascends. After all, some rewards are priceless treasures that cannot be purchased with mere currency. For instance, the Qiankuan ring is something Chen Feiping would never sell for any amount of money. Additionally, there are the Dian Tianhua pills, the Four Seas auction order, and the special properties of deer blood and bear bile. If system tasks can only be activated within the village, then so be it. I shall remain in the village. Being a small tyrant in the village has its own charm. After all, I have grown weary of urban life in my past life. This time, I shall embrace a change of pace. Chapter 63. The system finally shows signs of activity. The latest task is a rodent extermination operation. By the time I returned home, it was already evening. After placing my luggage down, I checked on the progress of my house construction and decided to visit Juzi. I had left my motorcycle at Juzi's place before I departed, as I had been away for several days, and it felt safer to have my good brother keep an eye on it. "Feiping, you're back," Juzi exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Chen Feiping. "How was your time in the provincial capital?" Chen Feiping chuckled. "It was decent. If you have the chance, you should visit." Juzi scratched his head. "I wouldn't even know how to take the train. Unlike you, I'm not that clever. How could I dare venture to the provincial capital?" Chen Feiping placed several large bags on the table. "These are red sausages, rye bread, and liqueur chocolates I bought in the provincial capital. Give them a try. These items are specialties of the provincial capital, although the rye bread originates from a neighboring region and can be found everywhere in the capital." "Feiping, you've brought me gifts again. I feel so embarrassed," Juzi said, feeling a bit guilty. "Don't worry about it. It's not worth much. Just enjoy them, and remember to share some with your future father-in-law," Chen Feiping replied. Speaking of Juzi's lifelong affair, Chen Feiping inquired with interest, "By the way, how are things going with Xiaohua?" "Pretty good." Juzi beamed with a smile, with Chen Feiping as his strategist providing guidance from the shadows. Both Shi Wu and Xiaohua have developed a favorable impression of him, recognizing Juzi's diligence and reliability. Although Juzi is often referred to as a foolish lad or a big oaf in the village, everyone knows that he is not truly foolish. If he were genuinely simple-minded, he would hardly be able to sustain himself. Instead, he is simply too honest and straightforward, reluctant to hold grudges even when wronged, often becoming a target for bullying, leading others to perceive him as dim-witted. However, this so-called foolishness does not stem from a lack of intelligence or capability. If he were truly a fool, he would not have been able to live independently after the family split and would have perished long ago. His honesty and simplicity can be seen as both a flaw and a virtue. Any daughter from a respectable family who marries him will undoubtedly be treated well, never subjected to mistreatment or abuse, as Juzi will wholeheartedly cherish and care for his wife. Moreover, this man is fortunate to have a supportive brother, who not only assists in constructing houses, but also helps in purchasing vehicles. The conditions of Juzi in the village have significantly improved. Consequently, even the stonemason has begun to take notice, especially after observing the pleasant interactions between Xiaohua and Juzi, developing a favorable impression of him. He has even contemplated the possibility of Juzi becoming his son-in-law. Seeing this, Chen Feiping understood that things were progressing smoothly and good news was imminent. "Well done, Juzi," Keep up the effort, and a wife will soon be yours. Chen Feiping patted his shoulder, delighted for his good friend. Feiping, I must express my gratitude for the brilliant idea you proposed. No need for formalities. That would seem distant. If you and Xiaohua end up together, remember to invite me for a drink. Absolutely. After bidding farewell to Zhuzi and returning home, the sisters retired to their room after dinner. Having just returned from the provincial capital, they were somewhat fatigued from the long journey. However, Chen Feiping, with his robust constitution and abundant energy, had taken a nap on the train and felt no trace of weariness. As he lay in bed, a long-awaited system notification suddenly appeared. The renowned city of Qingzhou has been plagued by the elusive phantom thief, who specializes in stealing from government granaries. This figure moves with such stealth and agility that they are akin to a ghost, leaving no trace behind. Despite heavy guarding, their presence remains undetected. They thrive in the night, their movements shrouded in mystery, often masquerading as mist to infiltrate homes, silently sweeping vast quantities of grain into their possession, leaving the granaries untouched but empty of rice. The authorities have issued a bounty for their capture, dispatching skilled operatives to lay ambushes. Yet, when dawn breaks, the granary gates remain secured, and the grain has vanished without a trace. Even sorcerers attempting to track them with incantations have found no evidence, as the thief glides away, leaving no footprints on the ground. In recent years, a severe drought has ravaged the land, leaving it parched and desolate, with corpses strewn across the fields. The court has dispatched 800,000 stones of relief grain, yet it has been nearly entirely plundered. The government is in a state of outrage, offering a substantial reward to attract the talents of the realm. As a local hero, should the host accept the challenge to unmask this phantom thief and bring them to justice, they would be rewarded handsomely and gain even greater renown. Chen Feiping's spirit soared. At last, you have emerged, my elusive companion. I thought you had vanished completely. After so many days in the provincial capital with no word from the system, I return home only to receive a task. It seems one must be in the village to trigger such events. The system, as always, enjoyed its riddles, weaving a narrative filled with intrigue. What is this phantom thief? Chen Feiping furrowed his brow, pondering. A thief who specializes in grain, appearing and disappearing like a shadow. Could this not be akin to Jerry? The northern regions also have their share of such figures, while cockroaches are exceedingly rare. Some northerners have lived their entire lives without ever encountering one, learning of their existence only from Tang Bohu Spot's autumn fragrance. As for the government granary, it must refer to the grain collection point, as Chen Feiping could think of no other. Suddenly, he sprang from his bed. The truth will be revealed with a simple test. During the day, the granary is bustling with activity, making it difficult to spot the thief. They only come out at night to steal rice. After retrieving a slingshot and a bag of clay pellets from the storage room, Chen Feiping stepped outside. Heading towards Zhuzi's home, where he started the Jialing 70, he decided against taking out his own Feiying 100 for the night. The smaller Jialing sufficed since Zhuzi would not be going out. However, this time, Zhuzi would not accompany him on the rodent hunting expedition, as his slingshot skills were rather lacking, and he had exhausted himself helping Shiru construct a house during the day. Mounting the Jialing, Chen Feiping sped off. In truth, the Jialing was quite decent. Yet after becoming accustomed to his advanced extraterrestrial Feiying, he found the transition rather unsatisfactory. The differences in power, handling, and comfort were vast. Chang'an town lay approximately 20 miles from the village, and he arrived in a mere quarter of an hour. The town was slightly livelier than the village at night, though still relatively quiet, as the nightlife in the north was not as vibrant as that in the south. Chen Feiping made a beeline for the grain depot, but was halted at the entrance by the vigilant guard, who inquired suspiciously, "What brings you to the grain depot at this hour?" Chen Feiping smiled and replied, "I was idle at home, so I thought I'd do a bit of rat hunting. There are plenty of them around here. Would I not be able to help?" He raised the slingshot in his hand, then discreetly slipped the guard a pack of peony cigarettes. Though he himself did not smoke, he kept a pack in his bag for such social exchanges. Peony cigarettes were considered a luxury at the time, during the 1980s. There was a saying that ranked cigarettes as follows: 1 for Yun, 2 for Gue, 3 for Zhonghua, with references to Huangguashu and Ishima, as well as Hongtashan by the Butterfly Spring. A pack of peony could fetch 60 to 70 cents, and presenting someone with a cigarette was often viewed favorably. Upon seeing Chen Feiping on the motorcycle, the guard assumed he was one of the affluent townsfolk, and after receiving the pack, his demeanor shifted to one of courtesy. "Indeed, we have quite a few rats at the grain depot, and no amount of poison seems to work. It's quite the nuisance." If you could assist, it would be greatly appreciated, but please be careful not to harm anyone. Chen Feiping chuckled, assuring, of course not. I have keen eyesight. How could I possibly miss such a large figure? In truth, the guard was merely offering a casual remark. The depot staff were unlikely to be loitering about at night after a day of handling grain. With Chen Feiping's words, the guard stepped aside, allowing him to drive the Jialing into the premises as motorcycles, valued at several thousand, were indeed precious and not safe left outside. Chapter 64. Transforming into a grain depot hunter, discovering the gigantic Jerry. With a pack of cigarettes successfully smuggled into the grain depot, Chen Feiping parked his vehicle near the warehouse and wasted no time initiating his rodent extermination mission. The guard trailed behind, watching the spectacle, and even turned on the lights to assist Chen Feiping. However, the bulb was somewhat dim, as grain deliveries were typically conducted during the day, and the depot remained closed at night. Chen Feiping remained undeterred. His senses were exceptionally acute, ever since receiving the evil dissipating eye as a reward for slaying the deer spirit. His vision had improved remarkably, granting him a degree of night vision. Extracting a clay pellet, he sharpened his focus, fully aware of his surroundings. The ear twitched slightly, sensing something amiss, and upon glancing in a particular direction, a small Jerry came into view. In the north, many creatures are sizable, yet Jerry is rather diminutive. In the south, some Jerrys can grow to the same stature as Tom, who is not even afraid of them. Such occurrences are inconceivable in the north. Despite spending days languishing in the granary without a worry for sustenance, this Jerry remained small, concealed near the granary's ventilation shaft. Those with less than keen eyesight would scarcely notice it from a distance. Its subtle movements caught the attention of Chen Feiping, who narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. With a slingshot in hand, akin to a sniper's rifle, he locked onto the tiny Jerry. With a crack, the mud pellet shot forth with a whoosh. A squeak. The small Jerry let out a cry as it tumbled down from the ventilation shaft, convulsing a few times before falling silent. A perfect shot. Boss, your aim with that slingshot is truly remarkable, praised the night guard who had been watching the spectacle from behind. This was no mere flattery. Chen Feiping indeed had a certain skill. Such a small Jerry. And yet he had managed to strike it down without even identifying its position. Chen Feiping chuckled, practice makes perfect. The guard mused silently about the peculiar hobbies of the wealthy, pondering how idle they must be to engage in such activities. He lit a cigarette, savoring the moment. It was not often he could indulge in such a luxury. Each year, during the grain tax season, some would pull strings to jump the queue, delivering him a pack of cigarettes, though they were rarely of the quality of peonies. More often, they were of the economical varieties like Dingsheng, Hongmansion, Jindao, Xingwang, Chunyuan, or Dahanghua, which were the cheapest and cost only a few cents per pack. The Jerrys, accustomed to reigning supreme in the granary, were now facing dire misfortune upon encountering Chen Feiping, the harbinger of their doom. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as a Jerry poked its head out from the ventilation shaft, the wall's base, the telephone pole, or the corners beneath a small cart, Chen Feiping's slingshot would nearly always ensure a fatal strike. Some even fell while attempting to flee. The original owner's slingshot skills were commendable, often employed for catching mice at home or hunting small game in the mountains. Yet he had not reached the level of Chen Feiping, whose accuracy was near legendary. This was largely due to the enhancements made by the system, which rendered Chen Feiping remarkably different from the average person. His focus was unparalleled, his reflexes swift, allowing him to make precise predictions even for the scurrying Jerrys, as though he possessed a form of auto-aim. The guard watched in astonishment, never having anticipated the existence of someone so skilled with a slingshot. In truth, there were many adept amateur marksmen who hunted rodents with slingshots in urban villages, often hitting their targets with remarkable precision. Chen Feiping had enjoyed watching such short videos in the past, having dabbled in it himself, but he had not envisioned becoming one of them one day. By the time it reached 10 o'clock, he had dispatched numerous rodents, yet the system had yet to provide a notification of task completion. It appears that the individuals I have encountered are not the certified entities I sought. Chen Feiping felt a twinge of disappointment, but remained unperturbed. The hour was late, and he decided to return the following evening. Having grown familiar with the gatekeeper, he knew it would be effortless to procure supplies for his nocturnal endeavors. After bidding farewell to the gatekeeper, he rode his motorcycle back to the village. At this hour, it was likely that Zhuzi was already asleep, so he refrained from disturbing him and instead parked the motorcycle at home, knowing that Zhuzi would come by in the morning on his way to the market. The following day marked the bustling market day in the neighboring town. Much like Chang'an town, it boasted numerous villages nestled within the mountains. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Chen Feiping took his eagle-eyed vehicle to the market, gathering every edible mushroom he could find. This time, his expenditures exceeded those of his previous excursion. Not due to inflated prices in the neighboring town, where fresh mushrooms and dried varieties were even cheaper than in Chang'an, but rather because of the larger population and the greater number of villagers selling mushrooms, which led to intense competition and depressingly low prices. Nevertheless, the total weight he collected surpassed that of his last visit to Yangping town, amounting to 400 pounds across 2 varieties. Thus, Chen Feiping spent more, but for him, this was a fortuitous circumstance. The more he invested in mushrooms, the greater the returns he could anticipate in the capital, signifying a more substantial profit. Several days later, that evening, Chen Feiping returned to the grain depot. Boss Chen, back again. Upon his arrival, the gatekeeper greeted him warmly and opened the door with enthusiasm. Chen Feiping had frequented the depot each night over the past few days, forging a camaraderie with the gatekeeper. Each visit brought a package of fine cigarettes, fostering their friendship. The gatekeeper eagerly anticipated Chen Feiping's nightly visits, relishing the opportunity to enjoy quality tobacco himself. However, the cost of a nightly package of fine cigarettes in exchange for catching a few mice was somewhat steep. Yet Chen Feiping, as a wealthy individual, was untroubled by such expenses. As long as he fulfilled the system's tasks, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Moreover, cultivating a good rapport with the gatekeeper offered its own advantages. When it came time to pay taxes, he could bypass the queue, with the gatekeeper assuring him that he could simply approach him when the time came. After several evenings of hunting Jerry, capturing at least dozens each night, many remained, proving that the grain depot was indeed a haven for these rodents. However, the system had remained silent, which began to test Chen Feiping's patience. He was not particularly concerned about the cost of cigarettes. Rather, the nightly trips to the grain depot were becoming burdensome, consuming valuable time. His initial excitement and sense of achievement in catching mice had waned. After capturing dozens each night, the thrill had diminished. Could it be that I misjudged the task, and the elusive thief was not Jerry? Yet, aside from Jerry, he could not conceive of any other creature that specialized in stealing grain. Or perhaps, this particular Jerry was not in Chang'an town, but had relocated to another town? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a shadow crossed his line of sight. Chen Feiping's body jolted in surprise. Goodness, what a massive Jerry. This Jerry is on an entirely different level compared to those previously encountered, reminiscent of the audacious types from the south who swagger before Tom. I never anticipated that such a formidable Jerry could exist in the north. Chen Feiping found himself perplexed. Why is it that, while sharing the same granary, this Jerry has managed to grow remarkably robust? Simultaneously, he felt a surge of excitement. The system identifies these peculiar beings as exceptionally large and unique entities. Perhaps the elusive thief is indeed this one. Chapter 65. Systems Random Reward for Medium Airship Modification. I must not falter. I must not fail. Oh, Tathagata Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the Supreme Lord Laozi, I implore your assistance in this critical moment. Chen Feiping grasped his slingshot, murmuring to himself, "Come forth, mouse." The slingshot launched with sudden ferocity. Crack! Squeak! 2 sounds resonated in succession as the clay pellet struck its mark. Chen Feiping was overjoyed. However, this supersized Jerry was particularly hefty, with formidable defenses and remarkable vitality. After being struck, it rolled on the ground several times yet managed to rise, limping away into the distance. Attempting to flee? Not on my watch. Chen Feiping swiftly retrieved another clay pellet, placing it in the slingshot for an instantaneous shot. Crack! The second pellet struck the mouse's head with pinpoint accuracy. This time, Jerry could not even utter a sound before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The host had awaited in the granary for several days, finally discovering the trail of the elusive thief and successfully eliminating it. Chen Feiping exhaled in relief. His suspicions were confirmed. This Jerry was indeed the target designated by the system. The thief's waist pouch fell, releasing a dazzling golden light, revealing a substantial fortune within. Shall the host claim the coins for personal use or surrender them to the authorities? Chen Feiping was momentarily taken aback. Incredible, a bounty of gold coins. Surrender to the authorities? Not a chance. The government is already affluent. Handing it over merely fills the pockets of the officials. I claim it for myself. Without hesitation, Chen Feiping made his choice. You have stealthily secured the pouch. obtaining the wealth of the elusive thief, totaling 16,888 coins. The subsequent system notification left Chen Feiping gasping in astonishment. Goodness, this supersized Jerry truly yielded an impressive amount of gold coins. The number was precisely 16,888. Was it mere coincidence? Or perhaps it carried a good omen, as if it had stolen this exact sum? Chen Feiping found himself puzzled. Yet there was no doubt that this Super Jerry had delivered a delightful surprise. You have received a bounty of 5,000 coins from the authorities. Chen Feiping silently scoffed. The government's reward paled in comparison to the gold coins from Jerry. However, it was better than nothing. 5,000 was still a considerable sum. The money had not directly been deposited into his bank account. Chen Feiping checked the system panel, confirming it was all accounted for. 2 bundles of cash, one thicker than the other, presumably the gold coins from Jerry, while the other was undoubtedly the official bounty. A total of 21,888 coins in hand. These past few nights had not been in vain. Chen Feiping felt an overwhelming sense of joy, despite having taken on this task for quite some time. It was unexpectedly Jerry, the creature he encountered, that brought him the most fortune. The host's task points were now at their maximum, granting him a singular opportunity to enter a lottery with a random reward. The system notification appeared once more, causing Chen Feiping's heart to leap with excitement. Ah, a lottery. Would you like to participate? This was an obvious question. Of course, he wished to partake. With a silent affirmation of intent, the lottery commenced. Congratulations to the host. You have won a medium-sized airship modification plan. Chen Feiping paused momentarily, taken aback. He had anticipated a monetary reward, not a unique prize. Once he regained his composure, exhilaration surged within him. Such rewards, unattainable through mere currency, were those he cherished most. His eagle, having undergone modifications through the system, now boasted extraterrestrial enhancements, rendering it exceptionally formidable. Now, he had acquired yet another airship modification plan. However, what did the term medium-sized airship entail? Was a motorcycle merely a small airship? Did a medium-sized airship possess 4 wheels? Chen Feiping pondered these questions as he approached to grasp the tail of the Super Jerry, which had succumbed, blood streaming from its orifices. The system had recognized it as a peculiar creature, likely yielding a profit at the auction house. And Chen Feiping was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. What a massive rodent! The guard trailing behind him exclaimed in disbelief. In all my years at the granary, I have never encountered such a large rat. Chen Feiping mused to himself that with its transformation, could it be anything less? With the task accomplished, there was no reason to linger at the granary any longer. He bid farewell to the guard. That night, he departed significantly earlier than usual, which prompted some curiosity from the guard, though no further inquiries were made. Once outside, Chen Feiping stored Jerry within his spatial ring, intending to visit the city the following day to explore the possibility of placing it in the auction house. Upon returning home on his small motorcycle, he had scarcely settled in when Zhou Fengting arrived. Brother Chen, I have prepared a cup of milk for you. Over the past few days, Chen Feiping had been absent in the evenings. Although she was unaware of his whereabouts, Zhou Fengting respected that a man must have his own reasons for his actions. She was simply delighted to see him return early and had prepared a cup of milk for him. The milk powder, purchased in the provincial capital, was branded Songhua River milk powder, packaged in bags rather than cans. Many enjoyed scooping a spoonful to savor its sweet flavor. Chen Feiping took a few sips from the cup, finding it somewhat cloying, likely due to the added sugar. His interest waned, and he passed the cup back to Zhou Fengting. Fengting, I do not particularly enjoy this. Perhaps you could finish it for me? He was not a person lacking in nutrition, thus he had no need for milk powder as a supplement. However, if an opportunity arose to sample directly from the sisters in the future, he certainly would not refuse. All right, Zhou Fengting obediently finished the remaining milk. Infant formula is indeed a luxury, and it should not be squandered. She does not mind even the saliva of her man, for he has indulged excessively. Just after finishing her milk, the cup barely set down, it was time to consume again. In recent nights, Chen Feiping had been venturing out to confront Jerry, returning home only after 10:30, while the sisters had already fallen asleep, leaving no opportunity for intimate moments with Zhou Fengting. Now that the task was accomplished, the eldest sister delivered goods straight to the door, and he was determined to cherish her properly. As he embraced her, Chen Feiping also took the chance to practice 2 formidable martial arts techniques. After marriage, these would be essential, so he needed to hone his skills diligently to avoid becoming rusty. Suddenly, the girl bit her cherry lips tightly, clinging to Chen Feiping. only releasing him after a long while, her face resembling the peach blossoms of early spring, just beginning to bloom, a rosy hue gracing her skin, and her almond-shaped eyes reflecting the beauty of a spring dawn. Brother Chen, I should head back now. You should sleep early. Zhou Fengting stepped away from his embrace, her expression shy as she quickly turned to exit. Chen Feiping was momentarily taken aback, and it took him some time to regain his composure. It seemed he had reached a significant level of mastery, capable of standing alongside Teacher Cat. The following morning, during breakfast with one man and three women, Zhou Fengting appeared distracted. The eldest sister was still savoring the extraordinary sensations from the previous night, her attractive face warming at the memory, and she instinctively stole a glance at Chen Feiping. Noticing her gaze, he flashed her a mischievous smile, causing the girl to lower her head, overcome with shyness as she desperately focused on her food. Sister, why do you only eat rice and not any vegetables? Zhou Fengjiao asked, observing her curiously, and even offered Zhou Fengting a piece of pork. Eat, Fengjiao, Brother Chen, you all should eat. After breakfast, Chen Feiping drove his eagle into the city. He had two tasks for the day. First, to auction off Jerry at the Eastern Market, and second, to explore the modifications for a medium-sized flying vessel, specifically to purchase a vehicle with 4 wheels. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the Eastern Market. As expected, he successfully placed the Super Jerry up for auction. Simultaneously, he bought a substantial amount of pork, beef, lamb, several slaughtered pigeons and ducks, along with some large shrimp and squid. With the Qianquan ring, each time he shopped, he acquired a large haul. This portable space's storage capabilities were superior to that of a refrigerator, and unlike a fridge, which requires long-term freezing that compromises flavor upon thawing. The items retrieved from the Qianquan ring remained at room temperature, with fresh meat retaining its tenderness without spoiling. Quite miraculous indeed. After his shopping spree, Chen Feiping headed straight to the automobile trading company in the city. This establishment was not a private enterprise, but rather founded by the Guijia. Many cities lacked manufacturers for vehicle sales, necessitating a visit to this location for those seeking a set of wheels. He first glanced at the cars, all of which bore exorbitant prices, with the legendary joint venture Santana selling for as much as 180,000. In recent years, the domestic automobile market has begun to flourish, yet affordable options remain scarce. However, the situation is markedly different for trucks. A substantial vehicle, such as the Liberation 15, can be acquired for just over 50,000 yuan. Nonetheless, heavy-duty trucks may be cumbersome for Chen Feiping, who finds them impractical for returning to his village or for daily outings. Consequently, he has shifted his focus to light trucks. Light trucks gained immense popularity in the 1980s due to their compact design, suitable for both passengers and cargo. Besides the well-known Isuzu, numerous domestic manufacturers have produced light trucks. For instance, Yunnan's Blue Sword light truck, the Kyoto 130, Jiangbei 130, Tianjin's Yanpai, Jinling's Yuejin, and Fengtian's Double Horse and Golden Cup. Even the province where Chen Feiping once resided, known for its bridal dowry loans, has introduced the On-Yuan light truck, which he intends to purchase. This model is versatile, accommodating both passengers and cargo, making it exceedingly convenient for his future mushroom collection endeavors. After becoming acquainted with villagers who sell mushrooms, he envisions parking his vehicle in a suitable location, allowing them to directly load the goods into his small truck. By modifying the cargo area into a sealed compartment, he could discreetly extract items using his Qianquan ring. While the Isuzu boasts powerful performance, reliability, and high-end features, it comes with a hefty price tag of over 100,000 yuan, enough to buy several domestic alternatives. Chen Feiping cannot afford such luxury, nor does he find it necessary. With proper modifications, even a subpar vehicle can be transformed into something extraordinary, making the expense of an Isuzu unwarranted when a domestic light truck suffices. After evaluating various options, Chen Feiping's attention settled on a white double-cab light truck produced locally by Xinguang. Its aesthetic appeal is striking, reminiscent of Tianjin's Yanpai, with an ideal length that is neither too long nor too short. Priced at an astonishingly low 29,800 yuan, less than 30,000, its affordability does come with caveats. This light truck is riddled with issues. The gear shift is cumbersome, the steering wheel is misaligned, and the throttle and brakes are not in sync. Both the engine and transmission are prone to failure, necessitating constant stockpiling of spark plugs, platinum, distributors, and ignition coils. It is not an exaggeration to say that some who purchased this vehicle from the manufacturer may find it breaking down on their way home. Describing it as industrial waste would not be far from the truth. Yet, options are limited. Other light trucks are similarly flawed, as models like the Yanpai, Golden Cup, and Xinguang share the same chassis and engine, differing only in their exterior design from various manufacturers. Without adequate repair skills, even those with financial means hesitate to invest in these light trucks. This is why many prefer to spend 4 to 5 times the price on an Isuzu. With a plethora of issues, the burden on owners is significant. If it weren't for the incentive of a medium-sized truck modification program, Chen Feiping would be hesitant to make a purchase, fearing that repairs might outnumber the time spent driving. However, if the system can alleviate his concerns, then the cost-effectiveness of a light truck becomes exceedingly appealing. Approaching the light truck, he inquired, "System, does this qualify as a medium-sized truck, and is modification possible?" This lightweight vessel falls within the category of medium-sized boats and is eligible for a modification plan. Upon receiving a positive response, Chen Feiping felt no further apprehension. He calculated that since his arrival, the proceeds from selling mountain goods and wild delicacies, coupled with system rewards, had amassed to over 75,000 yuan. A portion of this amount was originally intended for Zhuzi. However, as Zhuzi had no inclination to spend, Chen Feiping decided against distributing the funds. Instead, he directly arranged for a house, a motorcycle, and a wife for him, occasionally providing some pocket money. Without Chen Feiping's assistance, Zhuzi would scarcely manage to spend even 100 yuan in a month. Most of the expenditures stemmed from 2 motorcycles, a television, a refrigerator, a washing machine, and other substantial items, including a Nikon camera purchased during a recent trip to the provincial capital, in addition to the materials and labor costs for building a house. Altogether, the expenses amounted to just over 20,000 yuan, leaving him with more than 50,000 yuan, sufficient to purchase a domestic light truck. Thus, Chen Feiping promptly proceeded to acquire the vehicle. He withdrew nearly 30,000 yuan without a hint of regret, for earning money had become exceedingly effortless. Just by collecting a few more mushrooms for sale in the provincial capital, a single trip could recoup the cost of the truck. Moreover, he occasionally received system tasks to further supplement his income. With all the paperwork finalized, he drove away from the automobile trade company in his Starshine light truck. It must be noted that the vehicle's handling was subpar. The manual transmission was almost inhumane, and the comfort level was quite lacking. The chassis was rigid, and any slight irregularities in the road resulted in considerable jolts. Chen Feiping could hardly contain his eagerness to commence modifications. Yet he first maneuvered the light truck out of the urban area, steering into an uninhabited open space, and for caution's sake, he disembarked from the vehicle. System, initiate the modification of this medium-sized vessel. Are you certain you wish to apply the modification plan to this vessel? Once the modification commences, it cannot be reversed. Confirm. Received. Initiating modification, please wait. After a brief moment, another system prompt appeared. Your vessel has undergone a comprehensive upgrade. Strength, durability, balance, and load capacity have been enhanced tenfold, while crystal energy consumption has been reduced to 1/10. A mental perception and encryption system has been implanted within the vessel's engine, bound to your consciousness. Even from billions of miles away, you will be aware of the vessel's spatial coordinates. Unless you grant permission through your consciousness, no one else can activate the vessel's engine. The modification details mirror those of the Eagle, encompassing comprehensive enhancements, significantly reduced fuel consumption, and the addition of an anti-theft system. However, this light truck is more challenging to steal than the Eagle 100, as the latter could be loaded onto a small truck for transport, while the theft of a four-wheeled vehicle primarily relies on connecting circuits to start the engine. An energy shield system has also been implanted. The shield will automatically activate in the event of extreme impacts or to withstand extreme heat or cold. However, the rate of crystal energy consumption will accelerate, depending on the shield's strength. To avoid excessive energy depletion, you can actively control the shield's intensity with your consciousness. Upon hearing this system prompt, Chen Feiping was somewhat astonished. The Eagle did not possess such features during its modification. The mention of extreme impacts merely implied increased durability. Regarding the defense against extreme heat and cold, could it be akin to the function of air conditioning? Chapter 67. Driving the small truck back to the village, the self-deluding Li Tsuhua. You have obtained a medium-sized airship pass within the Great Qin dynasty. Chen Feiping glanced at the system panel and discovered he had also acquired a truck driving license, sparing him the hassle of examinations. Delightful indeed. The system is truly remarkable. With the modifications complete, Chen Feiping eagerly took his seat in the light truck to thoroughly experience its enhancements. The moment he ignited the engine, he noted that the sound had become considerably more melodious and linear. The shifting of gears was crisp and smooth. A gentle press on the accelerator yielded an immediate response, with a significant boost in power, making it exceedingly vigorous. The handling was sharp and precise, effortlessly following his commands, while the suspension provided exceptional comfort. All the previous shortcomings had vanished without a trace. With a mere thought, he sensed an invisible shield enveloping the light truck, akin to a magnetic field. The once sweltering driving cabin gradually cooled down. Remarkably, it indeed produced an effect similar to air conditioning. This feature proved to be extraordinarily practical. It is worth noting that the Xinguang light truck lacks an onboard air conditioner. To be exact, due to cost considerations. Nearly all domestic light trucks from the 1980s were not equipped with air conditioning, resulting in discomfort during extreme weather conditions. Adjusting the intensity with his mind, the interior temperature fluctuated rapidly, just like an air conditioner, immensely convenient. From industrial refuse, it had transformed into a divine vehicle, with the temperature set to an optimal level. Riding in the truck became a pleasurable experience. Chen Feiping hummed a tune as he filled up the tank at a nearby gas station before heading back to the village. With this light truck, taking the sisters out became significantly more convenient, especially in winter when riding a motorcycle could be bitterly cold. Additionally, they could occasionally enjoy the scenic views from the truck. On a scorching summer day, Li Tsuehua languidly fanned herself with a palm leaf in the convenience store. The oppressive heat was unbearable. If only my store could access electricity like Chen Feiping's, I could use an electric fan. The village beauty was one who relished comfort. And upon hearing that Chen Feiping's family had connected electricity via a motorcycle, she persuaded Sundishing to do the same with their red generator, hoping to buy a fan for her own comfort. However, the poor little battery of the red generator could hardly withstand the strain. It required constant ignition and fuel consumption. Sundishing, reluctant to endure the expense, resisted her pleas, leading to yet another quarrel between them. This only served to diminish Li Tsuehua's regard for him, while her admiration for Chen Feiping grew. Ah, how unfortunate is my fate. It feels as though I was blind to have chosen the worthless Sundishing. As Li Tsuehua contemplated her plight, she suddenly heard the sound of an engine approaching. A small truck drew near from a distance. In the village, no one had yet purchased a truck. At most, there were tractors, and trucks were typically brought in from outside. Moreover, the appearance of the small truck was rather striking, drawing the attention of Li Tsuehua and those outside the convenience store. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to find that the person seated in the driver's seat bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Feiping. No, it was indeed Chen Feiping. How did he come to be driving a small truck? This vehicle appeared brand new. Could it possibly be his purchase? Has this fellow recently struck it rich, acquiring not only a motorcycle but also building a brick house, and now possessing a four-wheeled vehicle? Li Tsuehua was taken aback. In the village, anyone who could afford a four-wheeler was considered the most dashing of individuals. Furthermore, a small truck was considerably more expensive than a tractor, signifying a higher status. How infuriating that Chen Feiping had suddenly become so affluent. If only she had accepted his courtship back in the day. No. She could not let her chance at happiness slip away. It was not too late. Chen Feiping had even given her a knowing glance recently. He still had feelings for her. That woman from out of town was merely a substitute, resembling her somewhat, yet lacking her beauty and ample figure suited for childbearing. Once Chen Feiping completed his brick house, he might very well marry her. She could not allow that woman to benefit from this situation. She must seize the opportunity and win back this man's heart. As long as she could send Sundishing packing, Chen Feiping would surely still be willing to marry her. At the Chen family construction site, Shiwu was working diligently alongside his three sons, with Zhuzi also lending a hand. The sun blazed down fiercely, yet they paid it no mind. Shiwu and his companions were accustomed to the rigors of the construction trade. During winter, they could not work, so they could not afford to be idle in summer. Only laboring during the spring and autumn seasons would yield little financial reward. Zhuzi, having been abandoned by both parents at the age of 16, had learned to fend for himself and was accustomed to hardship from a young age. All right, let us take a break. The stonemason set down his tools, and he and the others retreated to the shade of a tree by the vegetable garden to smoke a cigarette and recharge before returning to work. Xiaohua then brought over several cups of cool boiled water. Father, brothers, Zhuzi, here is some water for you. Xiaohua was the first in the village to call Zhuzi brother, and although she had been doing so for several days, each time she did, Zhuzi's heart soared with joy as he grinned widely, accepting the water with both hands. Thank you, Xiaohua. No need for thanks. Zhuzi, you've worked hard. Not hard at all. I'm not tired in the slightest. Zhuzi took a sip of the cool water, finding it sweet, akin to honey. Shiwu watched silently as his daughter conversed with Zhuzi. In the past, he had held a certain disdain for Zhuzi due to his family's poor circumstances, not wishing for his daughter to endure hardship alongside him. Moreover, Zhuzi was too honest, often being taken advantage of by his elder brother and sister-in-law. However, things had changed. Chen Feiping had assisted him in building the house, purchasing a vehicle, and acquiring appliances, even severing Zhuzi's ties with his exploitative brother and sister-in-law. Shiwu now viewed Zhuzi as a suitable match for his daughter. During a moment of respite and casual conversation, a small truck appeared in the distance, making its way toward the construction site. The stonemason found this curious, as all the materials for the new house had already been procured, leaving nothing lacking. What could possibly necessitate the arrival of a delivery truck? The vehicle came to a halt not far from the site. As they observed Chen Feiping stepping out of the cab, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, Zhuzi finally responded, Feiping, why did you drive a small truck back? I just purchased it in the city, he replied nonchalantly, as if he had merely bought a piece of pork. Shida Zhuang, the eldest son of Shi Wu, inquired, how much did this little truck cost? Less than 30,000, came the response, eliciting further astonishment. In this era, being a $10,000 household was already quite remarkable. To spend 30,000 on a truck was equivalent to the wealth of 3 such households. How extravagant. Brother Feiping, you must be quite affluent. Shi Wu's youngest son, Shi Xiaodian, expressed his envy. Previously, villagers often remarked that Chen Feiping was aimless, drifting through life, occasionally hunting in the mountains. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he had quietly become the wealthiest individual in Luoyan Bay. Meanwhile, Shi Xiaodian followed in his father's footsteps, laboring in arduous tasks, and he wondered if he would ever be able to afford such a vehicle. Chapter 68. The woman in the truck should rightfully be his mother. Well, it's all right, Chen Feiping chuckled, pulling out several packs of cigarettes and distributing them among the group, giving one to each except Zhuzi, who did not smoke. Thank you, Feiping, they expressed. Please, do not mention it. If anyone should be grateful, it is I who must thank you for helping us build this house in this sweltering heat. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. That is only natural. We are paid for our work, he replied, though Shi Wu and his companions felt genuinely valued. Throughout the construction process, they had received ample respect from Chen Feiping. Lunches were plentiful, often featuring at least a pound of pork and occasionally an additional chicken or duck. Every few days, Chen Feiping would share packs of cigarettes, a courtesy not extended by other employers in the village. As they engaged in banter, they noted a significant change in Chen Feiping. Previously, he had been independent and reclusive, with only Zhuzi as a close friend, avoiding interactions with others. However, he now exuded generosity and an understanding of social nuances, adeptly conversing with everyone he met. The villagers could not comprehend the reason for his transformation, attributing it to the 2 women from afar. It is often observed that many young men mature and become more grounded after entering into relationships. While they were engrossed in their conversation, Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao emerged from the earthen house, preparing to make lunch. Noticing Chen Feiping's absence, they decided to check the construction site. Brother Chen, you have returned. The sight of Chen Feiping brought joy to the 2 sisters. However, attention quickly shifted to the small truck, which seemed rather peculiar. This vehicle was parked in front of the Chen family residence, devoid of any cargo. Zhou Fengjiao could not suppress her curiosity and inquired, Brother Chen, where did this little truck come from? I bought it. You bought it. The reaction from the sisters was akin to that of Shi Wu and others, filled with astonishment. Well, Fengting, Fengjiao, let me take you for a ride, come on. One of the advantages of the double-row seating light truck is its capacity for passengers. The front seats can accommodate 2 individuals, while the rear can seat 3 or 4 more, easily accommodating 5 or 6 people in total. If the cargo area is empty, adding a few stools would allow for even more. Brother Chen, our shoes are too dirty. Upon seeing the pristine new vehicle, Zhou Fengting hesitated to board. What's dirty? Any vehicle will eventually get dirty with use. Just help me clean it when you have the time. Chen Feiping insisted and ushered the 2 women into the truck. It was their first experience riding in a light truck, and both Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao found it quite novel. Soon, they discovered something delightful. Brother Chen, these seats are surprisingly soft. It's so comfortable to sit here. It's so cool inside the truck, not hot at all. Indeed, it feels just like being in a room with a fan. The modified Starlight Light truck boasted vastly improved shock absorption and seat comfort, transforming their experience from a bumpy ride to one akin to lounging on genuine leather sofas. In addition, Chun Feiping had activated the temperature control, though not at a high setting, as his small vehicle lacked air conditioning. However, the two women, with limited exposure, had never even heard of vehicle air conditioning. As they drove from the convenience store, Li Tsuohua observed the jovial scene of one man and two women in the truck, her heart twisted with envy and jealousy. How infuriating. The woman in the truck should be me. After enjoying a scenic tour with the sisters, they returned to the city for a celebratory lunch at a state-owned restaurant. Following their meal, Chun Feiping located a repair shop and had a canvas cover installed on the cargo area. This addition served to shield against sun and rain while enhancing privacy, allowing him to discreetly store mushrooms without drawing attention. The next day marked the town's market day. After a hearty breakfast, Chun Feiping set out early in the small truck. Upon arriving at the market, he parked roadside and, as he entered, was greeted by a mountain dweller selling mushrooms. Boss Chun, back to collect goods again. Take a look at my mushrooms. I'll sell them to you at a discount. During this period, Chun Feiping had frequently mingled at the market to procure mushrooms, becoming well acquainted with the local sellers who recognized him by his surname. After all, each time he purchased mushrooms, he took them all, leaving a lasting impression. Even though they were aware he was a secondary dealer, it hardly mattered to them. Chun Feiping's purchasing price was quite generous, comparable to that offered to other individual sellers, if not more lavish. Some individual sellers would haggle endlessly, dragging the process out, making it far less appealing than selling to him directly. Chun Feiping, however, was exceedingly straightforward. After inquiring about prices, he would simply buy all that was offered as long as it was close to the market rate. Consequently, the villagers were eager to sell to him. In the future, bring your mushrooms directly to the market and refrain from selling to anyone else. Every market day, I shall come by and purchase as much as you have at the market price. You will sell quickly, and I will buy swiftly. It will be convenient for us both, wouldn't you agree? All right, boss, I will sell exclusively to you. Next time I come, I won't waste time searching the market for others. I'll drive a small truck, parking it outside the market, with a collection time from 7 to 9. Please do not arrive late. I cannot wait. Rest assured, I will leave the mountains before dawn to ensure I am on time. I will have it delivered to the market entrance, where there is a new small truck. You wait about 10 minutes. I still need to find others. Understood. A quarter of an hour later, Chun Feiping informed all the villagers selling mushrooms at the market, establishing a long-term supply relationship with them. Upon returning to the small truck, he found the villagers gathered around, eagerly awaiting his return to collect their goods, pointing at the light truck but hesitant to approach. Fearful of accidentally damaging such an extravagant vehicle, I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. From now on, I will be collecting mushrooms here regularly. But I must state a few points first. The purchase price will be strictly according to market rates, not a penny less. However, let me make it clear that the quality of the mushrooms must be guaranteed. If anyone attempts to sell me inferior mushrooms, they will no longer have the opportunity to do business with me in the future, despite being a middleman. His purchasing price was higher than that offered by some price-haggling individual sellers, thus maintaining the upper hand. Rest assured, boss, if there are any bad mushrooms, I will certainly weed them out and absolutely will not sell them to you. The villagers were genuinely sincere and did not wish to lose such a good buyer as Chun Feiping. As long as everyone understands my message, we shall conduct our transactions with integrity, ensuring no one is at a loss, correct? If there are no objections, I will begin collecting now. With that, Chun Feiping retrieved an electronic scale from the small truck. It was not due to a lack of trust in traditional scales, but rather because they were inefficient. Some of the older folk struggled to read the markings clearly. While weighing one or two individuals may be manageable, it became quite cumbersome with larger numbers. Despite the prevalence of electronic scales in later times, they were still a rarity then. Most small vendors relied on traditional scales, and even when weighing small children, they would use a large scale with a hook secured to the back of their clothing or place them in a basket to measure the weight, deducting the basket's weight afterward. Older children would simply grasp the scale as hook, lifting their feet off the ground, and hold on for a few seconds until they were weighed. As soon as Chun Feiping unveiled the electronic scale, the mountain dwellers gazed upon it with a curiosity akin to that of discovering a new continent. Chapter 69. Brother Chun, when shall we inform Feng Jiao about our matters? Boss Chun, what is this contraption? An electronic scale. An electronic scale? Indeed. It is no wonder these villagers are so astonished. Electronic scales are exceedingly rare even in the market, and one would be hard-pressed to find them in the city. Chen Feiping had procured this particular scale during a visit to the provincial capital, spending a considerable sum on it. Upon placing a bag of dried hazel mushrooms from one of the villagers onto the scale, the display illuminated with the number 5 Jin 2 Liang 7, which he rounded to 5 Jin 3 Liang. Chen Feiping then deftly tapped a calculator, settled the payment, and remarked, "This scale is quite precise. If anyone harbors doubts, feel free to weigh it yourself." "No need for that, Boss Chen. How could I possibly doubt you? I already weighed the mushrooms, and your reading aligns perfectly. It's very accurate." The villager, elated, accepted the money, pleased to sell all his mushrooms in one go without having to linger at the market. This Boss Chen is indeed generous. Not only did he purchase all my mushrooms, but he also rounded up the weight from 2 Liang 7 to 3 Liang. Had it been someone else, they would certainly have haggled, discarding that fractional 7 Qian. He carefully stowed the money into his bag and inquired, "Boss Chen, this electronic scale seems quite convenient. Where did you acquire it, and how much did it cost?" "I bought it in the provincial capital for over 800. This revelation left everyone in astonishment. "Good heavens, over 800 for a scale. Is it gilded? Never mind, I shall stick to my own scale." Initially impressed by the electronic scale, the villagers quickly abandoned the idea of purchasing one for themselves. Others took turns weighing their mushrooms, and the results closely matched their prior measurements. A slight discrepancy was expected, yet no one minded. In fact, the electronic scale often yielded slightly higher numbers, as the villagers were accustomed to weighing generously to avoid complaints from casual buyers. In less than half an hour, all the mushrooms were collected, significantly faster than usual. The villagers dispersed, while Chen Feiping climbed into the tarpaulin-covered cargo compartment, placing the mushrooms into his cosmic ring. Having returned from the provincial capital to gather mushrooms for some time now, Chen Feiping visited various towns near the mountains whenever there was a market. He estimated that within approximately a month, he would fill his cosmic ring to the brim, at which point he would return to the provincial capital to sell and recoup his investments. With these thoughts lingering in his mind, he drove home. The family had acquired a modified light truck, which also had the advantage of being able to remain powered around the clock. Previously, when Chen Feiping rode out on his motorcycle, the house would be left without electricity. Now, with two vehicles to alternate, he could take one while the other remained powered. And the fuel consumption was astonishingly low, rendering the cost inconsequential to Chen Feiping. However, upon arriving home, he discovered that the sisters in the living room had not even turned on the fan. Curious, he asked, "Feng Ting, Feng Jiao, why haven't you turned on the fan?" "Brother Chen, it's quite cool in the house. We are not hot." However, Chen Feiping noticed that both women were beaded with fine droplets of sweat. "They are trying to save me on the electricity bill." Chen Feiping felt both amused and exasperated. In his past life, he had little patience for women who, lacking in their own merits, sought to profit from others. Yet, in this lifetime, the two women beside him were well aware of their financial security, but were unwilling to spend. He felt a touch of helplessness. "Feng Ting, Feng Jiao, the fan's power consumption is minimal, running at 1 T cost much, so you need not fret over saving. Moreover, Brother Chen can earn money. There's no need to scrimp so hard when there's ample means. From now on, you must refrain from such thriftiness. Do you understand?" Chen Feiping spoke with a commanding tone. "Yes, Brother Chen." The two women nodded in agreement. After a pause, Chen Feiping added, "However, you are both thoughtful women who care for a man, and I am truly pleased." Receiving such praise from Chen Feiping filled the sisters with joy. In truth, they did not perceive their reluctance to use the fan as suffering. Compared to the days when their uncle and aunt barely fed them while forcing them to toil all day, living in the Chen household was nothing short of blissful. Later that evening, after dinner, as Zhou Fengjiao went to take a shower, Zhou Fengting slipped into Chen Feiping's room. After some affectionate exchanges, Zhou Fengjiao felt a bit weak and said, "Chen, Brother Chen, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Chen Feiping paused his mischievous antics and smiled, asking, "What is it? When will we tell Fengjiao about our relationship? It has been over half a month since we began building the house. Yet it seems you have no intention of confessing our bond to her." Zhou Fengjiao thought that if they were to be open about it, she would no longer have to sneak around to visit him, constantly concocting excuses. Chen Feiping pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us wait until the house is nearly finished. After all, we haven't known each other for long, right?" If Feng Jiao finds out that we became close so quickly, she might think I had ulterior motives when I took you in. This was, however, merely an excuse. In this era, it was not uncommon for couples to marry on the same day they met. No one would deem such relationships frivolous, as people approach love with great seriousness, often having only one romantic relationship in their lifetime. Even if the partner was newly acquainted, once the decision was made to be together, it signified a commitment to support each other through life, unlike later generations where casual flings were the norm and first loves rarely culminated in marriage. Even those who wed often found their certificates no guarantee of lasting unions, with divorces being commonplace. Conversely, many couples today, lacking even a marriage certificate, managed to grow old together. Zhou Fengting quickly interjected, "Brother Chen, please don't say that. To be able to be your wife is the greatest fortune of my life." As their emotions deepened, they grew affectionate once more. Just then, an untimely knock echoed from the courtyard. Chen Feiping reluctantly withdrew his hand, pondering that the pillar must be seeking him for something. He had but one friend, the pillar, and could not think of anyone else. "Brother Chen, please go ahead and open the door," said Zhou Fengting. Her cheeks flushed as she adjusted her disheveled dress and hair. Zhou Fengjiao would soon finish her bath. Since Chen Feiping had decided to postpone the revelation to his sister, he felt compelled to maintain a facade for the time being. He nodded, playfully kneading Zhou Fengting's thigh before stepping out of the courtyard. Upon opening the gate, Chen Feiping was astonished to find that the visitor was not the pillar, but a woman. She was voluptuous, her bosom noticeably ample. It was none other than Li Cuihua, the wife of Sun Dishing. Chen Feiping furrowed his brow. "What brings you here?" Today, Li Cuihua had made a special effort to adorn herself, donning a long skirt. However, as a mother of two, her lack of concern for physical upkeep had rendered her somewhat plump, with even a slight bulge around her waist, contrasting sharply with the youthful allure of the sisters. Oblivious to her appearance, she puffed out her chest and said, "Feiping, are you still angry with me?" Her sultry tone sent shivers down Chen Feiping's spine. This phrase struck a familiar chord. Indeed, it echoed the cliché lines from the insipid soap operas of his past life that invariably urged forgiveness. Chapter 70. Li Cuihua. "My wife, keep your distance." It quickly dawned on Chen Feiping the reason for her visit. It seemed she had come to seek him out. Having noticed his recent success, buying a house and a car, and now regretted her choice, wishing to sever ties with Sun Dishing in favor of him. Sure enough, the next moment, Li Cuihua sighed. "Feiping, I have never forgotten you." Chen Feiping nearly retched at her words, setting aside the fact that he was not the original owner of this identity. How dare she, a married woman with 2 children, possess such audacity? "I was forced into marrying Sun Dishing. My parents disapproved of you, leaving me no choice." Li Cuihua feigned a victimized demeanor, her eyes glistening with faux tears. Such acting could easily win her the lead role in a prestigious awards ceremony. Yet, Chen Feiping remained unmoved, silently mocking her. Classic, truly classic soap opera tactics. Blaming familial pressures, portraying herself as the victim, all in a bid to invoke sympathy from men. Noticing Chen Feiping's expressionless face, seemingly skeptical, Li Cuihua steeled herself. "My mother once said that if I did not marry Sun Dishing, she would hang herself to show me." Chen Feiping quipped. "So, you seek me out now, and yet you fear your mother's threat?" Li Cuihua hesitated, realizing her words had backfired. She coughed to conceal her embarrassment. "Since marrying Sun Dishing, I have never been happy. As a modern woman, I believe I should bravely pursue my own love." "Pursue, indeed." Chen Feiping inwardly cursed. "You are merely a foolish woman, regretting your past decisions now that you see I possess wealth." Li Cuihua feigns vulnerability while asserting her determination. Had it been the original owner, perhaps she would have truly softened. However, Chen Feiping is not the original owner. He harbors no interest whatsoever in Li Cuihua and her ample charms. The melodramatic narrative of a domineering millionaire falling for a woman with 2 children and a transformed figure will certainly not unfold in his life. At the very least, Chen Feiping will not play the role of the male lead in such a tale. Upon encountering Li Cuihua, he is overwhelmed by disgust. "Feiping, I know you harbor feelings for me, don't you? That day at the convenience store, your gaze was filled with affection. I could sense it." Li Cuihua gazes at him with longing. Yet, Chen Feiping feels a tumultuous churn in his stomach. No, this is unbearable. I might just lose my dinner." Li Cuihua remains oblivious, continuing her monologue. "Feiping, as long as you expel those 2 mysterious women from your home, I will overlook their presence." Chen Feiping is utterly bewildered. Is she truly suggesting this? How could a woman who is married and has 2 children dare to demand that I remove Feng Ting and Feng Jiao and expect me to comply? How can one be so narcissistic? The wild woman she covets is merely a surrogate for me. She may resemble me, but she is not me. She lacks the beauty of Li Tsuehua and does not possess my ample figure, which is so favorable for childbearing. As long as you send them away, I will divorce Sun Dishing and bring my 2 daughters to you. Li Tsuehua lays her cards on the table, brimming with confidence. I am the village belle, and once, Chen Feiping valued me dearly. He cannot refuse any of my requests. Chen Feiping is both enraged and amused. How astonishing that such a little fairy existed even in the 1980s, more bizarre than that 588 million. How dared she propose such a demand? Chen Feiping wishes to utter not a single word to Li Tsuehua, merely squeezing out the word, leave. Leave? Li Tsuehua's eyes widen in disbelief. Thinking she must have misheard. Chen Feiping dares to tell me to leave? As her suitor, how could he? In times past, had it been the case, with her temperament, she would have stormed out immediately. Yet this time, she holds her ground. After all, Chen Feiping has struck it rich. He has purchased a motorcycle and a small truck. And he is about to move into a new brick house that surpasses Sun Dishing's in size. Moreover, he can enjoy electricity, making it wonderfully comfortable to have a fan blowing in the sweltering heat. Thus, Li Tsuehua endures. Feiping, I understand you are upset with me, and I can appreciate that. But we must not let our pride cause us to lose true love. Chen Feiping cannot contain himself any longer and erupts in a tirade. Who considers you true love? You, a married woman with children, wish to come to me with your 2 daughters? Don't even think about it. There's not a chance. Feiping, once I part ways with Sun Dishing, I will regain my freedom. Li Tsuehua gritted her teeth and declared, I can forego the 2 daughters. I am still young and capable of bearing more children. I can give you as many as you desire. Stop. Enough of your words. Chen Feiping clutched his stomach. His face contorted with discomfort. Damn it, I feel like I might vomit. At that moment, Zhou Fengting, hearing the commotion, stepped out of the main room. Brother Chen, what is the matter? Upon seeing Li Tsuehua, she was momentarily taken aback. Isn't she the owner of the small shop? This couple seems to be at odds with Brother Chen. Why would she come seeking him at night? Upon noticing Zhou Fengting, Li Tsuehua's expression turned hostile. It's this unknown woman, suddenly appearing from nowhere, attempting to steal Chen Feiping away. Fengting, you've come at the perfect time. Chen Feiping possessively wrapped his arm around Zhou Fengting's waist. Li Tsuehua, this is my wife. Let me make it clear, I have no interest in you. The further you stay away, the better. Don't ever seek me out again. Chen Feiping. Li Tsuehua's countenance shifted dramatically. She hadn't anticipated Chen Feiping would openly declare his feelings before Zhou Fengting, showing her no respect whatsoever. Moreover, they had already gotten married. Cooked rice has become well done. Enraged, she retorted, Chen Feiping, I came to speak to you amicably, yet you throw my goodwill back in my face. You shall regret this. I will make sure of it. Before she could finish her words, Chen Feiping slammed the courtyard door shut and locked it. He didn't want to see the repugnant expression of that woman for even a second. Zhou Fengting was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the conflict between them. That Li Tsuehua has been married to Sun Dishing for years and has borne 2 children. She mistakenly thinks I have any affection for her. She is simply a deluded woman. Unworthy of concern. Chen Feiping briefly explained the situation. Although it was the original owner who had feelings for Li Tsuehua, he felt the need to clarify. Oh. Zhou Fengting nodded, not taking it to heart. She didn't know much about Chen Feiping's past. But she was certain of one thing. Chen Feiping was a good man. Or more accurately, an extraordinary man. Not only was he handsome, capable of earning money and skilled in various trades, but he also cared for his sisters and treated women with kindness. If Li Tsuehua truly had some connection with Chen Feiping in the past, but ultimately chose to abandon such a fine man for Sun Dishing, then Zhou Fengting could only conclude that she was blind and foolish. Chapter 71. The Qianquan ring is filled with mushrooms. It's time to head to the provincial capital to sell them. 2 weeks later, at the market in Linjin. Boss Chen, see you next time. Thank you, Boss Chen. I'll gather more mushrooms to dry and find you at the next market. After selling their mountain goods, the villagers bid farewell to Chen Feiping. With the arrival of the Xinguang light truck, Chen Feiping no longer needed to enter the market to collect mushrooms. Each market day, he would drive to the outskirts by 9 o'clock, where those wishing to sell mushrooms would wait for him, completing transactions in half an hour, saving both parties considerable effort. Upon extracting all the mushrooms from his stock, Chen Feiping realized the space in the Qianquan ring was nearly full. It was time to dispatch goods to the provincial capital. The next grand market would be held in Chang'an town, 3 days hence. Seizing this interval, Chen Feiping decided to make a trip to the provincial capital to clear out his stock. He couldn't help but wonder how much profit he could garner from this batch of goods. Filled with anticipation, Chen Feiping boarded the green train heading to the provincial capital the following morning. He chose not to bring his companions this time, as the trip would last no more than 3 days, with 2 days consumed by travel. There would be no time for leisure in the provincial capital. Bringing along 2 women would only subject them to unnecessary fatigue. Although the journey might be somewhat dull, it was of little concern. Upon arrival in the provincial capital, the first order of business for Chen Feiping was to secure a warehouse. The owner of a small trading company he had met during his previous visit had claimed he could drive over to pick up goods anywhere within the city limits, thus eliminating the need for direct delivery to his shop. However, with so many items, he could not simply conjure them into existence before the merchant, nor could he leave them carelessly on the streets. Hence, a warehouse was essential. Numerous warehouses were available for rent outside the train station. And Chen Feiping approached a broker. "How do you rent a warehouse here?" The broker replied, "Sir, we offer annual, monthly, weekly, and daily rentals. The annual rate is the most economical, while the daily rental tends to be pricier. It also depends on the size of the warehouse. How much space are you considering? And what type of rental do you prefer? 40 square meters, daily rental, just for 1 day will suffice." For Chen Feiping, who might only visit the provincial capital once a month, and given that he would use the warehouse for just a few hours, a long-term lease was unnecessary. The space within his magical storage ring was only about 10 square meters, yet it was stacked nearly to the ceiling. Renting a mere 10 square meters in reality would be impractical, as it would hardly accommodate the goods and complicate transportation. Therefore, a warehouse 4 times larger would be appropriate. After all, it was just a day's rental. What could it possibly cost? The broker was not surprised by Chen Feiping's decision for a daily rental. Many individuals came to the provincial capital for short stints of 1 or 2 days, and he had encountered numerous small business owners opting for daily rentals. This demand had prompted the introduction of such flexible rental options. The broker flipped through the available warehouses. "Sir, our daily rental rate is 50 cents per square meter. The pricing is nearly uniform around the train station. You would find it the same wherever you inquire." 50 cents per square meter meant that for 40 square meters, the total would amount to 20 yuan, which seemed somewhat steep, considering it was merely a warehouse and not a storefront. However, given that this was the provincial capital and that daily rates were inherently higher, many business owners engaged in freight transport were willing to pay, as they generally possessed considerable means. Furthermore, "Sir, we also offer you 2 complimentary local phone calls, each limited to 2 minutes. Any excess time will incur additional charges. Let us first have a look at the warehouse." Chen Feiping was not particularly hesitant about spending such a modest sum. For someone engaged in high-profit ventures, such trifles were not worth fretting over. Besides, the prospect of making free phone calls was rather convenient. However, he needed to inspect the warehouse location in person. If there were too many people making it difficult to extract items from the Chang'an ring, then it would be of no use. "All right, boss. I'll have someone take you there." After taking a tour around the idle warehouse, Chen Feiping felt quite satisfied, given that it was merely a warehouse. Its location could not be in an area with particularly high foot traffic, otherwise it would serve as a storefront. In fact, there were hardly any people nearby, with only a few porters occasionally spotted. This suited Chen Feiping perfectly. Even if he extracted items from the warehouse, no one would take notice. He rented a small warehouse of just over 40 square meters, yet he did not intend to dispatch the goods immediately. The lease for the warehouse would not expire until this time tomorrow, so there was no rush. It was already evening, and delivering the goods immediately would make it difficult for others to handle that batch of fresh mushrooms. These items are prone to spoilage, even when refrigerated. They lose their freshness overnight. However, possessing the Chang'an ring made a difference. Fresh mushrooms could remain in pristine condition for years, just as they were when harvested. Thus, Chen Feiping hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Xinglong Grand Hotel, where he had stayed previously. Since he was in the capital, he certainly would not deprive himself. This hotel could be considered top-tier for its time, and his previous stay had been quite pleasant. Additionally, the hotel rooms were equipped with telephones, which added to the convenience. After checking in, Chen Feiping promptly made a call. After a few rings, it connected. "Hello, this is Ruifeng Trading. Is this Boss Yang?" Chen Feiping immediately recognized the voice on the other end. It was the young man named Yang Xin. with whom he had discussed business during his last visit to the capital. This is Chen Feiping, the one who sold mushrooms at the free market last month. Do you remember me, Boss Yang? Of course, I remember. How could I forget, my friend? Have you come to the capital? Yes, I have a batch of goods. A mix of fresh and dried mushrooms totaling about 2 to 3 tons. They will arrive in the capital tomorrow morning. Do you still want them? Absolutely. I told you before, no matter how much you have, I will take it all. Yang Xian's tone was enthusiastic. With 2 to 3 tons of goods, he could easily sell them to the wealthy, pocketing tens of thousands. Such wild mushrooms were highly sought after by affluent individuals, with a market that could not meet demand. The rich were eager to acquire them, making sales effortless. All right, once the goods arrive tomorrow, just give me a call, and I'll come right over. After discussing business, Yang Xian added, Boss Chun, do you have some free time? If so, I'd like to invite you to dinner. With the 2 to 3 tons of goods Chen Feiping brought, Yang Xian's manner of address had changed, as he intended to foster a relationship. Being able to collect such a large quantity of mushrooms indicated that Chen Feiping was no mere small-time vendor. His capabilities were certainly commendable, deserving of the title boss. Moreover, being able to bring fresh mushrooms to the capital was no small feat, given the stringent storage requirements for such items. Chen Feiping pondered for a moment. Since he would be dealing with Yang Xian frequently in the future, it would be beneficial to have dinner together that evening to become better acquainted. He nodded in agreement, saying, all right, I will reserve a dining place and call you back shortly. This is the number, correct? Yes, that is my hotel room number. After concluding the call with Chen Feiping, Yang Xian swiftly dialed another number. Hello, cousin. Does He Feng Xian have any private rooms available? If so, please reserve one for me. I have a guest arriving from out of town tonight. Chapter 72, The Banquet. A captivating affair. The dining venue and the Tianlong Grand Hotel were located within the same district, not too far apart. Chen Feiping rested at the hotel until 6 o'clock before setting out, as they had agreed upon a meeting time of 6:30, which was quite suitable. Taxis were perpetually available at the hotel entrance, and he hailed one without hesitation, arriving at his destination 20 minutes later. To Chen Feiping's surprise, the restaurant was quite unique. He Feng Xian, a name imbued with a poetic, ancient charm, boasted white walls and dark tiles, pavilions and waterside terraces, and stone sculptures embracing the moon. Upon entering, one was greeted by a winding corridor and a koi pond, a quintessential Jiangnan garden restaurant, emphasizing refinement and elegance in its Chinese aesthetic. As far as Chen Feiping was aware, establishments like this have always been regarded as high-end, regardless of the era. Upon his arrival, a tall waitress dressed in a simple qipao approached him with a warm smile, inquiring softly, Sir, do you have a reservation? Chen Feiping nodded, Yes, Feng Wu Jiutian. This was the name of the private room that Yang Xian had reserved for him, adding an air of sophistication. Very well, sir, please follow me. The waitress, with her gentle voice, exuded an inviting comfort, distinctly different from women of the northern regions. Perhaps she was from further afield. She led Chen Feiping to a certain section of the restaurant, gently pushing open a red-painted, intricately carved wooden door, revealing an elegant Chinese-style private dining room. The walls were adorned with understated patterned wallpaper, and several meticulous flower and bird paintings hung gracefully. Outside the window lay a small artificial lake, complete with a quaint bridge and flowing water, creating an exquisite scene. Beside the private room, next to a decorative screen, stood a lady dressed in a pale blue ancient gown, cradling a guzheng, her gaze lowered in quietude. Beneath the warm glow of a carved sandalwood lantern sat a beautifully crafted set of rosewood tables and chairs, with delicate celadon dinnerware arranged atop. Yang Xian, positioned at the head of the rosewood round table, stood upon seeing Chen Feiping and gestured to the guest seat beside him. Mr. Chen has arrived. Please, take a seat. Chen Feiping nodded slightly, seated himself, and surveyed the room, chuckling. Mr. Yang, it seems you are quite the connoisseur. You flatter me, Mr. Chen. I am merely one who appreciates the finer things. Yang Xian waved his hand dismissively, producing a Chinese cigarette and offering it to Chen Feiping. Mr. Chen, would you care for one? During their previous encounter at the market, he had offered Chen Feiping a cigarette, who had declined, stating that he did not smoke. Yang Xian remembered this. Yet given that this was their second meeting and felt more formal than the first, he still engaged in pleasantries. I do not smoke, thank you. Chen Feiping politely declined with a fist salute. Yang Xian returned the cigarette to himself, choosing not to light it. This small detail revealed the emotional intelligence of this businessman. who clearly possessed a refined approach to interpersonal relations. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Xian remarked, "Boss Chun, shall we order some dishes? Please have a look and see what you fancy." As he spoke, he slid the menu towards Chen Fei. The menu was crafted from gold-flecked rice paper, exuding an air reminiscent of ancient imperial courts. Chen Fei glanced at it casually and noted the absence of northeastern cuisine, with the offerings solely representing the Jiangnan culinary style. "Boss Yang, I am not familiar with this place, so please feel free to choose. I am quite easygoing and can enjoy any flavor. I am not picky at all." Chen Fei pushed the menu back. Given that this was their second meeting and their relationship was still in its infancy, taking the initiative to order would overshadow the host. "Very well, I shall select a few signature dishes then." Yang Xian summoned the qipao-clad waitress, who swiftly took their orders, instructing, "Please have the kitchen expedite the dishes." "Certainly, Mr. Yang." The waitress was quite familiar with Yang Xian, as the proprietor of the establishment often hosted guests at Hefeng Xian, and he shared a familial bond with the owner. Once the waitress departed, the elegantly attired attendant poured fragrant tea for both gentlemen, her role being to attend to the guests in the private room. "Gentlemen, please enjoy your tea." Yang Xian nodded and turned to Chen Fei, suggesting, "Since the dishes have yet to arrive, shall we listen to a tune? That sounds delightful. Yulan, please play Spring River, Flower Moon Night for us." "Of course." The attendant deftly plucked the strings of the pipa, and the melodious notes filled the room like pearls falling onto a jade plate, occasionally soaring and at times lingering. The tune resonating with a graceful charm that seemed to transport one back through the ages to a time of poetry and wine. As they sipped their tea and savored the music, one could not help but admire the restaurant owner's ingenuity. Such a distinctive establishment remained a rarity even in the provincial capital, catering to the extravagant tastes of wealthy patrons and offering a sense of nobility akin to that of a royal court, even if the prices were somewhat steep. As the final notes faded, both Yang Xian and Chen Fei applauded, exclaiming together, "Wonderful." Even though Chen Fei had little expertise in music, he could discern that the performance was indeed commendable. In these times, few possessed musical talents, suggesting the player had undergone professional training. The elegantly dressed attendant gracefully stood, bowing to both hosts with a gentle smile. "I am honored by your favor and hope to have pleased your esteemed ears. I wish both of you prosperous business." With melodies flowing endlessly and fortunes rising like the tides of spring rivers, filling your gold goblets night after night. Yang Xian laughed heartily. "Yulan, your eloquence is truly impressive." Chen Fei also appreciated the sentiment. Indeed, the ambience was captivating. Who could resist such charm? At that moment, the door swung open, and the waitress returned with the dishes. She presented each gentleman with a large stew pot. Upon opening it, Chen Fei casually remarked, "Clear stewed crab meat lion's head, a renowned Huayang dish. The centerpiece of the first banquet of the founding of the nation." Yang Xian was taken aback. "Boss Chun, you have quite the discerning palate. There are not many restaurants in the provincial capital that serve such a dish, and even fewer that recognize its historical significance as part of the inaugural banquet." He chuckled softly. "It's not bad." In his previous life, Chen Feiping had been a small business owner, frequently hosting guests. To cater to their diverse palates, he had indulged in a myriad of delicacies, thus possessing a modest understanding of Huayang cuisine. The national banquet prominently features Huayang dishes, partly due to the prime minister's roots in Huayan, which fosters a preference for this culinary style. Furthermore, Huayang cuisine, with its origins tracing back to the Zhou dynasty and flourishing during the Sui and Tang dynasties, reached further prominence in the Ming and Qing eras, boasting a rich historical backdrop. The abundance of cultured literati in Jiangnan has imbued Huayang cuisine with profound cultural connotations, allowing it to effectively convey and uphold China as culinary heritage during national banquets. Additionally, the aesthetic presentation of Huayang dishes is notably refined, rendering them suitable for esteemed gatherings. In terms of flavor, Huayang cuisine is celebrated for its light, fresh, and harmonious taste, with a subtle sweetness that stands in contrast to the spicy preferences of Sichuan and Hunan dishes or the rich, oily flavors of Northeast and Shandong cuisines. This makes Huayang fare especially appealing to a diverse array of individuals, particularly international guests, thus establishing its status as the preferred choice for national banquets. Chen Feiping spoke with confidence, impressing not only Yang Xian, but also the ladies and staff present in the private room. It is noteworthy that in the 1980s, information was not as readily available, and some from the north were entirely unaware of the existence of certain southern delicacies. For a northerner to exhibit such knowledge of Huayan cuisine was indeed a rarity, with some of his assertions surpassing even the knowledge of the professionally trained staff at Yifengxian. Well said. Applause followed, and a striking woman entered the room. She was breathtakingly beautiful, standing at 1.7 meters tall, exuding the elegance characteristic of northern women, yet her features were exquisitely delicate. Beneath her willow-shaped brows, her elongated phoenix eyes sparkled with charm, complemented by a slender, well-defined nose and lips resembling cherry petals, naturally tinted a soft red. Her raven hair cascaded like clouds, styled into a low bun secured with a jade hairpin. As she moved, her waist swayed like a young willow in the breeze, leaving a trail of subtle fragrance. Every gesture she made was imbued with captivating grace. If the sisters Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao were innocent beauties, then she was an enchanting siren. Chapter 73. The restaurant owner's desire for a deeper connection with Chun Feiping. Upon seeing this woman, Chun Feiping felt a twinge of curiosity. Yang Xian had not mentioned that there would be additional guests. Mr. Chun, allow me to introduce my cousin, Zhong Yaning, the owner of Yifengxian. Cousin. This is Mr. Chun Feiping. Understanding dawned upon Chun Feiping. It was customary for restaurant owners to make an appearance when familiar guests dined, both to enhance the guest's experience and to cultivate connections that could benefit their business. In his previous life, Chun Feiping had often encountered owners and managers mingling with patrons at the establishments he frequented. Zhong Yaning appraised Chun Feiping, her slender phoenix eyes glimmering with surprise. Yang Xian is the son of her maternal aunt, and the two families share a close bond, having frequented each other since childhood. After the opening of this restaurant, Yang Xian has taken great care of his business. Whenever he has guests, Zhong Yaning usually makes an appearance to greet them. And it was at the entrance of a private dining room that she overheard Chun Feiping's words. Initially, she presumed this guest to be a seasoned middle-aged individual. But to her surprise, he appeared significantly younger, seemingly in his 20s, with striking features and a neatly styled short haircut that gave him a particularly fresh and clean appearance. Despite his youth, he exuded an unexpectedly mature and composed demeanor, entirely devoid of youthful naivety. As a restaurant owner, Zhong Yaning had encountered countless patrons, possessing a discerning eye. Yet she found Chun Feiping to be a refreshing novelty. After all, who could have anticipated that within this young man's physique resided a soul traversing from another realm? Hello, Boss Chun. I hope you don't mind my sudden intrusion, Zhong Yaning greeted, her tone reflecting the forthrightness of a northern woman, yet infused with the grace of a southern lady, creating a unique blend. Not at all, Chun Feiping replied courteously, casually inquiring, Madam Boss. Your accent suggests you might be local, yet there is something distinct about it. Indeed, Boss Chun. My father is local, while my mother hails from the Jiangnan region. I was influenced by both cultures from a young age, and later studied in Jiangnan, so my accent carries a touch of both. Ah, that makes sense, Chun Feiping mused. This proprietress not only possessed a unique accent, but seemed to embody the best of both northern and southern traits. No wonder her temperament was a delightful amalgamation of both regions. With an elegant flick of her hair, Zhong Yaning exuded an aura of femininity with every movement. It seems, Boss Chun, that you possess quite an understanding of Huayan cuisine. Chun Feiping waved his hand dismissively. I've merely scratched the surface. Boss Chun is being modest. I would love to hear your insights on Huayan cuisine. Most new patrons at Yifengxian learned from the staff that the lion's head meatballs were a signature dish of the founding banquet. Even those who were aware of this dish's significance often struggled to articulate why it was featured in the national banquet. However, Chun Feiping struck a chord, piquing Zhong Yaning's interest. I wouldn't dare claim to have profound insights, but I can share a few casual observations. With a slight smile, Chun Feiping remarked, when it comes to the ingredients of Huayan cuisine, they can be succinctly summarized in 4 words. In season, in taste. Huayan cuisine places a premium on the quality of ingredients, excelling in the use of fresh seasonal produce, while seldom employing heavy seasoning to overshadow the natural flavors of the ingredients. Zhong Yaning nodded in agreement. You are absolutely correct, Boss Chun. Huayan cuisine indeed demands high standards for its ingredients, which is somewhat similar to Cantonese cuisine. However, do you believe there are any distinctions between the two? Chun Feiping pondered briefly. In comparison to Huayan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine is more adventurous and eclectic in its selection of ingredients. Besides the usual seafood, poultry, and vegetables, one might find snakes, rats, cats, dogs, and wild game making an appearance on the table. Zhong Yaning pressed on. What about other aspects? How do they compare with Cantonese cuisine? Chen Fei replied nonchalantly. In terms of flavor, both cuisines emphasize freshness. However, Huayan cuisine particularly values elegance. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, with the abundance of salt merchants in the Jianghuai region, affluent individuals, influenced by talented scholars, sought to create exquisite culinary delights. Not only must the dishes be delicious, but they should also be aesthetically pleasing, elegantly presented, and harmoniously colored, merging taste with artistry to reflect a refined culinary culture. Cantonese cuisine, while also attentive to the presentation of food, is not as stringent as Huayan cuisine. Instead, it pursues an extreme in flavor and diversity. The primary characteristics of Cantonese cuisine are its clarity, freshness, crispness, tenderness, and smoothness, emphasizing a taste that is clear yet not bland, tender yet not raw, oily yet not greasy. There is a particular focus on the control of cooking times. Take, for instance, one of the 10 classic Cantonese dishes, the white-cut chicken. Authentic white-cut chicken must retain traces of blood in the bones. If the bones are devoid of blood, it indicates overcooking, while if the meat still has blood, it is insufficiently cooked. Yang Xin was astonished. Can we really consume white-cut chicken that still has blood? He often dined out in the provincial capital, yet he had never heard of such a thing. However, this was not surprising. After the reform and opening up, private restaurants in the provincial capital had only recently become permissible, with state-run establishments predominantly serving northern cuisine. Even in 1988, it was quite rare for Cantonese people from the eastern region to open restaurants in northeast China, as the flavors of Cantonese cuisine did not particularly appeal to the north. A true Cantonese chef attempting to serve white-cut chicken with blood would likely face criticism from patrons. Even in later years, outside of South China, it has been challenging to find white-cut chicken with traces of blood, let alone in the present day. Zhong Yanning was increasingly intrigued. The authentic blood-tinged white-cut chicken that Chen Fei mentioned was something many had not tasted in their previous lives, though they might have encountered it through snippets of information. Yet, the number of people aware of it now was quite limited, given the inadequacy of information channels. She could not help but inquire, "Mr. Chun, have you been to East Guangdong?" "Well, one could say I've been," Chen Fei pondered before responding. "To be precise, I should say I went in my past life. Many are hesitant to try authentic blood-tinged white-cut chicken, but I have a strong sense of acceptance. I found it quite delightful. The meat is especially tender and fragrant, unlike the white-cut chicken found elsewhere." "One could say you've been?" This response struck Zhong Yanning as slightly peculiar, leaving her momentarily taken aback. Though she did not delve deeper, Chen Fei continued to boast. "One of the advantages of being a reincarnator is possessing extensive knowledge." Chen Fei could easily engage in any topic, drawing from a wealth of experience. After all, the online world prior to his rebirth was already quite advanced, allowing even those who seldom left their homes to access a plethora of external information through their phones. And Chen Fei was no recluse. He was a businessman who frequently traveled and made friends, thus his experiences were even more diverse and considerable. In this era, Zhong Yanning and Yang Xin could be considered relatively knowledgeable, yet they were no match for Chen Fei, who had them at a disadvantage. As the conversation unfolded, both cousins found themselves momentarily captivated, feeling as though they were in the presence of a veritable oracle, someone seemingly omniscient. Initially, Zhong Yanning intended only to offer a brief greeting before departing, yet she became increasingly intrigued by Chun Feiping's captivating tales, even feeling a compelling desire to engage with him on a deeper level. At that moment, a thought struck Zhong Yanning. "Boss Chun, why not sample our lion's head meatballs? They will lose their appeal if they cool down. Please, offer me your candid evaluation." Indeed, this is one of the signature dishes of Hefeng Xian. Yang Xin also realized that they had been so engrossed in listening to Chen Feiping's stories that they had neglected the meal, which could be deemed somewhat impolite. Chen Feiping, feeling the pangs of hunger himself, did not hesitate. He first picked up his chopsticks and delicately attempted to lift one of the lion's head meatballs, which shattered at the slightest touch. This action carried significance. A lion's head that could be easily lifted with chopsticks would not meet the standards of a reputable Huayan restaurant. It should crumble when touched yet remain intact during the cooking process. Thus, his initial test with the chopsticks was merely a preliminary assessment. Next, he took a small spoon, scooping up some broth along with the meatball, savoring it slowly with narrowed eyes. After a moment, under the watchful gaze of Zhong Yanning and Yang Xin, he finally spoke. "The broth is rich, the meat tender. The aroma intense, with a soft and sticky texture that melts in the mouth. The quintessence of lion's head has been perfectly captured. This is the finest lion's head I have ever tasted. Chen Feiping was not exaggerating. It truly was the best he had experienced, as it was the only occasion he had indulged in such a dish since his rebirth. In northeast China, enjoying Huayan cuisine is a rare delight. However, he had sampled quite a bit in his previous life, and while Zhong Yanning's lion's head was excellent, it fell slightly short compared to some renowned chefs. "Thank you for your guidance, Boss Chen," Zhong Yanning responded, quite pleased. Although many patrons extolled the virtues of her restaurant's lion's head, few possessed the expertise to articulate their opinions. In contrast, Chen Feiping's every critique struck a chord. Just then, the second dish arrived, a plate of squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, another dish that ranks among the finest in national banquets. Zhong Yanning's eyes sparkled playfully as she inquired, "Boss Chen, what insights do you have regarding this squirrel-shaped mandarin fish?" "First and foremost, I am relieved it is not West Lake vinegar fish." Chen Feiping jested. Laughter erupted from the proprietress of Yifeng Xian, leaving Yang Xian and China baffled, wondering what was so amusing. "Why don't we find it funny?" Zhong Yanning had a high threshold for humor, making it difficult to elicit laughter from her, which added to the confusion of the others. "Ah, this woman even understands the joke about West Lake vinegar fish," Chen Feiping noted with surprise. Nevertheless, since her restaurant specialized in Huayan cuisine, she was likely familiar with this classic dish from Hangzhou. Chen Feiping turned to Yang Xian and asked, "Do you know how authentic West Lake vinegar fish is prepared?" "I do not." Yang Xian shook his head, admitting that he had never tasted this dish before. Chen Feiping, with a serious demeanor, stated that authentic West Lake vinegar fish must be prepared using locally sourced, free-range fish from Linen. He continued, explaining that the fish should be steamed for 15 minutes, then removed from the pot and doused with aged vinegar. At this point, Chen Feiping paused, leaving a sense of suspense in the air. Yang Xian, feeling intrigued, eagerly inquired, "And then what?" Chen Feiping shrugged, replying, "Then you simply toss the fish, plate and all, into the trash." Yang Xian was taken aback. Tossing both the plate and the fish into the trash? What kind of operation was that? Zhong Yanning laughed heartily, losing all semblance of decorum. The unexpected twist in Chen Feiping's final remark had genuinely caught her off guard. While others around them remained oblivious to the humor, she was fully aware of it. After a struggle, she managed to compose herself, assuring Chen Feiping, "Rest assured, I will never allow West Lake vinegar fish to grace my dining table." Yang Xian finally grasped the underlying reason. It seemed that only outsiders found it unpalatable. Chen Feiping added, "That's because the locals simply do not eat it." Zhong Yanning was once again amused, her laughter erupting anew. Throughout the evening, Chen Feiping had repeatedly managed to elicit laughter from her. She also realized that this man possessed quite a way with words. Yang Xian, puzzled, remarked, "I've heard of West Lake vinegar fish. If it's so unappetizing, why are there so many restaurants in Linen serving it?" Chen Feiping sighed, explaining, "This is largely due to the tourists visiting Linen. They come seeking local specialties and inevitably order the West Lake vinegar fish. After trying it once and discovering how surprisingly unpalatable it is, these stubborn individuals typically refuse to believe it, attributing their experience to the restaurant's lack of authenticity. Consequently, they venture to the most renowned establishments by West Lake, such as Lu Wai Lu, for another attempt. Unfortunately, the authentic version is even worse, and at that point, they finally accept that this is indeed the taste of West Lake vinegar fish. The same goes for other tourists, which ensures that this dish will never vanish from the menu. It is akin to the enduring presence of bean juice in Kyoto." Zhong Yanning felt a bit embarrassed, recognizing herself as one of those stubborn individuals who had, rather obstinately, visited 2 different restaurants 3 times. "Oh," Yang Xian nodded, half convinced, secretly resolving that if he went to Linen, he would have to give it a try. After all, it was just a fish. He found it hard to believe it could truly be that inedible. Chen Feiping continued, "Interestingly, West Lake vinegar fish was once a dish served at state banquets, but was later removed. Do you know the reason?" This topic piqued the curiosity of the cousins once more. Yang Xian instinctively remarked, "Because it's too unappetizing?" Zhong Yanning remained silent, thinking that Chen Feiping likely wouldn't pose such a simplistic question. This is but one instance. In 1986, Queen Elizabeth II of Great Britain made her maiden visit to China. At the banquet held in her honor, she encountered the famed West Lake vinegar fish, only to discover a bone within. According to the royal protocols of Britain, any food that enters the mouth must not be expelled, as doing so would be deemed highly impolite, particularly in the context of such a significant diplomatic banquet. Such an affront was unthinkable for the queen. At this juncture, Chen Feiping spoke mysteriously. "Can you guess how the Queen of Great Britain ultimately dealt with this?" "What happened?" inquired Zhong Yaning and Yang Xian, their curiosity piqued. Even the ladies in the adjoining room leaned in to listen intently. Chen Feiping was known for his flair for storytelling, and tales of such prominent figures held a certain allure. With a sly smile, he continued, "This Queen of Britain is quite formidable. She actually chewed the fish bone until it was crushed and swallowed it whole." The assembly was taken aback, astonished at the Queen's unconventional method of addressing the bone. Chen Feiping admired. "You must admit, the old lady has remarkable teeth." At this, Zhong Yaning and the ladies could no longer suppress their laughter, finding the image of a regal queen engaging in such antics delightfully absurd. After the laughter subsided, Zhong Yaning expressed her confusion. "Mr. Chen, how did you come to know this tale?" Chen Feiping replied with a slight smile. "It's a popular story among the people. As for its veracity, who can say? However, I have heard that thereafter, no fish with bones was served at state banquets." Yang Xian mused inwardly, wondering why he had never encountered such a rumor before, realizing that his own knowledge paled in comparison to that of Mr. Chen. In truth, both the Westlake vinegar fish and the anecdote of the Queen were well-circulated narratives from the past. However, being from the 1980s, they were novel to Zhong Yaning and Yang Xian, who found them quite intriguing. At this point, Chen Feiping had begun to dominate the conversation. Nevertheless, it is permissible to take the lead at the dining table, provided the circumstances allow for it. For instance, if the host invites you to order, one must not merely play the role of a humble guest. Such a display would be wholly inappropriate. As for boasting, it depends on the host's disposition. If they show keen interest, one may embellish tales to enliven the atmosphere and foster camaraderie. Conversely, if the host appears disinterested, it is wise to restrain oneself, allowing others to shine, while contributing only a few remarks to maintain a presence. On this occasion, it was just Yang Xian and himself, along with Yang Xian's restaurant owner cousin, with no other guests present, eliminating any concern of overshadowing others. Moreover, Yang Xian seemed to enjoy listening to his tales, prompting Chen Feiping to regale them with more stories. Throughout the meal, he effortlessly wove together clever quips and anecdotes, prompting peals of laughter and creating a remarkably relaxed atmosphere. Zhong Yaning had initially intended to make a brief appearance and depart, but she found herself unwittingly remaining until the meal concluded. "Oh dear, I apologize, Mr. Chen. I didn't realize I had intruded for so long." "Haha, it's all right." Chen Feiping waved his hand. During mealtime, the allure of having beautiful women in the room is undeniably captivating. As the bill was settled, Zhong Yaning quietly inquired of Yang Xian, "Where's Boss Chen from?" "I'm not sure. I met him at the free market." Yang Xian briefly recounted how he discovered Chen Feiping and their subsequent business dealings to his cousin. After listening, Zhong Yaning seemed even more intrigued. "He can't be very old. I'd guess he's just in his early 20s, yet he appears to possess such vast knowledge. Indeed, he seems quite well informed." Yang Xian concurred. Zhong Yaning glanced in Chen Feiping's direction, her lips curving into a smile. "This Boss Chen is rather interesting." Yang Xian was taken aback. He had brought numerous guests and friends to Hefeng Xian, and typically, Zhong Yaning would just make a brief appearance before leaving. However, tonight, she exceptionally lingered in the private room until the dinner concluded, displaying a keen interest in this man, and even surprisingly inquired about him after the meal. Yang Xian pondered. "What does my cousin mean by finding Boss Chen interesting? Could it be that I've inadvertently made an acquaintance with my future cousin-in-law?" Chapter 75. Aiming to surprise Zhou Fengting, yet mistaking someone else the following day. After waking from his slumber at the hotel and having breakfast, Chen Feiping arrived at the rental warehouse and called Yang Xian to come and pick up the goods. An hour later, a modified Isuzu container truck arrived, and Yang Xian jumped out from the passenger seat. "Boss Chen, I apologize for the wait." "No worries, I just arrived a little while ago," Chen Feiping replied as he opened the warehouse door. The mushrooms had already been extracted, filling the 40-square-meter rental space to the brim, with dried and fresh mushrooms distinctly arranged on either side. The Qianquan ring had a hidden function of categorization. Chen Feiping could mentally filter and classify the items stored within the ring, even selecting out those of inferior quality. However, the mountain villagers who sold him these mushrooms were quite honest, and knowing that Chen Feiping would not accept inferior quality, They ensured that all the mushrooms were of good quality. Yang Xian's eyes lit up at the sight of so many mushrooms. These fine goods were indeed worth a fortune. Boss Chen, may I take a look? Of course, young boss, feel free to browse. Although their dinner the night before had been enjoyable, it was still their first business transaction, and it was only natural to inspect the goods, especially considering the significant impact of quality on mushroom prices. Yang Xian's trading company catered to the affluent in the city, exclusively selling high-end products. He would not sell mushrooms that did not meet the quality standard. Nodding in agreement, Yang Xian examined the fresh mushrooms, casually picking a few to inspect, and was astonished. These mushrooms are remarkably fresh. Boss Chun, your preservation and transportation methods are truly commendable. The dried mushrooms were acceptable, but fresh mushrooms are prone to spoilage, which explains the rarity of wild mushrooms in the provincial capital. Chun Feiping chuckled. Well, it's not too bad. Yang Xian was indifferent to how Chun Feiping managed to procure wild mushrooms for the provincial capital. All that mattered to him was their marketability. Many affluent individuals in the capital coveted fresh, wild mushrooms, either for personal indulgence or to impress guests. He knew that as long as he had stock, he could receive calls from them at any time. Numerous state-owned and private restaurants were also on the lookout for such delicacies, although their offered prices paled in comparison to those of the wealthy clientele. Naturally, he prioritized selling to the affluent. After inspecting several bags of dried mushrooms, Yang Xian expressed his satisfaction, saying, Boss Chun, the quality of your mushrooms is exceptional. How about this? I'll add an additional 10% on top of our previously agreed market price. When Chun Feiping previously sold at the free market, he had priced them slightly below market value to expedite sales. With this 10% increase and considering the bulk purchase, it was a fair deal. Yang Xian charged high prices to the wealthy in the capital, but was relatively generous to dependable suppliers, even proactively increasing the price for Chun Feiping as a means of fostering a long-term business relationship. Thank you, Boss Yang. Chun Feiping replied without formality. Yang Xian collected his batch of goods, confident that he could swiftly turn a profit of 20 to 30,000 by reselling them at his trading company. Of course, he envied the earnings, knowing they stemmed from someone else's connections. The mushrooms were weighed and settled at a total of 62,500 yuan. Chun Feiping had initially spent 18,000, yielding a threefold return on his investment, similar to his previous sales at the market. However, with Yang Xian's additional percentage, he effectively earned an extra few thousand. This was the first time he filled the Qiankuan ring with mushrooms and brought them to the provincial capital for sale, and he had already recouped the cost of his small delivery truck with a substantial surplus. In the 1980s, the disparity of information and inconvenient logistics made high-profit ventures exceptionally gratifying. Earning money was remarkably easy. Not far outside, there was a bank where Yang Xian accompanied Chun Feiping to transfer the funds directly into his account, completing the transaction of several tens of thousands with such simplicity that no contracts were necessary. Boss Chun, it has been a pleasure working together. I must be off today, but if you stay in the capital a bit longer, let us find time to dine together. Yang Xian exclaimed, buoyed by the successful deal. No need, Boss Yang. I appreciate your hospitality last night, but I must return promptly. Chun Feiping understood the urgency of dealing with the fresh mushrooms, which had a limited shelf life. A meal invitation was sufficient. To accept another would be rather inconsiderate. Very well, until next time then. Goodbye. Farewell. After bidding Yang Xian goodbye, Chun Feiping boarded the train home. With business concluded in the provincial capital and lacking the inclination to engage in leisure activities alone, he preferred to return early. Having been away for less than 2 days, he found himself surprisingly yearning for the company of the two women at home. By evening, at the Chun residence, upon entering his room, he spotted Zhou Fengting, dressed in a knee-length skirt, with her back turned as she wiped down a chair with a towel. A mischievous thought crossed Chun Feiping's mind. What a delightful surprise this will be. Stealthily, he approached and suddenly embraced her slender waist from behind. The girl was taken aback. Just as she was about to struggle, she heard a familiar voice. It's me. She paused momentarily, as the man's large hand restlessly slipped beneath her clothing. However, in the next instant, Chun Feiping was astonished. Something was amiss. He had only been away to the provincial capital for 2 days. How could Feng Ting have developed so much? You are Feng Jiao? Chun Feiping's pupils constricted. Brother Chun, it's me. Zhou Fengjiao's voice trembled, akin to a helpless little rabbit caught in the clutches of a ravenous wolf. Oh, I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. Chun Feiping hastily apologized, suddenly recalling something, and quickly retracted his hand from the imposing figure of Xiongda. Feeling immensely awkward. Feng Jiao, why are you wearing your sister's clothes? This skirt belonged to Zhou Fengting, and the sisters' silhouettes were nearly identical. Given that it was usually Zhou Fengting who tidied up for herself, it was no wonder Chen Feiping had made the mistaken identity. I'm sorry, Brother Chen. I thought this skirt looked lovely, so I swapped with my sister. Feeling violated, Zhou Fengjiao timidly apologized, attributing the blame to herself, which only deepened Chen Feiping's sense of guilt. Feng Jiao, this is not your fault. The one who should be apologizing is me. Chen Feiping cleared his throat and continued. Actually, I've been dating your sister recently. I just returned from the provincial capital, intending to give her a surprise, but I didn't expect it to be you. Upon hearing Chen Feiping's words, Zhou Fengjiao had already surmised much of it, yet hearing it aloud revealed the disappointment etched on her face. For she too harbored feelings for Chen Feiping. How could any young girl resist the allure of a man she spent so much time with? Despite knowing that, according to custom, it was her sister who should marry first, Zhou Fengjiao felt a constricting ache in her heart, making her quite uncomfortable. Brother Chen, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, she lowered her head and hurriedly departed. Chapter 76. Sister, you and Brother Chen will surely be very happy. In the sister's chamber, Zhou Fengjiao sat dazedly on the Kong, her thoughts tumultuous and her heart in disarray. She had long since discerned that Zhou Fengting also harbored feelings for Chen Feiping. Logically, it should be her sister who ended up with him, yet the girl found herself irresistibly drawn to that man, nurturing beautiful fantasies. It was only now that her dreams shattered like a merciless soap bubble. Sister is more mature and capable than I am. Naturally, Brother Chen would prefer her. Moreover, according to tradition, it was indeed her sister who should marry first. I should be happy for her, and for myself as well. If her sister married Brother Chen, then this would truly be their home, providing both of them with a place to settle down. How foolish I am. I should have realized this much earlier. Her sister must have been afraid of hurting her, which was why she had never divulged her relationship with Brother Chen. However, I find myself lacking in self-awareness. During my last visit to the provincial capital, I impulsively kissed Brother Chen, which surely betrays my sister's trust. Sooner or later, Brother Chen will become my brother-in-law, and I can no longer maintain such intimacy with him. The memories of my time spent with Chen Feiping flood my mind, and the thought that we must now keep our distance brings a pang of sorrow to my heart, causing my eyes to well up with tears. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and the door was suddenly thrust open. Entering was Zhou Fengting, who had just finished cooking in the kitchen. She had sent Zhou Fengjiao to assist Chen Feiping with some cleaning, but after waiting for quite some time without seeing her, she decided to check in and found that Chen Feiping had returned, while Zhou Fengjiao was nowhere to be seen. Concerned, she came to her sister's room. Fengjiao, what troubles you? Seeing her sister's red-rimmed eyes, Zhou Fengting was taken aback. It's nothing, sister. I was just outside, and some sand blew into my eyes. Zhou Fengjiao rubbed her eyes, feigning calmness. Oh, is that so? Would you like me to blow on them for you? Zhou Fengting, unsuspecting, continued. Given how comfortable their lives had become, with Chen Feiping treating both of them so kindly, she could not fathom that Zhou Fengjiao might be feeling distressed. No need, sister. It will be fine soon. Very well then. By the way, Brother Chen has returned from the provincial capital. Ah, really? That's wonderful. Dinner is almost ready. I shall head to the kitchen now. Hurry and join me. All right, sister. After Zhou Fengting left, Zhou Fengjiao composed herself and after a short while, made her way to the kitchen. During dinner, everything proceeded as usual between Chen Feiping and Zhou Fengjiao, as if nothing had transpired. They engaged in pleasant conversation, with Zhou Fengjiao forcing a smile, oblivious to Zhou Fengting's lack of suspicion. After the meal, while her sister was bathing, Zhou Fengjiao slipped into Chen Feiping's room. This couple, newly enamored, had only recently begun their passionate affair. A day apart felt like an eternity, and Zhou Fengting naturally missed him dearly. After an affectionate exchange, Chen Feiping finally spoke. Fengjiao, our situation has come to Fengting's attention. What? Zhou Fengting was taken aback, her confusion evident. Brother Chen, did you not say that we would wait until the new house was ready to inform Fengjiao? That was indeed my initial plan, but an unforeseen incident arose. Chen Feiping explained, recounting the earlier misunderstanding but omitting the more frivolous details, merely mentioning a hug. Zhou Fengting, upon hearing this, felt a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that Fengjiao was hiding away for this reason? Brother Chen, I apologize, it was my oversight. Zhou Fengting took responsibility. I should have anticipated that you might return today and personally clean your room. Had we not exchanged skirts, this situation could have been avoided. Oh, this is not your fault. Chen Feiping waved his hand dismissively. If I had known sooner, it would not have been a significant issue. However, you should have a word with Feng Jiao as well. Understood, Brother Chen, I will do so. Just as Zhou Fengjiao finished her bath and entered her room, Zhou Fengting followed closely behind. Fengjiao, I wish to speak with you for a moment. Zhou Fengting felt a tinge of awkwardness. You are aware of my situation with Brother Chen, aren't you? Zhou Fengjiao's expression darkened slightly. Yes, I know, sister. To be honest, I should have mentioned it to you sooner. Zhou Fengting approached and gently took her hand, apologizing. Please do not hold Brother Chen accountable. He acted without intention. I have no intention of blaming Brother Chen. Zhou Fengjiao quickly interjected, waving her hand. Her sister seemed to have misunderstood. Her sorrow had not stemmed from Chen Feiping's unintentional slight, but from something else entirely. That is a relief. Zhou Fengting sighed. Sister, I am genuinely happy that you can marry Brother Chen. Zhou Fengjiao gazed at her seriously and replied, having relied on each other for so long. We almost fell victim to being sold to the deaf and lame in the village. Thankfully, we met Brother Chen. Once you marry him, we can settle down here and no longer drift aimlessly. Sister, you and Brother Chen are a perfect match. You will surely find happiness. Zhou Fengting nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Feng Jiao, it brings me joy that you feel this way. Why are you thanking me? We are sisters. The following morning, as Chen Feiping emerged from his dreams, he was greeted by a long-forgotten system notification. A serpent demon had taken residence at the foot of Chilean Mountain, with a body resembling crimson and black, extending over 100 feet. It had coiled in a deep ravine for a century, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Its breath exuding toxic miasma that withered flora and fouled streams, leaving a desolate landscape where life had withered. The demon, having cultivated its powers, had grown increasingly malevolent, descending upon villages, sweeping through homes with its tail, and unleashing noxious fumes that darkened the skies. The young and old fled in vain. Those who encountered its poison suffered disintegration, their skin rotting amid widespread wails of despair. Even the able-bodied, armed to fight, succumbed to the toxic gas before they could strike, perishing in an instant. By dawn, the village lay in ruins, bodies strewn about, and not a single animal remained. The venomous serpent coiled upon the debris, its tongue flickering ominously, slithering back toward the village where the host resided. Survive the serpent demon's onslaught and eliminate this fiend, sparing the village from utter destruction. The system concluded its narrative, leaving Chen Feiping both speechless and amused. The last two tasks have been rather peculiar. The previous one involved defeating Jerry, and this time it's about exterminating a poisonous serpent, both tasks unrelated to beasts. Yet, one must not underestimate the rewards of such missions. The bounty from the Super Jerry was surprisingly substantial. I wonder what reward this venomous creature will yield. With determination, Chen Feiping sprang from his bed, landing deftly on the floor. My physical enhancements from the system have truly bolstered my strength. He mused with satisfaction. A strong back often signifies a robust constitution, and the two are inextricably linked. As he stepped outside, he encountered Zhou Fengjiao, who was near the well, preparing to rinse her mouth with a toothbrush and cup. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback. Good morning, Brother Chen. Zhou Fengjiao greeted him warmly. Recalling the incident where she had impulsively kissed Chen Feiping after a few sips of champagne, as well as the misunderstanding from the previous afternoon, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Chapter 77. Into the mountains, bare-handed capture of a venomous snake, Chen Feiping approached her side, casually rinsing his mouth as he did so. The man stood quite close, allowing the girl to catch a whiff of his scent, leaving her momentarily dazed. After a considerable effort to regain her composure, Zhou Fengjiao hesitated for a moment, as if steeling herself for what she was about to say. Brother Chen, during our last encounter in the provincial capital, I drank too much and was unaware of your and my sister's situation. I'm truly sorry. It's quite all right, Chen Feiping replied, suddenly extending his hand to wipe something from the corner of her lips. With a playful smile amidst her astonished gaze, he added, Feng Jiao, you have a bit of toothpaste foam at the corner of your mouth. Zhou Fengjiao snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing. Although Chen Feiping's reasoning was sound, the intimacy of their interaction inevitably led her to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Her heart fluttered like a startled deer. Rather than feeling anger, she found herself enveloped in a sweet sensation, and her mood had significantly brightened since yesterday. Brother Chen is indeed so gentle, she mused, and his smile is quite charming. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Zhou Fengjiao stammered, Brother Chun, I must go help my sister in the kitchen with breakfast. With that, she hurriedly left the water well, her face still warm. Watching her retreating figure, a sly smile crept onto Chun Feiping's lips. During breakfast, Zhou Fengting noticed her sister's mood had shifted from overcast to sunny. As she returned to her usual lively self, chattering animatedly, which delighted her greatly. As an elder sister, she wished nothing more than for her sibling to be happy. Once breakfast concluded, as Chun Feiping stepped out of the courtyard, he encountered Zhuzi returning from the market on his small motorcycle. Zhuzi, what did you buy today? Chun Feiping inquired casually. Hee, I got a large duck. Zhuzi replied with a goofy grin. Why not come over for lunch with your sisters? I can't. I need to head into the mountains. I'm uncertain when I shall return. As he spoke, Chun Feiping patted the bundle on his back. Feiping, you're going into the mountains alone? Why don't I accompany you? Zhuzi expressed concern. Knowing Chun Feiping was often quite daring and rarely hunted outside of the perilous old forests. No need, no need. I'll just be foraging for mushrooms outside. If I happen upon a mountain chicken or a wild rabbit, I'll bring it back. Chun Feiping waved his hand dismissively, rejecting Zhuzi's offer. It's better for you to nurture your relationship with Xiaohua during this time. Besides, it's merely a venomous snake I'm after. There's no need for a partner. The more people there are, the more likely we'll startle it and let it escape. Half joking, Chun Feiping added, Zhuzi, just make sure to treat your future father-in-law well. Don't neglect him, or you might lose your bride. All right then, Feiping, I want to go with you. Relieved that his good friend intended to remain on the outskirts of the mountains and would likely avoid any fierce beasts, Zhuzi bid farewell. After a brief exchange, Chun Feiping proceeded toward the majestic mountains behind him. This time, his mission from the system involved dealing with venomous snakes. In the village, it is not so easy to locate venomous snakes, whereas they are more prevalent in the mountains. Moreover, the system indicated that the snake demon was preparing to assault the village, which suggests it is not far into the depths of the forest, but rather closer to the village itself. Thus, Chun Feiping decided to meander around the outskirts of the mountain first. On this excursion, he brought along some snake antidotes, which he stored in his Chinkoan ring. Hunters venturing into the mountains typically equip themselves with snake remedies for unforeseen circumstances, as one can never guarantee the absence of accidents. However, the northeastern region has relatively few venomous snakes. One could count the species on both hands, unlike the multitude found in the south, making it quite challenging to find them. Upon ascending the mountain, Chun Feiping wandered through the grassy areas, as the chances of encountering a venomous snake would be greater there. Given his quest for snakes, he could not casually prod the underbrush with a stick as he usually did. As he approached the thickets and bushes, he tread lightly, concentrating his attention on his surroundings. His senses were heightened beyond that of an ordinary person, attuned to even the slightest rustle of leaves or whisper of the wind. Suddenly, he pricked up his ears. He discerned a faint sound characteristic of a snake's movement. Following the sound, he spotted a small serpent. Its head was somewhat flattened and rounded, adorned with orange-yellow spots on its neck, while its body displayed a grass-green hue, camouflaged within the foliage, making it difficult to notice without careful observation. Known as the toad-headed snake, or wild chicken neck, its scientific name is the tiger-striped necked snake. It favors habitats near water in mountainous regions, hills, and plains, and is widely distributed across the country. Many mistakenly believe this snake to be non-venomous. Some daring rural children have played with it in their youth, often escaping serious harm from its bites. However, this is a misconception. The wild chicken neck belongs to the colubrid family and possesses venom glands, but it has rear fangs that make venom delivery challenging. A bite typically results in the snake releasing its grip, posing little threat. However, should it latch on and refuse to let go, it could be perilous, as its hemotoxic venom is extremely potent, far surpassing that of all Asian vipers and even more formidable than that of the king cobra, with no available antivenom. Chun Feiping felt no fear towards this toad-headed snake. The original owner had captured and played with them in his youth, having been bitten several times without dire consequences. Generally, the snake would bite and then release, resulting in non-fatal encounters, with no recorded fatalities domestically, though there have been a few lethal incidents in Japan. He did not even reach for his weapon. Instead, he stealthily approached, then suddenly sprang forth like a cheetah, his right hand darting into the grass. In the next moment, he seized the wild chicken neck by its vital spot. At less than a meter in length, it was quite small, despite its potent venom. It posed no threat, and was unlikely to be the snake demon recognized by the system. With a slight exertion, he dispatched the snake. As expected, there was no system notification. He stored the wild chicken neck in his chinquan ring, as its flesh was quite delectable and would make a nourishing stew. Continuing his meanderings through the forest, he also gathered some mushrooms he encountered. After half an hour of such pursuits, Chen Feiping made another discovery. This is a soil ball snake, scientifically known as the black-browed viper, the most common venomous snake in northeast China. It is also referred to as the soil valley snake, soil bag snake, or soil public snake. Compared to the wild chicken neck, the soil ball snake poses a far greater danger, possessing a mixed venom that contains both neurotoxins and coagulants. If bitten and not promptly treated, it may lead to respiratory failure and circulatory disorders, endangering one's life. Many mountain dwellers have fallen victim to its bite, and upon sighting, it is often killed to prevent further harm to others. It coils into a disc shape, nestled among fallen leaves, and if one is not careful and steps on it, a bite is inevitable. To ensure safety, Chen Feiping refrained from capturing it with his bare hands this time, and instead wielded a snake stick he had prepared in advance, striking it with a swift blow. The soil ball snake barely had time to react before its head was crushed. Still, there was no system notification. This venomous snake was smaller, measuring just over half a meter when fully extended, even less than the previously encountered wild chicken neck. However, it mattered little. The mountain folk adhere to the principle that any venomous snake must be killed, especially the frequently biting soil ball snake. Chapter 78. Zhou Fengjiao bitten by a venomous snake in the restroom after wandering the mountains for an entire day. Chen Feiping had dispatched over a dozen venomous snakes. Even for the village's seasoned snake catchers, capturing that many snakes in a single day is no easy feat. Chen Feiping was not a professional snake catcher. He possessed an acute awareness, detecting even the slightest rustle of a snake in the grass, which enabled him to achieve such a high count. Regrettably, as dusk approached, the system notification remained silent. These snakes were not recognized as snake demons by the system. Additionally, he had gathered a bounty of mushrooms and 2 mountain chickens, which were unexpected rewards. Time was running late, and he decided to conclude his activities for the day, planning to return the following day. After all, the task system did not impose a time limit, allowing him to search leisurely. A week later, that night, Chen Feiping lay in bed, his brow furrowed in concern. In the past 7 days, he had killed nearly 100 venomous snakes, yet the system remained unresponsive. The snakes on the mountains near the village had fallen into misfortune and were almost exterminated. Today, he had only found 3. Could it be that I have misjudged, and the snake demon resides deep within the mountains? If so, the search area would be vast and challenging. As Chen Feiping pondered, he suddenly heard a sharp electronic voice. Warning! Warning! A snake demon has invaded the host's home. Chen Feiping's pupils contracted. What in the world? After searching for days without success, the snake demon has come to my house. The hostess family is in peril, and the snake demon is vicious and formidable, possessing immense cultivation. Its venom can corrode gold and dissolve iron. Even if the host cultivates an indestructible body, it would be difficult to withstand. Please make the following choice. Choice 1. Acknowledge defeat, remembering the ancient adage of preserving the green mountains. Abandon kin to escape, avoiding reckless bravery to prevent becoming just another corpse. After diligent cultivation, one may slay the demon and avenge this grievous wrong. Choice 2. A true man stands firm in the world. How could one forsake family to survive? How dare the demon threaten my kin? Today, even if I were to be shattered into pieces, I would never allow you to harm my family in the slightest. Please, host, make your choice through tangible actions. Damn, of course I choose option 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feiping sprang from his bed like a carp leaping from the water and dashed out the door with the utmost speed. It was already 10:30 at night, and both Feng Ting and Feng Jiao were fast asleep. Could that venomous snake have slithered into their room? At that moment, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night, emanating from the direction of the bathroom. Soon after, a figure stumbled out in a frenzied dash. It was Zhou Fengjiao. The girl was pale with fright, running aimlessly and clutching her underwear. Fengjiao? Is the snake in the bathroom? With this thought racing through his mind, Chen Feiping hurried over. Brother Chen, there's a snake in the bathroom. Upon seeing Chen Feiping, Zhou Fengjiao burst into tears and threw herself into his arms, her delicate frame trembling, clearly terrified. She had merely risen to relieve herself when she unexpectedly discovered a snake hiding behind the flushing bucket, and as soon as she squatted down, it darted out. In such a scenario, not only a girl, but even a man would be utterly petrified. Instinctively, Chen Feiping glanced towards the bathroom and beheld a small snake emerging. Its head was triangular, the olive-yellow body robust, with a short tail and a jagged, dark stripe running along its back, adorned with light spots on either side. The northern viper, also known as the dragon pattern viper, is the most venomous snake in the northeast. This particular viper was about 70 to 80 centimeters long, which, while sizable among its kind, is still relatively small, as most northern vipers typically measure no more than half a meter. Certified by the system, such creatures are not always colossal, like the previous Jerry, yet their stature remains exceptionally rare among their peers. Perhaps startled or threatened, this northern viper coiled up, fixating its fierce gaze upon the two, its blood-red tongue flicking menacingly as it prepared to strike. However, Chen Feiping remained unfazed, swiftly grabbing a stick from the wall and advancing towards it. "Brother Chen," Zhou Fengjiao began, but before she could finish, Chen Feiping had expertly struck the snake precisely at its vital point. His movement was so swift that the viper had no time to evade. After dispatching the northern viper, Chen Feiping suddenly recalled something. "Fengjiao, were you bitten by the snake?" I was bitten." Chen Feiping's expression changed drastically. The northern viper, being the most venomous species in the northeast, possesses venom that contains various toxins capable of inflicting severe damage to the human nervous and circulatory systems. A bite could result in intense pain, swelling, bleeding, difficulty breathing, dizziness, nausea, and in severe cases, could even lead to death. If bitten, it is imperative to administer emergency treatment immediately and seek medical attention without delay. Chen Feiping urgently inquired, "Where were you bitten?" "I was bitten on." Zhou Fengjiao stammered. She was bitten while crouching, and the location was quite inappropriate, making it difficult for the girl to speak about it. Chen Feiping grew anxious. This was a matter of life and death. Without hesitation, he lifted Zhou Fengjiao's nightgown and discovered 2 rows of bite marks. Without a moment's thought, he crouched down. "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" Zhou Fengjiao asked. Chen Feiping did not respond. Instead, he placed his mouth over the wound and sucked forcefully. A slightly metallic liquid was drawn out in the next moment. "Huh!" He spat the liquid onto the ground and leaned in to continue sucking. Zhou Fengjiao then realized that Chen Feiping was attempting to extract the snake venom from her. In cases of snake bites, it is generally advised against using one's mouth to suck the wound during emergency medical treatment. This method is not entirely ineffective, even if one manages to extract residual venom. It is beneficial. However, it poses a risk of poisoning the person sucking the venom, especially if they have any wounds in their mouth. Chen Feiping had a healthy oral cavity, free from ulcers or inflammation, and having consumed the Dian Tianhua pill, he felt he might possess some resistance to snake venom. Thus, he took the risk to assist Zhou Fengjiao. At that moment, Zhou Fengting heard the commotion and came out. "Brother Chen, Fengjiao, what happened?" Chen Feiping spat out another mouthful of venom. "Fengting, Fengjiao has been bitten by a snake." "What?" Zhou Fengting was horrified and then noticed the dead snake on the ground. "Fengjiao, quickly go inside and find a strip of cloth. We need to bandage her and get her to the hospital." "Brother Chen, I'll go right away." Zhou Fengting hurriedly dashed back into the house. After sucking the wound 7 or 8 times, Chen Feiping then brought Zhou Fengjiao to the water well, washing the wound with soap and clean water, scrubbing it vigorously. At that moment, Zhou Fengting emerged with a strip of cloth. "Brother Chen, here." Chen Feiping tightly bound the cloth around the upper part of the wound to slow the blood flow towards the heart. The system then announced, "The host has chosen to advance and retreat with family, successfully slaying the invading snake demon. You have gained the extraordinary gift of immunity to all poisons. Your body now possesses unparalleled resistance to all toxins." Chapter 79. The hospital lacks antivenom. But the gallbladder of a snake can cure all poisons. You vow to defend your village and family, bravely confronting the snake demon without fear of death, gaining the aura of a lone hero, enhancing your personal charisma. This time, the system bestowed 2 peculiar rewards, both unrelated to money, which was precisely what Chen Feiping yearned for. Even if the system did not reward him with currency, he could easily earn it. However, those unique rewards that money could not buy were invaluable. Immunity to all poisons. Did this not mean he could venture into the mountains without fear of stepping on a venomous snake? What a splendid boon. Possessing an indestructible physique. The most likely threat in the mountains was indeed the venomous snakes, and the system reward perfectly compensated for this vulnerability. As for what the aura of a lone hero entailed, Who could say? Never mind that. Consider it a complimentary addition. It is not yet the time for research rewards. Applying the snake venom antidote to Zhou Fengjiao, Chen Feiping lifted her effortlessly and made his way toward the motorcycle. His younger sister had been bitten by a snake and was unable to walk, as it would only expedite the flow of her blood. Fengting quickly opened the gate. We must rush Zhou Fengjiao to the hospital. Yes, Brother Chen. Zhou Fengting hurried to open the gate, and once Chen Feiping had exited, she closed it behind her and took her place on the motorcycle's rear seat. In a mere quarter of an hour, the trio arrived at the city hospital. Upon parking, Chen Feiping hurriedly carried Zhou Fengjiao into the lobby. Brother Chen, Zhou Fengjiao's head had begun to spin. Despite Chen Feiping's swift actions, a considerable amount of venom had already infiltrated her bloodstream. Yet, the girl clung to her last vestiges of composure. I would like to see a female doctor, if possible. Having been bitten in such a delicate area, she preferred not to be examined by a male physician. Moreover, having shared intimate moments with Chen Feiping, she felt that her pristine body should belong solely to him, and she wished to shield it from the gaze and touch of any other man. Chen Feiping, both amused and exasperated, thought, at a time like this, you foolish girl, you should be prioritizing your life. It was not uncommon for male doctors to perform surgeries on female patients, even in their entirety. Furthermore, in the emergency room at night, options were limited. Very well, he conceded, striving to reassure her. If it turned out to be a male doctor, he would persuade her then. As they entered the hospital lobby and located a nurse, they quickly conveyed the severity of the snake bite. The nurse, recognizing the urgency, promptly escorted them to the emergency department, waiving the usual registration procedures. Upon discovering that the on-call physician was a middle-aged female doctor, Zhou Fengjiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. After listening to Chen Feiping's succinct account, the doctor examined the wound, which had begun to swell. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "Do you know what type of snake bit her?" "The dragon pattern viper." The doctor's expression shifted slightly, though she quickly regained her composure and nodded. "Ah, I see." Chen Feiping's heart sank. The venom from such a snake likely had no available anti-venom in the country. Research on anti-venom had only just commenced in the 1980s, and many were still absent. In cases of snake bites, physicians could only administer standard treatments and prescribe medications to prevent complications, leaving the patient to endure the venomous effects. Those who could not withstand it faced dire consequences. The doctor disinfected Zhou Fengjiao's wound with alcohol, prescribed some medications, and instructed the nurse to escort her to a hospital room. "You must be the family of the patient. Please leave one person behind, as I have some matters to discuss." "Doctor, whatever you need to say, I am here," Chen Feiping responded, turning to Zhou Fengting. "Fengting, please accompany Fengjiao to the ward. I will join you shortly." "Yes, Brother Chen." After several individuals departed, the female doctor finally spoke again. "There is unfortunate news that I must convey to you. The venom from this snake has yet to be researched adequately in our country, and in simpler terms, there is no antidote available." To ensure Chen Feiping comprehended, she added, "Many people are unfamiliar with the term antidote." Chen Feiping nodded, feeling unsurprised, as he had already anticipated this outcome. Earlier, when Zhou Fengjiao was present, the doctor had refrained from disclosing this information to avoid affecting her emotional state. "To my knowledge, the situation is the same in the provincial capital. So transferring her to a hospital there would be of no avail. You must prepare yourself psychologically," she continued. At this juncture, the doctor's tone shifted. "However, it's not entirely hopeless. You administered timely emergency care immediately after the bite, and given her youth and robust constitution, there remains a possibility for her to endure this." Overall, she advised him to keep her emotions stable, to prevent any agitation, and to maintain an optimistic outlook. "Should any changes arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Understood?" Chen Feiping nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, doctor." Exiting the emergency room, he was burdened with a heavy heart. Without an antidote, was it not as if Fengjiao was left to fate? Even if she were to endure the venom, it would likely leave behind numerous aftereffects. If she were bitten by a creature like the severed-tailed abdomen, even with the administration of an antidote, a man's kidneys could fail, let alone in the absence of one. No, there must be a way. I cannot entrust Fengjiao's life to mere chance. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feiping endeavored to calm himself. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Am I not impervious to all poisons? Perhaps my blood could serve as the ultimate antidote and vaccine. Furthermore, the gallbladder of that dragon pattern viper might hold the key to detoxification. There exists a folk belief that consuming snake gall can counteract venom. Although this notion has been debunked scientifically, as snake gall is known to clear heat and detoxify, but does not neutralize snake venom. The dragon pattern viper is recognized by the system as a snake demon. This is a world where even the realm of immortality has been breached. Why should science restrict its possibilities? As the saying goes, the end of science is the beginning of mysticism. Perhaps this snake gall could indeed detoxify. Contemplating this, Chun Feiping discreetly inquired, System, can the gallbladder of a snake demon neutralize poison? The gallbladder of a snake demon can counteract myriad toxins. Its bile is one of the finest medicinal catalysts, and it is also the most valuable part of the snake demon's corpse. However, caution must be exercised in its usage. Otherwise, it may harm the cultivator's foundational constitution. The system, surprisingly accommodating, responded to Chun Feiping's question. Thank you, System. Chun Feiping exclaimed with joy. This newfound knowledge provided hope for Feng Jiao. With the combination of snake gall and my blood, I refuse to believe we cannot neutralize the poison. He made his way to the hospital room, where Zhou Fengting was anxiously keeping company with her sister, her face etched with worry. Feng Jiao's condition appeared to be deteriorating. Her complexion pale. The venom of this serpent strikes with ferocity, swiftly wreaking havoc upon the nervous system through the bloodstream. Hearing footsteps, Zhou Fengting turned her head. Brother Chun. What did the doctor say? Nothing much. She advised us to take good care of Feng Jiao. She will be fine. Chun Feiping replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. It was imperative not to let Fengting become anxious. Zhou Fengting exhaled a slight breath of relief. But why does Feng Jiao look so pale? It's typical after being bitten. She will improve shortly. Chun Feiping approached Zhou Fengjiao, gently stroking her hair, and reassured her, Feng Jiao, do not worry. You will recover swiftly. Yes, Brother Chun. With Chun Feiping by her side, Zhou Fengjiao felt a profound sense of security. This man was like a steadfast mountain upon which she could rely. Chapter 80, Brother Chun. Will you abandon me? After soothing Zhou Fengjiao with a few words, Chun Feiping said, Feng Jiao, I will attend to the admission procedures. You keep an eye on Feng Jiao. Zhou Fengting grasped her sister's hand. Brother Chun, I will. Leaving the ward, however, Chun Feiping did not proceed with the hospital admission. The paperwork could wait. The immediate priority was to return home to retrieve the snake gall. In the rush to enter the city, the two sisters had been present, and he had neglected to secure the serpent's corpse within his spatial ring. Mounting his flying Eagle 100, this time without the sisters, Chun Feiping drove even faster. Racing back home in under 10 minutes. The serpent's body remained, and he seized it, extracting a sharp dagger from his spatial ring to perform an autopsy on the spot, collecting the gallbladder and storing the rest of the serpent. In the room, he poured nearly half a cup of boiling water from the kettle, transferring it between 2 cups to hasten cooling. If the temperature were too high, the snake gall and his own blood might lose their medicinal properties. Tepid water would be preferable. Once it had cooled sufficiently, Chun Feiping pricked his finger, squeezing blood into 1 cup, while adding a single drop of the snake gall's bile. The system cautioned that excessive bile could harm a cultivator's foundational constitution, so he opted for a minimal amount at first. Should it prove insufficient to counteract the venom, he could increase the dosage later. Before departing, Chun Feiping quickly gathered some items for the sisters' hospital stay, such as toothbrushes, towels, and clothing. The incident had occurred so abruptly that they hadn't had time to change. They had come to the hospital in their nightgowns. Zhou Fengjiao was fortunate, as she lay in the hospital bed, but Zhou Fengting found herself in an inconvenient position. He placed the concocted mixture of blood and bile into his spatial ring. A realm not only adept at storing items, but also keeping its contents stable, impervious to the jolts of his motorcycle. Once more, Chun Feiping set off, racing back to the hospital with fervor. Upon entering the ward, he found Zhou Fengting in a state of distress, flitting about like an ant on a hot pan. Brother Chun, Feng Jiao feels so cold. She says she's shivering and feels nauseous. I was just about to summon a doctor. Time was of the essence. Chun Feiping approached Zhou Fengjiao, cradling the cup, and gently lifted her from the bed. Feng Jiao, drink this potion, and you shall feel better. Zhou Fengjiao's eyes were unfocused, her mind in a haze, yet she obediently sipped the potion mixed with Chun Feiping's blood and snake bile. Chun Feiping set the cup aside and gently laid her down. Feng Jiao, rest for a moment. Let us observe your condition. If you still feel unwell, please inform Brother Chun, all right? Zhou Fengjiao weakly nodded, instinctively grasping Chun Feiping's hand. On her left was her elder sister, and on her right was Chun Feiping. The two individuals she trusted most in the world were by her side, alleviating her fear. Sister, Brother Chun, It's truly wonderful to have you with me. In this lifetime, I never wish to part from you. I don't want to marry. I just want to stay with you. Is that all right? Those who have been bitten by a venomous snake know that when the poison strikes, it feels akin to inebriation, leading to nonsensical ramblings. Zhou Fengjiao murmured, almost deliriously. All right, Fengjiao, whatever you wish. It was imperative to soothe her sister's emotions. Even if Zhou Fengjiao expressed a desire to sleep beside Chen Feiping, Zhou Fengting would acquiesce. Sister, you promised me. Let us make a pinky promise. Zhou Fengjiao extended her little finger, resembling a child in her innocence. Zhou Fengting complied with the promise, and then Zhou Fengjiao turned to Chen Feiping, Brother Chen. I'm not as capable as my sister. Will you still want me? Of course, Fengjiao. In Brother Chen's heart, you are just as capable as your sister. Chen Feiping gently stroked her hair. Sister, Brother Chen, you are truly wonderful. Zhou Fengjiao felt a profound sense of contentment. All right, Fengjiao, for now. Refrain from speaking and focus on resting. Zhou Fengjiao closed her eyes, while Chen Feiping anxiously monitored her condition. This was the first time he had applied a system item to another person, and he could not guarantee its efficacy, fearing it might only be suitable for the host. Zhou Fengting felt the same apprehension. This was her twin sister, who had been her companion since childhood. She could hardly bear to imagine what would happen if anything were to befall Zhou Fengjiao. As time passed, Zhou Fengjiao's pale face regained a hint of color, and the warmth returned to her hand, no longer as cold as before. It seems my blood and the snake bile are having an effect. Chen Feiping felt a surge of joy and asked again, Fengjiao, how do you feel now? Zhou Fengjiao opened her almond-shaped eyes, the previous haze replaced with clarity. Brother Chen, I feel much better. Her voice was stronger than before, no longer weak and feeble. All signs indicated she was recovering swiftly. Wonderful. Fengjiao is saved. Chen Feiping felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Fengjiao, you're looking better. Your face is pale, and your hands are warm. Zhou Fengting wept tears of joy. In truth, she had sensed earlier that her sister's condition was more serious than she had imagined, potentially life-threatening. Fear gripped Zhou Fengting's heart. The younger sister and Chen Feiping have become everything in her life. Losing either of them would be an unbearable agony. The following morning, the night shift female doctor from the emergency room entered the ward. Although her shift had ended, she was unable to shake off her concern for this particular patient. So she decided to make a visit. Last night, the patient's family had not sought her out, which puzzled the doctor. Logically, given the severity of a snake venom attack, one would expect some form of crisis. Yet, upon seeing Zhou Fengjiao, who had awakened and appeared vibrant, her astonishment only deepened. What was happening? Had the patient miraculously revived? She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The doctor had handled 3 patients bitten by the dragon pattern viper. 2 of them had already succumbed, while one had barely survived but was left with numerous complications, suffering from chronic pain and needing frequent hospital visits. However, this particular patient seemed to have transformed overnight, exuding vitality as if she had never been bitten. Doctor, you are here. Chen Feiping greeted her, bringing the doctor back to her senses. She approached and inquired, how does the patient feel? Zhou Fengjiao replied, I felt a bit unwell last night, but after taking the medicine you prescribed, I gradually improved and slept very comfortably. I feel great now. Zhou Fengting expressed her gratitude, saying, Doctor, I cannot thank you enough. The medicine worked wonders. You truly are a miraculous healer. The sisters believed that the potion was prescribed by the doctor, unaware that it was Chen Feiping's personal remedy. The doctor was perplexed. The medications she had prescribed were only effective for complications and did not neutralize snake venom. Moreover, the venom had manifested in its most intense form last night, typically causing unbearable pain, dizziness, and nausea, making sleep impossible. Yet this female patient had slept soundly, which left her utterly confounded. You need not thank me. It must be the patient's strong constitution and remarkable immunity, the doctor concluded, attributing the phenomenon to the variability of individual health. Just as with previous patients bitten by the dragon pattern viper, some recovered swiftly, while others faced delays or lingering aftereffects. Perhaps her limited exposure to such cases had led her to overlook the possibility of certain individuals possessing exceptional resilience, enabling them to swiftly overcome the venom's effects without lasting consequences. After examining Zhou Fengjiao, the doctor concluded, All right, your recovery appears excellent. There is no need for further hospitalization. Thank you, doctor. With that, they processed the discharge paperwork and left the hospital. Chen Feiping and the sisters enjoyed breakfast together, satisfying their hunger. Having been preoccupied with Zhou Fengjiao the previous night, Zhou Fengting was now weary and went straight to bed upon returning home. Just as Chun Feiping stepped into his room, Zhou Fengjiao followed closely behind. The girl fiddled with the hem of her clothing and asked, "Chengu, were those words you spoke to me in the hospital genuine? Or were you merely soothing me?" Chun Feiping casually inquired, "What words? Will you abandon me?" Zhou Fengjiao summoned her courage. During her moment of delirium, she had articulated her innermost thoughts, which she had previously been too timid to voice. "Is this what you meant?" Chun Feiping smiled gently, caressing her smooth cheek. "Fengjiao, as long as you wish to remain here, no one shall compel you to leave. This is a promise from your elder brother Chun, valid for a lifetime." "Thank you, Brother Chun. Please rest well." The girl's heart brimmed with joy, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Even if she could not wed Chun, the mere prospect of being by his side throughout her life, of seeing him whenever she desired, filled her with contentment. Chapter 81. A Visit to the Dog Market. Encountering an ancient celestial species. Awakening naturally from slumber, it was already afternoon. Chun Feiping rose from his bed and, while washing his face in the courtyard, made a startling discovery. The scar on his finger, a result of a small blade's cut from the previous day, had nearly faded, leaving only a faint trace. Remarkably, just hours after the injury, it was almost completely healed, the scar barely perceptible. My self-healing ability seems to differ from that of an ordinary person. Chun Feiping mused in astonishment. Furthermore, the indestructible body was not truly impervious. The ability to cut through flesh with a knife illustrated this point. However, he had successfully split stones with his bare hands without so much as a twinge of pain, as long as his physical form surpassed that of an average individual. Chun Feiping did not aspire to become a superhero. After all, Earth could not compare to the realm of cultivation, where spiritual energy was abundant. He knew he could not become a transcendent being capable of soaring through the skies. Following lunch, Chun Feiping ventured into the city to showcase the serpent's corpse at the auction house, retaining the serpent's gallbladder, a valuable item that could potentially save a life. Although he was immune to toxins, he considered the possibility of his sisters being bitten by a venomous snake. Just as Zhou Fengjiao had been bitten by a dragon-patterned viper while merely visiting the restroom, such misfortunes could not be foreseen. Living near the mountains, encounters with snakes and rodents were commonplace for villagers, and those foraging for mushrooms often faced danger as well. His brother Zhuzi frequently accompanied him into the mountains. Yet he lacked any resistance to toxins. The system designated the serpent's gall as the most valuable part of the serpent demon, yet Chun Feiping remained unconcerned. No matter its worth, it would likely fetch no more than 10,000 at most. He had yet to sell anything that yielded over 20,000. With his newfound avenues for earning, a trip to the provincial capital could yield tens of thousands, rendering such a sum insignificant. Upon exiting the eastern market, Chun Feiping rode his eagle to the dog market. Following the recent incident, he deemed it prudent to acquire a dog. A proactive measure not only to deter snakes and rodents, but also to ward off potential thieves. In the past, the original owner had a hunting dog that had accompanied him since childhood. However, one fateful day during a hunting expedition in the mountains, the dog perished while protecting its master, leaving the owner heartbroken. Consequently, he decided against raising another dog. For Chun Feiping, the decision to hunt with a dog was of little consequence. His primary concern was for home security, while the dog could also provide companionship for his sisters. The dog market of the 1980s served as a vivid reflection of the early days of reform and opening up, infused with the essence of everyday life. The spirit of the streets, and the unique roughness of that era. Nestled within an old alley of the city, the hard earth beneath was trampled to a firm surface. Flanked by iron cages and bamboo baskets housing large dogs and puppies, their barks mingling with the shouts of vendors and the sounds of haggling, creating a cacophony of noise. As the host ambled through the spirit pet market, he observed the winding bluestone street lined with red cages like a formation. Mystical foxes curled up in slumber, while emerald-scaled snakes coiled around jade pillars, iron-feathered eagles perched upon golden frames, and frost-maned wolves lay low against cold iron. Merchants called out amidst the mingling sounds of stringed instruments, while exotic beasts emitted low growls, creating a swirl of energy and spirit. Within this marketplace, the authenticity of spirit pets varied greatly, making it difficult to discern their quality. The host was advised to exercise caution in his evaluations, observe the spirit, probe its veins, and inspect its roots. Those with clarity akin to autumn waters were often of fine quality, whereas those with murky eyes clouded like fog were surely of mundane origins. The host's gaze was drawn to a jade-horned spirit fox on the right, yet what he found was a Pekingese. By the late 1980s, the dog market had already seen the rise of some pet breeds, with the Pekingese among them. This mixed breed, known for its adorable and comical appearance, was favored by many. In the 1990s, city dwellers often named their pets Huan Huan, Dian Dian, or Dao Du. Was this truly a jade-horned spirit fox? Despite its frost-like coat shimmering with brilliance, its gaze was vacant, devoid of any spirit, revealing it to be nothing more than an ordinary creature painted in shades of red. Chun Feiping exchanged glances with the Pekingese, only to be met with its wide, innocent eyes, as clear and foolish as a university student. Indeed, it was impossible for such a creature to possess any spirit. Please utilize your spiritual energy to explore its meridians and roots for further identification. The system prompted. Chun Feiping crouched down to pat the dog, unsure of how to probe it, but reassured by the presence of the system. If the spirit pet's aura flowed like a continuous stream, it would indicate a superior quality. However, this one's spirit felt stagnant, as though trapped in a murky pool, suggesting underlying ailments. Chun Feiping was moved. The system's analysis held some merit. Pekingese dogs were prone to illness, requiring considerable care, making them a challenging breed to maintain. Alongside the Pekingese was a Shih Tzu, also known as a lion dog, which appeared even sweeter and more gentle, clearly a harmless type, friendly and loyal. This dog was too docile and elegant, even reluctant to bark, rendering it unrealistic to expect it to guard the home. However, it would not disturb the neighbors in the city and could indeed serve as a good companion for children. The system's assessment was similar. In truth, even without the system's guidance, Chun Feiping had no intention of raising these delicate pets. He lacked the time and energy to tend to them. As he walked a few paces further, his gaze fell upon a majestic red dog, which exuded an impressive and fierce demeanor. This creature, known as the fierce red hound, embodies a harbinger of misfortune with an untamable and violent disposition. Its spine exhibits a peculiar curvature, a sign of treachery against its master, and one must exercise utmost caution when tending to it. In the past, a cultivator had endeavored to domesticate such a beast, only to meet a tragic end, falling victim to its wrath. Therefore, the host must remain vigilant. Chun Feiping mused that the system's judgment seemed rather excessive in this instance. The canine in question is a Russian red hound, known for its loyalty to its master, serving as an exemplary guard dog. It adapts remarkably well to various environments and climates, boasting high intelligence and the ability to swiftly learn commands and skills, making it a frequent presence in border patrols. However, its drawbacks are equally apparent. Firstly, it possesses boundless energy and requires ample exercise. Otherwise, it may resort to destructive behavior within the confines of a home, much like the Siberian Husky. Additionally, its temperament is fierce, with a propensity for aggression, readily attacking strangers and other canines, often losing control in the heat of confrontation. It remains less than perfect. The wolf blue hound shares similarities with the Russian red hound, exhibiting ferocity and loyalty, and is proactive in protecting its master. Yet, obedience remains a significant issue, as it is a breed derived from exceptional wolves. At the dog market, Chun Feiping examined various breeds. Yet the system's evaluations were not particularly favorable, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. Departing from the section dedicated to valuable breeds, he ventured further, only to find an array of mixed-breed dogs. These local dogs are quite affordable, predominantly puppies. In this era, nearly every villager raises such dogs. When a mother dog gives birth to more puppies than can be cared for, they are often taken to the city for sale, earning a modest profit. Amidst the cacophony of barking, Chun Feiping suddenly discerned two distinctive barks. Although still quite young, they resonated with a robust and clear tone, far more resounding than the other dog's barks. Following the sound, he discovered a pair of puppies, one yellow and one black. The emotionless system notification was tinged with a hint of astonishment. In this humble pet market, a pair of ancient celestial breeds has been encountered. The host's fortune and opportunities are truly unparalleled. Ancient celestial breeds? Chun Feiping's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could there be extraordinary spiritual pets? Chapter 82. Forming a contract and activating the bloodline of the Xianxiao celestial hound. Chun Feiping hastened to the side of the two uniquely vocal puppies. Despite being less than a month old, their small forms radiated vitality and exuberance. Upon seeing Chun Feiping, they exhibited not a trace of fear, instead displaying an exuberant demeanor. The tying dog, A breed of rural dogs in China is categorized into three types: those from the north, Jiangsu Zhejiang, and the Guangdong regions. The northern variant, known as the tying dog, colloquially referred to as the big fool dog, boasts a history exceeding 3,000 years. Its inherent instincts include guarding homes and exhibiting loyalty to its master, typically larger than the breeds from Jiangsu Zhejiang and Guangdong, reaching weights of 70 to 80 pounds and standing 60 to 70 centimeters tall at the shoulder. However, by the late 1980s, pure tying dogs had become quite rare, largely due to the invasion of foreign breeds leading to many mixed breeds. Additionally, previous efforts to repay foreign debts resulted in dog hunting teams entering villages and exterminating dogs, converting their pelts into coats for repayment, which drastically reduced the population of pure tying dogs. The two puppies, one yellow and one black, are quintessential tying hounds. Upon closer observation, one would notice that both possess 6 toes on their hind paws, a trait believed to signify a reversion to ancestral characteristics, indicative of a remarkably pure lineage, which is exceedingly rare. Their appearances are strikingly exceptional. The yellow one, with a white face, is as precious as gold, while the black one, cloaked in satin, is adorned with frost that graces the mountains. They are splendid creatures, embodying purity in both their yellow and black forms. These two spirited companions harbor the ancient bloodline of the Xianxiao celestial hound. Before their lineage awakens, they may appear unremarkable, their fur dull. Yet their eyes glimmer with the cosmos, and a golden mark subtly emerges on their foreheads. With their 6-toed paws and thunderous barks that resonate like the clash of gold and jade, they await a master to forge a bond with them through spiritual connection. Once this bond is established, the Xianxiao celestial hound's lineage can be awakened. With nourishment from the flesh of magical creatures, they will regain their celestial form, becoming formidable allies to their masters in due time, an opportunity not to be missed. The system assures its validity, thus, it must be true. Setting aside the discussion of ancient celestial breeds, the Chinese rural dog meets all the desired criteria. They are loyal and courageous, placing immense value on the safety of their families and owners. Furthermore, they are astute and perceptive, acutely aware of changes in their surroundings and the people within them, promptly detecting any anomalies. When confronted with unexpected visitors, they exhibit commendable vigilance, barking to alert their owners. This behavior is ideal for guarding homes, both deterring potential intruders and signaling their masters. In contrast, other breeds, such as the Russian Red Dog or the Wolf Blue, may charge recklessly at intruders, causing unnecessary trouble for their owners. The rural dog quickly familiarizes itself with regular visitors, remembering those who have established rapport with its master, greeting them with wagging tails upon their return, rather than barking. The Russian Red Dog and Wolf Blue, however, display loyalty solely to their primary caregivers, often disregarding other household members. Notably, the Chinese rural dog only barks at intruders within the home and refrains from aggression towards strangers outside, demonstrating an understanding of its role as a guardian of its master's domain while remaining amiable in public. This indicates a remarkable intelligence and high emotional quotient. The advantages of the Chinese rural dog are numerous. They possess an independent spirit, unlike breeds such as the Pekingese or Shih Tzu, which require constant companionship from their owners, suffering from melancholy when left alone. The rural dog finds joy in its own company. It is healthy and long-lived, exhibiting a robust constitution that rarely succumbs to minor ailments. They are not finicky eaters, content with leftover scraps. Should their owners be unable to provide even remnants, they will venture out in search of sustenance. In this light, Shen Feiping realized that the wisdom of his ancestors in selecting this breed was indeed justified. The rural dog is replete with virtues. Its singular flaw lies in its ease of care and abundant population, leading to a paradox where this nearly flawless breed has become synonymous with low cost. Were the Chinese rural dog to be scarce, given its myriad advantages, it could feasibly command prices exceeding 10,000 in the future. The notion that perfection may not always be advantageous holds true. Nowadays, the system has effectively restored the honor of the Chinese rural dog, affirming that it is indeed a pure breed of ancient celestial lineage. Young man, are you interested in purchasing a dog? My dogs are exceptional guardians and quite obedient. If you're interested, you can take both home for just 5 yuan. Despite the fact that both dogs are purebred tying hounds, they lack recognition in the dog market. And with an abundance of local dog sellers, they are generally sold at low prices. All right, I'll take them. Shen Feiping, disinterested in haggling, decided instantly. 5 yuan for 2 is a bargain, but even if they were 50,000, he would still acquire them. He pulled out 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. No need for change. I'll take the cage as well. Sure. The seller was quite pleased, knowing that the small cage he fashioned was hardly worth 5 yuan. Once the transaction was complete, Chun Feiping carried the cage and stepped outside the dog market. Inquiring with his thoughts, "System, how do I establish a contract with these two celestial dogs?" The host merely needs to impart their divine consciousness. If the celestial dogs are willing to accept you as their master, the contract will be formed. Chun Feiping, unfamiliar with the concept of divine consciousness, reached into the cage, gently touching the head of the yellow puppy, silently contemplating. "Do you wish to be my spirit pet?" Woof! The little yellow dog barked joyfully, and to Chun Feiping's astonishment, he understood its meaning. The puppy was willing to be his pet. Wow, that was easy, and it seems I can understand its words. Surprised, he repeated the process with the black puppy. Both tying hounds were remarkably gentle and affectionate. Congratulations, host. You have successfully tamed 2 Xianxiao celestial dogs and activated their ancient celestial bloodline. By feeding them the flesh of magical creatures, they will grow rapidly and become increasingly intelligent. Hey, I now have my own dogs, and they are celestial. Chun Feiping felt elated as he rode home on his eagle, 2 puppies in tow. Upon entering, he was greeted with excitement by the sisters, who quickly gathered around. "Brother Chun, you bought 2 puppies." "Yes, I just got them from the dog market." "Do you like them?" As he spoke, Chun Feiping took the puppies out of the cage. They seemed unfazed in their new surroundings, wagging their tails at the sisters, as if they recognized them as their new owners. "They're adorable. They look very well behaved." The sisters couldn't resist kneeling down to pet the round little heads of the puppies, clearly enjoying the interaction. Suddenly, Zhou Fengjiao recalled something. "We used to have a large yellow dog, but unfortunately, my uncle killed it." At this, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The dog they had raised was quite perceptive, aware that their uncle and aunt treated the sisters poorly, barking at them when they visited. Unable to tolerate it, the uncle had killed the dog and consumed it. "Fengjiao, do not refer to that wretched man as uncle. He is not our kin." Zhou Fengting replied coldly. Fengjiao nodded. "Indeed, I no longer acknowledge him." Chun Feiping furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of numbness. Those 2 couples were truly detestable. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He wished he could deal with them harshly. But that was all in the past. From now on, you shall have new puppies to cherish. They are the new members of our family and will surely become our best companions. 1 week later, atop the mountain, a sudden crack. A wild chicken fell from the tree. Chun Feiping approached, picked it up, and placed it into his spatial ring. Today's harvest was quite satisfactory. He had caught 2 mountain chickens, a mountain raccoon, and a wild rabbit. Over the past few days, apart from foraging for mushrooms, Chun Feiping often ventured into the mountains to hunt small game. Not only would he enjoy the fruits of his labor, but he could also feed the puppies. For other hunters, bagging 2 small creatures in a day would be commendable. However, Chun Feiping's exceptional hunting skills and keen senses allowed him to consistently return with a bountiful catch. After securing the mountain chicken in his spatial ring, he glanced at his watch. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. That would suffice for today, fatty, with the flying dragon and mushrooms. Dinner would be a delightful stew of chicken and mushrooms. As he stepped into his home, he noticed Zhou Fengting and Zhou Fengjiao playing with the puppies. Due to their fond memories of the family's loyal golden retriever, the sisters genuinely adored these 2 little pups, who shared the same admirable traits of obedience. Before the 2 ladies noticed Chun Feiping, the puppies scampered up to him, their tails wagging like fans. Although they were also affectionate towards the sisters, Chun Feiping, as their contractual owner, evoked a deeper sense of familiarity. "Brother Chun, you're back." Zhou Fengting exclaimed joyfully. "You've brought back a great deal of game today. Golden Bean and Fortune, you are in for a treat." Chun Feiping had named the 2 puppies Golden Bean and Fortune. While names like Wang Kai and Da Huang were classic, they were too common among the dogs of the village. He opted for something slightly more unique for distinction. The name Golden Bean was inspired by the little golden retriever's fur, which had taken on a hint of golden hue since awakening the ancestral bloodline. It looked quite splendid and seemed to elevate its status above that of an ordinary rural dog. As for Fortune, it was a well-known name associated with a giant panda in later times, since the little black dog was not entirely black, but rather a mix of black and white. Resembling a panda, and was a bit more clumsy compared to Golden Bean, Chun Feiping borrowed the name from the panda as a tribute. Zhou Fengjiao added, "Brother Chun, Golden Bean and Fortune are remarkably intelligent. Yesterday, while my sister and I were cooking dinner in the kitchen, they ran over to play and even brought us the ingredients when they saw the vegetables cooking on the stove. Zhou Fengting chimed in, indeed. I feel like they can understand us. They do whatever we ask. Chen Feiping mused to himself that they were, after all, ancient divine breeds. How could they not possess intelligence? He chuckled softly, remarking that native dogs are quite intelligent and perceptive, especially those nurtured from a young age who may possess an innate understanding of human nature. The sisters reflected on this, recalling how their large yellow dog had discerned that their uncle and aunt were malevolent figures, refusing to associate with them. They cast a few game animals into a wooden basin and instructed the two women to boil a pot of water to scald and pluck the fur, after which Chen Feiping would skillfully butcher the meat. The playful puppies observed nearby, their tails wagging with increasing enthusiasm, for they anticipated a forthcoming meal. Noticing the black dog inching too close, Chen Feiping teasingly said, "Fu Bao, keep your distance. If you fall into this boiling water, you might just find yourself being plucked." Of course, it was merely a jest, as the customs of his previous life in the province known for its bridal dowry loans were limited to the lychee dog meat festival. Nevertheless, Fu Bao was alarmed, and Jindo, too, appeared distressed, retreating over a meter while barking, as if to say, "I do not wish to be plucked." Touched, Xian Fengjiao exclaimed, "Brother Chen, look. Fu Bao and Jindo truly understand your words." She then comforted the dog with a gentle pat, reassuring, "Fu Bao, Brother Chen is just joking. He would never harm you." In that moment, Chen Feiping had already eviscerated the wild rabbit and tossed the entrails to the two puppies. As such delicacies were not commonly consumed by people from the north, the dogs, sensing the absence of danger, immediately forgot their fear and pounced upon the offerings with delight. The Xianxiao celestial dog has consumed the essence of the rabbit spirit. An electronic voice resonated, yet Chen Feiping was unfazed. He had received a system notification the first time he fed the puppies game. When he first acquired the dogs, the system had indicated that feeding them creatures of the supernatural would expedite their growth and enhance their spiritual awareness. Feeding them domesticated animals proved unfruitful, as he had tested. However, the wild animals from the mountains were recognized by the system, qualifying them as supernatural beings. Strangely, their only function was to nurture the dogs, and they could not be listed for auction, leaving him puzzled about the underlying mechanism. This peculiar system was replete with oddities, yet it functioned nonetheless, which he found quite baffling. After the puppies devoured the rabbit entrails, he offered them the innards of a wild chicken. The Xianxiao celestial dog has consumed the essence of the giant koan. Every time he fed the mountain chickens, Chen Feiping couldn't help but laugh, thinking, at last, the system reveals its true nature. After consuming the entrails of the wild rabbit and chicken, the puppies still craved more, their appetites far exceeding those of their peers. Thus, he proceeded to feed them the innards of a mountain civet. This was the first time Jindo and Fu Bao had tasted civet, and Chen Feiping was intrigued by what it might be called in the Qin dynasty. The Xianxiao celestial dog has consumed the essence of the guardian crane. Chen Feiping was momentarily stunned, taking a while to process the information. What on earth intruded upon this? He mused. I see how it is. This system of yours is quite complex. He internally critiqued, seriously doubting that he had bound himself to a two-dimensional system, as only such a whimsical entity would behave so absurdly. The Xianxiao celestial dog has completed its first stage of metamorphosis. A new system notification chimed in. What is happening? Chen Feiping was slightly taken aback and immediately inquired with his thoughts, "System, what on earth is a first-tier transformation?" The Xianxiao celestial dog, in order to conceal its bloodline, must undergo a continuous metamorphosis upon awakening to become the most formidable complete form, rivaling the original celestial pets. The system provided a simple explanation, and Chen Feiping soon comprehended the gist. This meant that these two little dogs could indeed evolve, growing stronger with each transformation. Quite impressive indeed. He glanced at the puppies and noticed that they had indeed changed somewhat since earlier. Jindo's golden fur appeared even more lustrous, while Fu Bao's black coat had become increasingly glossy and smooth, akin to having been washed with premium shampoo. It was a stark contrast to their initial scruffy and dull appearance from the dog market, marked by malnutrition. As for their size, there was no noticeable change, or perhaps any alteration was too subtle for the naked eye to detect. This was for the best. If they suddenly grew into large dogs, it would surely frighten Feng Ting and Feng Jiao, leading them to believe they were monstrous creatures. Regardless, this transformation should be a positive development. After feeding the dogs, He instructed the sisters to take the remaining meat to the kitchen for cooking, while he headed towards Zhuzi's house, intending to summon his good friend for a meal together. By the way, the wine brewed by the Wolf King should be ready to drink as well. He might as well bring a bottle over and enjoy a few cups during dinner. Speaking of which, it had been quite some time since he last indulged in wine. Chapter 84. Accompanying Chun Feiping to drink Wolf King's wine, the sisters are tipsy again. He soon arrived at Zhuzi's home, where he found Zhuzi grinning widely, a look of sheer joy on his face. "Zhuzi, what are you laughing about?" Chun Feiping half-joked. "Found some money?" "Feiping, you're here." Zhuzi scratched his head. "I didn't find any money, but this matter brings me more joy than finding money." "Oh, did Uncle Shirtu agree to your courtship with Xiaohua?" "Feiping, you're incredibly astute. You guessed it right away. This afternoon, while we were building the house, Uncle Shirtu asked me what I thought of Xiaohua and if I would be willing to marry her. I said of course I would. But I was worried Xiaohua might not fancy me. Uncle Shirtu assured me that she listens to him." By the end of his tale, Zhuzi's face was nearly splitting from his grin, stretching from ear to ear. "Really?" Chun Feiping's spirits lifted. He had suspected that Shiwu might have noticed Zhuzi's interest in Xiaohua and turn a blind eye, but he never expected him to bring it up directly. "Indeed." "Feiping." Zhuzi lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Let me tell you something. Just a couple of days ago, the village matchmaker came to see me, wanting to introduce me to the girl from the village head's family, but I turned her down. I only want to marry Xiaohua." Zhuzi couldn't help but feel a bit proud. He hadn't anticipated being so sought after. With a matchmaker approaching him, and even Uncle Shirtu personally acting as a matchmaker. "You must promise me not to tell anyone about this. If Uncle Shirtu or Xiaohua finds out, it would be disastrous." Chun Feiping couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He mused that it wouldn't need his words for others to figure it out. In fact, it was precisely because Shiwu was aware that he had taken the initiative to discuss this matter with Zhuzi today. The conditions in the village have significantly improved, and Zhuzi is now able to construct brick houses and purchase motorcycles. In Luoyan Bay, one can count the number of motorcycle owners on one hand. Given Zhuzi's recent commendable performance, Shiwu is eager to seize the opportunity to ensure his daughter secures a good match, fearing that someone might take her away. Although these thoughts linger in his mind, Chun Feiping responds cheerfully, "All right, I want to say a word. Come, let us dine at my home. I've caught 2 wild chickens, a hare, and a raccoon today, far too much for my wife and me to consume." Zhuzi, astonished, inquires, "Feiping, how is it that you manage to catch so much every time you go to the mountains?" In contrast to Chun Feiping, who often returns with a bountiful catch, Zhuzi sometimes finds himself returning empty-handed, occasionally only gathering some mushrooms. "I possess a great spirit root, protected by the mountain deity," Chun Feiping boasts. Zhuzi replies, "Indeed, I lack such a spirit root. But let us not dwell on that. About the Wolf King wine you brewed last time, could you prepare some for me? Let us indulge ourselves tonight." "All right. Feiping, wait a moment, I'll fetch it," Zhuzi declares, and heads off to grab a large jar of wine before making his way to Chun Feiping's home. Initially, when he first acquainted himself with the sisters, he felt a bit shy about dining together, but he has gradually grown accustomed to it. Once dinner is prepared, the 2 men fill their bowls with wine, and Chun Feiping asks, "Fengting, Fengjiao, would you like to join us for a drink?" "Elder brother Chun, we are women, can we really drink?" they respond. Aware that the village's drinking culture is dominated by men, with only a few elderly women partaking, and they fear being perceived as uncouth. Chun Feiping waves his hand dismissively. "Nonsense. If you want to drink, then drink. My household is not so formal. Just don't overindulge. Besides, didn't you both drink that little champagne during your visit to the provincial capital?" Zhou Fengting chuckles, "Elder brother Chun, how were we to know? We thought it was just a beverage." Zhou Fengjiao's cheeks turned slightly red at the memory of the indiscretions she committed under the influence of that wine. But she feels no regret. Chun Feiping confidently asserts, "I am the man of the house, and what I say goes. We need not heed the opinions of others." The sisters exchange glances, and Zhou Fengting finally says, "In that case, elder brother Chun, I'll have a little drink with you." She isn't particularly interested in alcohol, but wishes to cheer on her man. "I will also have a little," Zhou Fengjiao adds. The feeling of slight inebriation is quite pleasant. Words once unspoken are set free, and actions once unattempted are boldly taken. Chun Feiping instructs the sisters to retrieve 2 glass cups from the living room, pouring each a modest half cup. Knowing well their limited capacity for alcohol, and that moderation is key, he raises his bowl first, proclaiming, "Zhuzi, let us toast to our future endeavors. building brick houses, purchasing motorcycles. And you and Xiaohua soon to be united. May our lives as brothers flourish ever more brightly. Zhuzi reciprocates, raising his cup with fervor, Fei-ping. You have always shown me kindness in this village. I am truly delighted and fortunate to have you as my brother. Without you, no one would regard me, Wang Taizhu. Come now, we are brothers. Let us support one another without such formalities. In light of the previous encounter with the wolf pack, Pillar had resolved to stay behind and fend off the wolves, allowing Chun Fei-ping to escape. Chun Fei-ping regarded Pillar as a lifelong comrade, never calculating the gains and losses between them. He was confident in his ability to achieve financial freedom and assured that he would take care of everything for Pillar. The two women were deeply moved by the bond shared by these two men, who, despite lacking blood relations, were closer than brothers. Brother Fei-ping, Brother Pillar. Your friendship is truly remarkable, they exclaimed. This was in stark contrast to those who, without a hint of familial loyalty, would consider selling their sisters to their lame and deaf relatives or the distant aunt who, after a long journey, would turn them away without offering a morsel of food or a sip of water. The sisters raised their glasses and took a small sip with the two men. The fiery liquid caught them off guard, making them cough. Zhou Fengting frowned. Why does this drink taste so different from the sweet little champagne? Indeed, little champagne is sweet, while this is anything but. Chun Fei-ping laughed heartily. Little champagne is akin to a soft drink. It cannot be compared. If you find this too harsh, there is no need to force yourselves. No worries, Brother Chun. We'll drink with you, they replied. After the meal, both Chun Fei-ping and Pillar had consumed 2 bowls of liquor, which was their usual capacity, roughly half a gin. Should they drink more than that, it would be their limit. However, Chun Fei-ping was oddly surprised to find that the alcohol did not affect him today. His head was clear and unclouded. Logically, the wine brewed by the Wolf King should have been quite potent. Could it be that Pillar had procured counterfeit liquor? Fei-ping, let's call it a night. I must head back, Pillar stammered, his tongue slightly heavy, his face resembling that of a warrior. But something was amiss. They had poured from the same jar. Yet Pillar clearly exhibited signs of intoxication. Could it be the miraculous antidote rewarded by the serpent demon that rendered him immune to toxins? Alcohol is indeed detrimental to the body and could be considered a toxin, albeit a mild one, which his immunity had countered. Rather than feeling pleased by this revelation, Chun Fei-ping felt a tinge of concern. If his suspicion held true, would drinking in the future lose its charm? All right, Pillar, you may head back. We shall drink again another day. I want to see you off. Chun Fei-ping never pressured anyone to drink. As long as everyone enjoyed themselves, that was sufficient. No need, Fei-ping. I can manage. Pillar insisted, speaking rather loudly but walking steadily. Chun Fei-ping was well aware of his drinking capacity. He was not yet intoxicated, so he allowed him to go. After seeing Pillar to the door and closing the courtyard gate, he returned to the kitchen to find the sisters glowing like peach blossoms, their beauty accentuated in the dim light. They would become tipsy even from sipping little champagne, let alone the potent liquor brewed by the Wolf King. Each of their delicate faces radiated charm, stirring Chun Fei-ping's heart. Such exquisite women, should I miss one, I would regret it for a lifetime. All is received, it must all be received. Chapter 85. The Little Devil in Zhou Fengjiao's Heart. Brother Chun, I will wash the dishes. Despite being delightfully inebriated, Zhou Fengting did not forget her responsibilities, swaying unsteadily as she rose to her feet. Sister, I will help you. Zhou Fengjiao was also teetering, her steps unsteady. Chun Fei-ping quickly restrained them, saying, Enough. Fengting, Fengjiao, wash them tomorrow. You both have had too much to drink. Go rest now. Brother Chun, I'm fine. Yet, even as she spoke, Zhou Fengting felt the world spinning and began to topple. Chun Fei-ping, quick-witted and agile, caught her. Look at you, unable to stand, and you still want to wash the dishes? Even if you did, they wouldn't be clean. Be obedient and return to your room to sleep. Realizing her state, Zhou Fengting nodded in agreement. Fengjiao, stay here and don't wander off. Be careful not to fall. I will help your sister back to her room first. Okay, Brother Chun. Chun Fei-ping guided Zhou Fengting back to her chamber. And as soon as she was laid on the bed, she fell into a deep slumber. She slept soundly, peacefully, utterly still. The gentle rise and fall of her breath reassuring him that she was merely intoxicated. He removed her shoes, revealing her dainty feet, delicate and exquisite. With 10 tiny toes resembling pearl-like beads, their polished nails glimmering softly, slightly curled like segments of mangosteen, charming and lovely. Although Chen Feiping was not particularly enamored with feet, he felt a fleeting urge to show them off. He managed to suppress the wicked thought that flickered through his mind. You can't handle your liquor. Yet you insisted on drinking with me, he murmured as he gazed at her. In later times, affluent individuals could easily find women to drink with them. A high-end nightclub would suffice, as many women enjoyed the nightlife. Yet, in this era, women who accompanied men to drink did so solely to please them. Not because they desired to drink themselves, making it quite a rarity. After a moment, he remembered that Zhou Fengjiao was still in the kitchen and returned to find her slumped over the table, overwhelmed by the effects of alcohol. Fengjiao? He nudged her gently. Zhou Fengjiao lifted her head, her almond-shaped eyes clouded with drowsiness as she murmured, Brother Chun, my head feels a bit dizzy. It's normal if you are unaccustomed to drinking. I will prepare you a cup of honey water shortly. It will alleviate the dizziness. Come, let us return to your room. As he spoke, Chen Feiping crouched down, ready to lift Zhou Fengjiao, but she grasped his arm. Brother Chun, I don't want to go back yet. Please listen to me first. Chen Feiping found her earnestness amusing. There was a familiar pattern when women became tipsy and insisted on speaking. He nodded. All right, Fengjiao, what do you wish to say? Brother Chun, when will you and my sister get married? As soon as the new house is built, I will marry your sister. It will be a double celebration. Since Zhou Fengjiao was already aware of the bond between her and Zhou Fengting, there was no need for further concealment of their plans. Brother Chun, the new house is completed. Will you let me move in? Fengjiao, are you thinking of staying in the old house by yourself? Of course. You will live with us in the new house. I wouldn't feel at ease if you stayed alone in the old house. What if, like last time, a venomous snake gets in? Chen Feiping was somewhat at a loss for words, unable to comprehend Fengjiao's line of thought. The mere mention of snakes sent a shiver down her spine, causing her to instinctively glance around. Last time, while heading to the bathroom in the middle of the night, she was bitten on the thigh and nearly terrified to death, suffering from severe venom. Brother Chun, I am so fortunate to have you. Without you, I might have met my demise. Don't speak such ominous words. You are alive and well. After chatting with Fengjiao in the kitchen for quite some time, it became evident that despite being twins, the sisters possessed distinct differences. For instance, the elder sister would become exceedingly quiet after drinking, falling asleep almost immediately, whereas the younger sister transformed into a chatterbox, incessantly asking questions like a curious child, displaying remarkable boldness, as if she were an entirely different person. Brother Chun, after you marry my sister, will you still let me do your laundry, tidy your house, and give you massages? Fengjiao suddenly posed another question. Ah, Fengjiao, I suspect you wish to play the game, Brother Chun. Please turn off the lights, which is my sister's game. However, I quite enjoy this. Thus, Chen Feiping replied with feigned solemnity, Of course, my home is your home. You may do as you please. Brother Chen, you said it. Fengjiao, energized as if receiving a shot of adrenaline, immediately lost her stutter. She gazed intently at Chen Feiping, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Subsequently, the girl perched herself upon Chen Feiping, wrapping her arms around his neck, her delicate lips blooming like fresh blood. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Feiping escorted Fengjiao back to her room. By then, the younger sister had sufficiently indulged herself and, satisfied, fell into a deep slumber like her sister. Chen Feiping, with a slight upward curve of his lips, wore a look of smug satisfaction. Now, Emperor Shun was as steady as a rock. The following morning, as the sun climbed high in the sky, the sisters in the room awakened leisurely. Fengting, rubbing her somewhat aching head, looked bewildered. Did I not have a meal and drinks with Brother Chen? When did I return to my room? Some individuals, regardless of how intoxicated they become, can recall everything upon waking. Others, however, completely lose their memory of the events that transpired while they were drunk. Fengting belonged to the latter category. Her face bore an expression of confusion as she turned to her sister, who was also awake, and asked, Fengjiao, did you help me back? Sister, how could you be so muddled? It was Brother Chun who brought you back. Fengjiao, on the other hand, had a clear recollection, including the fact that she had initiated a kiss with Chen Feiping, even more intense than the last time, lasting even longer. Recalling the details from that moment, Zhou Fengjiao felt her cheeks flush, wishing she could find a crack to hide within. She always sensed that a mischievous little devil resided in her heart. As soon as she indulged in alcohol, that wicked imp would uncontrollably emerge, compelling her to engage in actions of utter absurdity. Yet, occasionally, Zhou Fengjiao felt a sense of gratitude towards this little devil, for it voiced the words she lacked the courage to utter and accomplish deeds she hesitated to undertake. Without the little devil's assistance, those sentiments might have remained forever bottled within her. However, Zhou Fengjiao did not wish to suppress her feelings. She longed for Chun Feiping to comprehend her sentiments, even if she could not marry him. More so, she yearned to discern Chun Feiping's attitude towards her. Last night, she discovered the truth. Brother Chen did not disdain her. He also harbored feelings for her. What splendid news! In light of this, she resolved to take on the larger role, while secretly embracing the smaller one. If courage eluded her once more, she would simply summon the little devil to assist her again. Chapter 86. Chun Feiping's Thoughts. Riding a motorcycle to the provincial capital for business with the arrival of September. The sweltering summer had quietly departed, bringing a refreshing coolness to the village. Each day, more individuals gathered at the small shop, engaging in idle chatter and boasting. Have you heard? Zhuzi has found a wife. Really? Whose daughter? It's the youngest daughter of the Shi family. Isn't Shi Wu currently building a brick house for Zhuzi? Zhuzi has been helping daily, and with good food and hospitality, Shi Wu casually asked if he wanted to marry his daughter. Initially, many believed Zhuzi would remain unmarried. Yet unexpectedly, Chun Feiping not only constructed a new house for him, but also gifted him a motorcycle to ride. With such favorable conditions, it is no wonder that any family would be delighted to marry their daughter to him. The villagers under the elm tree outside the small shop engaged in spirited discussions. Yet two individuals present felt a surge of discomfort. One was Wang Tietue, who had always believed his foolish younger brother would never find a wife, only to be proven wrong. Furthermore, their brotherly bond had dissolved. Witnessing Zhuzi's flourishing life naturally irked him. Why should a simpleton live better than I do? The other was Sun Dishing, the shopkeeper. The mere mention of Chun Feiping's name triggered an intense reaction within him. Moreover, rumors had circulated that someone had seen his wife sneaking out one night to meet Chun Feiping, and they had conversed for quite some time. Although nothing untoward transpired between them, Sun Dishing felt more wretched than if he had consumed something foul, perpetually sensing the weight of betrayal. Li Zuohua need not commit any overt act to signify her disloyalty. Her clandestine visit to Chun Feiping already spoke volumes. He was all too familiar with his wife's nature. Her initial willingness to marry him stemmed from his wealth, favorable family circumstances, and status as the village chief's nephew. Marrying into the Sun family afforded her both prestige and comfort. However, Chun Feiping, that rascal, has struck it rich, purchasing motorcycles and constructing houses, and recently acquired a vehicle with 4 wheels. Li Zuehua must be regretting her past choices, likely believing that Chun Feiping still harbors feelings for her, prompting her to approach him with ulterior motives. Were it not for Chun Feiping's rejection, that woman would undoubtedly have cast him aside without a second thought. Upon learning of this situation, Sun Dishing returned home to confront Li Zuehua. Yet, Li Zuehua staunchly denied any involvement. Unable to connect with Chun Feiping, she had no intention of divorcing Sun Dishing. Despite his ineptitude, for the sake of his finances, she was willing to endure her role as a submissive partner. Sun Dishing, however, was not swayed by his wife's words. Gossip circulated among the villagers, and where there is smoke, there is fire. If no one had indeed seen Li Zuehua visit Chun Feiping, who would have the leisure to spread such rumors? At that moment, a villager named Huzi arrived to purchase goods, and Sun Dishing, wearing a dark expression, was feeling quite vexed. Irritated by the interruption, he slammed a pack of cigarettes onto the counter. What do you mean by that, Sun Dishing? Huzi retorted, equally unwilling to tolerate disrespect. I'm simply supporting your little shop, and you act as if I've wronged you. What s with that attitude? Sun Dishing scoffed, buy it or don't. Do I need to prostrate myself before you for a pack of cigarettes that costs only 20 cents? Huzi shot back, so what if it's 20 cents? It's still money. If you're so capable, why don't you stop selling? Have you heard the saying that the customer is king? What kind of attitude is this? If you don't want to run your shop, then let me take it over. Sun Dishing sneered, customer? You really think too highly of yourself. If you don't want to buy, then get lost. I'm not desperate for your business. Huzi's temper flared. Come and see this, everyone. He's upset with me for merely trying to buy something at his shop. He can't control his wife, who sneaks off to see Chun Feiping, and now he's taking his frustration out on me. Who are you calling a cuckold? Sun Dishing's anger surged, and he burst out of the shop, engaging in a scuffle with Huzi. However, his frail frame was no match for Huzi, who quickly subdued him. At that moment, a small truck passed by, driven by none other than Chun Feiping. Oh, look at Huzi and Sun Dishing fighting. Chun Feiping exclaimed with interest. Huzi, give him a good beating. Yes, aim for the face, Kick him where it hurts. Finish him off. Chen Feiping halted to watch, but unfortunately, the two were soon separated by other villagers, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Damn it, why are you all meddling? Let Huzi take him down. It's no fun if it ends so quickly. Sun Dishing, who was both inept and prone to self-sabotage, after receiving a beating from Huzi, seemed to regain clarity. Though internally intimidated, he still shouted defiantly, "You better watch out. I can take you down anytime." Tiger, with a huff of indignation, exclaimed, "Sun Dishing, I fear you not. If you have the guts, bring it on, for I am always ready to engage." With their truce established, Chen Feiping felt a sense of disinterest and swiftly pressed the accelerator. In the vegetable garden, the two sisters were diligently loosening the soil, while two little mutts frolicked joyfully around them. The substantial plot adjacent to their mud brick house had been repurposed for the construction of a brick and tile dwelling, leaving only this smaller patch, yet it still spanned several dozen square meters, sufficient to sustain the three of them with homegrown produce, making it quite convenient to access fresh greens. The garden primarily featured Chinese cabbage, supplemented by other vegetables. Unfortunately, as winter approached, these crops would perish. When temperatures dipped below -20 degrees Celsius, the cabbages would wither, necessitating their harvest and storage in the cellar beforehand. Given that Chinese cabbage is easy to preserve, it naturally emerged as the winter vegetable of choice. This explains why, as winter nears, Northeasterners transport truckloads of cabbage home, for fresh vegetables become quite scarce during that season, unlike in the southern regions where the variety of winter produce is abundant. Bark! Bark! The two little mutts seemed to sense something, barking excitedly as they dashed towards the direction of home. A figure appeared in the distance. It was Chen Feiping. Upon returning home and finding the two women absent, he deduced they must be out tending to the vegetables. "Brother Chen," he heard them call. Chen Feiping nodded. "Feng Ting, Feng Jiao, do not overexert yourselves. In just 2 months, the weather will turn cold, and the greens will not endure. We can simply purchase them from the market then." Zhou Fengting wiped the sweat from her brow. "It's quite all right. We would be idling at home anyway. There's still over 2 months left, and it's best to enjoy fresh vegetables." Having been accustomed to a busy life at home, they found it hard to remain idle. Moreover, if they weren't engaged in some activity, they felt as though they were taking advantage of others, leaving them uneasy. "Very well, just don't tire yourselves too much," Chen Feiping conceded. Nevertheless, it is true that many rural folks struggle with the notion of leisure. Even when their children become affluent, they still yearn for something to occupy their time. Short videos feature wealthy individuals returning to their rural roots, driving luxury cars to help their parents with farming. Some are staged, but many depict genuine occurrences. The elderly do not concern themselves with the opulence of your vehicle. Crops take precedence above all else. Some elders continue to toil well into their 90s, remaining robust. Yet a few months of rest may lead to their decline. Humans, at times, resemble machines. Constant activity keeps them in good condition, while prolonged idleness may render them unresponsive. Zhou Fengjiao inquired, "Brother Chen, how was the mushroom harvest today?" Both women were aware that Chen Feiping typically ventured out in the mornings to gather mushrooms. Yet they had never seen him bring any home, leaving them somewhat puzzled, though they refrained from asking further. All went smoothly. Chen Feiping replied with a smile. It had been nearly a month since his last trip to the provincial capital, and his storage was nearly full, leaving him ready to collect mushrooms again. On this journey to the provincial capital, Chen Feiping had an idea. There was still some space in his storage. Perhaps he could ride his motorcycle to the train station, stow it away, and retrieve it upon his arrival in the capital. This will make it much more convenient to travel to the provincial capital, eliminating the constant need for taxis.